Mediterranean Hegemon of Ancient Greece Chapter 1 to Chapter 78. Before I update, let me ask you a small question. Based on the first two chapters, can you guess who the protagonist is? After the Peloponnesus War began, the two sides fought each other. Most of the time, Sparta dominated on land, while Athens dominated on the sea. Even when they were defeated by Sicily and Athens, Sparta could not force Athens to surrender because of their inferior navy. To defeat Athens, they had to first defeat the navy of Athens. However, whether it was in modern times or ancient times, the navy was a technical force that consumed a lot of money and resources. Sparta was a poor city-state with poor commerce. It could not produce a decent navy to compete with Athens, even if it collected donations from the Peloponnesus alliance. So, Sparta finally made the decision to ask for help from Persia, an old rival of the Greeks. Persia, who had been suppressed by Athens at sea, was of course more than happy to ask for help. So, the two sides reached an agreement. With the help of a large number of resources from Persia, Sparta quickly built up a large navy. That was how Lysander, the general of Sparta, wiped out the navy of Athens in the Battle of Ram, and finally forced Athens to surrender. Nearly 30 years of war affected most of the Greek city-states. The economy was in decline, and the people were displaced. At the same time, thousands of Greek soldiers were dismissed from their positions. They were used to fighting and were unwilling to transfer to a peaceful profession. For example, Crocus was a typical example. He was even exiled by Sparta because of this. At this time, the king of Persia was seriously ill. As his second son, Cyrus the Younger, who was also the commander of the western region of Persia, had been responsible for Sparta's cooperation and had a good relationship with many Greek generals. He knew the strength of the Greek infantry. Out of ambition for the throne in the future, he gave some Greek generals a lot of money, hinting that they would hire these soldiers and maintain the army until he needed their help. 3 years later, in 401 BC, the king of Persia died. Cyrus the Younger began to take action. He summoned these Greek mercenary leaders to lead troops to join his army, deceiving the Greeks that he was going to attack a rebel force in Asia Minor. In fact, he was going to overthrow his brother, who had just ascended the throne of Persia, by force. Many of these Greek mercenary leaders knew the truth. He didn't tell the Greek soldiers the truth until his army entered the hinterland of Persia. By then, the Greeks had already joined his chariots and had to follow him to Babylon. You will notice that the units of length I used in the novel are the current standard meters and li. In the future, you will also see that the units of weight are the gene, and the land area is the mu. It's not that I don't know the measurements of ancient Greece, but first of all, the measurements of ancient Greece are more chaotic and not uniform. Secondly, if I use them, I will need to convert them, and you will not immediately have a clear idea when reading. You will also have to look at my annotations. This is time-consuming and laborious, and it is easy to get out of the novel. So, you can just take it as I have directly translated from the original text. As for time, this is not a problem. The ancient Egyptians had long divided the day into 24 hours. As for currency, it would be a joke if this were to be changed to the current currency units. However, because there were many cities in ancient Greece, the currency system was a bit messy. This novel uses the Attic currency system, which is the currency system of the people of Athens. The opal is the smallest currency unit, and above it is the drachma, stunt, mina, and talent. The approximate exchange rate is 1 drachma equals 6 opal, 1 stunt equals 20 drachma, 1 mina equals 5 stunt, and 1 talent equals 60 mina. You should know that these currencies are actually units of weight of gold, silver, and copper. At that time, because of war, mining, and other reasons, their value fluctuated. In short, the later the years, the more they depreciated. This was an era of heroes, the vast Persia, Sparta, which was founded on military might, Athens, which was famous for its commerce, the rising Thebes, the ambitious Macedonia, the two hegemons of the western Mediterranean, Syracuse and Carthage, the newly emerged Rome. This was an era of brilliant generals, the last king of Sparta, Agesilaus, the rising general of Thebes, Philemon, the founder of Macedonia, Dionysius, the tyrant of Syracuse, Camillus, the dictator who saved Rome, the Basilid. Family of Carthage that produced many famous generals, this was an era of contention. The great philosopher Plato, the founder of the Cynics Antisthenes, the Pythagoreans who believed in numbers, the encyclopedic scholar Democritus, the father of Western medicine Hippocrates, the great dramatist Aristophanes, the oratorical educator Isocrates, the founder of Western history Thucydides, the famous sculptor Lysippus, the protagonist transmigrated and came to this era as a lowly mercenary. What would he bring to this world? The king's army is coming. The king's army is coming. A scout galloped from afar and repeatedly shouted in Persia and Greek. The soldiers who were about to stop and rest were in an uproar. Partichias, is what you said true? Is Artaxerxes really here? Seeing the cavalryman who had just jumped off his horse, little Cyrus asked impatiently. Yes, your highness. Artaxerxes is here. Artaxerxes is here too. And that, damned Tisiphonus is here too. Partichias panted heavily and said in a hoarse voice. Very good, my friend. Very good. He is finally here. Little Cyrus jumped off his horse excitedly and asked his servant to put on his breastplate while he shouted to his adjutant, Aureus, inform the entire army to prepare for battle. Yes, your highness. Aureus hurriedly shouted to the messenger, inform the Greeks immediately and quickly form up on our right flank. Prepare for battle. The messenger galloped away. Aureus then called the Persia generals. Little Cyrus asked them to lead the soldiers to spread out on his left flank while he led 800 cavalrymen in the center. The attentive Alcipates asked, how many enemies are there? About 60,000, or 80,000. Partichias recalled the scene he had seen and a trace of fear appeared on his face. So many people. The attendants exclaimed with fear on their faces. Haha. Are you afraid? My friend. Little Cyrus stepped forward and gave Partichias a strong hug, not at all disgusted by his dusty and sweaty body. Then, he turned around and mounted his horse, shouting to the surroundings, my friends, are you afraid? The followers and guards of little Cyrus all expressed their bravery. No matter how many soldiers Artaxerxes has, he is still the same cowardly Artaxerxes. Don't forget, even a small hound can scare him to the point of peeing. Little Cyrus' vulgar words caused a burst of laughter around him. And I have you. And my army. Together, we defeated the mighty Athens Olympic Games. The Athens that defeated Persia time and again. Every time little Cyrus glanced at a person, that person would straighten his back. And we have the valiant Greeks. They will fight alongside us. Cyrus the Younger looked to the right, where the Greek heavy infantry were slowly getting into formation. Seeing this, his heart was filled with confidence. We are unstoppable. We cannot win. Victory! Alcipades shouted first. Then, everyone rushed to shout, victory! Faced with high morale, little Cyrus raised his right hand high. Friends! Brave warriors! After this victory, I swear to the supreme god Mazda that I will do my best to repay your friendship and sacrifice. Cyrus, the Great, someone shouted. Then, like a flash flood, the shouts were like a tide. Hey, Matones! What's the situation? The Devers could not help but pat the shoulder of the soldier in front of him. How many times have you asked? No. No. Matones wiped his sweaty neck with his free left hand and shouted irritably, why isn't the enemy here yet? The sun is already in the middle of the sky. If I wait any longer, I'll be roasted by its flames. Matones, even if your meat is roasted, I don't want to smell it. I've been eating so much meat recently that I want to vomit, a soldier next to him said glibly, causing the soldiers to laugh. Shut up. Olivers, you lecherous guy, if you want me to put your hand in your mouth and let you taste your own flesh, you can continue talking. Matones waved his strong arm and threatened fiercely. Oh, I'm so scared. Olivers pretended to be scared, causing the crowd to laugh again. Stand properly, stop fooling around. Menon is here. As soon as Helos finished speaking, he heard a sharp voice. Brats, where do you think this is? Is this your family's banquet? A well-proportioned soldier with a red tassel on his helmet stood in front of the phalanx, pointed at them and scolded, this is a battlefield. If you don't do your best, then Hades will be happy to visit you. Menon with a rotten mouth. Someone shouted in the line. Who said that? Stand up. Everyone held back their laughter and gloated as they watched Myron jump in front of them and shout angrily. At this moment, someone shouted sternly, "Look, in front." The soldiers immediately looked ahead. Soon, the smile on their faces was quickly replaced by horror. Smoke and dust rose as far as their eyes could see, shrouding the hills, trees, and houses in a gray haze. After a while, a thin black line drilled out of the smoke and began to stretch to both sides, gradually becoming thicker. A moment later, when the soldiers could barely see the outline of the enemy, countless lights began to dazzle everyone's eyes under the dazzling sun. Armors, spears, shields. The cold light they emitted was as boundless as the Milky Way in the night sky. The sound of footsteps, shouts, and neighs of horses converged into a rolling sound wave. Even the earth trembled, not to mention a human's legs. Just as Oliver's felt that he was about to fall, he heard Helos shout, "Prepare for battle! Prepare for battle! Prepare for battle!" The Greek mercenary soldiers put on their helmets, took off the round shields hanging on their left shoulders, held their spears, and began to hit the shields. Boom! 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 The loud noise made Oliver's and the other soldiers realize that they were also in the midst of a powerful force, and their mood gradually calmed down. The army of the king of Persia was still advancing slowly and orderly. The hob carriages were at the front, followed by the archers without armor, followed by the light cavalry, and the infantry with long shields and the infantry with spears, and vined shields. The heavily armored cavalry was divided into two parts, one to surround the king of Persia, and the other was deployed on the left wing of the army. The mighty Persia army was like the thick clouds in the sky before a storm, slowly pressing down and suffocating. At this moment, Cyrus the Younger galloped left and right along the army formation with a few attendants, giving instructions to each Greek mercenary leader. With continuous cheers, he had reached the far right end of the Greek army formation, and could even see the roaring Euphrates River not far away. "Salute, your highness!" Crocus saluted. Crocus looked at the enemy's significantly thicker phalanx in the center, and then looked at the enemy's left wing, which was longer than his own. Although he had fully supported little Cyrus from the beginning, it did not mean that he would be obedient. He refused bluntly, "Your Highness, I think we should first defeat the enemy's left wing, and then attack the enemy's middle. That would be safer. I know Artaxerxes, I know the Persia army, and I know your Greek phalanx. Believe me, my friend, your army will easily defeat Artaxerxes' central army. If Artaxerxes is defeated, no matter how many troops he has, it will be useless." Little Cyrus persuaded. Crocus shook his head stubbornly, "I'm sorry, your highness. I will not expose the flanks of the phalanx to the enemy's army." Little Cyrus frowned and stared at Crocus, but there was no time for him to organize his words to persuade the other. As for forcefully giving an order, the other party was a mercenary, not his subordinate. "All right, we'll do as you say." Little Cyrus turned his horse around. He suddenly pulled the reins and galloped back the way he came. When the two armies were about 500 meters apart, the Greek soldiers began to sing the hymn of Ares, the god of war, and marched forward. When the hymn ended, the distance between the two armies was less than 200 meters. "Ares!" The soldiers shouted in unison and began to jog. They ran faster and faster. Tens of thousands of Greek heavy infantry gathered together to form a boom. 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 The sound of their footsteps was like rolling thunder gathering energy, as if they were going to use lightning to cut through the dark night. The Persia seemed to be completely frightened by the overwhelming torrent of steel in front of them. As Shijun's army got closer and closer, other than a few horse-drawn carriages that charged straight into Shijun's troops, accompanied by blood-curdling screams, broken limbs, and finally disappearing without a trace, the rest of the people forgot to release their arrows or raise their shields out of fear. When the two armies were about 10 meters apart, the Persia collapsed and turned to flee. The Greeks did not expect victory to come so quickly. Their energy had not been vented yet, so they pursued the enemy even harder. In the beginning, squad leaders like Helos repeatedly reminded their teammates, "Keep the formation, don't run too fast. Keep the formation." In the end, the army completely scattered, and all the Greeks were in the excitement of the pursuit. Little Cyrus, who was in the middle lane, did not expect the victory of the right wing to come so quickly and was a little stunned for a moment. Long live King Cyrus! The attendants had already begun brandishing their spears and shouting for victory. Your Highness, should we follow them? Altipatius asked. He shook his head and looked straight ahead to the left. He knew very well that only by killing that person could he obtain the supreme crown. Pass down my order. Tell Aureus' left wing to stop advancing and prepare for defense. Little Cyrus immediately gave the order. He knew very well that the most powerful force on his side was the Greek mercenaries. Since the Greeks had already repelled the enemy's left flank, there was no need for him to rush the left flank, which was obviously weaker than the enemy, to meet the enemy's right flank head-on. If they were also quickly defeated, this battle would be troublesome. It was better to stall for time and wait for the Greek mercenaries to return. That way, victory would be in the bag. However, when he was patiently waiting for the enemy to close in, the enemy's middle lane suddenly stopped moving forward. Soon, his expression changed. This was because the enemy's middle had begun to split into two, with the left half turning around to the left. Not good. They want to attack the Greeks. Altipatius, who was beside him, shouted. If the Greek heavy infantry, which had been scattered due to chasing after the routed army, were attacked from the rear, it was very likely that they would fall into chaos, and the situation would be reversed. Artaxerxes, how dare you change your formation on the battlefield? Do you really think that I don't dare to take the initiative to attack just because I have fewer cavalry? Little Cyrus sneered and quickly made a decision in his heart. He raised his spear and pointed it forward. Order the right flank to move forward. Cavalry, attack with me. Your Highness, please put on your helmet. The attendant hurriedly handed him his helmet. Little Cyrus had already galloped forward on his horse. The attendants on his left and right hurriedly caught up and quickly protected him in the center. More than 800 cavalry formed a wedge formation and galloped straight towards the Persia army. The commander of the Persia army's middle lane, Artaxerxes, did not expect Little Cyrus to dare attack at this time. He hurriedly mobilized his cavalry to meet the attack. However, at this moment, the army was changing its formation. The spinning infantry formation blocked the cavalry's path. With great difficulty, they managed to squeeze out 1,000 cavalrymen from the gap in the formation. Little Cyrus' cavalry, which was galloping at high speed, was already in front of them. With a burst of shouting and hoarse neighing, the Persia army's hastily put together cavalry line was instantly torn apart. Then, like a sharp knife, the horsemen of Cyrus the Younger plunged into the back of that part of the Persian army, which was turning back. Little Cyrus was brave and valiant. He had once hunted a black bear alone. Birds of a feather flocked together. His attendants and followers were also warriors. Facing the enemy with their backs facing them, they did not even waste their spears, because there were no stirrups at that time. When a moving cavalry stabbed an enemy, they had to let go immediately, or else they would be pushed off the horse by the reaction force. Instead, they charged into the enemy's formation at high speed and crushed the enemy. Affected by the collapse of the left flank, the Persia infantry that bore the brunt of the sudden attack began to flee. Little Cyrus' cavalry took advantage of the situation and chased after them. However, Little Cyrus vaguely saw the carriage of the king of Persia in the dust. It turned out that the main force on the left flank of the Persia army was defeated, forming a big gap. Naturally, the king of Persia in the rear was exposed. To the left. Little Cyrus waved his spear excitedly. He bypassed the right flank of the Persia army that came to the rescue and stabbed into the rear of the Persia army. Dozens of cavalrymen followed closely behind. Quick, get into formation. Protect the king. Artaxerxes, the general of Persia's personal army, shouted as he led dozens of royal cavalrymen around him to take the lead. Little Cyrus showed no fear in the face of the swarming enemy cavalry. He drew out his Greek army knife and clamped his horse's abdomen with his legs. Looking for the right opportunity, he used the lance in his right hand to deflect Artaxerxes' fierce spear and stretched out the knife in his left hand. When the two horses crossed each other, Artaxerxes' neck was naturally cut open by the Greek army knife. With his superb skills and horsemanship, Little Cyrus killed several people in a row. Soon, his cavalrymen caught up and blocked the other enemy cavalry for him. Only the royal guards around the carriage stood between him and the king of Persia, Artaxerxes. He could even clearly see his brother's frightened face. Thinking of Artaxerxes' imprisonment and the fact that Artaxerxes was occupying the throne that should have been his, this was only the imagination of Cyrus the Younger, and the old Persian king had never thought of passing the throne to him. A fire of anger burned in his chest. Artaxerxes! He roared and threw the spear in his hand with all his might. In the midst of the screams, the spear passed through the gap of the royal guards like lightning and hit the chest of the king of Persia. The king of Persia screamed and fell on the carriage. Seeing the king of Persia fall, there was chaos in front of him. His anger was finally vented. He laughed wantonly as if the crown of Persia was already in his hands. However, he did not hear the cavalryman behind him shouting anxiously, "Be careful, your highness! Be careful!" The laughter stopped abruptly. A javelin flew out of the chaotic crowd and pierced his eye. "Brothers, I brought you some food." Xylos entered the small tent. The quiet tent suddenly became lively. The few people who had been lying down got up and quickly snatched the food from Helos' arms like hungry wolves. "Helos, if you hadn't come, I would have starved to death." Martones chewed on the half-cooked horse meat. The meat that he usually looked down on was indescribably delicious in his mouth. "I got it from Antonius." Menon had them form a team to drag back the dead and wounded horses from the battlefield at the risk of being attacked by the Persia. Helos sighed and looked at the man who was still lying in the innermost part of the tent. He asked with concern, "How are Devers? Has he woken up?" "He's awake. But he's been in a daze. No matter who talked to him, he didn't seem to know them and didn't say a word." "He seems to be asleep now," Georges replied sadly. "I think he might have accidentally fallen into the river of forgetfulness when he was on Charon's ship and lost his memory," Oliver said. "Shut up." Martones reached out to press Oliver's head, but was pushed away. Helos separated the two of them and berated, "We all came from the same town in Thessaly. We're thousands of miles away from our hometown and surrounded by enemies. If we don't unite, I'm afraid we won't be able to go back." The tent fell silent. Helos felt the heavy atmosphere and comforted, "I've seen a few warriors with severe head injuries. They were confused at first, but they'll be normal after some rest. Maybe by tomorrow morning, Devers will be able to greet everyone with a smile." Devers can be considered old warriors, but he actually fell during the pursuit. Oliver said irritably, but he immediately shut up when he saw Martones glaring at him again. "Helos, did Cyrus the Young win or was he defeated?" The moment of silence made Georges unable to hold himself back from voicing the question that everyone was most concerned about and most afraid to face. Previously, when they finished chasing the fleeing enemies and returned to the battlefield, they only found that the Persia army was still there, but little Cyrus troops were nowhere to be seen. Because it was getting late, the two armies had no desire to continue fighting. After a while, the Persia army retreated. Only then did the Greek mercenaries realize that their camp had been ransacked. The soldiers were tired and hungry. Of course, they didn't have the energy to think about or ask such an important question. Little Cyrus is leading the cavalry. Regardless of whether they win or lose, he can easily leave the battlefield and join us tomorrow. "We'll just have to fight the king of Persia again," Helos said casually. "But the army of the king of Persia is much larger than ours. If Cyrus the Younger is defeated, there will be even fewer troops to fight with us tomorrow," Georges said worriedly. "What are you afraid of? We have over 10,000 heavy infantry soldiers. The people of Persia are as timid as rabbits. No matter how many of them they have, they won't dare to fight with us. I haven't killed enough today. Let's fight again tomorrow. It's just right." Martones used his own method to encourage everyone. "Even if little Cyrus the Younger is defeated, we have defeated their left wing and killed many of their men. Tomorrow, the number of their soldiers will only be less than today." Helos was also full of confidence. "These damn Persia destroyed our camp, stole our food, and stole a lot of silver coins from us. Tomorrow, we will defeat them and take back our things." Martones said angrily. "That's right." Everyone shared the same hatred. "Not only do we have to take back our things, but we also have to take back their things." "Oh." Oliver thought of something and said excitedly, "I heard that little Cyrus the Younger's women were also taken away. Only one escaped. It's the one I told you about last time, the Milesian woman who is as beautiful as Aphrodite." I heard that Krilkus brought her into his tent. He's going to have a good time tonight. Oliver swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said in a wretched manner. Don't talk nonsense. Helos warned him. Olivers, if you have the ability, defeat the king of Persia tomorrow and take one of his women. Oh, that's a good idea. Matones, it's rare for you to be smart for once. Damn Olivers, you want to get beaten up again. While they were talking and laughing, a hoarse voice came from the innermost part of the tent. Have you never thought that little Cyrus the Younger was not only defeated? He was also killed. Tissaphones rushed to the king of Persia's tent. The eunuch Masabadi was already waiting at the door. The king is waiting for you. Go in. When Tissaphones handed his sword to the royal guard next to him, he found that the most trusted eunuch of the king of Persia looked a little depressed. He could not help but wonder, is his majesty seriously injured? The tent was filled with a strong scent of frankincense, mixed with a few traces of herbs. Artaxerxes was lying on his side on the bed, wearing a gorgeous crimson robe. His bare chest was wrapped in white cloth, and red blood could be seen faintly. A beautiful maid was gently massaging his shoulders. Below him stood the doctor, Xianxia. Seeing Tissaphones come in, Xianxia immediately bid farewell to the king of Persia. Artaxerxes asked him to wait outside the tent. If there were any changes in his injuries, he could immediately summon him. Tissaphones watched the Greek doctor leave the tent, then half knelt, lowered his head, and said, Your Majesty, I have lost the battle. Please punish me. Artaxerxes did not speak. Tissaphones began to feel a little uneasy. He knelt on the ground and did not move. After a long time, Artaxerxes finally said, You have lost the battle, Tissaphones. But at least you still dared to attack. I heard that you led the cavalry around the Greek heavy infantry to attack their rear. In the end, you were defeated by their light shieldsmen and almost hit by the Greeks' javelins. Yes, Your Majesty. You know everything. Tissaphones secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Compared to those who ran away before the battle, you are much braver. Get up. Artaxerxes was still somewhat dissatisfied with the performance of the left wing of the Persia army yesterday. He then raised his voice and said, I was not as lucky as you. Cyrus' spear pierced me. Fortunately, my armor was strong enough. This gave me the opportunity to stab him under his horse. Wasn't little Cyrus hit by the spear thrown by the guard Mithridates? Tissaphones was surprised, but he did not show it. Instead, he said with excitement and admiration, Your Majesty, everyone used to say that Cyrus was brave. Yesterday, on the battlefield, when we were about to lose, Your Majesty took a huge risk that a king should not take. You stepped forward and personally killed Cyrus, the traitor. You allowed us to win an unbelievable victory. Your Majesty, you are indeed the King of Kings. You are the one born to be brave. Masabadi and Xianxia immediately expressed their admiration for the Persia king's bravery. Artaxerxes' face was flushed, and he said angrily, Cyrus has always been competitive since he was young. As his elder brother, I have always given in to him. Last time, during the coronation ceremony, he tried to assassinate me. For the sake of my mother, I forgave him. I did not expect that my kindness was seen as weakness, and he dared to rebel. For the stability of the country, even if he is my younger brother, I have to execute him. Your Majesty's benevolence is well known. Cyrus did not know what was good for him. He seduced outsiders and invaded our country. He deserved it. Tissaphones said passionately. Artaxerxes nodded, but he could not help but cough a few times. His speech just now had consumed a lot of his energy. My governor, you have exposed Cyrus's conspiracy to me many times, and you have always performed well in the governance of Asia Minor. After this rebellion is over, I will reward you well. Your Majesty, as the governor of Asia Minor, this is my duty. Tissaphones said with a solemn expression. Tissaphones nodded, and pointed at a large earthen jar on the wooden table in front of the couch with his left hand. He had a complicated expression on his face. This is the head and hand of Cyrus that Masabadi had cut off. Take it to the camp of the Greeks and ask them to surrender immediately. Yes, Your Majesty. Tissaphones couldn't help but look at Masabadi. He thought to himself, no wonder this guy looks so upset. If Queen Parasates knew that her beloved youngest son was beheaded and had his hands cut off, she wouldn't let it go. Tissaphones, do you think the Greeks will surrender? Your Majesty. Based on my understanding of the main Greek mercenary leaders, I'm afraid it'll be very difficult. However, there may be a few who will be willing to obey your Majesty's orders. Tissaphones said cautiously. It's good to cause internal strife. Artaxerxes tapped his chin with his finger. He still had lingering fears when he thought about the fierce attack of the Greek heavy infantry yesterday. If they don't want to surrender, then, expel them from the country. Too many people in Persia have died in this rebellion. Don't let these rude and barbaric Greeks continue to plunder our land and kill our people. Killing our people. Artaxerxes let out a long sigh. He was gentle by nature and didn't like to argue with others. Otherwise, he wouldn't have allowed little Cyrus to cause such chaos. Even when little Cyrus raised his troops, he was still hesitant and wanted to retreat to the east. If it weren't for the ministers trying their best to dissuade him and fully support him, yesterday's battle probably wouldn't have happened. Your Majesty, you love the people of the empire like your own children. I'm very happy that the empire has such a benevolent ruler like you. Tissaphones' words came from the bottom of his heart. In fact, it was because of Artaxerxes' character that he received the support of most of the ministers and nobles. Although little Cyrus rebelled, the core of the empire didn't have any major turmoil. Your Majesty, I have an idea. Why don't we drive the Greeks to the north? Tissaphones said. Artaxerxes pondered. He knew that Tissaphones didn't want the Greeks to trample on his territory, Asia Minor, again. To the north. His eyes lit up. He thought of the unruly mountain tribes that were unwilling to submit, such as the Dukaya people. Let these barbarians fight amongst themselves. He thought, a smile playing at the corner of his mouth. I'll leave this matter to you. I'll be waiting for your good news in Persia. Having said this, he could not wait to go home. Yesterday, they received news that another riot had broken out in the eastern part of Persia. He had to return to the capital as soon as possible. Besides, he was beginning to miss his queen, Statira. Early in the morning, a thin mist pervaded the Cunisac region. The entire Greek military camp was quiet, and most people were still asleep. Devers walked out of the tent and looked around the strange place curiously. Yes, he was no longer the Devers. His soul came from the 21st century China. As a civil servant, he had worked hard for more than 10 years before he was promoted to the director of the city's high-tech development zone. His friends threw a party to celebrate him, and he drank himself into a stupor. When he woke up, he found himself in a strange place and a strange man. He had pinched his own thigh time and time again just to prove that he was dreaming. His thigh was still aching to this day. After a long night of adaptation, he was no longer confused about why he was here. His adaptability was considered strong. Back then, he was first in the civil servant exam to enter the government, but he was sent to a remote and poor mountainous area to be a village official. He stayed there for a few years. Not only did he persist, but he also won the favor of the county leaders with his outstanding performance and was recalled and entrusted with an important task. But his parents and his girlfriend, who was about to get married. Now they were separated in a different time and space, and there was no way they could meet again. He took a deep breath and tried to blow away the sadness in his heart. After walking slowly for a short distance, his mood calmed down slightly. He wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and warned himself, since I'm already in a new world, I'll survive here tenaciously. Based on the remaining memories of this body, he knew that he was a Thessaly person. 2 years ago, for the sake of livelihood, he went out with his companions from the same village as mercenaries to earn money. A year ago, there was a conflict between Macedon and Thessaly, and the Macedonian cavalry attacked his hometown. His parents were killed, and his relatives were captured. Now, he was alone. This time, he was following the mercenary leader, Menon, to help Persia's Prince Cyrus the Younger fight. Last night, his companions thought he was asleep, but in fact, he had been listening to their conversation. Through the conversations of his companions, he learned more. As a good young man in the 21st century, he could barely be considered a nationalistic youth. When he was a village official, he spent most of his time online in order to get through the long, lonely nights. Venting his frustrations on certain military forums had almost become his sideline. Therefore, he learned a lot about historical military knowledge and knew that he might be in the period after the War of Peloponnesus. As for the Greek mercenaries helping the Persia prince to usurp the throne, which period of Western history was involved? As a non-historical professional, the requirements were too high, and he really couldn't think of it. It wasn't until someone said, "We have tens of thousands of heavy infantry in Greece," that it evoked his hidden memories. Once, someone on a forum advocated that certain books must be read to understand ancient Western history. On the list of books listed, there was a book called The Long March, which aroused his curiosity. Did the ancient West also have a long march? Because the author happened to be a famous historical figure he knew, he looked it up on the internet and found out that it was from the famous ancient Western historical event, the Great Retreat of Thousands of Greek Soldiers. Because Devers vaguely remembered the rebellion in the event, the prince died in the chaos because of his recklessness, he blurted it out in a moment of anxiety. But he didn't expect that the others more or less held the hope that Cyrus the Younger would win and that everyone would get rich together, so they couldn't accept his guess at all. Faced with one question after another, he didn't want to sour his relationship with his companions as a newcomer. Perhaps in his heart, he also held a glimmer of hope, maybe this wasn't that historical event. So, he fell silent. In the end, everyone parted on bad terms. That night, he didn't sleep well. The unfamiliar environment and the fear of the future made it difficult for him to sleep, tossing and turning. Early the next morning, he walked out of the tent and faced this strange new world for the first time. What came into view were tents after tents, and at a glance, it seemed endless. Breathing in the damp and fresh air, he gathered his courage and walked forward. Occasionally, someone would come out of the tent and greet him when they saw him, and he would respond with a smile. There were even soldiers who knew that he was injured and asked about his injury with concern, and he would stop to express his gratitude and take the opportunity to chat a little and learn about the situation from others. Obviously, it wasn't because he was a big shot that everyone treated him kindly, but because some of Menon's mercenaries were Thessaly's people, and many of them had even fought alongside him for more than 2 years and were very familiar with each other. So as he walked, the sense of unfamiliarity gradually dissipated. Not far away, the neighing of horses and the crying of sheep attracted him forward. In Devers's memory, this large area surrounded by wooden fences and located in the center of their barracks was the supply camp of the mercenaries led by Menon. Not only were there many pack horses and pack mules, but there were also some cattle and sheep plundered along the way, as well as a batch of food that Cyrus the Younger had given to Menon. Moreover, there were merchants stationed there, and when passing through a big city, there would even be nearby merchants who would come here to make money. When he walked to the entrance, a group of guards armed with spears stopped him. No one is allowed to enter without Menon's order. Behind the guards, a short and fat man shouted angrily. Devers glanced at him and turned to walk around. He didn't want to cause trouble. Behind him, the fat man's reprimand to the guards could be heard. Next time someone comes, you have to be more fierce, and you won't be able to suppress these thieves. Since last night, 5 sheep have been lost. When Menon punishes me, I'll punish you. It seemed that the mercenaries were seriously short of food. He didn't know how much food the Persia army had stolen when they broke in yesterday. He pondered as he walked, and before he knew it, a simple wall made of branches and wooden sticks loosely inserted into the soil appeared in front of him, blocking his way. Although there were still dense tents in front of him, he knew that it was another mercenary camp. At this time, the sun had risen high in the sky, and the thick fog gradually dissipated, allowing him to see into the distance. The sky was high and the fields were wide, the wind was cool, and for a moment, he was intoxicated. According to his companions, the city ahead was Babylon, and not far away was the Euphrates River. One was the capital of one of the 4 ancient civilizations, and the legendary Hanging Gardens were desirable. The other was the mother river of the people of the Mesopotamian plains. I wonder if I'll have a chance to see it. However, the sudden boiling of the camp startled him. A feeling of uneasiness welled up in his heart, and he quickly returned. At this time, the soldiers came out of their tents with nervous and uneasy expressions, discussing excitedly with each other. The words that reached his ears turned into 6 words: Cyrus the Younger is dead. The Devers moved forward in fear in the camp, which had become a little crowded, and he almost tripped several times. When he lifted the curtain and entered the tent, he was greeted by 4 pairs of eyes with strange expressions. Compared to the liveliness outside, the tent was very quiet. "Devers, little Cyrus, he's dead," Oliver said in a strange tone. "You guessed it, he's really dead. I've already heard it from others." The Devers sat back on his bed, feeling a little calmer. Helos looked at this comrade with a calm expression. As fellow villagers, they were more familiar with each other, but at this moment, he felt a sense of unfamiliarity. Just now, Antonius came over and said, "Little Cyrus's adjutant, Aureus, sent someone to inform us that little Cyrus has died in battle. He's gathering the scattered soldiers and preparing to rendezvous with us. Devers, I didn't sleep well last night because of you, and I wanted to beat you up. I didn't expect you to be right." Matoni scratched his head in embarrassment. "What should we do next?" Georges's words made everyone look at the Devers strangely again. While the Devers were pondering what was going on, Oliver said impatiently, "Hurry up and say it. What oracle did Hades give you?" The Devers looked at them in surprise. Only then did he understand why they had behaved strangely just now. It turned out that they thought he had received the blessing of Hades. When the news of little Cyrus's death reached Helos and the others, they were surprised that the Devers had said the truth, so they began to talk about the Devers. After combining everyone's opinions, they were surprised to find that almost everyone thought that after the youngest comrade, who had been taken care of by them, woke up from his coma, he behaved and spoke very differently, as if he had become a different person. Although the Devers didn't speak much last night, the temperament of a modern person was naturally very different from that of an ancient person. Therefore, they believed that the Devers must have been lucky enough to meet Hades in hell, and with Hades' help, they were able to return to the human world. And the way he woke up was a little scary. When they found him on the battlefield, no matter how they called him, he was still unconscious, and suddenly his eyes opened wide. When everyone was at a loss and helpless, this comrade who had received divine help had obviously become their life-saving straw. The Devers were a little amused by this. In this age of ignorance, the Greeks were not so superstitious as the people of Persia, and every aspect of their lives was intimately connected with the Greek gods. However, Devers didn't dare to admit it because he only knew that there was such a historical event, but he didn't know the details. "What oracle?" "I just like to think about the worst so that I can be prepared when I encounter danger." "What do you mean by always thinking the worst? Don't we know what kind of person you were? A silly boy who only knew how to fight actually knew how to think. What else could it be if it wasn't God's blessing? Otherwise, how could the tone of his speech have changed?" It seemed that Hades had asked him to keep the secret. The 4 of them looked at each other knowingly. Since childhood, they had been influenced by the stories of the gods told by their parents every day, so they knew that the gods were fickle and had many complicated taboos. For safety reasons, they didn't ask any more questions, but just looked at him expectantly. This look was very similar to the look in the Devers' eyes when he was a village official and the poor villagers hoped that a university student like him could change the face of the mountain village. "But I don't know what to do, just like you guys." The Devers sighed in his heart. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked, "Do you know Xenophon?" The 4 of them shook their heads. "You mean Xenophon can help us?" Oliver's couldn't help but ask. The Devers smiled and didn't say anything. However, he felt a little strange. Since the internet said that Xenophon had led this retreat and even wrote a book, how could no one have heard of him? No matter what, he should be a mercenary leader. "Where is Xenophon from? Is he in our team?" Helos asked. Probably. He should be from Athens." The Devers knew about Xenophon's birthplace. After all, Xenophon was an ancient Western writer, military strategist, and a disciple of Socrates. "When I have time, I'll ask people in the other camps," Helos said solemnly. "Don't let it be Crilcus. Otherwise, there's no way to find him," Georges said. The relationship between the 2 leaders, Crilcus and Menon, was very bad, so the mercenaries under them also hated each other. "It's just a fight. Let's fight. We Thessaly people aren't afraid of these bastards from Chersonesus," Matoni said a little excitedly. "Who are you going to fight?" The curtain was opened and a man got in. It was Antonius. Through the memory of this body, the Devers knew that this was their platoon leader. However, he was a mercenary after all. Except during battle, he had no authority. The people in the tent were still sitting and lying down. No one stood up to salute. "We're joking," Hilo said. "It's a mess outside. You can still joke here, not bad." "Not bad," Antonius said half jokingly and half seriously. He looked at the people in the tent and then said to Hilos, "Menon asked me to tell you platoon leaders to comfort your brothers. Cyrus the Younger died in an accident, and his troops are still here, so our strength and Persia's weakness have not changed. When we meet with Cyrus the Younger's adjutant, Aureus, tomorrow, we will have at least 30,000 people. At that time, we will defeat the king of Persia. Haha, there will be many benefits. Maybe we will support a new king of Persia." Satisfied with the surprised expressions of the people, Antonius was about to turn and leave the tent when he was stopped by Hilos. "It's okay to comfort the brothers, but you have to let them eat. Since last night, everyone has only eaten a little raw horse meat, and they're still hungry. But there's no news from Mersis at all. If there's no food, I can't guarantee that something will happen." "That's right. That's right. If there's no food, we'll quit." The crowd took the opportunity to shout. Antonius patted his stomach awkwardly and said, "My stomach is growling with hunger too. Now, the entire camp is short of food. Menon is urging Mersis to think of a solution, while he went to find Proxenus himself. I heard that his camp suffered less damage yesterday. Even if food comes, there won't be much if it's distributed to everyone. Let's just bear with it for a day," Antonius said and hurried out of the tent. Hilo sighed and said to everyone, "I'll go take a look at the other tent." Then he followed. As a platoon leader, he was in charge of 9 people, and 5 of his men lived in adjacent tents. He had been struggling with the matters of his previous life and hadn't realized that he hadn't eaten. After hearing everyone's ruckus, the Devers' stomachs began to growl. There was a moment of silence in the tent, and then Oliver said, "It's a pity that little Cyrus died in battle. Although he was a prince of Persia, he was very polite and liked to help people. He was also very handsome and liked by women. Even the Queen of Cilicia became his mistress. If he hadn't died, he would have become a good king. Being good-looking and able to pick up girls made him a good king? What kind of bullshit logic is this?" Devers secretly cursed. "Yes. Little Cyrus didn't look down on us like the other Persia people. He was really good to us Greeks. If he had been king, the relationship between us Greeks and Persia would have improved," Georges said. "And he was a warrior, not as weak as the other Persia people," Matonis echoed. "Most importantly, he was very generous. He gave us a lot of gold coins." Oliver's emphasized again, and everyone said yes. Was this a memorial service for little Cyrus? Devers was amused. Based on the remaining memory of this body, he couldn't help but say, "Was little Cyrus generous?" "I don't think so. You see, first of all, he owed us more than 3 months of salary, and he never paid us until the Queen of Cilicia came to inspect the troops, and only then did he pay us 4 months' salary. When we suspected that little Cyrus was preparing to go to war with the king of Persia and refused to move forward, he agreed to increase our salary from $1 to 1.5 gold coins in order to persuade us. Did he give us the money for the next 2 months? Don't forget, he once ordered us to threaten the king of Cilicia, and the cowardly king gave him a lot of money. When we found out about little Cyrus's plan and made a scene at the meeting, little Cyrus promised to give each of us 5 silver coins after he conquered Babylon. But did he give it to us? After a while, Oliver's replied bitterly, "He died." You see, little Cyrus didn't spend a single silver coin of his own to bring us to a place about 3,000 miles away from Greece, in the land of a dangerous enemy country. If he had told us at the beginning that he was going to war with the king of Persia, would we have agreed? The 3 shook their heads like puppets. He hid the truth. Giving him a little benefit at a time is like using grass to lure a flock of sheep forward, and in the end he has no choice but to agree. The Devers sighed and said, "Cyrus the Young is a clever liar. He didn't pay any price, but he made more than 10,000 Greeks fight to the death for his conspiracy." Amazing. The tent fell silent again. Soon, Olivers began to curse, "Damn little Cyrus. Damn Persia. And that idiot Menon. Every time, he actively asked us to be the vanguard, saying that little Cyrus would be grateful to us and give us more in return. Menon, this idiot. Not only is his mouth rotten, but his brain is also rotten. Sooner or later, we'll be killed by him. Ouch. My stomach. I'm starving to death. The Devers found it funny to see Olivers making a fuss there. Not to mention that they were used to seeing intrigue in the government, this Kangxi the Great on TV, that Qianlong dynasty, emerged one after another. Even if they had never eaten pork, they had seen pigs run. Little Cyrus the Young was born in the palace, the headquarters of human conspiracies. How could it be that simple to become the military commander of Western Persia? Just by looking at how he had fooled the Greeks, one could see how powerful he was. As for Menon, he was probably not stupid. As the leader of the mercenaries, he might have long known of little Cyrus's plan. Pushing his compatriots into the fire pit was nothing more than greed. Devers, you wouldn't have said such things in the past. Are you really? Matonis asked cautiously. The Devers knew that Matonis and himself used to have a good relationship because of their congenial personalities. So, he said, Matonis, no matter what happens. I'm still me, I've always been your good brother. Thank you for taking care of me all this time. I hope you can continue to help me. After being repeatedly mentioned vaguely about the matter of divine favor, the Devers had now thought it through. With more than 30 years of social experience in his previous life, he didn't want to pretend to be a 19-year-old simple-minded Greek, nor could he pretend. He might as well let others think so. This should be beneficial. Therefore, he neither denied nor admitted the vague answer. Unexpectedly, it made Matonis excited. Don't worry. With me around, no one dares to bully you. Devers, can we go home? Georgi's voice was full of worry. Obviously, the Devers' revelation of little Cyrus the Young had made them begin to doubt their own abilities. The Devers smiled bitterly. Although he didn't understand the development of this historical event, China's history told him that the emperor of a feudal dynasty hated nothing more than rebellion. It should be the same in the West. Moreover, they were foreigners, invaders. Unless the king of Persia was sick in the head, he would definitely annihilate them to intimidate all those who harbored disloyalty. As for attacking the Persia army and taking down Babylon, the Devers didn't think it was a good idea. Otherwise, this event would have been called the Great March of Greece, instead of the Great Retreat. However, he said, don't worry. We can go home smoothly. He tilted his head and looked at the others who were obviously much more relaxed. He sighed inwardly. These simple-minded people are great. They don't think about how dangerous the situation is and entrust their lives to my oracle. It's also a kind of happiness. As the Devers thought about it, he suddenly remembered a movie he had seen in his previous life, 2012. When the world was destroyed, the rich and powerful could easily sit on the 7 Noah's Arks, while ordinary civilians had to rely on luck. Yes, as chess pieces, they could only be manipulated by others. As a chess player, they could control their own fate. But how could they become a chess player? In the afternoon, Helos's team was given half a bag of wheat flour and a dozen dates. Everyone struggled to get up and began to make bread. The Devers actively helped, asking questions as he worked because he had theories from his memory. The method of ancient Greek bread was actually similar to that of Chinese pasta. The most important thing was the yeast. Bread was the staple food of the Greeks. They marched to war, and the yeast was carried with them, and it was well preserved. After kneading the flour, they placed it on the iron plate and baked it with the firewood they had picked up. It was not until evening that everyone ate simple bread. After filling their stomachs, they hurried back to sleep. In the early hours of the next morning, Helos woke everyone up and told them, Aureus' messenger came and said that he is ready to return to his homeland of Asia with his troops. The leaders didn't want to return empty-handed and promised him that if Aureus was willing to continue the attack on Babylon with them, they were willing to make him king of Persia and sent Callissippus and Menon with the messenger to persuade Aureus. Why send Menon? Matonis asked, puzzled. Don't you know that Menon has a good relationship with Aureus? Oliver smiled ambiguously. Can they convince Aureus? Georgi said worriedly. Everyone turned their eyes to Devers. After one night, he had become their spiritual backbone. Devers felt a lot of pressure, but he did not run away. After pondering for a moment, he shook his head. Aureus was a Persian nobleman, and it could be said that he had been forced to participate in a rebellion as Cyrus the Younger's adjutant. If he were to rebel against the Greeks again now, if he failed, not only would he be finished, but his family would also be implicated. If he was really an ambitious man, he should have immediately taken over Cyrus the Younger's everything and joined forces with the Greek mercenaries as soon as he learned of Cyrus the Younger's death. Only today did he say that he was going home. Obviously, he had made a decision after much consideration. Everyone looked disappointed when they received a negative answer. Brothers, these are the things that the leaders should worry about. Let's do what we have to do. Helos hurriedly said, Menon told us to slaughter all the extra livestock in the supply caravan and prepare more food. The task assigned to the Devers was to go to the battlefield and retrieve the spears, shields, and even carriages that were abandoned by both sides. They would use them as firewood to cook meat. For this, they were even given a bullock cart. The battlefield wasn't far from the campsite. Yesterday, when the cavalrymen went out to investigate, they discovered that the army of the Persia king had left. That was why they dared to send soldiers out to clean up the battlefield. However, many soldiers were sent out, mainly because they were afraid of being ambushed by the Persia cavalry. Before they reached the battlefield, the Devers could see the sky in front of them from afar. It seemed to have turned dark, and countless crows were circling in the sky. Their ear-piercing caws made his heart palpitate. When they got closer, the grassland within a radius of a few miles was covered with layers of human and horse corpses. The corpses were densely covered with flies and insects, and there were even wolves and leopards chewing on the corpses. They didn't hide when they saw people approaching them. Instead, they looked at them from afar with cold gazes. With every step the Devers took, a swarm of flies would fly at their faces. They couldn't be chased away. The Devers' face was pale, and he felt his stomach churning. Devers, you've been through this many times. Why do you still feel uncomfortable? Matones' concerned tone had a hint of joy in it. He felt that even though the Devers had changed, they still needed his care. I'm fine. Blarg. The Dever swallowed hard. Memories were memories. After all, this was the first time he, a modern man, had witnessed such a bloody massacre on the battlefield. However, he knew that in this chaotic world, such scenes would appear before him again and again. He had to get used to it. He released his hand that was covering his nose and forced himself to endure the pungent stench. He picked up the corpses on the ground and pulled out the shield that was underneath. He quickly swatted away the maggots on it and tossed it onto the bullock cart. When they first arrived at the battlefield, the bullock cart couldn't stand the horrifying environment. It was restless and almost injured Matones. It was only after the Devers came up with the idea to cover its eyes with a piece of linen that it calmed down a lot. Everyone busied themselves for a long time. The bullock cart was full, and everyone carried a bundle of corpses. Where are the Devers? Matones noticed that one of them was missing. There. Oliver's pointed not far away. The Devers were throwing javelins at a vulture that was pecking at a corpse, but the seemingly clumsy vulture nimbly dodged the javelins. Looks like he's going to participate in the javelin competition at the Olympia. Oliver's joked. Shut up. Matones glared at him and walked toward the Devers. When the Devers saw him, they picked up a javelin from the ground. Now, he had already begun to adapt to this harsh environment. Matones, how many archers do we have? Devers asked as he caressed the sharp tip of his spear. Matones was not an expert in this area at all. Thankfully, he had Geogres with him. Archers? I remember that only Clercus has nearly 300 Cretan archers. If we include the light shield bearers who can throw javelins. All of them. Probably. About 3,000. 3,000. How many light shield soldiers do we have? The Devers asked. About 400 people. Matones, don't burn the javelins. It's quite a waste. Why don't we equip each of us with 1 or 2 javelins? What do you think? The Devers said after some thought. Before Matones could answer, Oliver said, we are heavy infantry. But when facing the Persia cavalry, our heavy infantry can't get close to them. We can only dodge their arrows and javelins. The Devers made this suggestion because the memory of this body still had this regret. When he was collecting these wooden weapons, he suddenly had this idea. He knew that there was another famous Roman heavy infantry in history. Not only were they amazing in close combat, but their javelin throwing was equally terrifying. That was why he made this suggestion. Aureus has enough cavalry, Oliver said. The Devers smiled. Rather than relying on others, we might as well rely on ourselves. Did Hades give you an oracle? Georges asked anxiously. The Devers smiled but didn't answer. I think it's a good idea. Let's go back and talk to Helos. Matones took the javelin from the Devers' hand, turned around, and threw the javelin. The vulture that was still pecking fell to the ground. But, Devers, you still need to learn your javelin throwing skills. Matones said proudly. The Greek heavy infantry didn't use javelins because it was a matter of tradition and habit. But the Greeks weren't bad at it. In fact, they were the best in the Mediterranean. This was because javelin throwing was one of the pentathlon in the Olympia. Greek boys started training in the arena from a young age. That's great. Not only will we have beef and mutton for lunch, but we'll also have bird meat. I heard that the meat of this bird is inedible because it comes from hell. In the camp, the livestock had been slaughtered. The meat was cut and placed in pots filled with water. It was set up on a makeshift stove. Everything was ready. Everyone pulled back their weapons, chopped them up, and cooked the meat. Matones told Helos the Devers' idea. Since it was a suggestion from the Blessed, Helos felt that the idea was acceptable after careful consideration. The javelins weren't heavy, and it was completely acceptable for a heavy infantry to carry 2 javelins. So he went to Antonios, hoping to get his support. Antonius called the other 9 squad leaders over, wanting to hear their thoughts first. Some of the squad leaders were in favor of it, while others were against it. The opponents stuck to the tradition of the Greek heavy infantry and believed that there were already 500 light shield bearers under Menon, so it was completely unnecessary for the heavy infantry to carry javelins. Those in favor of it believed that although there were 500 light shield bearers in the camp, they were all Thracians, and the cooperation between the two sides wasn't very good. If the heavy infantry had their own javelins, they could at least force the Persia cavalry not to get too close to reduce casualties. The two sides argued, and Antonios couldn't make a decision. He could only say that as long as it didn't affect the battle, each squad could decide whether or not to carry javelins. Helos returned happily and was about to tell the Devers when he found a group of people salivating at the pieces of meat in the crock, except for the Devers. Where are the Devers? They said they were going to take a look at the internal organs of the livestock that had been thrown away, and they said it was a waste. Just as everyone was puzzled, they saw the Devers walk over with a bloody sheep intestine on a spear. Hey, take this stinky thing away. It's affecting our appetite. Everyone covered their noses and shouted. The Devers ignored them and said loudly, I saw a large number of cattle and sheep organs abandoned in the supply camp, allowing the birds and wild dogs to take them away. It's such a waste. Don't forget, we were so hungry 2 days ago that we wanted to eat our own hands. In the next few days, whether it's in battle or on the march, there may be times when we starve. We should pick up these things and store them, in case this kind of thing happens again and we still have something to eat. Can those things be eaten? A strong soldier asked. The Devers remembered that his name was Marcius, and he was a soldier living in another tent. His question was exactly what everyone wanted to ask. The Greeks mainly ate grains and rarely ate meat. It was only because they were deep into Persia that they started to eat meat frequently due to logistical reasons. Animal organs not only smelled bad, but without spices and cooking methods, they tasted very fishy. Therefore, other than using them for divination, very few people would try to eat them. Some people even thought that eating them would cause them to be poisoned. Of course it's edible. Not only are these things useful. Not only can they fill our stomachs, but they can also improve our bodies. For example, they can let us see better at night, the Devers answered with certainty. Really? That's great. Martoni said happily. The 5 people in the other tent looked doubtful. Devers knew that if he wanted them to change their minds, he had to prove it with facts. Therefore, he called Geogres and went to the supply camp to pick up a cow's stomach. He went to a stream next to the camp and washed it with strenuous effort. Then, he boiled the cow's stomach with hot water in a crock-pot. After that, he pulled out his military knife and started slicing it. At this moment, the 5 people who were doubtful of Oliver's words and some curious soldiers surrounded Devers a few times. Devers calmly scooped a few spoonfuls of soup from another crock-pot that was cooking beef and mutton. He poured them into a new crock-pot and waited for the soup to boil before he poured the sliced cow's stomach into it. After a while, he picked up the crock-pot and sprinkled salt on it. A simple fried stomach was ready. "Here, have a taste." Matones hesitantly stabbed a piece with his military knife. He blew hard on it and slowly put it in his mouth. He did not answer the questions from the people around him. He silently stabbed another piece, and then smashed another piece. Only then did the people react and were ready to swarm him. Matones ignored the heat in his hand and ran away with the crock-pot. The people cursed and chased after him. Devers didn't expect a big guy like Matones to be so cunning, and he found it rather funny. "Looks like the internal organs of livestock are not only edible but also delicious." Helos, who did not participate in the chase, sighed. Devers did not say anything. Not all internal organs of livestock, such as liver, were delicious, but it was very beneficial to the human body. There was no industrial pollution in this era, so there should not be any danger of poisoning from eating it. "But we've been given enough meat to last us for a day. The weather is so hot, the internal organs will go bad tomorrow," Helos said helplessly. Devers already had a solution to this problem. He pointed at the sheep intestines that were thrown aside and said, "We can make bacon sausage." In fact, in this era, some horse-herding tribes in Persia have already started to use horse intestines to make sausage, but it has not been popularized yet. Bacon sausage? When everyone returned, they looked at Devers with awe in their eyes. After tasting the deliciousness of the fried belly, they felt that Oliver's was right. If he was not a god's favored, why would Devers be the only one out of more than 10,000 Greeks who thought that these filthy things could be eaten? Moreover, they were so delicious. In the past, the Devers were just like them, throwing the internal organs of the animals far away. Now that there was such a big change, it must be Hades's grace. Therefore, it was much easier for Devers to direct them to do things. They could bear the stench of sheep intestines and took them to the stream to wash. Then, he minced the internal organs and some remaining meat and stuffed them into the intestines. Insert a small section. Tie it with the thread drawn from the linen. Then, he stuffed another piece of cloth and tied it up. When it was done, it was hung on a wooden pole and roasted over a fire. Devers learned this method of smoking sausages from the villagers when he was a village official in his previous life. Now that the conditions were limited and time was tight, they could only simplify the process. As long as it could be stored for a few more days and could be eaten, it would be fine. The Devers' flamboyant bacon sausage naturally attracted many curious onlookers. After Oliver's, Matones, and the others bragged about it, the Devers became a rarity and were stared at by the soldiers. Soon, the news that Devers were blessed and bacon sausage began to spread in Menon's camp. At noon, news came. The king of Persia sent an envoy to summon them to surrender but was rejected by the leaders. In the afternoon, news came again. Aureus's envoy returned and brought Aureus's answer. He refused to attack the king of Persia's army and only wanted to return to Asia Minor. He was willing to return with the Greek mercenaries. Devers spoke again, and everyone was no longer surprised. Soon, news came. Crocus wanted to sacrifice livestock to Zeus and let the god decide whether they would fight or retreat. Devers was amused. This was obviously a way for the mercenary leaders to shirk responsibility. However, their companions looked forward to the results of the divination with extreme seriousness, making Devers realize that it was somewhat unreasonable for them to look at the practices of the ancients from a modern point of view. Obviously, the divination results obtained by the leaders were not good. So, the higher-ups finally passed down the order. The mercenaries would join Aureus's troops and return to Asia Minor together. Now, the soldiers of the various camps had to immediately pack up and load the supplies onto the pack carts. After dark, when the bronze trumpets were blown, the camps could set off in turn. Immediately, a tense atmosphere filled the camp, but everyone's faces showed some relief. After all, it had been 8 or 9 months since they set off from Asia Minor. They could finally go home, and no one wanted to stay in a hostile land for long. Can these sausages be removed? Helos asked. Devers looked up at the dozen skewers of sausages that were being smoked and then shook his head. Wait until it's dark, before we leave. He knew that to reach the standard of smoked sausages, half a day was far from enough, but the longer they could be roasted, the longer they could be stored. Everyone began to dismantle the tents and pack their luggage, their movements very skilled. Although Devers had this memory, he still needed to convert this memory into a habit. He was very serious as he watched and learned. When everyone carried the tents and luggage to the supply camp, Devers saw the fat man shouting loudly, ordering his men to load the goods. Although there were a lot of soldiers in the supply camp, he could maintain order and work methodically. Who is that? Devers pointed at him and asked. Merces, Menon's logistics officer. This fat pig is too bad. The last time I came here to find a woman, he actually took 2 silver coins from me. Oliver said angrily. Devers looked thoughtfully at the pack beasts that were roaring loudly and asked, have we ever marched at night before? Very rarely. If there is no moonlight, you can't see anything at all. Even if there is, it's very difficult to walk at night. Those big guys are even more troublesome. Although they are docile now, they are easily frightened at night. There have been a few incidents in the past where they have injured people. So, the supply team will go separately from us, Hilo said. Devers thought about it, put their luggage in Hilo's hands, and walked out of the team. Hey! Come back quickly. Merces is not to be trifled with. Oliver shouted. Afraid that Devers would be at a disadvantage, Matonis also rushed over. Stop. The guard pointed his spear at Devers. It's not your turn yet, please line up. Devers indicated that he was empty-handed and said, I have something to talk to Merces about. The guard subconsciously looked back and then shook his head. If I were you, I wouldn't disturb that fat man when he's busy. All right. Devers smiled slyly and shouted, Merces, I can help you solve the problem of the livestock being easily frightened at night. His shout attracted the attention of all the soldiers. Isn't that Devers? He can even solve this problem. As expected of the favored. What's the favored? Don't you know? Divers is a god blast. That's what Oliver's told him. Devers listened to the discussion and knew that he had already accomplished half of his goal. You can solve the problem of the livestock? Merces walked over and sized up Devers, asking suspiciously. Of course. He's the Devers. Matonis had almost become his fan. You're the Devers? The Devers who made the bacon sausage? Merces' expression changed as he asked in surprise. Devers nodded. Quick, help me see if there are any problems with the sausage I made. With that, Merces pulled Devers inside. When Devers saw the bacon sausage he made and pointed out the flaws, Merces grumbled, You should have told me how to make the sausage first, not those soldiers who only know how to kill. You have to know that they only know how to squander and waste. Unfortunately, when I heard about this, the meat and organs were almost gone. Luckily, I reacted quickly. As Merces spoke, he suddenly remembered the purpose of Devers's visit. Oh, I almost forgot. You said that you can solve the problem of the pack animals being easily frightened at night? It's simple. Blindfold them. Cows and horses are gentle and timid by nature. When they can't see, they won't dare to move. They will only blindly follow the instructions given to them by the people who lead them, Devers said seriously. In his previous life, the old farmer in the village had told him this when he was chatting with him. Oh. So that's how it is. I'll try. Merces turned and ran, but he suddenly stopped. Devers, I hope you can come here often. If you want to play with women, I won't charge you. Devers smiled. This is a serious fatty. When the sun began to set in the west, the soldiers began to organize their equipment. They put on the breastplate, which was made of multiple layers of linen glued together. It was about 5 or 6 centimeters thick, very hard and tough, but not too heavy. The hem reached the thigh and was cut into a wing-like shape to facilitate movement. They put on the shin plate to protect their calves. They tied the Greek army knife to their waists. It was a curved sword, 65 centimeters long, single-edged, and curved like a dog's hind leg. Corinth's helmet could not be worn at this time, because marching at night made it hard to see clearly, and this kind of helmet, which only exposed the mouth and eyes, would narrow the vision. Devers imitated others and tied the helmet to the 2-meter-long spear. The spear was the main weapon of the Greek heavy infantry. The spear shaft was made of ash, the leaf-shaped spearhead was made of iron, and the end of the spear shaft was inlaid with a copper tail nail. Devers picked up the round shield with his left hand. It was shallow bowl-shaped, made of wood inside, and covered with copper outside. It was about 90 centimeters in diameter, and the face of Minotaur was painted on the shield. There was a belt on the inside that could be inserted from the left arm to the elbow, so that the soldier could put his entire left forearm on the round shield. Not only did it save effort, but it was also easier to defend and attack with the shield. There was also a small metal hook inlaid on the inner outer edge of the round shield, which could be hung on the shoulder, making it easy to carry when marching. Devers held the shield in his left hand and the spear in his right. He could not help but smile bitterly. He had changed from a modern man to an ancient Western armored warrior. However, all the cells in his body were cheering and boiling, making him realize that this was the body's muscle memory at work. He tried to take a few steps and felt very comfortable. He was nervous and a little excited. Every man had the dream of a warrior in his heart. It was an inheritance in the blood of his ancestors since the era when they ate raw meat and drank blood. Modern people in the era of peace could no longer feel the courage to fight face to face, but the Devers of this era had such an opportunity. While Devers was still adapting to the equipment, Helos reminded him, "You still have things you haven't taken." He saw 2 javelins and a skewer of sausages on the ground. He smiled bitterly. "I really brought this upon myself." He carefully put the sausage on his chest, afraid that the grease would get on his breastplate. At this moment, Antonios came over and said to Helos, "We have to go to the supply camp and move together with Mercis." After saying that, he nodded at the Devers. Obviously, the reputation of the Devers had reached the ears of this squadron leader, and he did not dare to take them lightly. "Who gave the order? Isn't Menon still with Aureus?" Helos asked curiously. He was not too willing to move together with the supply camp. Not to mention the slow movement, it was also very dangerous. Adjutant Felicius's orders. He's temporarily acting as Menon's commander. The last time the Persia attacked our camp, most of the slaves in the supply camp escaped. They are now short of manpower, so Mercis specifically asked us to help. As he finished speaking, he glanced at the Devers again. "Devers, you didn't expect this, did you? We meet again." He walked past the officers and soldiers and gave the Devers a hug. He knew it was this fatty who was playing tricks. The Devers smiled helplessly. "Everyone else, go get the animals. The Devers will come with me," he ordered. This fatty was strict and ruthless when he was not familiar with you, but once the relationship was good, he was overly enthusiastic. Wasn't this helping him attract hatred? The Devers hurriedly refused. The supply camp had hundreds of animals and dozens of ox carts full of goods, as well as many slaves and women. At the same time, the column formed could be up to 2 miles long. This was just a military camp. One could imagine how bloated the entire Greek mercenary army was. The Devers observed all this and pondered in their hearts. At this moment, a long camp horn sounded in the night over the noisy camp. It was time to set off. The Devers subconsciously tightened the ox rope, feeling a little nervous. The team began to move forward. The supply camp was on the right, the troops on the left, and the officers held their torches high. Under the illumination of the cold moonlight, the entire Greek army was like a long fire dragon that couldn't be seen, slowly crawling forward. After walking for about 2 hours, they heard the sound of running water in front of them. The Devers knew that they were almost at the Euphrates River. The river at night was dark, and when they looked into it, it seemed to be infinitely wide and deep, inspiring great fear. So the team was much quieter, lest they alarm the river god. At this time, the formation naturally became the supply camp, marching along the left bank of the Euphrates River. The troops were on the outside, protecting the property of their camp. Obviously, the leaders had some experience in marching at night. Divers saw all of this and learned from him. Menon's troops were at the end of the line. Of course, this was not Malone's request. In fact, he had asked someone to come back and ask his troops to walk in the middle of the line. But the leaders were all dissatisfied with Menon. Because when they first marched from Asia to Babylon, Menon had rushed to be the vanguard in order to perform in front of little Cyrus, burning and looting, and had gained a lot of benefits. Now that they were going to retreat, they wanted to walk in the middle so that their soldiers would not be attacked and lose less. How could he take all the good things? So they unanimously decided to let his team go last. This was what Myrses, Myron's confidant, had told the Devers, giving him a certain understanding of Menon. At this moment, Tormid, the herald of the army, finally rushed to Menon's team and relayed the order. The front has already met up with Aureus's army. The leaders are discussing with Aureus. Please rest where you are, keep your guard up, and wait for orders. The quiet team suddenly became restless. We can finally rest for a while. We've been walking for 2 hours. I'm dying of exhaustion. Me too. It's too tiring to lead the ox cart. We can't follow the supply camp tomorrow. That's right. Go tell the squadron commander tomorrow. Say it now. Looking at the noisy warriors, the Devers stood up and said loudly, "Brothers, please be quiet." Brothers. I'm Devers. Unexpectedly, his shout was more effective than that of the squadron commander, Antonios. The soldiers of the supply camp stopped making noise and wanted to hear what the blessed had to say. I'll tell you a story to relieve your fatigue, okay? What story? It's called Eris and the 40 Thieves. Sounds good. Tell me about it. So, the Devers cleared his throat and began to speak loudly. Once upon a time, there was a family living in a small town in Ionia. Gradually, the supply camp became completely quiet, and even the pack animals stopped neighing. The soldiers, as well as the slaves and women, listened attentively. They were envious that Eris had inadvertently obtained the thieves' wealth, amused that Eris's brother was randomly using the cave password, nervous that the thieves had found Eris's house, and applauded the slave girl's wisdom. After the story was told, everyone was still unsatisfied. Eris is so lucky. He's lucky because he has a smart and beautiful slave girl from Persia. Yes. I think he can redeem the slave girl and make her a free person. After all, she saved Eris. Idiot. He should marry the slave girl as a concubine. That way, the slave girl can continue to help him. Everyone discussed endlessly. Devers, is there really a cave full of gold and silver? Even Myrses could not help but lean over to the Devers and ask. Antonios looked at the back of the Devers in front of him and could not help but sigh. Helos, your village has produced a talent. Are you talking about the Devers? Of course, he's a blessed. I even want to give him my position as squad leader. Squad leader? Antonios curled his lips. A mercenary leader would often replace his soldiers, and most of the middle and senior officers who led the team were his confidants. They would not be easily changed because it would make it easier for him to control the troops. Antonios had been with Menon for 5 or 6 years, and because he had taken on missions, he had seen many powerful figures in Greece and Persia, so he had some experience in judging people. After a day of observation, he found that the Devers had a calm personality and was not at all like a 19-year-old child. He did things methodically, treated people modestly and politely, and was eloquent. The soldiers were happy to get close to him. However, he often had fantastic ideas and could solve problems that others could not solve. When marching, he saw with his own eyes that the Devers were either helping others carry shields or push carts. Such a person, even though he was young, could be trusted. The next day, at the first glimmer of dawn, the army was urged to hurry on with their journey. Menon bade farewell to Arius and rushed back to lead his troops. As he rode towards the tail of the long dragon of Greek mercenaries, he cursed Crilcus and the others in his heart. He believed that he had allowed his troops to serve as the rear guard because the mercenary leaders were jealous of his close relationship with the Persia and persecuted him. At the same time, he noticed that the marching soldiers looked tired and complained. It turned out that because of the march last night, the rest time was too short, and they had to guard against Persia's sneak attack. They had basically slept on the ground. Early in the morning, they had to hurry again, and the soldiers were soon tired and hungry. However, the lack of food in the various supply camps caused the morale of the soldiers to drop. Menon thought, the food situation in the other camps is so bad, wouldn't the subordinates who have been bullied because of my absence be even more miserable these past 2 days? He was afraid that the soldiers would cause trouble, so he urged his horse all the way, and only slowed down when he saw many familiar faces. He was surprised to find that, unlike what he had imagined, these soldiers were in good spirits, and many of them were chewing on a string of black things hanging from their chests as they walked. So, he curiously called over a team officer to ask. "This is called bacon sausage. It fills the stomach, and it won't go bad even after a few days," the team officer said, pointing to the thing on his chest. Menon cut off a small piece and tasted it. Although it was a little dry, it tasted okay. Seeing that the soldiers of the other camps were starving while his own soldiers were full, his mood became cheerful. This, bacon, sausage was made by Mercy's? No. It's a Devers, a favored. A favored? Menon asked curiously about the situation in detail, and after listening to the team officer, his face began to turn gloomy, and he immediately noticed that some of the soldiers had indeed taken 2 more javelins. Where is this Devers? His company has been sent to guard the supply camp. The team officer obviously didn't know how to read between the lines, and asked with slight excitement, "Are you going to see him?" The team officer's expression dispelled Menon's idea. He was just a bumpkin from a small village in Thessaly. Was he worth making a fuss about? It was not in line with his status to meet a soldier in a hurry. Moreover, they were on the march now. There would be plenty of time for him to meet him in the future. From early morning to late afternoon, the troops kept marching without any rest. Devers felt as if their legs were filled with lead, and every step was difficult. Their throats were dry, and their shields, spears, and javelins were all burdens. In the morning, he could still talk and laugh with his companions, but now he felt that even opening his mouth was a waste of his strength. However, he gritted his teeth and persevered, because his companions around him were also marching in silence. Finally, the troops stopped. The news that came from the front made them, who had just heaved a sigh of relief, nervous again. Persia's cavalry was spotted. It was not long before news came that they were not horsemen, but the beasts of burden of Persia grazing. The procession continued to advance. The sky was getting dark, and after walking for a short while, Devers saw dense plumes of smoke rising in the distance. Helos told him, that must be the camp of the Persia army. However, the procession was still moving forward, without the slightest intention of taking precautions or hiding. It was late, and there was no moonlight. The soldiers relied on torches to move forward, and the march became more difficult. Finally, an order came from the front, pitch camp and rest. The terrain here was flat and there were few trees. In addition, it was impossible to direct the construction of camps in the dark. At the same time, because there were Persia troops nearby, they were worried about being attacked. The soldiers shouted the names of their friends to each other and gathered in groups to find a way to camp. The equally exhausted team officers could not control the order, and the entire rear guard was shouting in a mess, like a boiling cauldron, making a loud noise. Many of the beasts of burden of the supply camp were frightened and fled in panic, injuring many people. The screams made the troops even more frightened and uneasy, and they were in danger of collapsing at any time. At the critical moment, Cricus sent out the only cavalry squad in the Greek mercenary army, all armed with torches, to rush to the rear guard and loudly announce Cricus's orders, asking the soldiers to remain silent. At the same time, he ordered the supply camp to look after the livestock and punish anyone who let go of the beasts of burden. After capturing a few soldiers who were causing trouble out of fear, the troops gradually returned to silence. Only then did Menon find the leader of the cavalry, Tormid, known as the best herald. How did Cricus command the troops to march? There was almost a howl in the camp. I was gone for just 1 day, and things have gotten so bad. He's not fit to command the entire army. Menon took the opportunity to belittle Cricus. Tormid tactfully said nothing. Where is he now? Tormid hesitated for a moment. In the front guard. Menon noticed his hesitation and immediately asked, is he like us, without a camp to live in? Tormid had to tell the truth. The front guard lives in the village. Menon, this is a special time, Menon interrupted him with a sneer. This is the so-called fair and just Cricus? He lives in a warm house while we sleep on the cold and wet ground. Menon also understood that it was not appropriate to agitate the soldiers at this moment, but he could not help but roar. Fortunately, the soldiers around him were already exhausted from the previous torment, and after a few curses, they all fell asleep on the ground. Menon! Menon! Someone shouted at this moment. It was Mercis. Menon hurriedly brought him over. How are things over there? Are there any losses? The supply camp was the place he was most concerned about, because his belongings were all there. Only with money could there be soldiers. No. A smug smile appeared on Mercis's fat face. We formed a large circle around the supply wagons, tied the beasts of burden to the wagons, and everyone slept inside. It's very safe. Don't those animals kick and scream? Tormid asked curiously. Most of the supply camps he had seen before were in chaos. It was the Devers who told me to blindfold these animals, and they were very obedient. Mercis said excitedly. It was that Devers again. Menon frowned. Menon, this little guy is very smart. Why don't you assign him to the supply camp? That'll make things much easier for me, Mercis requested. We'll talk about it later, Menon said lightly. The supply camp was his foundation. Mercis was his relative, and he was good at financial management and had no ambition. That was why he dared to use him with confidence. What if he let a stranger into the supply camp, and a smart stranger at that? What if he discovered his secret? Early the next morning, the herald woke Menon up and informed him that the king's messenger had arrived, and the leaders had invited him over for a discussion. Menon mounted his horse and galloped towards the mercenary camp at the front. He could no longer see the Persia camp in his field of vision. It turned out that the loud noise of the mercenaries last night had frightened the Persia people, and they had retreated 10 miles from the camp overnight. When he was about to reach the military tent, Menon saw 4 heavy infantry brigades in front of the camp, fully armed and waiting. Puzzled, he walked into the tent and saw Cricus, Proxenus, Achilles, Socrates, not the philosopher from Athens, Sosius, and several other leaders already waiting in the tent, all fully armed. Seeing Cricus, Menon snorted and said sarcastically, "It seems that you all had a good night last night. Only my soldiers are more pitiful, sleeping on the wet ground all night." As a Sparta, Cricus was straightforward and stubborn. He also disliked Menon and did not want to talk to him much. Achilles chuckled. Oh, since when did Menon start to care about the soldiers? Proxenus hurriedly came out to smooth things over. Menon, I heard from Tormid that there was no accident in your supply camp last night. That's amazing. Teach us some of your experience too. It's not just the supply camp. Menon's soldiers also made something, called bacon sausages. As a result, everyone starved except for his soldiers, Socrates said to the others. That's right. Socrates said to the others. His troops happened to be in front of Myron's troops in the marching column, so he knew the situation better. Menon, tell us about your experience in the camp. The requests of Sosius and the other leaders made Menon a little smug, and he could not help but say, even if the environment arranged for me is difficult, I can still think of a way to solve it. So it's not a good leader to just know how to fight. Alright, let the messenger of the king of Persia come in. Let's hear together, what new proposals does this king have? Cricus interrupted Menon's bragging. Unexpectedly, the Persia emissary did not mention the surrender of the Greek mercenaries, but proposed a truce between the two armies. Of course, the mercenaries, who were already in trouble, could not ask for more. After some negotiations, the two sides reached a truce, and the Persia would provide provisions for the Greeks. This was a blessing for the mercenaries, because their food reserves had been depleted. Originally, they were going to burn and loot the villages along the way. Although there was a truce, Cricus did not let down his guard. The Persia emissary led the way in front, and Cricus ordered the whole army to march in a battle formation of 3 columns and 4 columns. Along the way, they encountered trenches 3 or 4 meters wide blocking the way. The trenches were filled with sewage, and the soldiers had to cut down trees to build wooden bridges. The Devers in the supply camp of the rear guard had it easy. Look, that's Cricus. Following the direction of Oliver's finger, Divers saw a tall middle-aged man. His upper body was bare, and his muscles were bronze in color. There were a few obvious scars on his body. He was carrying a piece of freshly cut tree trunk with the soldiers. Walking to the ditch, he took the lead and jumped into the ditch without hesitation. Not caring about the mud splashed on his head, he immediately began to repair the broken wooden bridge. Yes, this is Krilkus. And where is our Menon? Matoni said with a sigh, full of meaning. Due to the conflict between Menon and Krilkus, the troops led by Menon had also fought because of the conflict. But the soldiers were not fools. They had seen what their leaders had done. Who was trustworthy? Who was more capable? Their hearts were as clear as a mirror. There were more than a dozen mercenary leaders, but why was Krilkus the leader? It was not unreasonable. This was the way of commanding troops. The Devers had been watching Krilkus' performance and said to themselves in their hearts. Near dusk, the Greeks arrived at their destination. The Persia emissary not only prepared comfortable accommodation for the Greek mercenaries in the village, but also provided abundant food, fruit wine, drinks, bread, palm dates. The soldiers could not help but cheer. For a moment, the Devers were also puzzled. Could it be that the Persia were really afraid of the Greek heavy infantry and really wanted a truce, just as he and his companions tasted the food and were about to gorge themselves after confirming that there was no problem? Antonios came. Devers, Menon wants to see you. Now? Devers gulped. Now. Antonius nodded. Don't worry, it's nothing. Menon just heard that the Devers had helped us solve several problems. Out of curiosity, he wanted to see him. Maybe there would be a reward. Seeing the concerned looks on everyone's faces, Antonios made a guarantee. Antonios took the Devers to a large house in the middle of the village and said to the guard at the door, Menon wants to see the Devers. He's already here. The guard looked at the Devers curiously, then said, Menon is busy right now. Please wait a moment. After a while, there was still no movement inside. The Devers still spoke to Antonios calmly. Antonios, however, was anxious. What's not done yet? I'll go in and urge him. With that, he was about to rush in when he was stopped by the guard. Antonios, do you want me to be scolded? Antonios glared at him, and the guard finally gave in. I'm afraid of you, I'll go in and take a look. With that, he turned and ran into the house. After a while, he came out. Go in, Menon is waiting, he said, but his eyes did not dare to meet Antonios. The Devers were about to go in when Antonios pressed his shoulder and said, Menon sometimes has a bad temper. If he says something about you, don't argue with him, just listen. The Devers smiled and said, Don't worry, I'm not a child. Antonios nodded. The conversation along the way gave him a deeper understanding of the Devers. This young man was far more stable than his peers. Watching the Devers enter the house, Antonios thought, that's not right. If he's not a child, who is a child? Menon? He smiled helplessly. It seemed that this young man was not to be trifled with. He turned to the guard and said angrily, Bordicus, you deliberately left us here. Oh, Antonios, you're a sensible man. Who else but Menon would do such a boring thing? Humph. That young man is the favorite of Hades you mentioned? I think he seems to understand what's going on, and he just smiled at me. The Devers certainly understood what was going on. He had seen a lot in his previous life, and it was just a show of strength. The more people used this method, the less confident they were in their control. Was Menon such a person? The Devers curled his lips and crossed the small courtyard to the main house. Leader Menon, the soldier Devers have been ordered to come. Come in. A sharp and clear voice came from the house. The Devers strode into the house. There was a man sitting in the middle of the living room, still wearing a shiny breastplate, but it did not seem to make him more dignified, because if he shaved off his white face, he would definitely be considered handsome. The Devers could not help but think of some bad rumors about Menon, such as the ambiguous story between him and Aureus, the adjutant of Cyrus the Younger. He suddenly felt a little nervous. This man couldn't be thinking about me. Menon was also sizing up the Devers, a strong body, average height, average appearance, and a slightly immature face without even a beard, but standing there, he gave off a different temperament. Well, I heard you're some favored, so I'd like to ask, is the truce with us in Persia sincere? Or do they have other ideas? Menon asked seemingly casually. Sorry, leader. I don't know. The Devers answered without hesitation. The Devers' direct answer stunned Menon a little, and finally a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then tell me, can we go home safely this time? I don't know. The Devers' answer was still straightforward. Bastard. Menon flew into a rage and slammed the chair hard. Didn't you say to the whole camp that you had an oracle? Didn't you tell the others that you knew everything? Now you're not talking. You liar. The Devers raised his eyebrows. Leader Menon, I'm lucky to have survived the battlefield, but I've never claimed to be a favored. My teammates can attest to this. What other people think and say is their business, and I don't care. As for the oracle, I've never said anything about it. It's just that sometimes when I chat with my teammates and talk about what we might encounter next, I'm lucky to say it. Whether we can go home safely is something you have to worry about, leader. We soldiers just want to talk and get some comfort and encouragement after the battle. After hearing this, Menon's first reaction was that this guy was eloquent, and he couldn't find anything to counter him for a while. The way he looked directly at Menon with a calm gaze made Menon feel the other party's boldness. Menon was a little irritated, and after a moment of daze, he waved his hand and said, I'll look into what you said. In short, don't speculate about the Persia, it will affect the morale of the soldiers. The Devers immediately bowed his head and said obediently, yes. Menon's mood improved a little, and he reached out to grab a handful of drachmas and said, anyway, this time your idea helped our troops, and this is a reward from me, the mercenary. Leader, Menon. Remember, next time you have any good ideas, just tell me, and I'll give you a reward. The Devers pretended to be happy and reached out to take it. Thank you, leader. It should be said that the Persian not only fulfilled their promise, but they also did it very well. They brought the Greeks to a fertile land. The land was densely covered with farmland and surrounded by more than a dozen rich villages. The Greeks even vacated 2 villages for the garrison camp and prepared a lot of delicious food. After a few days of exhaustion and hunger, the soldiers ate to their heart's content. The next day, when Devers woke up, he felt that his fatigue had been swept away, and he was full of energy. Thinking of what the Persians had done, he was a little confused. If this was a strategy of arrogance, was it really necessary to pay such a big price? Could it be that this was a country that bullied the weak and feared the strong, just like the Northern Song in China's history? He tried to recall what the university professor he had invited to teach him when he was studying at the party school in his previous life. The professor had said that the Persians took advantage of the decline of the Medes and Assyria, the hegemons of the Mesopotamia, to rise to power. Because Cyrus had adopted a policy of tolerance for the cultures and religions of all races surrendered wherever they went, and their territory snowballed. How could such a vast territory be managed? First of all, Persia's birthplace, Persia Polis, was the capital and was personally ruled by the king. Mesopotamia was the most fertile area and was directly ruled by the king. Other areas were governed by governors. Most of the ethnic groups were autonomous and paid taxes regularly. Wait a minute, Mesopotamia was directly ruled by the king of Persia. Devers had a flash of inspiration. In his memory, when the mercenaries passed through Cilicia, Cyrus the Younger allowed the Greeks to plunder. But after crossing the Tapasacus River and entering the Mesopotamia, the management was much stricter. Even when they bought things, they had to pay according to the price. Could it be? Devers, come with me to see assists. A big hand pulled Devers up and interrupted his thoughts. Who? Devers asked Helos in confusion. Assists is Antonios' nephew. Yesterday, when he was crossing the wooden bridge, the bridge suddenly broke and he fell into the river. The broken wood also pierced a big hole in his thigh. Unexpectedly, this morning, his whole body was hot, and he was unconscious. He even said some strange things, and the doctor could not do anything about it. Antonius wants you to take a look. Helos said anxiously. Strange words? It seems that he has already reached hell and encountered Rhadamanthos. I reckon there's no hope. When Oliver saw Helos glaring at him, he quickly corrected himself. Of course, Devers. You are Hades' beloved. He has no choice but to come back to life. Devers looked troubled. I really want to help, but I don't know how to treat illnesses. Helos comforted him. Antonius understands. It's just that for someone who is about to lose a loved one, he has to give it a try even if there's a little hope. Facing Helos's expectant gaze, Devers was silent. His nervous mood just now slowly calmed down. Even if I can't save the cysts, can I erase the help I've given to everyone these past 2 days? Apart from pretending to be mysterious, can't I gain their trust with my abilities? Without this nickname, perhaps some of Menon's jealousy and hatred toward him could be relieved. Thinking of this, he nodded and said, "Okay, I'll go with you." "I'll go too." Xianxia, who was in the room, also stood up. They came to a room with closed doors and windows. There were shadows in the room. "Devers is here." His words quickly made the people make way for him. Devers came to the bed and saw a young man in his 20s lying on the bed, his eyes closed, his lips dry, and his body red. There was a wedge-shaped wound about 6 centimeters long near his left thigh, and the wound was swollen to the size of a fist. He was talking nonsense, and his hands and feet were twitching, but he was held down tightly by someone. Devers first put his hand against the patient's forehead, and it was so hot that it burned his hand. He then gently pressed his hand against the swelling, and green pus flowed out of the wound. His fingers felt sticky, and there was a faint fragrance. At this moment, the man who was holding down the patient raised his head, looked at him, and said, "I applied sesame oil made from grape leaves to the wound, hoping to calm him down, but it doesn't seem to be working." "His name is Helps, and he's our camp's doctor," Hilo said in a low voice, seeing the Devers' confusion. Such a strong man was actually a doctor? Devers looked at him and blurted out, "Why don't you use bloodletting?" "Is it necessary to use bloodletting?" "I was considering that in case of bloodletting, it would take a long time for cysts to recover, and we're on our way home." Helps explained, "I even used what little malthocarum I had left, but it seems that the spice therapy didn't work at all." He looked a little depressed. "No wonder there was a strange smell in the air, and I thought it was the body odor of these people. Didn't the West love to use bloodletting to treat diseases before the Renaissance?" Devers thought about some interesting stories about the ancient West that he had read in his previous life. "Oh, what's your name? Which camp did Antonios invite the doctor from?" Helps asked. Devers hesitated, thinking about how to answer. Antonios, who was waiting anxiously at the side, interrupted, "He's Devers, the god's favorite of Pluto Hades." After saying that, without looking at Helps's expression, he asked the Devers anxiously, "Assists? Does he still have hope?" "I'll try my best, but I might not succeed," Devers answered cautiously. "Just try your best. Just try your best." Antonios's tired face had a hint of relief. "Do you need us to prepare the altar and the statue of Hades now?" "What for?" "For praying." Devers glanced around. Except for Helps, who was watching coldly, the others were looking at him with anticipation and excitement. They were waiting to see the god's arrival. Devers found it funny, and said solemnly, "I don't know how to pray." "I don't know how to pray either. But I know some other methods of treatment, and I can try it. If you only want God to save the cysts, then I can only leave." "Oh." Some people groaned in disappointment. Antonio seemed to understand something, and immediately said firmly, "We'll do as you say." Devers said this because, first, he wanted to find a way out if his treatment failed, and second, he didn't want these people to associate him with God. "Ask everyone to wait outside. Open the doors and windows. Boil a jar of water, find a few clean linen cloths, and put them in the boiling water. At the same time, find a sharp, unrusted knife, and put it in the boiling water. Also, bring a few jars of cold water into the house." Devers instructed slowly and clearly in a loud voice. Antonios, Helos, and Xianxia didn't question him at all. Instead, they began to carry out his orders seriously, rushing around. Helps originally thought that Devers was a witch doctor, and he didn't look friendly at all. Now that he saw that his arrangements were quite serious, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "Devers, how are you going to treat him? The wound didn't bleed a lot, so obviously, the blood vessels weren't injured. However, the wound is red and swollen, and there's pus, and there's a high fever. It's obviously caused by the wound infection, so we can first debridement and reduce the fever," Devers explained in detail. For modern people, this was just common sense. However, in this uncivilized era, people often thought that it was the work of gods and spirits, which was why witch doctors were so popular. Helps had previously thought that Devers was a witch doctor. After listening to Devers's words, Help's eyes lit up. This is similar to the method that Hippocrates proposed to treat fractures, debridement, traction, and reduction. Hippocrates of Kos? Devers was very familiar with this name. After all, Hippocrates was known as the father of Western medicine. Yes. Do you know him? I'm not familiar with him, but I've heard of him. When I passed by the Aegean Sea, I wanted to visit him, but he wasn't there. Although many doctors in Greece don't agree with him, he has indeed cured many people. Seeing Help's regretful and envious look, Devers had an idea. Can you be my assistant later? Xianxia, help me hold assists down. Helps, fold the linen soaked in cold water and place it on his forehead. Then, use another piece of linen to constantly wipe both sides of his neck. Helos, wring out the linen that has been scalded in boiling water and wipe the area around the wound. Take out the knife from the boiling water and warm it over the fire. When Devers took the knife, he hesitated. After all, the previous steps were common sense and modern people could do them. But this wound was wedge-shaped, and it had to be debrided. In his previous life, he had only seen farmers get injured in the mountain village. Sometimes, they would complain that the hospital was too far away and let the barefoot doctors do it. He gritted his teeth and said, Xianxia, press tight. As he spoke, he used the knife to cut open the skin. He's quieter now. Help shouted in surprise. Devers wiped the sweat from his forehead with his hand and looked at Assists, who was no longer struggling. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Keep wiping his forehead and neck with cold water, and pay attention to the linen on the wound. If you find that it's covered with pus again, follow my previous method and debridement. Yes, Devers. At that moment, Help's attitude was respectful, as if Devers were his teacher. Devers glanced at the small piece of sawdust on the ground that had been taken from the depths of the wound and felt a sense of accomplishment. When he, Helos, and Xianxia walked out of the house, the people waiting anxiously outside swarmed up and asked about Assist's condition. He's much better, Xianxia said proudly. The people cheered in amazement. Devers quickly said, Assists is not out of danger yet. These 2 days are the most dangerous for him. He must rely on himself to fight against the disease. Helps will do my best to take care of him. The Devers then said to Antonios, make sure your nephew drinks plenty of water, but remember not to drink unboiled water, but boiled and cooled water. Also, when he's more clear-headed, make him some oatmeal. But he will spit it out, Antonius said awkwardly. Feed him again if he vomits. He's consumed too much energy and needs food to sustain him. Devers sighed, glanced at the people around, and said, Assists needs to rest quietly. Don't let anyone disturb him. Keep the room ventilated. It's best if you can make a fire to dry the air. Antonios took note of it seriously. In the end, he couldn't help but ask, if everything is done, will Assists recover? Devers fell silent. In my previous life, a bottle of antibiotics would have solved the problem. However, this was an uncivilized era that lacked doctors and medicine. In addition, he was also a second hand. He couldn't come to a conclusion and could only say, we'll do our best. In the end, he still has to rely on himself. Looking at the respectful gazes of the crowd, he hurriedly took his leave. I'm sorry, I have to go back. Wait a little longer. Devers will be back soon. When Devers and the others returned to their dormitory, they saw Matonis dragging someone with all his might. When he saw Devers, he shouted happily, Hey, Devers, you're finally back. I brought Xenophon for you. Xenophon? Devers's eyes widened, and the man was staring at him. In Devers's eyes, Xenophon was about 30 years old. He wasn't tall and had a common Greek appearance. He had black curly hair, a high nose, a square face, and a thick beard. What was more special was that he had a rather wide forehead and a pair of intelligent and inquisitive eyes. When Xenophon saw that Devers turned out to be a childish boy, he was a little disappointed. Soon, he discovered something special about this young man. The few people behind the young man were obviously older than him, but they surrounded him as if they were following a leader, which made him stand out from the crowd. Xenophon of Athens? The young man asked. Yes. A student of Socrates? That's right. Xenophon's curiosity grew. He was from Athens, and most people in the camp knew about him. Only a few people knew about Socrates' students. Most of the Greeks who went to Persia were poor people from Ionia, Thessaly, and Thrace. They had no money, no land, and it was difficult for them to make a living. That was why they came out to earn money. Of course, most of them were illiterate. Not to mention Xenophon, who was still a nobody. Even Socrates, who was famous in Greece, was not known by many people. Which teacher did you study under? Xenophon asked quickly. I don't know a word of Greek, Devers said frankly. Xenophon was taken aback by his reply. His confident expression, as if being illiterate was no big deal, made it difficult for Xenophon to feel a trace of contempt. Devers, I specially went for a walk around the various camps today. I heard that there's someone called Xenophon in Proxenus's camp, so I brought him here for you. It should be him, right? Matoni said as if he was asking for credit. This companion of yours insisted on dragging me over. He even said that I was someone that the blessed was looking for. He talked a lot about you along the way, Xenophon said with a faint smile. Thank you, Matonis. Devers only felt grateful to someone who remembered everything he said casually and worked hard to accomplish it. He then said to Xenophon, Matonis is a very passionate person. You can feel it after spending some time with him. Matonis scratched his head in embarrassment. Xenophon understood Devers's tactful apology. He shrugged to show that he didn't mind. Then, he stared at Devers and asked, then, is what he said true? The blessed? What do you think? In the land of Persia, will the gods still protect the Greeks? Devers asked. Of course. No matter where we are, the gods have never given up on us. Xenophon answered without hesitation, I can come here because of Apollo's oracle. Xenophon's answer surprised Devers. Didn't they say that the more knowledgeable a person was, the more they would believe in themselves and atheism? He underestimated the extent of the Greeks' worship of the gods. So, he asked in surprise, what's with Apollo's oracle? Xenophon began to narrate the story with some excitement. It turned out that half a year ago, he had received an invitation letter from his good friend Proxenus in Athens. In the letter, Proxenus told Xenophon that Cyrus the Younger, the prince of Persia, was a great man who was full of goodwill towards the Greeks and recruited talented Greeks to work for him. Proxenus had accepted Cyrus the Younger's recruitment and invited Xenophon to help him in Asia Minor, promising to recommend Xenophon to the prince of Persia. At that time, Athens had just ended the tyrannical rule of the 30 tyrants supported by Sparta. The Democrats had adopted a moderate policy to restore order in the city, and at the same time, they had reached a reconciliation with Sparta. The peace in Athens made young Xenophon want to go to Asia Minor to broaden his horizons. However, he was hesitant, so he asked his teacher Socrates for advice. Because Sparta had defeated Athens with the help of Cyrus the Younger, Socrates was worried that Xenophon would be punished by the government of Athens for associating with Cyrus the Younger. So, Socrates sent him to Delphi to ask for an oracle. Xenophon asked the god Apollo, which god do I want to pray to so that I can successfully complete the journey in my heart and return home safely? The oracle told him the name of the god, and he followed the oracle and offered sacrifices to the designated god. Then, he set sail for Asia Minor and joined Proxenus's team. What is the name that the oracle of Delphi gave you? Olivers asked eagerly. Everyone could not help but exclaim, this is amazing. Xenophon has come to Persia under Hades' instructions. Devers, you have never seen Xenophon, but you know about him through the oracle. This is Hades blessing us. Everyone began to chant Pluto's hymn devoutly. Although Devers was surprised, he thought it was just a coincidence. He pretended to follow everyone in chanting the hymn and then said, even with Pluto's blessing, we still need to work hard to pass the test and return to Greece safely. Devers are not very confident about returning home smoothly? Xenophon looked at the Devers. Xenophon believed in prophecies, dreams, and prophecies. It was because he heard that the Devers were Hades' favorites that he had come to investigate. Because of Hades, he believed that there must be some mysterious connection between him and the Devers. I'm just an ordinary infantryman, like a frog in a well. I don't understand this situation at the top. So it's inevitable that I'm confused. Devers said calmly, you are a close friend of Proxenus and the most outstanding student of Socrates. I hope you can tell us what kind of situation we are facing now so that we can clear up our confusion. Olivers wanted to say something, but Devers stopped him with a look. Xenophon did not pass on the responsibility and said, I think our return to Greece should be smooth this time. Why? Xenophon felt a sense of responsibility because he had come to Persia under the guidance of the gods. In the face of this possible disaster, when everyone was panicking, he thought that this was the reason the gods had sent him. So he had been running back and forth in the camp these few days, helping Proxenus stabilize the morale of the army. He looked at everyone and said patiently, first, our Greek heavy infantry is strong while the Persia army is weak. Since the battle at Hot Spring Pass, we Greeks have always had the upper hand against the Persia. The previous battle with the Persia king is even more telling. Our fierce charge directly caused them to collapse. It can be seen that the Persia's fear of the Greek heavy infantry was deep in their blood. Although their cavalry is stronger than ours, what use is that? The cavalry can only investigate and harass, but they don't dare to fight head-on, which doesn't help their combat power increase. That's right, the cavalry are all cowards. Matones exclaimed in agreement. Xenophon suddenly looked a little embarrassed. But the Persia cavalry's javelins and arrows have caused us a lot of trouble, Helos reminded. But the cavalry is just like their infantry. They lack the skills and courage to fight us head-on. Bows and arrows alone won't be able to shake our courage. As long as we decide to retreat, they won't be able to stop us from leaving, Xenophon said confidently, based on his understanding of the cavalry. Secondly, I heard from the people of Persia that their new king, Artaxerxes, was a gentle and timid person since he was a child. This was also the reason why little Cyrus dared to rebel. It is said that in the region of Susa and Persia, the friends of Cyrus the Younger have responded. Though Artaxerxes was fortunate enough to kill Cyrus the Younger, he would never dare to risk his life to fight against us, who are stronger than him, while his rear has not yet been pacified. Thirdly, our commander, Glaucus, is a very capable man. Though I am from Athens and he is from Sparta, I have to admit that during the war between Athens and Sparta, he caused a lot of trouble for Athens. After that, he defeated the Thracians many times at Chalcunes. Proxenus, Menon, and the other leaders are also experienced commanders. Having dealt with the people of Persia all year round, they know the people of Persia very well. The commander of the Persians was King Artaxerxes of Persia, who had just ascended to the throne and had never commanded an army before. The general that he relied on, Tissaphones, was easily defeated by us. They weren't a match for these leaders at all. Devers listened carefully to Xenophon's speech. Through Xenophon, he learned a lot of things that he did not know before. This time, he applauded sincerely, what a wonderful speech. As expected of an outstanding disciple of Socrates. Yes. As expected of someone instructed by Hades. Your words have given us confidence. Helos said sincerely. In the face of everyone's praise, Xenophon's expression was calm. Convincing ordinary soldiers was a very common thing for him. His eyes fell on Devers, as if he wanted to see what was different about Hades's favored. But you forgot to say one thing. Devers certainly could not let the other look down on him, especially in front of his teammates. Although Persia has a large territory and a large population, it cannot be effectively governed. Most of the areas are still autonomous. They have their own culture and religion, and they only need to do two things to obey Persia's rule: pay taxes and serve in the military. The people of Persia only believe in themselves, so there are very few foreign officials in their army and court. Foreigners cannot integrate into Persia, so naturally, they will not work for them. I think this is one of the reasons why the Persia army collapsed as soon as they met us. Xenophon carefully listened to what Devers said and recalled what he had seen along the way. It was very consistent. He was stunned. He, who had received a strict education, did not know Persia as well as an illiterate 19-year-old youth. If this was not a favored, then what was he? Xenophon could only comfort himself in this way: you are right. This is the drawback of a king's dictatorship. On the contrary, it is the advantage of the Greek democratic system. We are fighting for ourselves. The advantage of a democratic system? Devers seemed to see the face of the country that claimed to be the world's policeman in his previous life. He curled his lips in disdain, but the attentive Xenophon saw it. Devers, do you think I am wrong? Xenophon, when do you think Athens has been the most stable and prosperous in the past century? Devers decided to use the knowledge of his previous life to awe this historical figure in front of him and leave a deep impression on him, so that his name could be passed to the upper echelons of the mercenaries through him. The period when Pericles was in power, Xenophon answered without hesitation. You forgot to mention the period when Pisistratus was in power. Devers reminded him, it was under his rule that Athens completely owned the region of Attica, flourished the port of Piraeus, and made Athens the other powerful city-state in Greece apart from Sparta. But Xenophon did not expect Devers to mention Pisistratus. The people of Athens were proud of living in the most democratic Greek city-state, and almost no one was willing to talk about that dictator. He wanted to refute, but for a moment, he did not know how to start. After all, Xenophon, who had received higher education and had a wealth of knowledge, knew that what Devers said was the truth. Devers seized the opportunity and continued, you want to say, but Athens was stronger during Pericles' rule. Right? However, there was a problem with this sentence when Pericles was in power. How many years had Pericles been a general? 30 years. He had never lost an election in 30 years, and he had been elected as the chief general many times. All the important laws and decisions of Athens, both internal and external, were proposed and formulated by him, which created the golden age of Athens. Wasn't this ironic to the democracy of Athens, which had an election every year, invented the law of banishment, and prevented dictatorship? Was Pisistratus a dictatorship? Pericles was democracy? Pericles was just more subtle and gentler than Pisistratus's political methods. How did the democratic system that you thought was superior exist without Pericles? Athens, which had more financial resources, a stronger navy, and more allies than Sparta, had internal strife and strife. The people of Athens were often unable to distinguish the truth from the lies, and were easily incited by the politicians. That was why, at the most critical moment of the expedition to Sicily, Athens' most talented general, Alcibiade, was forced to leave. The generals who had just won a crucial naval battle on the Agneses island but failed to rescue the soldiers who fell into the water due to strong winds were easily judged and even executed by the people. These stupid actions of Athens were not uncommon in this long war with Sparta. Is this the perfect democratic system that the people of Athens believed to be? It used up the power that it had accumulated for 100 years in constant internal strife. The democratic system of ancient Athens was one of the key points that Devers studied in the party school in his previous life, because it was the origin of the modern Western political system. Devers still remembered it vividly. Note 1. The Western historians did not have a high evaluation of Xenophon, believing that he had only a superficial knowledge in the fields of history and philosophy. His research and understanding of history were not as deep as Thucydides and Herodotus, and his attainments in philosophy were not even comparable to his classmate Plato. Moreover, in his works, he believed in prophecies, dreams, and prophecies. He often chose historical materials and judged historical facts based on his personal political likes and dislikes. He was very exaggerated. I also realized this when I read his works. However, in any case, he left behind a lot of valuable first-hand information that allowed us modern people to have a clearer understanding of that era. Otherwise, there would not be this novel that I am writing today. After the defeat of Athens in the War of Peloponnesus and the brutal rule of the 30 tyrants, the knowledgeable people of Athens were more or less aware of the flaws in the system. However, no one had ever completely rejected the democratic system of Athens like the Devers did. These deafening words were like a thunderbolt, and Xenophon was stunned for a long time. In a trance, he was confused. Is Sparta the best? Sparta? The Devers sneered. When it decided to turn its compatriots into helots, referring to the Myrcenians, it was destined to never be strong. Although the Sparta warriors were brave, a few thousand Sparta warriors had to suppress 10 times their number of slaves. Its city-state was like a volcano. Once it suffered a major defeat, the volcano would erupt. Devers, Sparta is now the most powerful city-state in Greece. Olivers interrupted. Then let's wait and see how long its strength can last. The Devers replied confidently. He vaguely remembered that war broke out in Greece not long after. Sparta was defeated by the rising Thebes, and thus declined. Is this an oracle? Several of his teammates looked surprised. The Devers smiled but did not answer. In that case, which city-state has the best system? Xenophon asked unwillingly. The Devers also responded with a mysterious smile. At this time, Xenophon seemed to have regained his composure on the surface, but his heart was in turmoil. What he had been used to and believed for decades had been shattered by the Devers' words. He did not completely lose his composure because he relied on Socrates' many years of teaching, which made him better than the average person at learning and thinking independently. He could no longer stay uneasy. He had to go back and think about what the Devers had said. And so, he bid farewell to the Devers. Before leaving, the Devers asked in a seemingly casual manner, "Xenophon, have you commanded an army before?" "I was a captain of the cavalry," Xenophon answered hurriedly. Looking at Xenophon's retreating back, Diver's expression became solemn. As a student of Socrates, Xenophon's knowledge was obviously far greater than that of his teammates. But as an Athenian who had just arrived and was not famous, and had no rich experience as a mercenary, and was only an adjutant of Proxenus, how could Xenophon lead this retreat? Remembering that the author of the Long March was Xenophon himself, the Devers could not help but wonder if Xenophon had taken the credit of others and put it on himself. Devers, are Athens and Sparta really that bad? Compared to the others who were confused, Helos obviously understood and was even more confused. The Devers nodded and sighed. If it was a peaceful time, Athens and Sparta would live well, but this is an era where we will perish if we don't strive forward. Cyrus seemed to understand but not really. He could not help but ask the same question as Xenophon, then, is there any city-state in the Mediterranean that has a better system than Athens and Sparta? The Devers looked at Helos's curious and longing eyes and turned his head. On the horizon, the setting sun emitted its last rays before it set. Looking at the clouds that were dyed red, he thought of the Mediterranean world in the future, where wars would occur frequently and powerful states would rise one after another like a lantern, until the great emperor appeared, and the dazzling light shone on the Western world for more than 2,000 years. The Devers suddenly felt a sense of heroism in his heart. This time, he did not refuse to answer, but said with certainty, "Not now. If you and I can live forever, maybe one day you will be able to see it." Early in the morning, the Devers were in a daze when they heard the hubbub of voices outside the house. "Awake! Awake! My nephew has woken up." Antonios burst into the house ecstatically and hugged the Devers. "Thank you. Thank you. Assists has come back to life." The Devers was not fully awake yet. He asked in a daze, "Really?" "It's true." Herpes, who was following closely behind, said excitedly, "Assists has woken up. His body temperature is not as hot as yesterday. Although he is still very weak, he can already eat porridge made with bread. Devers, the method you taught him is really effective." Facing the admiring gaze of Herpes, the Devers' hanging heart finally relaxed. He suppressed his excitement and said calmly, "Although Assists is out of danger, we can't relax yet. Continue to take care of him according to the method we taught him before, and let him recover as soon as possible." "Yes." Herpes replied respectfully. "Devers, there are a lot of people outside who want to see you," Helo said as he entered the house. "Oh, it's Capys and the others. They heard that Assists has woken up and were very surprised. They insisted on coming over to see you. Maybe they want your help." Antonios answered with some shame. In order to save his nephew, the Devers had put in so much effort. They might even have prayed to Hades. Before he could repay them, he might bring new trouble to Hades. Capys? The Devers had no impression of the name. "The other heavy infantry platoon leader of our camp," Helos explained. The Devers pondered for a moment and immediately stood up. "Let's go out. Don't let them wait too long." Surrounded by everyone, he walked out of the house. "Look, the Devers have come out." "This is the Devers? He's too young. Don't look at him just because he's young. He's the real person favored by Hades. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to save Assists. It's not like we haven't seen how Assists looked when he was unconscious. Devers, one of my men is also injured like Assists. His whole body is burning and he's unconscious. I hope you can help him. I also have an injured man, and me." In the small courtyard, the people squeezed together were waving their arms desperately. Their shouts were like a surging tide, each wave louder than the last. In the face of the situation that was getting out of control, everyone was a little nervous. Only the Devers' expression did not change. In his previous life, as a cadre who was promoted from the bottom up, he had seen the masses petition many times. Even when he was the village chief, there was once a meeting in town where the farmers surrounded the town government to demand an explanation for the land expropriation issue. The leaders all hid away, and only he stood up and faced the agitated farmers with hoes and sticks in their hands. He tried his best to persuade them to leave. The small situation before him was not difficult at all. Moreover, it was a good thing for him. He raised his hand and shouted, "Everyone, please be quiet. Quiet. Quiet." Antonius and the others shouted as well. The people gradually calmed down. "I am grateful for everyone's trust," the Devers said emotionally. "We are all comrades who fight together and face death together. We are all good brothers who can entrust their right shoulder to their comrades to protect. If any of our brothers are injured, I will bring helps with me and do my best to save them. We will never abandon any of the injured." Helps was excited to hear his name. Hearing that, the soldiers in the courtyard were even more grateful. "That's great. Thank you, Hades. Thank you, Devers. You are our savior. Devers, you are our best brother. If you have any requests in the future, I will do my best to fulfill them." In this era, it was common for soldiers to die from injuries or infections. It was also a nightmare that plagued the army. Now, the Devers had given them hope. Furthermore, this man was so generous and kind. How could they not be touched? While the Devers and Herpes were discussing how to treat the wounded more efficiently, Menon sent a guard to call him over. As soon as he entered, Menon shouted angrily, "I said, if you have any new ideas, you have to tell me first. And you promised. But now, you've lied to me. You've broken your promise. What did I do wrong?" The Devers was baffled. "You could save those unconscious soldiers, but you didn't tell me in advance, but did it secretly." Menon's expression was displeased. When the Devers heard this, he was amused. "Dear Leader Menon, the situation was urgent, and saving people was more important. If I had to report to you first, and then organize people to treat them, assists would have died long ago." The Devers said sarcastically, "Besides, this is not a new idea, but my ancestral medical skills. I'm here to be a mercenary, not a slave, and I have to get your approval even to treat a disease." Menon was speechless for a moment. Just now, when the soldiers shouted the name Devers, he was momentarily blinded by jealousy. Without thinking, he angrily called for the Devers, and ended up being embarrassed. He simply said, "I still lack a guard here. From now on, you will be responsible for my safety, and you are not allowed to leave without orders." He had a hunch that he had to separate the Devers from the soldiers to avoid continuing to affect them, thereby weakening his control over this mercenary army. "I'm sorry, Leader Menon. I'm more suited to be an ordinary soldier than a guard. Besides, my captain won't agree." The Devers guessed Menon's intentions, and of course he wouldn't agree. Menon didn't expect him to directly refuse, and laughed angrily, "I'm your leader. Who dares to disagree with my orders?" "I disagree." With a loud shout, Antonio stepped into the living room. "I disagree, too." Following closely behind was Capus, followed by several platoon jarls. Divers was relieved when he saw Antonio's nodding at him. "I'm safe." Of course, he didn't know that Helos had a bad feeling when the guard called him away and immediately ran to inform Antonios. That was why Antonios and the others appeared here so quickly. "Who let you in? Where are my guards?" Menon was anxious and angry. The fact that a few of his captains had come without notice made him feel uneasy. "Chief, the wounded in the campsite are still waiting for the Devers to treat them. We can't delay any longer." Antonios listened calmly, but the hidden threat made Menon's heart tremble, and the cold eyes of the crowd made him feel even more guilty. He chose to give in and stammered, Devers used their brilliant medical skills to wake up the injured and unconscious soldiers. I am very happy. That's why I called him over. I want to appoint him as the camp doctor to treat more soldiers. I am very willing to treat the injured brothers. But no matter if it's a doctor or the bodyguard you mentioned before, I won't be them. I'm only willing to be a soldier under Helos, the Devers answered straightforwardly. Although it was safe to be a camp doctor, it didn't fit his plan. Moreover, he was unwilling to accept Menon's reconciliation. Since they had already fallen out, with his initial understanding of Menon, it would be difficult to heal. There was no need to be polite to him and give the wrong signal to the team officers who had come to support him. In front of everyone, Menon was embarrassed to be refuted by an ordinary soldier of low status. He immediately shouted, "Devers!" As soon as he said that, a deafening voice suddenly came from outside the courtyard, "Let our Devers back and give the soldiers a chance to live. Menon, if you don't let the Devers out, we'll rush in." It was the shouts of countless soldiers, which made Menon tremble with fear. "Devers, you go back first," Antonio said. The Devers nodded and said loudly, "Thank you, captains, for your help." When Menon heard this, he immediately turned his resentful gaze to the captains. After the Devers went out, he immediately said faintly, "Antonios, Capus, you're also starting to oppose me? Menon, you're our leader, so of course we have to listen to your commands. But the Devers are Hades' favored ones, and the soldiers have witnessed many miracles he has created with their own eyes. The gods are watching us from heaven, blessing us to return home smoothly from the land of the other races, and not allowing us to blaspheme them in the slightest," Antonios replied tactfully. Menon, of course, heard between the lines, "We all understand what you did to the Devers. We can listen to your commands, but when it comes to the Devers, we have to defend him." He wanted to retort a few more words to maintain his dignity as leader, but Amintas, who hated him the most among the team officers, shouted, "Listen, Menon. Our employment mission is over. If you mess around again, we don't mind electing a new leader. I'm sure the soldiers will never choose you again." Aminta's words hit Menon where it hurt. The mercenaries were a loose military organization, and Menon was able to become the leader because he had a wide network, could receive missions, get money, and pay the soldiers. The current situation was that after Cyrus the Younger died in battle, Menon had lost his employer, could no longer get money, and could no longer pay the soldiers. The reason why the soldiers still regarded him as their leader was that getting home safely was everyone's common goal, and they had to stick together. Stragglers could not survive in the land of Persia. The mercenaries' command system was ready-made, and the management was effective, and the soldiers were used to it. Secondly, after years of mercenary life, the experienced team officers under him were rarely changed, and most of them had a good relationship with Menon, helping him control the entire team. Now, for the sake of the Devers, the team officers and soldiers had united against him, which meant that his control of the team was in jeopardy. Menon did not have a good reputation in the hearts of the soldiers, and he knew it in his heart. In the past, he didn't care, because as long as he had money, he could replace a group of soldiers at any time. Because of the barren land in Greece and the previous war of Peloponnesus, the people's livelihood had withered, and there were many young adults who went out to make a living. But now, it had become his biggest worry. After he forced himself to calm down and send off Antonios, Capus, and the others, he returned to the living room and roared, venting the depression in his chest, "I'm going to kill that kid." As soon as the words left his mouth, he realized something and hurried to the door of the courtyard. The guard who had been following him for more than a year had disappeared at some point. He felt afraid and fidgeted in the living room. Looking at the house that had become a mess because of his anger, he hesitated for a while, and finally decided to look for Aureus. He heard that many of Aureus' relatives had come to look for him in the past 2 days. With their help, the mercenaries might not have to work so hard to go back. Thinking of this, Menon had an idea. He tidied up his makeup, went to the yard to get a horse, and galloped north. After testing his influence in the Menon barracks through this incident, the Devers returned to their residence and took the initiative to summon helps to discuss the treatment of the wounded. Although the Devers was not a doctor in his previous life, he had more than 2,000 years of accumulated knowledge than the people of this era. It was enough for him to develop a more complete medical plan that was far better than that of this era. First, he would set up a medical team, with Helps as the leader, and then find 1 or 2 soldiers from the barracks who were interested in medicine to serve as doctors. He would get a few female slaves from the supply camp as nurses, and he would train and treat them at the same time. He believed that they would soon adapt to their new roles. Secondly, he would open up an area as a wartime hospital to gather the wounded for treatment and improve efficiency. Thirdly, he would formulate a medical system that was in line with reality and cultivate the concept of aseptic hygiene among doctors and nurses. The most common injury in the army was trauma. As long as infection could be prevented, with the strong physical condition of the soldiers, most mild to moderate injuries could be improved. Finally, he would collect some indigenous methods of treatment from the locals of Persia along the way. The Mesopotamian civilization was one of the oldest civilizations on Earth. The people who had lived and multiplied on this land for thousands of years naturally had their own unique means and methods to deal with diseases. After learning it, they would use modern analytical methods to get rid of the waste and extract the essence. This naturally expanded the scope of treatment for the Devers medical team. The Devers intended to develop this medical team into a fixed and indispensable organization in the barracks for the future. While the Devers were busy preparing his field hospital, a messenger from Persia came to the Greek camp. This time, the messenger was none other than the leader of Persia, the governor of Asia Minor, Xianxia. He brought the hope of the Greeks' safe return home. He was willing to convey to the king of Persia that the mercenaries did not want to fight and only wanted to return home. The mercenaries welcomed him with open arms. After Xianxia left, the mercenary leaders saw that there was hope for a peaceful solution and eagerly awaited his return. After waiting anxiously for 2 days, Xianxia once again came to the Greek camp and read the latest decree of the king of Persia to the leaders. The king had accepted the mercenaries' apology. Although many of his ministers objected, he decided to let Xianxia lead the Greek mercenaries back to Greece. He also agreed to provide the Greeks with a market on the way to solve their food shortage. At the same time, the Greeks had to obey the local order along the way and not destroy or loot. The leaders, of course, were more than happy to hear this. They quickly reached an agreement with Xianxia and both sides made an oath in the name of God. Then, Xianxia told the leaders to wait patiently. He had to go back to report to the king and make arrangements for the return of the army. Not long after Xianxia left, the news spread throughout the camp and the soldiers cheered. The Devers still did not let down their guard. After listening to Seraphon, he realized that the actual situation in Persia was quite different from what he had guessed based on the history of China. Just yesterday, Seraphon came to visit again. After a few days of buffer, he finally adjusted his mood and wanted to talk to the Devers about the democratic system of the city-states. The Devers did not want to continue on this issue. Instead, they cleverly led the topic to the customs of the Greek city-states. Most of the time, it was Seraphon who talked non-stop and the Devers listened carefully. In the meantime, the Devers asked about Xianxia, so Seraphim told them something he had heard from Proxenus about Xianxia, which left a deep impression on the Devers. When Xianxia was the governor of Asia Minor, it was during the Peloponnesus War. Xianxia chose to form an alliance with Sparta. He hoped to use Sparta's power to attack Athens and restore Persia's rule over the Greek city-states on the Ionian coast. In return for Sparta, he would fund Sparta to build a large fleet capable of resisting Athens. Not long after, he stopped the promised financial support to Sparta, causing the Sparta people to protest to the then king of Persia, Darius II. Darius appointed his second son, Cyrus the Younger, as the military commander of the entire western region of Persia, fully supporting Sparta against Athens. Xianxia was relieved of his military power, but he did not seem to care. He got along well with Cyrus the Younger and soon became the Younger's friend. When the new king Artaxerxes ascended the throne, Cyrus the Younger went to the capital to attend his brother's enthronement ceremony. Xianxia reported Cyrus the Younger to the new king for plotting a rebellion, which led to Cyrus the Younger being arrested. The Empress Dowager repeatedly pleaded for his release. After Xianxia returned to Asia Minor, he began to oppose Cyrus the Younger in every way. Therefore, when Cyrus the Younger rebelled, the first person Xianxia wanted to catch was him. However, he had already escaped and appeared in the king's army. When the left wing of the king's army was defeated by the Greek heavy infantry, Xianxia dared to lead his cavalry around the heavy infantry and attack the rear of the Greek army. Although he failed, his courage and decisiveness naturally stood out in a group of defeated soldiers. Therefore, he was able to represent the king as the envoy of Persia to negotiate peace with the Greek army. This was obviously a reward from the king. What Diphus had heard of Tisiphone was what Xenophon had heard from Proxenus, and Proxenus had received most of his information from Cyrus the Younger. Whatever his likes or dislikes of Tisiphone, the truth was the truth. Therefore, after analysis, Devers believed that Tisiphonus was a typical politician, used to being two-faced, good at judging the situation, and daring to seize opportunities. It was difficult to expect such a person to keep his promise. When Devers told Xenophon about this concern, Xenophon sighed and said, "Proxenus and the others are very clear that they will not let down their guard against Tisiphonus. However, if we do not give up the war against the king of Persia, we may not be able to go home. Just the Euphrates and Tigris rivers alone will cause us great trouble. We will not be able to cross such a wide river smoothly in front of the enemy. Another great difficulty is that there is not enough food. Once we collect food, the scattered soldiers will be vulnerable to attack by the enemy. You see, the king of Persia has such a great advantage. If he really wanted to destroy us, there is no need to give us food and let Tisiphonus swear in the name of the gods on his behalf. Because once he breaks the contract in the future, not only will he be ridiculed by the Persia and Greeks, but he will also be abandoned by the gods of Persia. Does he really want to become a king who has just ascended the throne? Therefore, we can only trust them and cooperate with them to ensure that we can go home safely." Devers saw that Xenophon was saying this to convince himself and sighed secretly. The Greek mercenaries were in a weak position, so even if the other party gave them poison, they had no choice but to swallow it. Days passed, and the Devers' field hospital had begun to take shape. After careful care and treatment, 7 of the 12 wounded had improved significantly. In the remaining time, the Devers learned Greek from Xenophon and entrusted Mursici, who had gone out to bring back a few bolts of linen. They cut them into slender strips and began experimenting with how to tie their legs. At the same time, he pulled his teammates to practice with him and learn fighting skills, so that his consciousness and physical memory could be unified. Due to the assist's recovery and the Menon's remonstrance, his relationship with Antonios became closer. He visited Antonios many times to ask him for advice on the formation and command of heavy infantry. In order to understand how to use the long-handled reverse-blade knife, he also learned from the light shield-bearers and gained a deeper understanding of the characteristics of this unit. The success of the field hospital made the Devers' reputation as a favored one deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, and his humility and eagerness to learn also won everyone's favor. As he walked through the entire Menon barracks, there was almost no one who did not know him. Day by day, the Persia did not appear, and uneasiness and suspicion gradually enveloped the entire Greek barracks. The Devers used every busy day to dilute the worries in their hearts. They were unable to change the plight of the Greek mercenaries, so they could only change themselves as much as possible to enrich themselves. After more than 20 days of waiting, Tisiphonus finally arrived with his army. He was accompanied by the governor of Emeria, Orontes, and his army. The Greek mercenary leaders, who had been waiting anxiously for a long time, led their troops on the return journey home with them without any doubt. But as soon as the march began, the situation changed. Aureus's army, which had originally huddled together with the Greek mercenaries, began to walk together with the Persia army. Not only did they march together, but they also set up camp together. In the past 20 days, the Persia had not been idle. They had constantly sent relatives and friends of Aureus and other generals in and out of Aureus's barracks, promising that they would not be held accountable for their crimes. Finally, the generals of Cyrus the Younger were convinced. This undoubtedly increased the suspicions of the Greek mercenaries. They followed far behind the Persia's troops, acted alone, and brought their own guides. When they set up camp at dusk, the Greek army and the Persia army were 10 miles away from each other, setting up sentries to guard each other as if they were enemies. Tisiphonus had indeed kept his promise and provided the Greeks with a market every day. Of course, the mercenaries had to pay for it with their own money. Menon had also wanted to give Helos's squad less food to take revenge on the Devers, but unexpectedly, he was opposed by Mirzas. Previously, Mirzas had been very reluctant when the Devers asked for 2 Egyptian slaves. After walking for a few days, the Devers saw a huge wall more than 20 meters high standing in front of them, extending infinitely to the southeast. Oh! The Median Wall! No matter how many times I see it, it's still shocking. Xenophon exclaimed loudly. During the march these days, he would run to the ranks of Menon's mercenaries and walk with the Devers. In his words, talking to the Devers is good for stimulating their thinking about knowledge. Diphus, on the other hand, thought it boring to march in the ranks of Proxenus, and because he had nothing in common with anyone but Proxenus, he came to show off his learning to Diphus. It is said that this Median wall is more than 100 miles long and was built by the former Babylonian kingdom to defend against the Medes in the north. But the Babylonian kingdom was still destroyed by the Medes. Xenophon looked up at the tall wall and sighed. The Medes were later destroyed by the Persia. Herodotus has a wonderful description in his history. Just like people have birth, old age, illness, and death, even the most powerful kingdom will perish. So don't look at how vast Persia is now, who knows who will destroy it in the future. I hope I can see that day in my lifetime. The Devers certainly remembered that in the history of his previous life, Persia was destroyed by Alexander the Great, the king of Macedon, who had been admired by the Westerners for more than 2,000 years. He could not remember the specific time, but it was probably decades later. In his memory, the current Macedonia was not yet a unified kingdom, and it was still his enemy. Looking at the huge wall made of baked bricks and asphalt, the Devers were also filled with emotion. It seemed that building the Great Wall to defend against the barbarians was not the exclusive right of the Chinese people. The current China should be in the spring and autumn warring states period. He turned his head and looked east for a long time, with indescribable nostalgia and regret in his eyes. As a Greek in this life, he was thousands of miles away from his homeland, and it was impossible for him to return. Devers! Devers! Hearing Helos's shout, the Devers came back to his senses and found that his stay had affected the progress of the column. He quickened his pace, but he couldn't help but say, "Do you know? Perhaps there was a country in the Far East whose territory was vaster than that of Persia, and whose people were more numerous than that of Persia. Its customs and habits were completely different from those of Greek Persia, and its political system was completely different from that of Greek Persia, but it was strict and efficient. It had gorgeous clothing, elegant etiquette, magnificent mountains and rivers, and delicious and rich food. Its army is strong, its people are rich. Devers, you must be dreaming. How can there be such a powerful kingdom in the East?" Xenophon interrupted the Devers' endless narration and said seriously, "According to the records of Herodotus, to the east of Persia is India, to the southeast is Arabia, and to the northeast are the Scythians and the one-eyed man. There shouldn't be this kingdom you mentioned. Could it be that Hades gave you a hint?" "And what lies to the east beyond these races you have named?" asked Devers. "It should be the ocean," Xenophon said with uncertainty. "This is what Herodotus said again, right? Did he go and confirm it himself?" Devers asked again. "He should have heard it from others, and recorded it down." Xenophon began to stammer. "Since it's just hearsay, we can't be sure it's true, and we can't deny that there isn't such a country in the Far East," retorted the Devers. Xenophon was speechless for a moment and looked strangely at the Devers. "Look at how serious you are, as if there really is such a country." The Devers chuckled and did not speak. "How great would it be if I could go to the Far East to have a look one day?" Olivers, who was at the side, was attracted by the scenery described by the Devers, and suddenly said with a sigh, "Then, you will first have to go through the kingdom of Persia, and then there are the Magsaders, who come and go like the wind on horseback. It is said that they once cut off the head of the great king of Persia, Cyrus. There is also the terrifying one-eyed man, and the mysterious India. If you are lucky enough not to be killed or captured as a slave, you will be able to see the ocean in the Far East, and there is also a powerful country." Xenophon said half jokingly and half seriously. Olivers shrunk his neck and did not speak again. Matones was a little annoyed. Although he did not like Olivers, he hated this Athens man who liked to show off his knowledge even more. "What are you afraid of? If I had a powerful army, I would dare to go anywhere, not just to the Far East." "A powerful army?" Xenophon pointed at the loose marching formation in front with slight contempt. "Like this? Of course it has to be more powerful than this," Matones said loudly. The Devers listened to their bickering and narrowed their eyes. A more powerful army? Passing through the Median Wall meant that the Greek army had left the Babylonian region. In the next few days, what appeared in the Devers field of vision were crisscrossed plains, endless golden wheat fields, and artificially dug rivers. These artificial rivers led the water from the big river into more small canals and ditches, and finally into the farmland. Seeing this, the Devers could not help but sigh. This should be the oldest irrigation project in the Middle East. The fertile land and abundant water gave birth to a large number of people, creating one brilliant ancient civilization after another. Further ahead was the source of the artificial rivers, the Tigris River. As the other mother river of the Mesopotamian plains, the Tigris River was equally wide. At a glance, it was difficult to see the other side. Countless sails swayed on the river. The ones with oars beating against the water should be merchant ships, while the ones with sails lowered were fishing boats. The singing of the fishermen and the shouts of the sailors could be heard on both sides of the river. Countless water birds chirped and soared above the river, and from time to time, large fish would leap in the water. It was a beautiful and peaceful scene of the river. Near the river was a large, densely populated city, Cetus. The Greek mercenaries were close to the city and set up camp. The Persia army and Aureus troops crossed the bridge and set up camp on the other side of the river. That night, because the Persia army was on the other side, the psychological pressure on the Greek soldiers was greatly reduced. The Devers and the others had a rare good night's sleep. The next day, the atmosphere suddenly became a little different. When the Devers crossed the river, they saw heavily armed soldiers on both sides of the bridge on guard. After crossing the pontoon bridge, they saw soldiers on guard on the other side. What had happened? When Xenophon came over, the Devers finally understood the reason. Last night, a man came from the other side of the river. He said he was a trusted aide of Aureus and had a message for Glaucus and Proxenus. So a few leaders received him, and I followed Proxenus in the military tent. I heard the man say, Aureus warned Glaucus to be vigilant because the Persia army might attack the Greek mercenaries at night and destroy the pontoon bridge, trapping you between the Tigris River and the man-made waterway. The leaders were a little nervous when they heard this, and Xenophon said with a slightly smug tone, after thinking about it, I think this news is unreliable. Oh, what do you think? The Devers asked, pretending to be curious. Because if the Persia attack us, it's either a victory or a defeat. If they lose and the bridge is destroyed, there's nowhere to run. If they win, we're already on Persia's land and have nowhere to run. Why would they destroy a bridge that took so much effort to build? Glaucus and the others listened to my suggestion. Xenophon said with a slight smugness. That makes sense, the Devers thought for a moment and praised. Even you can think of this. Tissaphones isn't a fool. Why would she make up such a lie? Oliver said sarcastically. The disaster of the Persia is coming. Martones laughed happily, as if the Greeks would really do that. It seems that the Persia people really want to send us away. Hilo said as if he had realized something. Or maybe that's what Tissaphones wants you to think. Devers thought to himself but did not say it out loud. He always felt that Tissaphones was not a simple person. After all, his way of thinking was different from the Greeks of this era. Based on his in-depth contact with the Greek soldiers, he found that most of these Greeks grew up listening to their parents' stories about how to defeat the Persia. They worshipped strength and liked to fight face to face. Even if they used tricks, they were mostly open ones. When it came to dealing with conspiracies, their brains were indeed less flexible than the Persia people. Devers had always been uneasy because he knew that Tissaphones was a brilliant politician. Xenophon, do you know our marching route? I'm not sure. It's all decided by Tissaphones, Glaucus, and Arius. But it's definitely not the way we came. Because Xenophon shrugged. Your leader Menon took the lead and collected a lot of good things along the way. The local Persia people hate us. Don't worry, we'll go back. Collect? I think it's more like looting. I'm afraid that in the eyes of the Persia people, we're invaders. Robbers. Hearing this, Devers felt a little annoyed. He secretly exhaled and tried to calm down. Do you know the mountains, rivers, cities, and roads in Persia? Devers, this is also my first time going deep into Persia. Other than knowing a few famous cities from books, such as Babylon, Susa, Persia, and so on, I don't know where they are exactly. Xenophon raised a stack of papyrus in his hand and said excitedly, "However, I briefly recorded what I saw every day. When I go back, I'll write it out so that the Greeks can understand the situation in Persia." Devers smiled bitterly. "Well, I know you'll write a book called The Long March in the future, but it can't solve the urgent problem now. Where can I find someone familiar with Persia's geography?" Devers thought in distress. As time went by, though the Greek mercenaries and the Persian army were not close to each other, when they were fetching water from the river or collecting firewood, the soldiers of the two sides would often meet each other. Often, if there was a disagreement, a fight would break out, and this increased the animosity between the two sides. A few days later, they arrived at the Pholiscus River and met the army led by another brother of the Persia king. He came to help the king, but when he arrived, the war was already over, so he had to lead his troops back. Afraid of accidents, Cricus ordered the entire army to be fully armed and protected in the center, keeping the battle column moving westward. The Persian army, however, was not surprised by the presence of the Greeks, and, perhaps having been informed by Tissaphnus, continued their march eastward. The distance between the two armies was only a few dozen meters. At a glance, they could even see each other's faces and expressions clearly. One could imagine how tense they were. However, it also allowed the Devers to see the full picture of the Persia army for the first time. The chariots at the front were two-man chariots and four-man chariots, pulled by 2 horses and 4 horses respectively. One of the chariots was the driver, and he was in charge of driving the chariot. The other 1 or 2 soldiers were probably in charge of combat. Spears, shields, and bows could be seen on the carriage. There were only a dozen or so chariots, and he didn't see the legendary long sickle chariot, a long sharp blade extending from the wheel axle. However, after thinking about it, he understood that the long sickle chariot could be disassembled. Otherwise, it would be easy for the troops to injure their own people. Behind the chariot came the cavalry. Most war horses were about 1.4 meters tall, which was obviously shorter than the horses Devers had seen in the Olympics in his previous life. They had horses' heads, but no saddles, and certainly no stirrups, only a thick blanket over their backs. The cavalry on the horses, some wore helmets, and some only wore soft hats. They didn't wear leather armor or heavy shields, and all wore short robes. They had a variety of weapons in their hands. Horse archers were the most common, followed by javelin cavalry, then spear cavalry, and a few with short hammers. Hundreds of cavalry galloped past, and a huge infantry team appeared in front of them. After watching for a while, Devers realized that the Persian infantry's marching formation was mixed. There was a large shield bearer. The shield reached the height of a person's shoulder, and the shield was wide enough to hide a person, followed by a spearman, followed by 6 or 7 archers, and so on. This was very similar to the battle order of the Persia infantry mentioned by Antonios. When facing the enemy, the big shield bearer would be in the first line, and they would set up a shield wall to protect the formation. The spear bearer would block the incoming enemies to prevent them from breaking through the shield wall. And the archers at the back would use their bows and arrows to kill a large number of enemies. Whether it was the big shield bearer, the spear bearer, or the archers, they all had one thing in common: light armor, or even no armor. Coupled with the cavalry from before, it was easy for the Devers to come to a conclusion: the Persia army was excellent in long-range attacks, and very mobile, but weak in close combat. It was no wonder that they were always defeated by the Greeks in battle, because in a face-to-face battle, their infantry was no match for the Greek heavy infantry. The characteristics of the Persia army were more suitable for long-range attacks and harassment, and even for large-scale mobile attacks. The two armies passed by each other, and nothing happened. It was a false alarm. After this little interlude, the troops quickly entered Media. This land once nurtured the fierce Media people, and the Media kingdom they founded was once the nightmare of the people of the 2 rivers. But after a few hundred years, the glory was gone, and the land under the jurisdiction of the Persia became a little desolate for some reason, and the terrain began to fluctuate. Due to the reduction in the market supply, when the 2 armies set up camp, the fighting for resources had also begun to increase. Davis, the leggings you made are really useful. I've walked for a whole day today. If it was in the past, my calves would be so swollen that I couldn't walk by the afternoon, but now I don't have to worry about this. Hilo sat in the tent, admiring as he untied the leggings. Of course, we Devers are God's chosen. With the blessing of Pluto, how could the method he came up with not work? Now, many of our companions from other teams have also begun to learn to use leggings. Oliver said proudly. Devers did not speak. He had heard so much praise like this now that he was even a little numb. He knew very well that these little tricks he knew in his previous life were only used to improve the marching conditions of the soldiers and enhance his influence in the men in barracks, but it would not change the situation of the entire Greek mercenary army. Devers, there have been rumors in the team for the past few days that the Persia people are going to attack us and capture us and offer us to the king of Persia as slaves. Do you think this is true? Georgi's voice came from the corner. This was the question that Devers had been thinking about just now. Although there had always been suspicions between the two armies, such a rumor could spread quickly in a day or two and become known to everyone. Based on his experience in his previous life, it was impossible for there to be no one behind it. Was it the Persia people? Or were they themselves? Why did they spread such rumors? Break the agreement with Hippo? Make the Greeks nervous to the point of collapse? Devers had no clue for a moment. Facing everyone's concerned eyes, he smiled bitterly in his heart, but his expression was calm as he said, "There's no need to be so nervous. We just need to stay vigilant. Haven't we passed these days safely?" As he said that, a person came into the tent. "Matonis, you went out to fight again," Hilo said with slight reproach when he saw the bruises on Matonis' face. Matoni spat out a mouthful of blood and said excitedly, "Don't look at the Persia people because they can't fight, but they're not weak at fighting. Marcius, I, and a dozen others fought against more than 20 of them, and it took us a lot of effort to beat them away." As he spoke, he sat down on his bunk, rubbed his cheeks, and pretended to be mysterious as he said, "I didn't just go out to fight. I also heard some news." "What news?" Helos asked. Matonis glanced at everyone and said loudly, "Further ahead is the fief of little Cyrus and his mother. I heard that there are many villages there, and they are relatively rich. That means we can eat something good." Oliver shouted happily. The next day, even more exciting news arrived. Tsaphnis announced that the Greek mercenaries would be allowed to plunder in the area for supplies. Everyone cheered, but Devers was silent. Looting. It was revenge against little Cyrus. But what did the people here have to do with little Cyrus's rebellion? No. Just because they lived here, they had to suffer this disaster. Tsaphnis was indeed vicious. But what about the Greeks? In the afternoon, Menon's mercenaries rushed into a village. The quiet village was soon filled with screams and cries. Devers saw with his own eyes that most of his comrades, who were usually close and friendly to him, had turned into bandits. They stabbed the Persia men who tried to stop them, kicked the old men who held them and begged, picked up the crying Persia women, broke into every house, took away the livestock, robbed the gold and silver, and carried away the food. Each of their faces showed a ferocious expression of greed and madness, which made Devers feel so strange. Devers wandered weakly in the village like a wandering ghost. The soldiers who saw him cast surprised looks at him. There were Persia people lying on the ground, covered in blood, pointing at him and cursing. There were stumbling old men holding him and begging. Although he did not understand, he knew what they were cursing. What were they begging for? But there was nothing he could do. As if avoiding the plague, he staggered and wanted to run to a deserted place to avoid the angry gazes that made him feel guilty. At the same time, he comforted himself in his heart, "This is war. This is war. I am forced." At this moment, a sudden scream woke him up. It was Oliver's voice. Devers shivered. Oliver's might be in danger. He quickly followed the sound and broke into a house. In the yard, a Persia man had fallen in a pool of blood. He didn't have time to think and kicked open the unlocked door. Oliver's was naked, lying motionless on the bed. A woman was curled up at the head of the bed, and a girl about 10 years old was standing next to the bed, holding a large rock in her hand, and her whole body was trembling. Devers saw the situation and could roughly guess what had happened. Obviously, Oliver's had taken a fancy to the beauty of the female owner, so he killed the male owner first, then forcibly carried the woman to the bed and ravaged her. Just as he was enjoying himself, his daughter, who was hiding, ran out and threw a stone at him. Shameless! He cursed in his heart, but out of concern for his comrade, he shouted, "Olivers, are you all right?" Olivers did not answer, but the little girl woke up with a start. She quickly turned her head and saw another Greek soldier standing at the door. As if greatly agitated, she screamed, "Robber! Bandits! I'll smash you to death! I'll smash you to death!" She threw the stone in her hand at Devers, and at the same time sprang at him. The Devers subconsciously used the round shield in his left hand to block the rock, revealing the spear in his right hand. The girl ignored the shining tip of the spear, and didn't dodge. She lunged at it like a madman. Devers didn't have time to dodge. He only felt his right hand sink, and the girl's hands had just grabbed his face when she fell on him weakly. The woman on the bed let out a desperate cry and threw herself at him naked. Devers took a few steps back weakly, and let the woman hug the girl with the spear in her chest tightly. The heart-wrenching cry was like a sharp knife stabbing into his heart, making him feel dizzy. He was about to faint, but someone held him up. "Are you all right?" In a daze, Devers heard Hilo's voice. "I'm fine." He pushed Hilos away and slowly walked into the courtyard. Hilos had noticed that something was wrong with Devers, so he had been following him. At this moment, although he was worried about Devers, he was even more worried about the safety of Olivers, who was in the house. He quickly rushed into the house. When he walked out of the house, he found Devers sitting by the roadside, leaning against the wall, looking at the sky with a blank look in his eyes. He didn't move, and no one knew what he was thinking about. Hilos wanted to pull him up, but he didn't think it was appropriate. After thinking for a while, he simply sat with Devers. After an unknown amount of time, Devers suddenly stood up. He used a strange voice to shout loudly and repeatedly, and hot tears flowed down his cheeks. After a moment, he calmed down and asked, "Where's the woman?" "She's crazy." Hilos sighed. Devers was silent for a long time and then said, "Her husband and daughter died. Maybe going crazy is the best release for her, yes." Hilos felt the compassion in his words and said, "Olivers is fine. He was just knocked unconscious. He woke up just now and is resting in the house." Devers didn't say anything. Hilos saw the cold light flashing in his eyes, and his heart couldn't help but shiver. "Now, we have to ask the people in this village if there is anyone who is familiar with the geography of Persia." Devers stood up. Hilos hesitated for a moment. "We just robbed them. I'm afraid they won't be willing to tell us. There will be a way to make them talk." Devers said calmly, but it made Hilos feel a chill. The Devers in front of him seemed to be a little different from before. Hilos didn't know whether this change was good or bad. At dusk, the mercenaries left behind the village that was in a mess and crying, and returned with a full load. Devers also found the person he wanted, a Persia businessman. In order to make him talk, Devers also let Hilos and the others capture his wife and daughter. Although Tissaphones had ordered that no Persia was allowed to be captured as a slave, the men in barracks turned a blind eye to what Devers had done and even covered it up for him. Devers successfully brought the man back to the barracks. "You mean our team has been heading northwest?" Devers looked at the Persia businessman named Marigi and asked. The interpreter next to him repeated Devers's words in Persia. The short, slightly fat Persia man, who claimed to be a small businessman, glanced at Devers carefully, then quickly lowered his head and gestured with a branch on the grass. "According to what you said before, you are going back to Ionia. Ionia is in the Aegean Sea in the west. You have passed through Babylon, Otis, and now here. If you keep going west, not only is the journey long, but there is also the Taurus Mountains that are difficult to cross, and you have to take a detour." He looked up at Devers again. Seeing that Devers was listening attentively, he raised his voice. "So, you obviously went northwest along the Tigris River, passed through the Dukia Mountains, entered Amelia, and finally arrived at the Yoke Sea, the Black Sea, took a ship, and returned to Uria. Oh, so that's how it is. It seems that Tissaphones' route arrangement makes sense," Olivers shouted in sudden realization. Devers noticed that Marigi's whole body trembled when he heard this. He immediately glared at Olivers. "Shut up!" Matoni scolded in a low voice. Olivers, who usually liked to bicker with Matonis, actually stopped talking. Devers stared at the sketch on the ground, looked at it carefully for a while, and asked, "Where do you think the march will be more troublesome in the future?" Marigi said without hesitation, the Dukia Mountains. The savage and fierce Dukia people live there, and they will not let strangers pass through their land easily, but... He glanced at Oliver's and quickly said, your team is very large, and there are Persia people leading the way, so it should be easy to pass through. How do you know that our team is large? Devers immediately asked. Because before I came in, I saw your barracks one after another. Marigi's voice began to tremble. Devers patted his shoulder and said with a smile, don't be afraid, you have good observation skills. Do you know Tissaphones? Marigi immediately shook his head. Suddenly, he thought of something and began to nod vigorously, and his voice trembled even more. I only heard that, because he once accused our Lord Cyrus of treason, and almost got his head chopped off. One more question. The Devers retracted his gaze and asked seriously, on this journey, where will we be considered out of Persia's jurisdiction? Marigi was eager to please the Devers. He thought carefully and drew a circle on the map. Here. Past Mespira. Mespira? The Devers carefully looked at the pattern on the ground. Mespira is the former capital of Assyria, Nineveh. Beyond it is Dukia, Marigi emphasized. The Devers nodded. Are you familiar with Dukia? Not really. I just did business with them, exchanging food for their mountain products. Marigi said with an angry expression. But they are untrustworthy barbarians. They often don't pay, injure people, and rob things. Divers listened carefully, then turned to Matones and said, bring his family to the supply camp and have Mercies take good care of him. But you have to tell Mercies not to mistreat him and his wife and daughter, and not to treat them like slaves. As soon as he finished speaking, Marigi knelt down. I beg you. I beg you. Let me go. And my wife and daughter. I've told you everything. Please let us go. It seems like you understand Greek. You pretended not to understand it before, the Devers said. Marigi did not try to explain himself, but just wailed loudly. In fact, I'm not letting you and your family go for your own good. Don't you know that your lord, the king's brother, Cyrus the Younger, has died in battle? Marigi suddenly stopped crying. His hands that were holding on to the Devers' legs lost their strength. He asked weakly, is His Highness Cyrus really dead? Actually, you've already guessed it, haven't you? Otherwise, why would Tissaphones bring us here and allow us to plunder your village? Because this is the punishment for Cyrus the Younger's rebellion. I believe that this will not be the only time. Everyone who is close to him will not be able to escape. Don't you think so? Marigi was already sitting on the ground in a daze. Matones pulled him to his feet and dragged him out. This man doesn't look like an ordinary merchant, Hilo said to the Devers as he watched Marigi being dragged out of the tent. You're right. Devers nodded. The whole family lived in a shabby house, but they had a lot of gold, silver, and splendid clothes. Just looking at him and his wife, they did not look like ordinary merchants of Persia. Moreover, they were proficient in Greek and knew so many things. Perhaps he was a relative of little Cyrus, his supervisor, or his royal merchant. After learning that little Cyrus was plotting a rebellion, he hid in a remote village in his territory to avoid trouble. If not for the village head snitch, we would have missed a big fish. Devers felt lucky that he had selectively forgotten how he tortured the village head and his family. He said to Helos, Captain, I'll have to trouble you to emphasize to Mercies that no one is allowed to harass his family. He's very useful to us. Now that little Cyrus is dead, I want him to sincerely rely on us. A soldier gave an order to his captain, and no one present was surprised. Devers's position as the leader of the team had been established. Okay. Helos did not hesitate to walk out of the tent. Pickles, thank you very much. You've been a great help to me today. Devers turned to a soldier and said. It's my honor to be able to help you. Pickles said slightly respectfully. Devers took out 2 drachmas and stuffed them into his hand. This. Pickles pretended to decline. Devers said, please accept it. I really have to thank you for today, and I hope you can keep it a secret and don't let Menon know. Hearing this, Pickles no longer declined. He stuffed the silver coins into his arms and said, don't worry, I don't like that guy either. I promise Hades that I won't leak a word. Pickles made a gesture to keep his mouth shut, then said excitedly, "Next time there's a job like this, just call me. You'll definitely be there." Devers laughed. When Pickles left the tent, Gilgrease immediately asked with concern, "Pickles is Menon's Persia interpreter. Is he reliable? I heard that Menon knows Persia, and Pickles has nothing to do at all. Instead, he's often ordered around by Menon as a coolie. He wouldn't be stupid enough to offend us, not to mention he can make money," Olivers interjected. When he woke up, he knew that he had almost gone to hell and immediately thanked Devers. Unexpectedly, Devers reacted coldly to him, and he realized something, so he had been relatively quiet until now. But as soon as he spoke, the tent fell into a brief silence. "Devers, how did you know that the Persia merchant buried the money in the yard?" Gilgrease suddenly asked. Devers understood that Gilgrease wanted to liven up the atmosphere, so he said, "It's very simple. When we captured Marigi, I found that in addition to worrying about his wife and daughter being bullied by us," Devers glanced at Olivers. His eyes also secretly glanced at the old tree in the yard from time to time. "I walked over and took a closer look. There was a place under the tree that was a little different in color. It was new soil. Of course, I had my suspicions, but before I could scare him, this guy was timid and took the initiative to confess." Several people loudly praised Devers's attentiveness, especially Olivers, who spoke the loudest. Devers said to Gilgrease, "This money is of great use to us. You go to the supply camp every day and check it. Don't let that fat man take advantage of it." Okay. After many raids by the Greek mercenaries, the marching column of the army became even larger and more bloated. For the next few days, just as Marigi had said, the army marched along the right bank of the Tigris River, then crossed the river and reached the city of Gain. Here, they once again received ample supplies. However, the suspicion of the Greek mercenaries towards the Persia grew. New rumors constantly spread among the army, causing more conflicts between the two armies after they set up camp. Finally, when they reached the Zapatas River, a large-scale fight broke out between the two armies. More than 100 people from both sides fought with weapons in hand. More than a dozen people died or were injured. If the leaders of both sides had not arrived in time and sent troops to separate the two sides in time, the result would have been unimaginable. This caused the next day's march to be cancelled and the soldiers of the various battalions to be restricted from leaving the camp. After marching every day, Devers and the others were physically and mentally exhausted. It was rare for them to have a day of free time, so everyone slept in. In the supply camp, Mirza seized the time to slaughter some of the looted livestock and make them into sausages. Just as the Devers woke up, Antonios entered the tent with an anxious look on his face. "Devers, Menon, Crulcus, Proxenus, and a few other leaders are going to the Persia camp to negotiate." "What?" The Devers sat up in shock. "I heard that after what happened last night, Crulcus immediately went to negotiate with Tsaphnis, hoping to eliminate the distrust and suspicion between the two sides and avoid such hostility from happening again. Perhaps the two sides had a good talk. Crulcus directly spent the night in the Persia camp. He returned safely this morning and then sent someone to inform the leaders of the various camps to go with him to the Persia camp for further talks with Tsaphnis. It is said that many soldiers and officers in the other camps opposed them going, but in the end, the leaders reached an agreement and they are going to set off immediately." Antonios quickly explained what had happened. "Why didn't anyone in our camp inform us of this?" Helos asked in surprise. "Menon didn't discuss it with anyone else. He only quietly brought the two platoon jarls, Capace and Millstick," Antonio said awkwardly. He knew in his heart that after the collective forcing incident, after Menon's prestige was lost, he didn't want to give them any more time to discuss it, so he directly found two platoon jarls who were willing to listen to him. Antonios didn't explain in detail, but said, "I also heard the soldiers in the neighboring Socrates camp making a ruckus, and I only found out about it when I asked." "Who went?" The Devers stood up and asked solemnly as they quickly dressed. Antonio's heart skipped a beat, and the Devers' expression confirmed the uneasiness in his heart. Crulcus, Proxenus, Menon, Socrates, and Aegeas, the 5 leaders, and a dozen platoon jarls. When the soldiers guarding the camp gate saw that it was the Devers and Antonios, they let them through. They stopped Helos and the others behind them. The Devers did not have time to pay attention to their shouts. they followed Antonio's and ran north. After running for a while, they saw a group of people in front of them. Clycus was walking and talking with Thistle, the younger brother of the Queen of Persia, who had come to greet him. Suddenly, he heard a shout from behind, "Stop! Stop! This is a conspiracy! A conspiracy of the Persia!" The 5 leaders, more than a dozen platoon jarls, and 200 soldiers who were escorting them and preparing to go to the market to buy were all shocked and immediately stopped to look back. The Devers rushed in front of them. Facing the many strange eyes, he panted and said loudly, "This is a conspiracy. Tisaphnus is preparing to catch all of you in one fell swoop. This way, without a leader, we will fall into chaos and lead to the destruction of the whole army." The leaders subconsciously looked at the Persia messenger, Thistle. Thistle pointed angrily at the Devers and roared, "Who is he? How dare he say such things? It was you who asked for a meeting." Tisaphnus responded to Clycus' request and entertained him warmly. "Now this is how you repay the commander of Persia, Tisaphnus? This is not only an insult to him. It is also an insult to our king. Get out of here. I will report this to Tisaphnus and suggest that he report this to His Majesty and suggest that His Majesty cancel the agreement with you Greeks." The leaders hurriedly stopped his horse and apologized profusely. The Devers did not expect that this meeting was requested by Clycus. He could not care less and said eagerly, "Even if there is a meeting, we should not have all the leaders and platoon jarls go to the Persia camp. Haven't we always been on guard against the Persia? Who knows if Tisaphnus has been friendly to us for more than 10 days just to numb us? Have you forgotten how he went back on his word?" As soon as the Devers' voice fell, Menon jumped out and scolded, venting his anger over the past 10 days, "Bold madman! Shameless liar! Not only did you lie to the soldiers in the barracks, you incited them to oppose me. Now they want to destroy the peace between us and Persia. Do you want to cause everyone to be unable to return home? Men, capture him." However, none of the soldiers listened to his orders. Firstly, he only brought 2 platoon jarls and no other attendants. Secondly, some of the soldiers recognized the Devers as the long-rumored blessed in the Menon barracks and were muttering softly. At first, the leaders were a little hesitant when they heard what the Devers said, but Menon's scolding immediately made them feel disgusted with the Devers. Although Menon's character was not good, after all, they had been together for a long time, and the leaders knew that he was not weak. An ordinary soldier actually dared to rebel against the commander. This was undoubtedly a taboo for the leaders. Cryalcus had a different idea. He strangely thought that Menon had found a soldier to put on a show here to ruin the meeting. Because there was another purpose to this meeting, Tisaphnus had promised him that he was willing to publicly point out who was in cahoots with the Persia army and spread rumors among the mercenaries. Cryalcus had always guessed that it was Menon. Because from the beginning of the march into Persia, Menon had openly competed with him for the command of the Greek mercenaries, and now he had been staying with Aureus, who was already close to Tisaphnus. He had been in private contact and secret talks with Socrates and Achilles, definitely to oppose him. This time, he had to expose his vile nature in front of everyone and solidify his command. Because he firmly believed that only he had the ability to bring the army back to Greece intact. This was also why, although he hated the Persia, he endured the humiliation and negotiated peace with Persia. He hated any villain who destroyed the unity of the team. So he immediately went with the flow and said, "Since Menon has said so, then take this clown-like man down and send him back to the camp to be imprisoned. We'll interrogate him when we return." He looked around and said firmly, "Now I'm going to negotiate with Tisaphnus. Those who believe me will come with me, and those who don't can go back." With that, several soldiers went over and pressed the Devers to the ground. Antonio stepped forward to stop them and was also taken down. Cryalcus strode north, and Proxenus and the others hesitated for a moment before following closely. Menon spat on the Devers' face and scolded proudly, "When I come back, you're dead." With that, he laughed and moved forward. Most of the soldiers also followed their leaders, and only a few soldiers who had heard of the Devers' miracle stayed where they were. The Devers was not in the mood to care about Menon at the moment. He was pressed to the ground and ate a mouthful of dirt. He struggled and yelled in the direction of the leader's departure, "Cryalcus, you idiot! Your stubbornness will not only harm you, but also the entire army. You will regret it. By the way, you won't have time to regret it. However, his scolding did not call back Krilkus, and the figures of the leaders became more and more distant and blurred. Finally, the Devers calmed down and slumped to the ground. Previously, he thought that Krilkus was a famous general and should be very clear-headed, but he did not expect him to be so stubborn and not listen to any opinions. In fact, the Devers did not know that most of the Sparta men were conservative and stubborn. Once they made up their minds, they often would not turn back until they hit a brick wall. The most famous example was before the Battle of Plataea in the Greek War. The commander of the Greek coalition forces ordered the troops to retreat, but a general of Sparta believed that retreating in front of the enemy was against Sparta's tradition. He refused to retreat after many persuasions, causing the Sparta army to lag behind the team and almost lead to the failure of the battle. The team continued to move forward, and the soldiers who escorted the Devers pushed him back. The soldiers who stayed behind instead came forward to introduce themselves and comfort the Devers. At this time, Antonios finally had time to ask, "Devers, will the leaders really be in danger? What good will come of a sheep negotiating with a wolf?" The Devers sighed. There were countless such scams in the history of China and the West. The reason why Tsaphnis's scheme was successful was mainly because Krilkus and the others had illusions about the peace talks, and the trust the others had in Krilkus outweighed their concern for their own safety. His influence was still not enough. What should we do? Antonios panicked a little. What to do? Of course it was to save themselves. The Devers suddenly thought of Xenophon. Why did he boast in his book that he had led the retreat? So it was because of this, more than 20 mercenary leaders and captains had been slaughtered, and the entire leadership of the Greek mercenary army was facing a reshuffle. Thinking of this, he threw away his depression and reinvigorated himself. Quick! Let's go back. Along the way, Menon told Proxenus and the others about the misdeeds of the Devers with embellishment, successfully arousing their anger. He was secretly delighted. This time, he could finally get rid of this big trouble. Before arriving at the Persia barracks, most of the soldiers who were going to the market said goodbye to their leaders. Entering the Persia barracks, Krilkus saw the same scene as when he left yesterday. There were even some leisurely Persia soldiers who looked at them curiously and talked to each other about why are there so many Greek barbarians in our barracks, which made Krilkus and the others feel relieved. When they arrived at Tsaphnis's tent, Thistle went in to report and came out to say, "5 leaders, please come in. The others will wait outside for the time being." More than 20 strong men rushed out from both sides and pressed Krilkus and the 4 leaders to the ground. They immediately tied them up with ropes. The officers and soldiers waiting outside the door were also surrounded by the heavily armed Persia. They were holding sharp blades, spears, and large shields, and they cut down the unarmed Greeks one by one. "Congratulations, Lord Governor, your plan has succeeded." There was laughter in the tent. The candles were lit, and the light was restored. Krilkus saw Tsaphnis, Otorons, and Thistle laughing in the center of the tent. He was so angry that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. "Tsaphnis, you despicable villain! You deceived us with lies, slaughtered my soldiers, and broke the promise you made to your supreme god, Ahura Mazda, when we signed the contract. Aren't you afraid of the wrath of the gods? Aren't you afraid of the shame of your king? Aren't you afraid of the disaster that befell your family? Ha ha ha." Tsaphnis smiled and took a glass of wine from the servant. He took a sip and walked to the mercenary leaders. He slowly said, "Krilkus, let me tell you. Our king returned to Persia the day after the death of Cyrus the Younger. Of course, he never gave any instructions to negotiate with you. I made that up to deceive you. As for whether the gods will punish me or not, you don't have to worry. I don't think they will." He said in a serious tone, "Mazda, if you see that I captured and killed a group of barbarians who invaded Persia's territory and slaughtered the people of Persia, you will reward me. Oh, let me tell you one more thing. I sent people to spread those rumors." Seeing the astonished look on Krilkus' face, he happily drained the glass of wine in one gulp. Proxenus fiercely spat at him, but he nimbly dodged. "Liar! Coward!" Proxenus scolded. Tsaphnis was not angry at all. Instead, he said proudly, "Liar? Lie? No, no, no. I prefer to call it wisdom. Unlike you Greek barbarians who only know how to fight, we Persia prefer to use our brains to think of ways to achieve a greater victory with a smaller price. Just like how I talked to you in the beginning to paralyze you. Of course, I know you will still be vigilant, but once you get used to this peaceful and stable state, you don't want to return to the tension and hostility of the past. You want to work hard to maintain peace. So, I purposely sent my soldiers to clash with the mercenaries, scolded them, fought them, and then spread rumors. If you didn't suspect me, who would you suspect? Disiphnis glanced at the captured leaders and said mockingly, let me guess, it's Menon, right? You see, I know all about the dirty things that go on inside your organization. I also know that you are a very responsible leader. The more serious the conflict between the two armies, the more worried you will be. Instead, you will take the initiative to negotiate with me. Look, not only did you take the initiative to visit me, you even gave me a big gift. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Don't talk nonsense. Crilcus roared with a red face. Lady Tissaphonis, please spare my life. Please spare my life. Next to him, Menon struggled and begged, even if you make me your slave, as long as you spare me. I will persuade those stupid mercenaries to surrender to you for you. I can also conquer Asia Minor for you. I am willing to do anything for you, as long as you spare my life. Anything? Tissaphonis narrowed his eyes and seemed to be interested. Learn to bark a few times first. Woof woof woof. Menon really barked with all his might. Look, this is the barbaric Greeks. The Persia in the big tent were overjoyed. Menon, shut up. Crilcus and the others were so ashamed that they scolded Menon. Menon turned a deaf ear and simply knelt on the ground, looking at Tissaphonis ingratiatingly. Very good. Very good. With a smile, Tissaphonis clapped her hands and walked towards Myron. Menon put his hands behind his back and squatted on the ground, sticking out his tongue and barking even more happily. Tissaphonis walked up to him and gave him a secretive smile. He quickly pulled out his sword and slashed it down hard at Menon's neck. Amidst the screams of the crowd, blood spurted out wildly, and Menon's head, which rolled to the ground, still had an expression of disbelief. Idiot! Do you think I don't know that you desperately attacked me in front of Cyrus the Younger and even took the initiative to attack my mansion? Tissaphonis stepped on Menon's head with his left foot, his face splattered with blood. He was as cold as a god of death. The four leaders stared blankly at the headless corpse on the ground. Even Crilcus, who had always had a grudge against Menon, had grief on his face. A kind of sadness enveloped them. Tanned this head and immediately escorted to Persia Polis along with these four criminals for His Majesty to personally judge. Tissaphonis ordered. After the four leaders were escorted out, Socrates lamented regretfully, if only I had listened to that young man on the way. Crilcus was expressionless and silent. My lord, Aureus requests an audience. Let him come in. Aureus walked into the large tent and saw the shocking pool of blood on the ground. He slowed down and heard Tissaphonis say, that's Menon's blood. I just chopped off his head with my sword. By Rashnu, the god of good and evil in Persian mythology, this is the punishment he deserves. Aureus said hurriedly. Looking at Tissaphonis' playful smile, he quickly added, Governor, I have sent cavalry to kill all the Greeks wandering outside the barracks as per your orders. Very well, I will report your achievements to His Majesty. Tissaphonis understood that he had to both deter and rope in Cyrus the Younger's troops. After all, it was an army of nearly 10,000 men, and he still had to rely on these local Persian nobles when he returned to Asia Minor. Now that the main leaders of the Greek mercenaries have been taken down, the stupid Greeks are probably in a panic and don't know what to do. You insist go to the Greek barracks and find a way to make these Greeks surrender. Antonios wanted the soldiers to escort the Devers to the Menon barracks, because no one would dare to touch the Devers there. The Devers refused. He obeyed the soldiers' request and went to the Crilcus barracks. Because it was the vanguard, the barracks were located in the northernmost area, close to the Persia, so it would be easy to get news as soon as possible. He asked Helos to call Xenophon over, and at the same time told Antonios to return to the Menon barracks to be prepared. Then he thought of something again, pulled Matones over, and whispered something in his ear. Matones looked at him in surprise and finally nodded. Watching Helos and the others leave, the Devers suppressed the nervousness in their hearts and walked to the Krilkis barracks. The soldier escorting him couldn't help but ask, "Is Krilkis really in danger?" The Devers asked, "When Krilkis is absent, who is in charge of your barracks?" "First platoon leader Timothy." "Then you'd better go and tell him to get ready for defense." As the Devers spoke, the barracks guard pointed ahead and shouted in shock, "Look, the Persia cavalry." The Devers and the soldiers looked back together and saw countless Persia cavalry galloping back and forth 100 meters in front of the barracks, stirring up sand and dust into the sky. Screams could be heard from time to time in the dust. "This is..." The soldiers looked nervously at the Devers. Although their guess had been confirmed, the Devers didn't feel a trace of joy. War was finally coming. He also felt nervous. "Quick! Go back to the camp." He called for the accompanying soldiers to quickly enter the camp and close the gate. At this moment, a soldier emerged from the dust in front of them. He covered his bleeding abdomen with one hand and stumbled over. The guards and the Devers hurried forward and brought him back to the camp. The Devers saw that the wound on his abdomen was huge, and they could even see the intestines inside. They knew that his chances of survival were slim, but they could not bear to give up. They said to the soldiers beside them, "Quickly send him to the medical camp of the men in barracks. Tell them that the Devers sent him here." "Medical camp? Oh, I know." Someone answered, so the soldiers carried the wounded soldier and prepared to pass through the Krilkis barracks and head south. The others looked at the Devers, not knowing what to do. The Devers said anxiously to them, "Quickly inform the garrison officers of the barracks that the Persia have broken their promise and slaughtered the Greek soldiers. The leaders who went to the talks have probably been captured by the Persia. Let them gather the soldiers and prepare for battle." The soldiers immediately ran towards their barracks. "Devers, what happened?" At this moment, Xenophon rushed to the entrance of the barracks. The Devers quickly told him what had happened. Xenophon's expression was gloomy, and his eyes were full of regret. "I tried to persuade Proxenus before, but he didn't listen, and I didn't insist." "Sigh, in that case, I'm afraid Proxenus..." Xenophon's trembling voice was choked with sobs. The Devers nodded silently. Xenophon looked at the Persia cavalry galloping ahead and said loudly, "We should gather the entire army immediately. Attack the Persia barracks and rescue Proxenus and the others." "That's not a good idea." A strong middle-aged man walked over as he spoke. "Although the soldiers have fought with the Persia many times before, we have been living peacefully with them during this time. Now that you suddenly want to start a war with the Persia, the soldiers will find it difficult to accept it for a while, let alone besieging the Persia barracks. At least we should drive away the Persia cavalry in front. Perhaps we can even rescue some of the soldiers who have gone out." The Devers reminded. The man glanced at him and asked, "Who are you?" "Soldiers of the men in barracks, Devers. What to do is the job of the team officers. We don't need a soldier to guide us." The man berated angrily. The Devers tactfully stopped talking. "Xenophon, go back to your barracks immediately and inform Agathia to bring his troops over immediately," he ordered. Xenophon responded and turned to walk back. The Devers immediately followed him. After asking Xenophon, they found out that the man was the adjutant of Krilkis, Timothy. The gathering speed of the Krilkis barracks was very slow. The soldiers slowly came out of the tents one by one, chatting with each other while putting on their armor. Obviously, they did not know the danger they were facing. Song hurriedly stepped forward and beat and scolded them. It was not easy to gather about 500 soldiers. Before Devers and Xenophon could walk out of the Krilkis barracks, the team officers of the other barracks arrived with a few soldiers. They were Clino from the Aegeus barracks, Xanthoparis from the Socrates barracks, Agathia from the Proxenus barracks. The men in barracks had the most people. Adjutant Felicius, platoon leader Antonius, Capus, and so on. Of course, there was also the Helos squad among the soldiers. Their arrival gave the Devers some confidence. After everyone met up, some of the team officers still did not know what had happened. Several platoon leaders of the men in barracks, led by Antonios, asked in unison to let Devers explain the situation. The reason was that he had witnessed the whole thing with his own eyes. The officers led by Timothy were surprised. Devers was just an ordinary young soldier. Why were all the officers in the Myron barracks treating him with so much respect? Some people looked at the Devers curiously, because some of the soldiers who went back to deliver the message announced that the Devers of the Menon barracks stopped Krilkus and the others from going to the Persia barracks for talks. The leaders did not listen to the oracle and suffered a disaster. Soon, everyone knew about it. Therefore, Devers faced everyone's complicated gaze and calmly explained what happened. The officers quickly came to an agreement: immediately chase away the Persia cavalry in front of the barracks, so that the soldiers who had gone out could return safely. The soldiers began to line up, and the Devers returned to Helos's team. At this moment, Antonios, who was at the front of the line, shouted, "Devers, come to the front." The Devers were stunned. Then, Capys began to shout as well. "Go." Helos nudged him encouragingly, and his teammates looked at him excitedly. The Devers understood. His heart beat faster, but he did not refuse. He squeezed forward with difficulty, and the soldiers took the initiative to make way for him. "Your position is here." Antonios pulled him to the left of Felicius, which was the front of the Menon army, and said to him seriously, "We may have to negotiate with the Persia in a while. We need your guidance." Antonios then said to Felicius, "Feli, take care of him for us." Felicius replied without hesitation, "Don't worry, leave it to me." Standing in the position of a phalanx commander for the first time, the Devers was both excited and a little unnatural. He turned his head to look at Felicius, who also happened to be looking at him, and gave him a gentle smile in return. Previously, the Devers had several contacts with Felicius, and through Antonios and the others, they learned some things about him. The Devers had a preliminary impression of Felicius. This 45-year-old Thessaly was a good man who was proficient in military affairs and did not like to fight for fame and fortune. It was easy to understand that the extremely controlling Menon would certainly not choose a similarly ambitious person to be his adjutant. After all, he often went out, made friends with Persia's dignitaries, and accepted some mercenary tasks. Someone had to preside over and deal with matters in the barracks, and after a long time, there was a danger that the soldiers would only recognize the adjutant and not him, so the good-tempered Felicius was the adjutant he had carefully chosen. At this moment, there was no doubt that the Devers had taken advantage of this, because Felicius had no objection to the young him standing in the position of commander, and his attitude was very friendly. At the front of the barracks, the Greek mercenaries consisted of about 700 heavy infantry and 200 light infantry. The heavy infantry were in front, and the light infantry were behind. As the bugle sounded, the phalanx began to move forward slowly. The Persia cavalry did not press forward, but instead retreated backward. The sounds of fighting gradually subsided, and the dust in front of them gradually dissipated. From time to time, Greek soldiers covered in dust ran back to the barracks in a sorry state, but more of their comrades and corpses were moaning on the ground. The soldiers' sorrow and fear were increasing. "The enemy is here," Felicius said in a low voice. A Persia team appeared in front of them, slowly walking towards them. The Devers were both nervous and excited. Could it be that their first battle was about to begin? When the two armies were about 200 meters apart, a group of cavalry rushed out from the opposite side and came to the front of the Greek army. They shouted in Greek, "The Greeks on the opposite side, listen up. Let your generals and captains come forward and listen to the king's decree." There was a commotion in the Greek phalanx. The officers whispered to each other, but no one stepped forward. The tragic state of the soldiers who had just been ambushed had left a deep impression on them, and the Persia's previous behavior was alarming. The Persia shouted again, but the Greek phalanx remained calm. At this moment, a man walked out of the phalanx, holding a copper shield and a spear, and walked forward at a steady pace. "Who is that? How dare he? That's the Devers of our barracks. He's the oracle of Hades. Is it true? Oh, he's so young." The soldiers of the various battalions discussed among themselves curiously. While the officers were still hesitating, Felicius chased after the Devers. He had promised Antonios and the others that he would ensure the Devers' safety. Xenophon also walked out of the phalanx. Even the young Devers dared to step forward, so how could he fall behind? "They're too reckless." Timocin cursed to cover up his embarrassment and strode forward. Then, Xanthoparis, Clino, Agathia, and a dozen other officers walked forward. The reason why Divers did this was not because he was not afraid of the Persian cavalry's attack, but because he knew that when the mercenary army was facing a disaster and the soldiers were panicking, only those who dared to take risks and take on responsibilities could be supported by the soldiers. They even forgot that he was young and inexperienced. As they approached the Persia cavalry, Felicius told the Devers that the Persia in front of them were Aureus, Artaxas, and Mithridate. The three of them were the most trusted subordinates of Cyrus the Younger when he was alive. The other Persia man in the middle was someone the Devers recognized. It was the previous Persia emissary, Thistle. The officers stopped when they were about 20 meters away from the Persia cavalry. "Please come closer." Aureus pointed to the front of his horse. The officers did not move. Thistle could not help but mock, "Are the Greeks all so cowardly? Because the Persia have broken their promises time and time again, so we no longer dare to trust the Persia." Xenophon retorted. "Yes, the Persia are all shameless villains. They can even deceive the gods." Creano cursed angrily. His words resonated with the other officers, and they began to curse. "Please be quiet. Listen carefully to the king's orders." Aureus shouted. "That is your king, not ours. If you want to speak, then speak. If not, we will go back," the Devers also shouted. "We Greeks are free, unlike the Persia, who are all slaves to your king." Timicin roared, half proud and half mocking. Aureus was so angry that his nose was crooked. He turned to look at Thistle, who nodded at him. Only then did he helplessly unfold the papyrus in his hand and read loudly, "Dear Greeks, I, Artaxerxes, the lord of the Persia, the king of all races, declare that Crilcus has violated the oath and broken the truce, and the gods have punished him. Proxenus, Menon, Achilles, and Socrates, the 4 leaders are receiving the highest honors from my governor, Tissavones, for exposing his plot. To prevent such terrible betrayals on the road, and for safety," Aureus spoke loudly and solemnly, "I request all Greek soldiers to hand over your weapons, because the money to buy these weapons came from the rebellious Cyrus the Younger, and his money came from the Persia's treasury, so it should have belonged to me. Hand over your weapons, and I swear to the supreme god Mazda that you will reach Ionia smoothly." "Ha ha ha." Devers laughed out loud. The wolf tricked the deer into befriending them and then ate them. After tasting the benefits, the wolves wanted to trick all the deer into breaking their own horns so that the wolves could enjoy their meat without worry. "Ha ha ha. How stupid would he have to be to fall for this again? Or is there something wrong with your king's head? How dare you?" Aureus pointed angrily at the Devers. "Those who insult the king will be burned by fire." "Enough, Aureus, you shameless bastard. And you, the closest comrades in arms of little Cyrus, aren't you ashamed of yourselves before the gods?" Creano pointed at Aureus, Artaxas, and Mithridate and said angrily, "You once swore to the gods to become allies with us against the king of Persia, but now you have betrayed us and worked with that heartless scoundrel Tissaphnus. Not only did you deceive Crilcus and the others, but you also tried to betray the rest of us. Even if little Cyrus is in hell, if he knows what you have done, he will definitely curse you." Aureus shrunk his neck unnaturally and subconsciously glanced at Thistle. Thistle looked as if he had nothing to do with it, so Aureus had no choice but to say, "His Majesty really wants to send you home safely, because the traitor, little Cyrus, has received the most just punishment. You were just deceived by him. The king is merciful and does not want the land of Persia to suffer from unnecessary wars. However, according to Proxenus and the others, Crilcus has been conspiring against Lord Tissaphnus and the Persia army for more than 10 days. He has also spread rumors and tried to drive a wedge between the Greeks and the people of Persia. We have no choice but to take action against him. Since you said that Proxenus and the others have been rewarded for exposing Crilcus, then please let them come here. That way, we will be able to dispel the suspicion between us. As their leaders, they will also be able to come up with better suggestions for us to reconcile." Xenophon was still trying his best to save Proxenus. "That's right, let our leaders come here, and we will believe you," the officers shouted. "Ugh." Proxenus and the others accepted Lord Tissaphnus' invitation, and they are already drunk, so. Aureus stammered. Sist was getting impatient. He shouted, "The king has ordered you to hand over your weapons immediately. Only then will you be able to return home safely. Otherwise, we will no longer provide you with any help." Ares above, the Greek warriors will never give up their weapons and allow themselves to be trampled on. Timicin yelled as he knocked his spear on the bronze shield. We will fight anyone who dares to take away our weapons. Creonte shouted angrily. Proxenus and the others can't come, not because they are drunk, but because they have been killed by you, right? Xenophon said angrily. He had made it sound so serious to force Aureus and the others to tell the truth, but he did not expect to infuriate the officers. The Persia want to kill us all. Avenge our leaders. The enraged officers surrounded Aureus and the others. Sist saw that the situation was not good, so he turned his horse around and ran away. Aureus and the others followed suit. After running for a while, Sist turned around and saw that they had distanced themselves from the Greeks. He was ashamed and angry when he remembered that he, a noble of Persia and a relative of the royal family, had been scared away by a bunch of Greek barbarians. He shouted, Greeks, you have missed the best opportunity. You will regret it soon. I don't know who will regret it when the time comes. Xenophon replied firmly. Seeing the Persia cavalry leave, everyone was worried. They were sure that the mercenary leaders would not have a good ending, and the Persia had already shed all pretense of cordiality. What should they do now, surrender to the Persia? Even the brother of the king of Persia, Cyrus the Younger, had been brutally beheaded and had his hands chopped off. Most of the officers did not think that they would have a good ending after surrendering. They would either be killed or become slaves. The officers could not accept this choice, and it was impossible for them to accept it. Other than that, they could only choose to fight the Persia on this foreign land again. Now, they were led by the Persia on a route that they had never taken before. They were thousands of miles away from their hometown, and without the help of the Persia, they could only move forward by themselves. They did not know how many tribes and villages they would have to face, and they would have to guard against the attacks of the Persia army. The most distressing thing was that the Persia could not defeat them in a head-on battle, but they could not catch up with the Persia either. If they failed, they might be completely wiped out. Because of these difficulties, everyone was depressed and did not know what to do. When they left the camp, the soldiers were still in high spirits, but when they returned, they all sighed and looked worried. When they returned to the camp, when the officers in charge of the various battalions gathered again, Devers naturally followed beside Felicius and participated in the discussion. Of course, as a newcomer, he did not speak much and spent most of his time observing these officers. In a heated argument, it was easier for them to reveal their personalities: the hot-tempered Timicin, the shrewd Clino, the cautious Xanthoparis, and Agathia, who had a good relationship with the other officers. Xenophon was much more proactive. Not only did he argue fiercely with the others many times, but he also said excitedly, everyone, Crilcus and the others have been captured by the Persia. We must immediately elect new leaders of each battalion to replace them, and then hold a meeting of the entire army to re-establish the soldiers' determination to fight against the Persia and the confidence that we must rely on ourselves to return home. Otherwise, if we allow this chaos to continue, we will all be finished before the Persia attack. Devers thought that Xenophon was right. Although he was still a beginner in military affairs, in his previous life, he had been a village official and a leader in charge of a high-tech development zone. The number of people he had managed far exceeded these 10,000 soldiers, so he knew the importance of unity of thought and inspiring confidence in a group. Yes, let's wait for Colossops to come, then we'll discuss it. At the mention of Colossops, everyone's expression relaxed a little, which made Devers curious. He asked Xenophon in a low voice, "Who is Colossops?" Xenophon said with a complicated expression, "I heard that young Cyrus once had an agreement with Sparta. He fully supported Sparta in building a navy, and when young Cyrus went to war, Sparta also needed to provide military assistance." Devers immediately reacted and said in surprise, "You mean, Colossops was sent by Sparta? He's the censor of Sparta. I heard that he brought 700 heavy-armored infantrymen and joined young Cyrus's team." At that time, he didn't know that young Cyrus was plotting a rebellion. By the time he found out, it was already too late. So, he and his troops have been keeping a low profile in the mercenary army, but many high-ranking officers know his identity. Xenophon said with some schadenfreude. Devers knew why Xenophon had such an expression. It was because he was from Athens. They had heard about the censor of Sparta from Xenophon. Unlike other Greek city-states that also had censors, Sparta's censor system was unique because it had great power. The people below could supervise citizens, judge periosity, punish helots, and enjoy the highest civil jurisdiction and some criminal jurisdiction. The people above could monitor the king's every move with vigilant eyes at all times. They had the right to sue the king and summon him for trial at any time. Moreover, the censor of Sparta could only be a civilian. Every autumn, citizens over the age of 30 would draw lots to elect 5 censors. When they took office, they would issue an order requiring every citizen to shave their upper lip and beard and abide by the laws of the state. This showed how much importance Sparta attached to the censors. According to Xenophon, it was because of this censor system in Sparta that the civilians held power that it was not regarded as a tyrannical country by the other city-states. There was such an important figure hidden in the Greek mercenary army. He was probably the only general with official status in the mercenary army, and he was from Sparta. After defeating Athens, Sparta had become the overlord of all the Greek city-states. Even if the Greeks didn't follow Sparta's lead, they at least respected it. The previous Sparta soldier, Crilcus, was a deserter and was sentenced to death by the Sparta government. However, the one who was about to arrive was a real Sparta warrior, and he also brought 700 real Sparta warriors with him. Devers were about to see the ancient Sparta warriors, who were popular all over the world in his previous life. Would they be wearing red underpants? While waiting for Callisthorpes, the temporary people in charge of the barracks did not stay idle. They invited the team officers of the barracks up to platoon jarls to participate in the discussion. There were nearly 200 people in total, and the big tent could not accommodate so many people, so they sat in a large circle in the open space of Clearchus camp. After everyone had arrived, it did not take long for Callisthorpes to arrive as well. Early in the morning, Callisthorpes went to a nearby village to prepare supplies for his soldiers. The village was located south of the Greek mercenary camp, so it was not intercepted by the Persian cavalry. When the messenger found him, he was rushing back. He had already learned about what had happened along the way. When he arrived at the meeting hall, everyone consciously gave him a spacious seat. Without hesitation, he sat directly on the mud floor and began to look around. He did not see the main mercenary leaders. Thinking that Crilcus' life was still uncertain, he felt a little sad. Crilcus was a comrade of Sparta. In the war with Athens, Crilcus made a lot of contributions and was a valiant general of Sparta. However, because he could not adapt to peace, he refused to obey the orders of Sparta and was sentenced to death. When Callisop saw little Cyrus in the army, he pretended not to see him and did not send his men to arrest him. Firstly, he did not want to ruin the cooperation with little Cyrus. Secondly, he cherished the comradeship. His eyes slowly swept across the faces and stopped when it fell on one person. It was a very young face. Among a large group of team officers whose average age was over 30, this young man should not be more than 20 years old, and he was sitting at the front of the team, so he was very conspicuous. What was even more strange was that several people around him were quite respectful to this young man. He looked at him with bright eyes and even smiled and nodded at him. Callisthorpes was a little confused and hurriedly asked his adjutant in a low voice. The adjutant asked the others before coming to tell him. The beloved of the men in barracks? The oracle that was sent out repeatedly was always fulfilled? Callisthorpes frowned. The management of the mercenary army was really messy, allowing a childish young man to occupy a high position. Although the people of Sparta claimed to be the descendants of Hercules, in fact, they did not have much respect for the gods. They believed more in their own strength. They were conservative and did not believe in the saying that young people were promising. Otherwise, there would not be a rule that Sparta people could only leave the collective life after the age of 30, be independent, get married, and hold important positions. Therefore, Callisthorpes did not have a good first impression of the Devers. In the eyes of the Devers, Callisthorpes was quite different from the image of the Sparta warrior in their imagination. He was not tall and looked ordinary. If it were not for the few scars on his face and the sharp eyes that reminded others of his warrior identity, the Devers might have thought that he was just an ordinary old Greek farmer. After the surroundings quieted down, Callisthorpes began to speak. I already know what happened. Do you have any suggestions? For a moment, there were many whispers in the hall, but no one stood up to speak. After all, to express an opinion in the face of more than 200 experienced generals required not only courage, but also a certain degree of eloquence and insight, which was not easy for the poor Greek mercenaries. The Devers did not speak out, not because he was afraid, but because in the previous contact with the team officers in charge of the various barracks, he found that among this group of people, he was young and only an ordinary soldier. Too ostentatious behavior would easily cause disgust, so he decided to wait and see. Finally, Xenophon stood up and said, "Dear team officers, the Persia people have broken their promise, killed or imprisoned our leaders and soldiers, and want us all to surrender our weapons. Now, our war with the Persia is inevitable. You have all seen, after the soldiers in the camp heard the news, most of them were confused, afraid, and even crying. If this situation does not change quickly, once the Persia people attack and they need to fight, they will not have the courage to wave their spears at the enemy, and we will be in danger of being wiped out. Everyone, you are the team officers of the various barracks. Usually, your pay, your status, are higher than that of ordinary soldiers, and you are also stronger than them. Now, in the face of danger, the soldiers have pinned their hopes on you. You must show great courage and the determination to fight to the death with the Persia people. Only then will you be able to stabilize the soldiers' emotions and boost their confidence. At the same time, we must immediately elect outstanding people to be the new generals of the barracks, to replace Krilkis and the others, to manage and restrain the soldiers of the barracks, to formulate a plan, to command the whole army to defeat the Persia people, and to lead us back to Greece smoothly. With the protection of Zeus, we will definitely be able to walk out of Persia." Xenophon's words aroused a great response from the crowd, and some even applauded. Xenophon looked at the indifferent Timocin with a slightly smug expression, and then immediately moved his gaze away. In fact, this was the only choice for the Greek mercenaries who were in a difficult situation at the moment. "Everyone, we don't have time to waste. Let's do as Xenophon said. Please return to your camps immediately and elect your new leaders. Then, let them come here for a military meeting to discuss and formulate a plan." Challisthorpes immediately stood up and said in a firm and decisive tone. He looked around at the crowd and continued to say loudly, "In the afternoon, here again, we will hold another meeting of the whole army." With that, he turned and left without waiting for the team officers to respond. As expected, Devers clenched their fists and followed Antonios and the others to stand up. The Devers and the others returned to Menon's barracks. The soldiers had been looking forward to it for a long time, eagerly welcoming them into the barracks and asking about the situation. "Krilkis, Menon, and the others have been killed by the Persia. The Persia still wanted us to surrender, but the officers refused. Our war with the Persia is inevitable." Antonios deliberately exaggerated the situation. The soldiers were in an uproar. Although they had been informed by Helos and the others and were mentally prepared, they still had a glimmer of hope for peace. Now, this last illusion was shattered. They were panicked, confused, and at a loss. "Now, we must immediately elect a new leader to replace Menon and lead us back to Greece," Felicius shouted. As soon as he said that, Antonio's nephew, the young assist whose life had been saved by the Devers, raised his right hand in the crowd and shouted impatiently, "Brothers, who foretold the death of young Cyrus?" It was the Devers. Helos and the others took the lead in responding. "Who invented the bacon sausage so that we didn't starve?" The assists continued to shout. It was the Devers, the soldiers responded. "Who created the medical camp so that we don't have to worry about injuries and illnesses?" The Devers, the soldiers began to answer in unison. "Who foretold that today's meeting with the Persia was a conspiracy and tried to stop Menon and the others?" The Devers, the soldiers shouted in unison. "Who is the chosen of Hades? Who can bless us back to Greece?" The Devers, the soldiers shouted in unison. "Who," the assists pointed at the Devers and shouted in a hoarse voice, "is our new leader?" The Devers. The Devers. The Devers. All the soldiers in the camp shouted excitedly for a long time. Felicius and the platoon leaders were at a loss as to what to do when faced with such a scene. They all looked at Devers, but Devers had a look of surprise on his face, as though he knew nothing about this. However, he secretly glanced at Matones, Georges, and the others who were dancing in the crowd. He did not expect the assists to be the one leading the soldiers, but the effect was clearly beyond his expectations. The shouts of the soldiers grew louder and louder. The officers had to respond. After an urgent discussion, Felicius walked out. He looked at the Devers beside him with a complicated expression. He then shouted to the gathered soldiers, "Brothers, are you sure you want to choose the Devers as your new leader?" "Yes." Under the lead of assists, the soldiers shouted in unison. "Are there any other candidates?" "No. We need the guidance of the favored." Felicius turned around. Antonius and Capys nodded. Then, Amintas, Alexis, and the other platoon leaders also nodded helplessly. Felicius shouted with a solemn expression, "The gods bear witness. After the election of the soldiers and the approval of the officers, the Devers will be our new leader." Cheers rang out. The Devers loosened his clenched fists. His palms were already wet with sweat. He breathed a sigh of relief. He was extremely excited. The hard work and effort during this period of time had not been in vain. He, a transmigrator, an ordinary young soldier, had directly skipped the ranks of platoon leader, and platoon leader to become the leader of more than 1,000 soldiers. Even though he was only a mercenary, his dream had finally been realized in a short period of time. He had turned from a chess piece to a chess player. Of course, this also meant that he had to bear great responsibility. But compared to dying as cannon fodder, there was nothing to be afraid of no matter how great the responsibility was. In front of the excited faces, he raised his right arm high. Compared to the other barracks, Menon's barracks suffered the least losses. Due to everyone's lack of cooperation, only 3 team officers followed Menon to the Persia barracks, and the soldiers quickly elected their successors. Then the soldiers retreated, and the new leader, the Devers, and the platoon leaders held their first meeting in the large tent. Felicius was only an adjutant attached to Menon and had no authority to lead troops. When the new leader took over, he was naturally relieved of his duties, so he could only stay outside. Divers sized up the 13 platoon jarls. There were some he was familiar with, such as Antonius and Capys, but there were even more he wasn't familiar with. The platoon jarls were also looking at this ridiculously young new leader. Some were looking forward to it, some were just curious, and some simply ignored him and talked among themselves. It was not like he had never been a leader in his previous life. The Devers was not timid at all. He met their gazes with a serious expression and remained silent for a long time, causing the noise in the large tent to gradually become quiet. The invisible pressure emanating from this young man in silence made the platoon leaders begin to look at him seriously. At this moment, he said unhurriedly, "Thank you, soldiers, for your trust in me. And thank you for your support. I will use my own actions to prove that your choice is correct." This young new leader was not modest at all. Alexis and the others opened their mouths in surprise. Antonios and Capys were infected by his confidence, and a smile appeared on their faces. "Now, I've decided to let Felicius continue to be my adjutant and help me manage military affairs." This proposal temporarily relieved a few platoon leaders who were worried that the Devers would act recklessly due to their lack of experience. Felicius was invited in. He smiled and thanked the Devers, then sat down next to the Devers. "I've decided to set up a medical camp, with Herpes as the medical officer. He must also attend important meetings." The field hospital of Menon's barracks had long been operating independently, and now it was only officially put on the table. Amintas objected, "It's fine as long as the doctor can heal our brother's injuries. They don't know anything about attending military meetings, and there's never been such a thing before. This is a special time." The Devers looked at the strong, fierce-looking man and said in a serious tone, "In the following journey, we may encounter a lot of battles. We must protect our medical camp. At the same time, we also need to know how many wounded soldiers the medical camp can treat. Is there a lack of labor? Is there a lack of medical supplies? These are all things that need to be discussed with Herpes." Amintas was stunned. He scratched his head and did not speak. No one wanted their injured soldiers to not be treated, so the Devers' proposal was easily passed. "I hope that nurses from the supply camp will also attend the military meeting. Because we need to know if there is enough food at all times. Are there enough pack animals?" The Devers' second proposal was once again accepted by everyone. After all, food was everyone's greatest concern, not to mention that the supply camp had their salaries and looted money, so of course they needed to know and protect it at all times. After successfully passing 3 personnel appointments in succession, the Devers stopped proposing. At this moment, Felicius, who was next to him, touched the Devers lightly and opened his mouth to him. The Devers suddenly realized from the other party's mouth movement that he had forgotten a key position, the herald. Don't underestimate this position. Passing down orders and smooth implementation of military and government orders all depended on him. If it was not decided in front of everyone now, it would be easy to make mistakes. He still lacked experience. The Devers thought for a moment and said calmly, "In addition, I appoint assists as the herald." It was not only to repay the recommendation just now, but also because assists had been assisting his uncle Antonios with some trivial military work before, so he was more familiar with the men in barracks. Besides, the Devers had interacted with this young man many times. He was cheerful and full of energy, and the team officers had a good impression of him. Moreover, he was grateful to the Devers, so who else could he use? Sure enough, this candidate was also successfully approved by everyone. Antonios went out to call assists. After expressing his gratitude to everyone excitedly, assists immediately began to perform his duties. He quickly called helps and mercies over. In order to reunite our brothers in the barracks, we must first understand the current situation of the barracks. So, please introduce the personnel and supplies under your jurisdiction, Devers said as he looked around at the crowd. There was a moment of silence in the tent. Antonios was the first to speak, followed by Capus, then Alexis. The situation in the supply camp was the most complicated, and Mercy's was the most long-winded. Devers had to remind him to be as brief as possible. Devers took notes as he listened. After carefully listening to everyone's introduction, he had a general understanding of the overall situation of the men in barracks. After a little tidying up, he said, according to everyone's reports, our barracks has 10 heavy infantry squadrons, a total of 1,094 soldiers. For light infantry platoons, a total of 487 soldiers. A total of 1,581 soldiers, fully armed and in good physical condition, with no injuries or injuries. The medical camp has 3 doctors, 6 female slaves, and 2 camel beasts, but apart from Herpes, who was proficient in trauma treatment, the other 2 doctors could not treat wounded soldiers on their own. The supply camp currently had 50 guards and 273 slaves. Among them, there were 198 women and 75 men. There are 29 pack horses, 18 pack cows, 56 sheep, 37 chickens and ducks, and 580 bags of wheat flour. There is also 1 Taranto silver, 30 minas, and 5 drachmas left over for the purchase of supplies. This is all we have. Devers put down the papyrus scroll in his hand and said to the crowd, everyone, see if there is anything missing. The team officers were a little surprised. Most of the mercenaries, including these team officers, had never been educated, let alone doing numerical calculations and summaries. Mercies. Clap. 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 She clapped her hands. Devers, you're too amazing. Such a fast calculation ability. Much better than me. Antonios remembered that Devers was illiterate. He quietly glanced at the papyrus scroll and found that it was full of strange symbols and fonts. He couldn't help but be shocked. The team officers looked at each other, and their recognition of Devers's ability increased a little. Since there are no objections. In a moment, Felicius and I will be attending the military meeting of the mercenary leaders. All platoon leaders, please inform your subordinates to check their weapons and equipment and prepare for battle. In the afternoon, the 10th Heavy Infantry Platoon was left to guard the barracks while the other platoons lined up in order and entered the field where the General Assembly was to be held. Because there are a lot of people, you must maintain order and prevent any riots. After saying that, the Devers looked at Herpes and asked, how's the situation in the medical camp? The war is about to start, and the number of injured soldiers will definitely increase. You need to have a plan. We need to prepare more clean linen bandages, and we need at least twice as many people to support us. From time to time, helps would ask Devers for medical advice, such as, why do you use fire to grill a debridement knife? Why did they place a cloth soaked in cold water on the forehead of a patient with a fever? The Devers' answers were always strange and thought-provoking. That was why Helps treated Devers as his teacher, and his attitude was always respectful. "Don't worry, I'll do my best to prepare when I get back. If there are any difficulties, I'll definitely come to you for help." "You're Asclepius, the ancient Greek god of medicine, the son of Apollo. Of course, we'll do our best to help you. If there are any medical problems, I can discuss it with you. If there's a lack of labor, the platoon leaders can provide it. If there's a lack of things, you can ask Mercies." The Devers smiled. Everyone also expressed that they would provide help to the medical camp. Mercies took the initiative to report to the Devers. "Leader, I've already asked the slaves to slaughter some sheep and make a lot of bacon sausages this morning. After we get back, I'll slaughter the remaining sheep, chickens, ducks, and cows to make sausages to store food for the army in the future. What do you think? Mercies, you're our head butler. We'll all be at ease if you're in charge of the food, don't you think?" The Devers said half jokingly and half seriously. "Yes. Mercies manages the supply camp very well." Anthony agreed. "It's just that the cost of sex is a little expensive." Epicthenes joked. "Even if I give you one for free, you won't be able to use it if you're in a hurry. You're only interested in boys." Mercies immediately retorted. "Ha ha ha." Everyone laughed, and the atmosphere in the tent became a lot more relaxed. "Felicius, do you have anything to add?" The Devers finally asked their adjutant. Felicius was still a little uncomfortable facing a leader who was much younger than him. He coughed twice and said, "I have 2 questions that I hope the leader will pay attention to. First, since we're about to start a war with Persia, should we change the route of the army? If we change it, what should we do? Second is, our camp has always been the rear guard of the entire army. Now that the war is about to start, if we continue to be the rear guard, our camp will be at a great disadvantage. Felicius is right, we can't be the rear guard anymore. Please rest assured, I will bring this up at the military meeting of the leaders, and I will argue for it. As for the issue of the marching route, I think it will be decided at the meeting of the leaders soon, because this is the most important issue." The Devers' confident words made the officers skeptical. After the meeting, as soon as they left the tent, Epicthenes, the first platoon leader of the light shield troops, could not help but exclaim, "I can't believe this is the young man's first time as a leader. Don't look down on him just because he's young. Not only is he meticulous in arranging things, he's also very organized. He's also very dignified." None of U.S. veterans who can be considered experienced actually stood up to contradict or refute him. Another light shield-bearer squadron leader, Cespeter, exclaimed in admiration. "I think this young man is not bad. At least the atmosphere of the meeting is very good, unlike Melon, who is like a poisonous snake. In every meeting, he scolds everyone." The heavy infantry platoon leader, Lysimachus, said with a smile. "If this young man also has such a wonderful performance on the battlefield, he will be qualified as a leader." Another heavy infantry platoon leader, Amyntas, reminded everyone. "Don't worry, although this new leader is young, he is a smart man. With Felicius by his side, there won't be any big problems." Alexis, the heavy infantry platoon leader, comforted them. "There is us in the war, what are you afraid of? Devers only needs to play his role as a God's chosen one, and we can reduce casualties and return home safely." Spit said loudly, and everyone said yes. Capys, who was following behind, said to Antonios with relief, "It seems that Devers has won the initial recognition of everyone." Antonios, who was still immersed in the scene of the meeting, murmured, "He still needs to prove himself in battle, but I have confidence in him. He will become a great mercenary leader." Devers stood at the door, calmly watching everyone leave. At this moment, he was not thinking about the results of his first performance as a leader, but about the management of the army. The military system of the Greek mercenary army was roughly the same as the military system of the Greek city-states. The lowest-ranking officer was a platoon leader, with 10 people under his command. Above that was a platoon leader, with 100 to 120 people under his command. Sometimes, there was a branch leader, with about 50 people under his command. Above that was a platoon leader, with about 1,000 people under his command. Above that was a general. The number of soldiers under a general was determined by the number of troops that the city-state could send. Logically speaking, Devers should be a platoon leader at this time, but a mercenary army with thousands of soldiers was considered a large mercenary group. Since they could undertake combat missions independently, they could barely be considered a general. Mercies leaned over and whispered, "Devers, I took good care of the Persia family you sent to the supply camp last time, according to your request." "Really?" Devers looked at him with a faint smile. "How should I thank you?" "You're the leader. This is my duty." Mercy smiled sheepishly, moved closer, and whispered, "In addition, Menon has nearly 2 tarant silver worth of property stored in the supply camp. 2 tarantos was equivalent to 65 kilograms of silver. This was a huge sum of money. Menon could indeed make a lot of money. But for Devers, who had just been reborn, he did not have a deep understanding of Greek coins, so he was not very surprised. He thought seriously and said, "Does Menon have any immediate family?" Mercies had been watching Devers. Seeing that there was nothing strange about him, and hearing this, he immediately understood Devers's intentions. He felt a little more admiration in his heart, and quickly said, "No." "Did he have a will?" "No. He never thought he would die so early." Devers pondered for a moment, then sighed. "Menon created this camp, and he put in a lot of effort for it. Then use this money for the development of our camp." "Devers, you're so selfless." Mercies complimented loudly, then rubbed his hands and asked carefully, "You counted the number of people so quickly just now. Did Hades give you some inspiration?" Devers could tell that he had something on his mind, but he did not expect it to be for this. "Of course. Can you teach me?" Mercies begged. Devers was surprised that although this fat man was also old, he still had such a strong thirst for knowledge. He could not help but admire him. "Of course, no problem." "That's great. Devers, you're the best leader." Mercis could not help but hug the Devers. The Devers' body stiffened. The homosexual tradition of the ancient Greeks made him wary of excessive physical contact. However, he soon realized that he was overthinking. Mercis was just expressing her gratitude to him. Without a doubt, this fatty had also become his staunch fan. By the time everything had been arranged, it was already past noon. Devers had thought that they would be late, but when he and Felicius arrived at the command tent of the mercenaries, they found that only Chrysippus and Timicin were there. Seeing 2 people come in, and one of them was the young man he had seen at the gathering before. He immediately frowned and said in a deep voice, "You must be the mercenaries from Menon. Who is the leader that your camp has elected?" As he spoke, he naturally looked at Felicius. Before Devers could speak, Felicius turned sideways and gestured to the Devers with his left hand. He said solemnly, "All of our soldiers have unanimously elected Devers as the new leader of our camp." Chrysippus and Timicin's eyes widened in shock. After a while, the 2 looked at each other. Then Timicin questioned loudly, "We are about to go to war with the Persia. Everyone must go all out. Are you trying to drag us down by electing a child who has not grown up yet? Do you know that war will kill people? Many people will die." Timicin's last sentence was said to the Devers, and it was obvious that he was threatening them. Devers looked at the ferocious Timicin and responded without showing any weakness, "When the war starts, who knows who will drag who down? Brute force alone won't do in a war with the Persia. Back then, when I went to stop Crilcus and Menon, where were you? If they had listened to my advice, they wouldn't be in such a terrible situation today. Of course. I also tried to stop them." Timicin had been feeling guilty about Crilcus's capture, so he was led by the Devers and answered without much confidence. "Everyone in our camp thinks that the Devers are the best candidates for the leader." No one objected. "They also entrusted me to be the adjutant to assist the leader Devers in managing the military affairs," Felicius emphasized loudly again. As an old mercenary, he knew what Chrysippus and Timicin were worried about and what they were trying to do. Chrysippus looked at Felicius again. "This is?" "Felicius, Menon's adjutant. He is the actual person in charge of the camp," Timicin said in a strange tone next to Chrysippus. "Oh." Chrysippus had a look of understanding. Devers could guess what they were thinking, but he did not want to argue. Time would prove everything. "The other camps are still fiercely electing, but you chose very quickly." Chrysippus finally stood up and said with a slight hint of mockery. Devers immediately said, at this critical juncture, it's better for the whole army to be unified than to be divided. Chrysippus was stunned. He did not know much about this young new leader's other abilities, but at least he was eloquent. He reluctantly bowed and said, welcome. Devers returned the bow and said, it's a pleasure to fight with you. For a moment, the tent was silent. 10 minutes later, Xanthoparis came in. He replaced Socrates and became the new leader. Then, Cristiano replaced Achilles and became the new leader. The last to come in was Hieronymus. He squeezed out Agathia and replaced Proxenus as the new leader. Following him was Xenophon, an acquaintance of the Devers, who became Hieronymus' adjutant. Everyone was surprised by the Devers' age. Fortunately, it was already afternoon and time was running out. When everyone arrived, Chrysippus immediately said, everyone, let's first decide the retreat route back to Greece. My suggestion is to follow the original route, go north along the Tigris River, enter Armenia, reach the Yoke Sea, and then take a ship back to Aeolia. This is the route that Tsaphnis arranged for us. It was originally a conspiracy. I heard that there are many barbarians in the north that even the Persia have a headache over. They are a huge threat to us. Xanthoparis objected. Then what's your suggestion? Go west? Not to mention the longer journey, more importantly, we are now in a state of war with Persia. Every day we stay on Persia's soil is one more day of danger. The Persia can mobilize more soldiers to besiege us at any time. Since the north is a headache for the Persia, it just means that their rule over the north is not strong. This is our opportunity. Those barbarians have no enmity with us. Moreover, we have a common enemy, Persia. Timon spoke frankly with assurance. It was obvious that he had communicated with Chrysippus before. As expected, they still had to go north. The Devers saw that Xanthoparis had the same expression of agreement as the others. Everyone, let's vote. Those who agree to go north, please raise your hands. Chrysippus said. Everyone agreed unanimously. Chrysippus then said, in order to concentrate our soldiers to fight the Persia and prevent our forces from being too spread out, I suggest that we merge the small mercenary camps like Soces and Passion with us. Of course, this depends on the willingness of both parties. If we merge them, how do we distribute the rations? How do we distribute the loot we've collected? Hieronymus asked seriously. I've already said that both parties are willing. If he is willing to join your camp, you can discuss it privately, Timon said impatiently. Merge the other small camps? The Devers were tempted. After all, the more soldiers they had, the higher the chances of survival in battle. Even though the Devers were new to military affairs, they could tell that this formation was to prevent the Persia from ambushing them and to protect their supplies. With such a wide front, they would not be able to move fast. Under the pressure of the Persia, they had no choice but to do so. The few of them gathered around to look at the crude map on the ground. Timon pointed at the two squares at the front and said, Callisthorpes is from Sparta, and his soldiers are also from the Lycidic Dream. They are experienced in battle. I think everyone will be at ease if they are the vanguard and open the path for the rest of the army. No one objected to this suggestion. Secondly, Timon was thinking about which position his camp should be in charge of. Secondly, I'm the youngest. I'm willing to bring up the rear. The Devers said passionately. Felicia shuddered and thought, oh no, the Devers forgot what we discussed and volunteered to be the rear guard. They are still young and inexperienced. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Felicius did not dare to make any big movements, so he could only keep winking at Divers. Timon said in shock, You want to bring up the rear? No. No. He shook his head. The rear guard is very important. He must be experienced in dealing with all kinds of complicated situations. If he does not handle it well, he will drag the whole army down. I think our camp should be the rear guard. As soon as Timon finished speaking, the Devers said, Isn't there another rear guard? I'm willing to take up the position with you. No. Timon rejected without hesitation. Criano, you will bring up the rear with me. He immediately picked a comrade who would fight alongside him. Criano had a good relationship with Timon, so he could only nod. The rear guard was decided so quickly. Felicius did not understand that the Devers had purposely set up a trap to lure Timison. If he did, he would not be fit to be the adjutant. The furrow between Cherysthorpe's brows deepened. He didn't appreciate the Devers' little tricks. Instead, he loathed them. However, he knew that Timison's choice was right, so he simply said to the Devers, "Your barracks will be responsible for protecting the left flank." Since the mercenaries marched north along the Tigris River, the left flank was close to the river bank most of the time and should have encountered the least danger. Devers saw the undisguised contempt in Calithorpe's eyes. He secretly clenched his fists and nodded in agreement. Then, Calithorpe suggested that Xanthoparis be the striker with him. Hieronymus was equally unwilling. Chalisthorpes and the others had also considered that the original adjutant of the Proxenus barracks was Agathia, and now the chosen leader was Hieronymus. Moreover, he was the last to arrive, which meant that there was a huge dispute among the soldiers of the barracks over who should be the leader. To be safe, they decided to let the barracks take the right flank. After the leaders had finished their military meeting, it was time to hold a general assembly. This was not only a public meeting for the new leader, but it was also a good opportunity to unify the soldiers' minds, so Calithorpe reminded everyone to give more morale-boosting speeches. When he made the request to the leaders, his eyes stayed more on the Devers. He was not at ease with this overly young leader. After all, it was a gathering of tens of thousands of people. Most people would probably be too nervous to speak in such a big scene. If the Devers messed up, this carefully arranged oath-taking ceremony would turn into a farce, so, he suggested to the Devers that he could let his adjutant, Felicius, speak on his behalf. However, the Devers insisted on doing it himself. Calithorpe's expression was very ugly, but he had to let the Devers attend because he was the new leader unanimously elected by the men in barracks. There were 1,400 soldiers under his command, about 1/9 of the entire army. Therefore, he arranged for the Devers to go on stage second. If the Devers performed badly, there was still the leader behind them to make up for it. It was the end of August, late summer, and the weather in the afternoon was no longer so hot. A wooden stage was set up in the middle of the Timizon barracks, formerly the Krilkis barracks. The surrounding tents had been cleared away, leaving a large open space, which was occupied by soldiers from various mercenary barracks. They stood or sat, chatting and complaining to each other. The entire venue was packed with people, and it was noisy. Calithorpe and the others, under the protection of heavily armed soldiers, squeezed through the dense crowd and came to the wooden stage. Calithorpe was the first to go on stage. There was a commotion among the soldiers below the stage. Because Calithorpe had deliberately kept a low profile, most of the ordinary soldiers did not know who he was. They were surprised to see a stranger on stage first and asked each other for his name. Around the wooden stage stood a dozen or so soldiers with loud voices. They were responsible for repeating the speaker's words so that the thousands of soldiers below the stage could hear them. Calithorpe opened his mouth and said, "Brothers from all over Greece, I am Calithorpe, the censor of Sparta." After the soldiers on the wooden stage repeated the words, the soldiers below the stage were in an uproar. The shock in their hearts was even greater than when the Devers first heard the news. For hundreds of years, the warriors of Sparta, through battle after battle, had impressed the Greeks of other city-states with their bravery and strength. Now, Sparta had become the hegemon of the Greek world, dominating the Mediterranean Sea. How could they not be excited and inspired when the censor of Sparta was among the ordinary freedmen? The soldiers, who were originally in a panic because of the death of their leader, suddenly felt that they had someone to rely on. Their panicked faces began to regain some color, and they began to pay attention to things outside of their survival curiously. Why would the high-ranking censor of Sparta appear here? So when Calithorpe asked them to keep quiet, the soldiers actually stopped making noise. "Brothers, we are in a terrible situation now. Not only have we lost our capable leader, some of our platoon leaders and soldiers who have been with you for a long time, but our former ally Aureus and his men have also betrayed us. However, the more critical the situation is, the more we must pull ourselves together as soon as possible and face the Persia who want to destroy us bravely. We must not give in. We must defeat the enemy with our Greek bravery and spears and fight our way back to Greece. Zeus will walk with the brave." Sure enough, the people of Sparta liked to be concise. Calithorpe had just reminded everyone to say more inspiring words, But he quickly ended his speech as soon as he got the soldiers excited. When Calithorpes passed by Devers after he got off the stage, he saw Devers smiling at him. He thought to himself, not bad, this young leader doesn't look nervous, but why did he bring a herald to the stage and ask him to carry a dozen thin wooden sticks? Assists also did not understand why Devers asked him to carry the wooden sticks and follow him to the stage, but when he stood on the wooden stage, he immediately stopped thinking about it, because there were people moving in all directions below the stage, densely packed and stretching into the distance. At this moment, the noise in his ears was far noisier than that of the stage below, as if there was a raging sea below, and he and Devers were a lonely boat floating in the depths of the sea, in danger of capsizing at any time. Assists could not stop his legs from trembling. He even felt that he might collapse together with the wooden stage under his feet at any time. Oh! Look! Who is this? A little guy who hasn't even grown his hair. This is not a place you should be. Get off the stage, go home and drink your mother's milk. Ha ha ha. Don't tell me he's a new leader elected by some military camp? Are they crazy? Mocking laughter and doubts filled the air. Assists turned pale with fright and took a few steps back, almost to the edge of the wooden stage. What impressed him was that Devers still stood firmly in the center of the wooden stage. The leaders below the stage also felt a little sorry. No matter how dissatisfied they were with Devers, at this moment, in the face of thousands of soldiers, they were one. Timothy complained, if I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have let him go up. This is simply hell. The others also agreed. Xenophon quickly said, hurry up and let the next leader replace him. At this moment, thunderous cheers rang out. Devers! 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 The shouts were so uniform and loud that they overwhelmed all the noise, causing the expressions of the leaders to change. Those are Menon's mercenaries. Timothy stood on tiptoe and looked in the direction of the voices. They should be called Devers mercenaries now. Hieronymus said enviously. The Devers on the stage smiled and said, warriors of Greece, I am Thessaly's Devers. I will replace Menon and become the new leader. When the soldier on the stage finished speaking, the soldiers of the Devers barracks immediately stood up and applauded him, causing the other soldiers to look at each other. Were these guys crazy? Some of the people who knew the inside story began to show off in front of their companions. I heard that this young man is Hades' chosen. Every time he receives an oracle, it is extremely accurate. I heard that he also miraculously brought a dying soldier back to life. Yes. It's the person standing behind him. He also invented some things that are very useful to us. For example, this, leggings on my leg. The soldier spread the news by word of mouth. In the blink of an eye, everyone looked at him with less contempt and more curiosity. The Devers' words reached their ears again. Just now, Calithorpes' words were very exciting, but it was too short. It's like when a man and a woman do it. The woman has just started to get excited, but the man ends it. How uncomfortable would that be for the woman? The soldiers below the stage did not expect such vulgar words to come out of the mouth of this somewhat childish young man. They were stunned for a moment, and then immediately burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, many people even took the opportunity to make vulgar hisses. This young man is very interesting. Many soldiers said with a smile and nodded. Nonsense. He's too reckless. Timothy looked at Calithorpes and scolded. Xenophon was also very surprised. The Devers he knew was a young man with unique knowledge and manners. He shouldn't be so rude. Calithorpes said nothing. Although the Devers were making fun of him, he was not angry. Having lived in the barracks until the age of 30, Calithorpes was well aware of the soldiers' thoughts. He did not know whether the Devers had done it by accident or on purpose, but the dirty joke had made the soldiers feel close to their too young leader. It also made Cheryl Thorpes look forward to the speech that was about to come. When I came up just now, I saw that all of you were dejected, and some of you even had tears in your eyes. You are afraid. He was afraid that he would not be able to return to Greece. You are afraid. Fear that Persia will destroy you. But think of it, when we were in the hinterland of Persia, and our employer Cyrus the Younger was killed, and we did not know what to do, the Persia, who had many more soldiers than we did not at once attack us and destroy us. How did they do it? The Devers were slowly trying to arouse the soldiers' interest with questions. Everyone here knows this very well. The Persia spent so much effort to negotiate peace with us, provided us with abundant food, and accompanied us on such a long journey. They spent so much time, money, and energy to deceive our leader and kill him. The Dever spoke slowly. Then he paused and asked loudly, "Soldiers, tell me. Who is afraid? Who is afraid? It's the Persia. They are more afraid than we are. They are afraid of our bravery. They do not dare to fight us head-on. They are so cowardly that they only dare to use these schemes secretly. They are more afraid of us than of their gods, so much so that they have broken the oath they made before the gods. Now they have killed our leader, and when we are in chaos, they dare not attack us immediately, and even want us to surrender. In the face of such cowardly Persia, what is there for everyone here to be afraid of? We, the Greeks, are a race that fears no threat. Decades ago, King Darius of Persia led an army and conquered all the races in this land. When he set his next target on the other side of the strait, the weak Greek city-states, "Soldiers, please tell me, has Greece surrendered?" The Devers leaned forward, straightened his right hand, and asked the soldiers in a loud voice. "No." Someone answered one after another. "Too low, I can't hear you. Please tell me, has Greece surrendered?" The Devers raised his voice and asked. "No." This time the answer was very uniform. The Devers was still not satisfied. "Your voice is as low as the cowardly Persia people. Say it again, has Greece surrendered?" "No." The soldiers roared, their emotions were stirred up. "Yes. We, the Greeks, did not surrender. At Marathon, the Athenians outnumbered the Persians and beat the living hell out of the Persians. Darius returned to his lair and died of illness a few years later. His son, Xerxes, gathered an unprecedentedly large army for revenge and invaded Greece again. However, we, the Greeks, will never surrender to power. Soldiers, tell me, where did we defeat the Persia people?" This time, there was no need for the Devers to guide them. The soldiers answered enthusiastically, "Salamis, Plataea, and Hot Spring Gate." The Devers continued, "Yes, the Greek people united and defeated the Persia people again, making Greece a fertile land of freedom, and there were decades of peace and prosperity. Soldiers, can any of you tell me the names of the generals and soldiers who participated in the war against Persia?" Mitaead, Aeschylus, Philippodes, Leonidas, Themistocles, Aristides, Xianxia. The soldiers shouted out the names one by one. At first, it was the names of the generals, then the names of the soldiers who participated in the war. It had only been about 80 years since the Greek War, and it had affected almost the entire Greek world. The mercenaries still remembered it vividly. Many of the soldiers present were descendants of those who participated in the war. They could not wait to proudly announce the names of their ancestors to the public. Even leaders like Xanthoparis, Clino, and Hieronymus could not help but join in. The atmosphere in the hall began to boil. Timon could not help but widen his eyes, realizing that he had underestimated this young man. After a long time, the cheers from all directions finally died down. The Devers continued, full of passion, "The names you are shouting, they were written into history by Herodotus, written into your memories. They became the heroes of Greece. Their spirits are as immortal as the gods. We grew up listening to their stories, and when we grew up, we looked up to them as role models, eager to accomplish earth-shattering feats like them. Now, soldiers, you have a chance, a great chance to become Greek heroes like them, a chance to be written into history." At this point, the Devers paused again. The eager soldiers stood up and asked impatiently, "Tell us. What chance is it? Haven't you noticed?" The Devers said loudly, "Although our ancestors defeated the Persia, it was not on the mainland of Greece, but on the sea. No Greek army has ever been able to break into the territory of the Persia Empire. Now, we have penetrated deep into the heart of Persia. As long as we work together to defeat the Persia, overcome all the difficulties, and return to Greece in victory, we will have made history. Our deeds will be written into books, made into songs, and sung throughout Greece. Beautiful girls and cute children will pester us, asking us to tell our stories. Our descendants will also be proud of us like we are today. More importantly, the Devers took a deep breath and said excitedly, "Our deeds will inspire the Greeks in the future. We will let them know that the Persia may look strong, but they are actually weak on the inside. They are just giants made of mud. Countries are just like people. They have times when they are strong and times when they grow old. One day, when Persia and Greece go to war again, the Greeks will use us as an example and follow the path we took to invade Persia. When they win, they will come to the battlefield where we once shed our blood, worship us, and praise us. What will they say? Perhaps they would say, 'Great forefathers. It was your heroic deeds that gave us strength. It boosted our confidence. It allowed us to accomplish an unprecedented feat.' Will there be such a day?" Timosen's breathing quickened. He clenched his fists and muttered. The leaders were also tempted by the Devers hypothesis and were intoxicated. But they did not know that in history, a few decades later, a Macedonian named Alexander used the Greek retreat to inspire his soldiers to embark on a journey to attack the Persia Empire. While the soldiers were intoxicated by the beautiful scenery created by the Devers reached out and took a wooden stick from assists. He changed the topic and said, "Soldiers, some of you might ask, Devers, you said it so well, but there is a key problem. First, we have to return to Greece safely." Seeing that the soldiers were still listening attentively, the Devers continued, "I don't want to say much about the battle. Because Callisops, Timazon, and the other leaders, as well as all of you present here, have rich battle experience. Most of you have participated in the battle against Athens and won. This is not something the Persia people, who have enjoyed a comfortable life all year round, can compare to." Hearing this, Xenophon curled his lips. "What I want to say is, in such a difficult situation, each of us is like the wooden stick in my hand." The Devers picked up the wooden stick and broke it in two with a gentle force. Then, he broke another one. It is very easy to break. But when they are all gathered together, the Devers grabbed all the remaining wooden sticks and walked to the side of a tall and strong replica soldier. He asked, "Brother, what is your name?" "Urbertus," the soldier said. "Can you break it if you try?" The soldier stared intently at Urbers. His face was flushed red as he tried to break a wooden stick with all his might, but it was all in vain. "Thank you, brother." The Devers patted him on the shoulder to express his gratitude. Urbertus' face was red as he scratched his head in embarrassment. "Soldiers, you have all seen it. A lone stick could easily be broken by a young man as thin as I am. But when they come together, even the strongest warrior can't do anything to them even if he uses all his strength. What does this mean?" Xenophon nodded. He now knew the Devers' intentions. Of course, he wasn't the only one who was smart. A soldier shouted, "Unite!" It was unity. After being reminded by some of the soldiers, everyone came to a realization. That's right, unity. At this point, Devers had completely let go of himself. He was in high spirits and even changed the way he addressed them. "Brothers, we come from various city-states in Greece. Because of our different customs and personalities, there are some small conflicts. But we are all Greeks of the same blood, and with the great goal of returning home safely and making history, any internal problems should melt away like snow in the sun. We must be like our ancestors who resisted the invasion of the Persia. We must be closely united and not be shaken by the rumors of the Persia. We can rest assured that our backs will be protected by our teammates. Not only must we be united in spirit, but we must also be united in wisdom. When facing difficulties on the way back, brothers, don't leave all the problems to the leaders to solve. You have to take the initiative to think of solutions. As long as we think of solutions together, no problem will be difficult for us. Brothers, let us be united as one person. Then this person's strength can be as strong as Ares. Wisdom as deep as the Athens Lena. The enemies and difficulties on the way will be easily crushed by us." At this point, the Devers raised his fists and shouted, "Brothers, please remember, as long as we are united, we can create miracles. We are creating history with every step we take. Let us fight side by side." Wow! The cheers from the audience shook the heavens and earth and lasted for a long time. "Devers! Devers!" The audience shouted his name, and many of them shed tears of excitement. Someone even begged, "Please say a few more words." Devers, say a few more words. As soon as the Devers walked to the wooden platform, the soldiers crowded around him. They lifted him up together and passed him down from the back, like a general who had returned from victory. This stunned Criano, who was about to go on stage. The morale of the soldiers had already been raised to such an extent. Was there still a need for the others to go up? At least in terms of speech, he is better than any of us. Xanthoparis praised sincerely. War is not fought with words. In the end, we still have to settle it with spears and shields. Timocin said unwillingly. Looking at the Devers who were thrown up in the distance, it was impossible for Xenophon to say that he was not jealous. Because Hieronymus was not good with words, Xenophon obtained the consent of Callissippus and prepared to go on stage in place of the leader. He had made careful preparations and wanted to show his talents in front of the whole army, but now the situation. Callissippus actually agreed with Timocin's words in his heart. The Sparta had always hated the eloquence of the Athens people, just as the Athens people hated the old-fashioned Sparta people. But he also had to admit that the Devers' performance exceeded his imagination, not only achieving but also exceeding the goal of inspiring the whole army. It seemed that this young man was chosen as the leader not just because he borrowed the name of a god, but also because he had his own talent. The platoon jarls of the men in barracks were also full of surprise. Watching the Devers being surrounded and cheered by the soldiers of the other barracks, even Amintas, who had some opinions about the Devers being elected as the leader, could not help but say to Antonios, "Our new leader seems to be pretty good." After all, he had previously called the Devers little ones. Antonio smiled. "Devers, oh Devers, you always surprise people." Finally, Callissippus went up again and announced that they would break camp tomorrow and march north. He also informed the whole army of what they needed to pay attention to and prepare for. The meeting of the whole army was over. The soldiers who dispersed in all directions were still recalling the Devers' speech with relish, praising one after another. This blessed really lived up to his name. The soldiers of the Devers barracks surrounded their new leader amidst a chorus of praise. He returned to camp with his head held high, and then told the remaining soldiers about his deeds. The Devers finally got rid of the excited soldiers and returned to his original tent. Only then did he suddenly remember that Menon's tent was his new home. When he walked to his new home, Merces was standing at the entrance of the tent. He came up and said with a strange expression, "Devers, someone is waiting for you inside." "Who is it?" "You'll know when you go in." Merces pouted at the tent with a rather wretched expression. The Devers curiously lifted the curtain, and in the center of the tent stood a person, a woman, a tall and graceful woman. Ever since Devers was reincarnated, he had seen Greek and Egyptian women of this era in the supply camp of Merces and the medical camp of Herpes. Some of them were quite beautiful, but none of them could arouse his desire just by looking at their backs. At this moment, the woman heard the voice and turned around. Devers could not help but widen his eyes. The woman's bright blonde hair was tied into a simple bun, piled behind her head like a cloud, revealing her snow-white and slender neck. Below her smooth forehead were two thin and curved eyebrows. Her bright eyes were as blue as the waters of the Aegean Sea, and her long and curved eyelashes hid the light in her eyes, adding a hazy allure. The bridge of her nose was not completely straight, but it had a small curve, which made her look less heroic, but more mischievous and gentle. Her lips were thick and even, with a gorgeous color to them. Her delicate and fair face was as smooth as a goose's egg, and finally, a perfect curve outlined her slightly tilted chin. Although he had seen countless beautiful women on TV in his previous life, this woman's beauty still dazzled the Devers. She opened her lips slightly, revealing her white and neat teeth. "Dear Leader Devers, my name is Christoia." The Devers answered subconsciously. He did not even think about who Christoia was. Did he know her? Obviously, Christoia had seen many men lose their composure in front of her. She did not show any contempt. Instead, she stepped forward and said softly, "I am the daughter of Polonius, a noble of Miletus, and the concubine of Prince Cyrus of Persia. I am now seeking refuge from you." "Concubine of Cyrus of Persia?" The Devers suddenly remembered what Olivers had said before. He blurted out, "You are the woman who escaped from the soldiers of Persia when Cyrus of Persia was killed." As soon as the words came out of his mouth, he felt that something was wrong. He hurriedly said, "I'm sorry. I shouldn't. It's okay." This is all the arrangement of the goddess of fortune. Kristoya looked sad. I was lucky to escape, but the other sisters, her sad expression made the Dever's heart throb again. He secretly scolded himself for being so useless. He was a man who was about to get married in his previous life, and he was not a virgin, but after all, it was the first time he was alone with such a beautiful woman. He coughed awkwardly and asked, "Where were you before?" "Clercus is a trustworthy leader. For the sake of Cyrus the Younger, he sheltered me." Unfortunately. Although Devers was attracted by Kristoya's beauty, his mind was still clear, so he continued to ask, "Although Clercus is dead, but Timicin has become the new leader, you can let him continue to protect you. Now that we are at war with Persia, you don't have to worry about anything anymore. But Timicin doesn't have as much prestige in the camp as Clercus. He can't control those who want to humiliate me." Kristoya blushed and was about to cry. Devers, on the other hand, was not in the mood to appreciate the beauty. At this moment, he had calmed down and naturally thought more. He thought to himself, "I publicly advocated unity at the army meeting, and as soon as I came back with Timicin, a beautiful woman from the camp ran to my tent. Those who didn't know the situation would think that I was greedy for her beauty and ignored the allies and kidnapped her." While he was thinking, Kristoya was a little anxious when she saw that Devers did not respond. "I heard that you are Hades's favored, and the whole camp's soldiers are in awe of you. That's why they chose you as their leader. That's why I snuck over when you were having a general assembly. For the sake of the gods, you must help me." She anxiously grabbed Devers's hand and begged. The two were so close that Devers could smell the delicate fragrance of her hair. When he looked down, he could see her snow-white full breasts. He resisted the urge to hug her and said, "Don't worry, I will help you." Then he took a step back and shouted, "Assists, come in." Kristoya exclaimed and stepped back in a hurry. Her face was blushing again. As the herald of Devers, Assists had been waiting outside the tent. When he heard the order, he immediately came in and was stunned by the situation inside the tent. "Go find Chris Thorps and say, little Cyrus's concubine, from Miletus, Kristoya, wants to march with our camp. Ask him if he agrees." Assists. Assists. Do you understand? Oh. Oh. I see. Assists returned to his senses and hurriedly retracted his gaze as he answered in a hurry. Understood. Hurry up and go. Yes. Yes. Before Assists went out, he did not forget to take a peek. This little guy. Devers laughed and scolded, "Don't blame him, you are too charming." He could not help but tease her. Kristoya laughed lightly, "Leader, you seem to be younger than him, but I don't see you like him." Devers laughed awkwardly, and the tent fell into silence for a moment. "Will Chris Thorps agree to let me stay?" It was still Kristoya who spoke first, a little worried. "I think it should not be a big problem. You are free, not someone's slave. You have the right to choose where you want to go." Devers comforted her. "Actually, seeking refuge with Chris Thorps is the best choice. I don't like people from Sparta." Kristoya replied straightforwardly. For some reason, Devers did not know why they were relieved. Hearing the words, "You are free, not someone's slave," made Kristoya suddenly feel like crying. Her eyes wandered on Devers. After a moment, she softly said, "Leader Devers, where are you from?" "Just call me Devers." Devers corrected her, remnant memories surging in his mind. "I am from Thessaly, my hometown is a village near Macedonia." "You came out to be a mercenary at such a young age, aren't your parents worried?" "My parents passed away a long time ago." "Sorry, I didn't know." Kristoya apologized repeatedly. "It's fine." Devers waved his hand, he did not feel anything. He really did not feel anything for the parents of this body, but Kristoya's question reminded him of his parents in his previous life, and he could not help but feel sad. Kristoya quietly looked at the silent Devers, suddenly a little palpitation in her heart. On one hand, the leader's youth and the loss of his parents stimulated her maternal desire to protect him, on the other hand, his calmness beyond his age made her feel like she was talking to an older and more mature leader. This difference highlighted the mystery of Devers, and it greatly attracted Kristoya. "They all say that you are Hades's chosen one, is this true?" Kristoya blurted out this sentence, realizing that she was being too presumptuous. However, Devers did not mind at all, and asked in return, "Do you believe it?" "I believe it." Kristoya immediately corrected her previous mistake. Devers smiled and said slowly, "In times of difficulty, people will always find a god to rely on, so that they will not always be in fear, leading to the collapse of their souls. But if they rely too much on a god, instead of relying on their own efforts to get out of the predicament, the only thing that awaits them is accelerated destruction." Kristoya's mouth was slightly open, and she seemed to be deep in thought. For some reason, the two of them actually had a very good conversation. For Devers, it was rare for them to be able to release the depression that they had felt since their transmigration. For Kristoya, the daughter of a noble of Miletus, her mother died when she was young, and her stepmother did not care about her. When she grew up, Miletus was besieged by little Cyrus, and in order to protect her family and power, her father, who only loved her, gave Kristoya to little Cyrus. Cyrus doted on her very much, but in private, the other concubines made things difficult for her because of jealousy. After little Cyrus died, she fled to the Clercus camp, and every day she faced the guards of the supply camp and the lustful gazes of several platoon jarls, which made her very uneasy. Today, she poured out the depression that she had suffered all this time to a person she had just met. "Leader, Tormid is here on the orders of Calithorpes to confirm the situation," Assists reported. Tormid also stepped forward and bowed. "All right." The Devers nodded in agreement. He understood that this was the normal procedure. With Calithorpes' cautiousness, he had to confirm that Kristoya had volunteered to come to the Devers camp, and was not being coerced. Tormid, who was known as the #1 herald of the army, was obviously much better than Assists. He calmly faced the beautiful and charming Kristoya and asked for the details of the situation. After getting an affirmative answer from her, he turned to the Devers and said, "Since Kristoya volunteered to come here, Calithorpes and the other leaders said before I came, although little Cyrus is dead, he is still a good friend of the Greeks. We cannot forget his help to the Greeks. We must take good care of his concubine, who is also our Greek Kristoya. This is how we Greeks treat our guests. I hope that the leader of the Devers will take good care of Kristoya and not let her be bullied. Perhaps they could not forget the help that little Cyrus had given to Sparta." The Devers cursed in their hearts, then asked, "What is Timuron's attitude towards this matter?" Tormid understood what the Devers were worried about, so he answered without hesitation, "Leader Timuron has no objections." "That's good." The Devers nodded. Assists, bring Kristoya to Melsis and let him settle her down. "Yes." Assists replied excitedly. "Thank you, leader of the Devers." Kristoya walked out with a calm expression. "Kristoya, if you have any difficulties, just tell me." The Devers couldn't help but shout again. "I will." A smile flashed across Kristoya's face. After the two left, Tormid smiled at him and said, "Leader of the Devers, you are indeed a favored. Not only did you give a good speech, but even the most beautiful woman in the mercenary camp came to you. Not only is the #1 herald of the army accurate, but he also flatters us so well." The two of them laughed. Tormid looked at the young but experienced leader and asked seriously, "When I came in, I noticed that there were no guards outside your tent. Devers didn't directly say that it was because they were pressed for time and didn't have time to make arrangements. Instead, he humbly asked for advice. Before today, I was still an ordinary soldier. The brothers in the camp trusted me, so they unanimously elected me as the new leader. If I immediately arrange for guards to isolate myself from my brothers, will they think that I've changed?" Tormid said sternly, "Military rules are military rules. They are made to ensure victory in battle. Look at the chaos caused by the death of Krilkus and the others. You should know that your safety is very important to your barracks. At the same time, setting up guards can also prevent random people from entering and leaving the tent frequently and disturb your thinking and rest. This is equally important." Devers nodded and said, "Thank you for your advice. I understand." Tormid looked at the Devers' modest appearance and couldn't feel a trace of contempt in his heart. He said with certainty, "It's not easy to be a good leader, but I believe you can do it well. Thank you for your encouragement." Tormid's words dispelled the last of the Devers' concerns. After sending off Tormid, when Assists came back, he immediately said to him, "Go find Antonius and ask him to send Helos' team as my guards." "Understood." Assists turned around and went out, but was stopped by Devers again. Yasi, I've just become a leader and I'm not very familiar with military affairs. If there's anything that I've overlooked, you have to point it out directly. Assists blinked and said bluntly, then I'll say one first. You should give me 2 more messengers. Otherwise, when it comes to a real battle, it will delay the delivery of orders. Indeed, it would take a lot of time for only one person to deliver orders with 14 platoon jarls, a supply camp, and a wartime hospital. In a battle, time was life. He had been negligent. Devers quickly said, yes, you can choose the personnel from the entire camp. And horses. Find Mirzas. Assists rushed out excitedly. Helos, you're finally here. Come in. Devers welcomed them happily. Leader. Helos immediately saluted. We're all good brothers. Just call me by my name in private. Devers gave him a warm hug. I've said it before. Devers won't forget us even when he becomes a leader. He's not Menon, he's Devers. Matonis hammered his fist on the Devers' chest. Devers chuckled. You won't blame me for giving you more missions, right? Guards are treated better than regular soldiers. You're taking care of us. Don't worry, with us around, no one can hurt you. Matonis patted his chest and guaranteed. Protecting me is your duty, Matonis. If I'm hurt, you'll be punished. When that happens, I'll only give you half of the food. Devers deliberately created a relaxed atmosphere in front of their former comrades. Damn, you're scarier than Menon. Matonis scratched his head and complained. Everyone laughed. Devers, don't worry. I'll arrange for the guards. Helos said solemnly. Devers nodded. Next, Devers called Marigi over and asked him to be their guide. Marigi was distressed by Cricus' death. At the same time, the Greek mercenaries were fighting the Persia, so he no longer had to worry about being discovered. He readily agreed to Devers' request. Devers learned about the terrain ahead and the situation of the surrounding barbarians, especially the Dukaya people. After sending Marigi off, he found Matonis already standing at the entrance of the tent in full armor. Seeing Matonis staring straight ahead, Devers did not disturb him. When he turned around, he suddenly saw 2 short javelins crossed on Matonis' back. He stopped in his tracks. It could be said that it was a failed proposal by Devers to let the Greek heavy infantry be equipped with javelins. At that time, he thought of the Roman heavy infantry in history. He hoped that the Greek heavy infantry, who could only fight in close combat, could also be equipped with close-range projectiles to attack the fast-moving Persia cavalry. That was how he came up with this proposal. Unexpectedly, the Greek and Persian armies were safe for a long time. The 2 javelins that they carried became a burden and were not good for marching. Most of the soldiers threw their javelins away. Only Helos' team firmly believed in Devers and still carried the javelins. However, they cut the javelins into 1-meter-long pieces and stuck them on their backs. They tied the javelins in place so that it was convenient to insert and take them out. Maybe it'll be useful in future battles, Devers thought to himself. That night, Devers did not sleep well. After all, the next day was his first time leading an army on a march. It could also be his first time leading an army to war. It was impossible for him not to be nervous. He tossed and turned until late at night before falling asleep. The next day, he was woken up by assists. What time is it? Devers asked a little guiltily. The soldiers are eating. It's still early before the departure time. Assist said and brought him breakfast, 2 pieces of bread, a piece of cheese, a sausage, and a glass of water. It's very sumptuous. Do the soldiers also eat this? Devers pointed at the breakfast and asked. Almost. Because there might be a battle today, we need to eat more in order to have strength. Assists replied. Only then did Devers feel relieved. After eating, after a while, the sound of a bronze horn sounded in the camp. Devers began to put on their armor. The other equipment remained the same except for the red helmet with feathers on top. The soldiers also dressed neatly and came out one after another. They began to dismantle the tents and send them to the supply camp. Then, they began to line up. First platoon. First platoon. Second platoon. Second platoon is here. Brothers of 5th platoon and 4th platoon, come quickly. After a long time, the adjutant, Felicius, came to report, the entire army is ready. The Devers announced expressionlessly, let's go. Previously, when he was in the small team, he did not feel it was obvious. Now that he was the leader, overlooking the entire situation, he realized the problem. Although he was not a soldier in his previous life, he knew from watching movies and browsing forums that one of the foundations of the army's victory was strict discipline and quick mobility. During military training in university, emergency assembly was calculated by minutes. Now, it took more than an hour for the bugle to be blown until the formation was completed. This kind of delay dampened half of the excitement he felt as a leader. Now, he, who had no prestige in the military, could only observe quietly, remember all the drawbacks, and think of solutions. When the time was right, he could talk about reorganizing the army and reforming the military system. That would probably be a long road. When almost half of the team had left the camp, Felicius said, Chief Devers, we should also move. The Devers nodded. Helos had already brought his horse. Yesterday, when the Devers learned that the leader had a horse, he was quite nervous. In his previous life, he did not know how to ride a horse. Unexpectedly, after he rode on it, he could control it freely. It turned out that one of the most powerful horse-riding races in the Mediterranean Sea was the Thessaly. The original owner of this body had been herding sheep and horses since he was young. The remaining memories and instinctive muscle memory were enough for the Devers to control the horse freely. He grabbed the reins and jumped on the horse. His legs were slightly clamped, and the war horse raised its head and neighed softly. It moved its 4 hooves and trotted forward. The Devers sat upright on the horse with his head held high. Yesterday, Tormod's words made him no longer think about sharing weal and woe with the soldiers and giving the horses to the old, weak, and disabled soldiers. Now, he needed to sit high on the horse and constantly remind the soldiers that he, the Devers, was the leader of the entire army. As for the methods of buying people's hearts, he would wait until he became a famous general. Riding on a horse and looking at the majestic procession, Devers naturally felt a sense of pride in his heart. A real man should be like this. The Devers steered their horses forward slowly. Felicius and assistants followed closely behind them, followed by Helos's escorts on foot. After leaving the barracks, they continued forward for a while until they reached the rendezvous point. The Devers thought that their team was slow, but they didn't expect that there were other teams that hadn't arrived yet. It seemed like procrastination was a common problem among mercenaries, and everyone was used to it. Calithorpe's Sparta team was already standing in front of them. When the Devers rode over to greet them, there was quite a commotion in the team passing by. The other camp soldiers recognized him as the leader who had made the wonderful speech yesterday, but there were still some people who were jealous and dissatisfied with the young man who was still wet behind the ears. They said bad things about his commanding ability, which made the assistants who followed closely behind him blush and look angry. The Devers, however, didn't seem to hear them and just kept moving forward. Only Calithorpe's team was quiet, as if they didn't see the arrival of the Devers. This made the Devers carefully look at these real Sparta warriors. They were fully armed, lined up in a neat square formation, and each of them had a strong physique. They stood silently like tall pine trees, forming a unique scenery in this noisy meeting place. And in their sharp and murderous eyes, the Devers felt that once this silence broke out, it would release a powerful force. Body, skills, tactics, and discipline, all in one. This was the Sparta warriors. The Devers looked at them enviously. When can I command such elite soldiers? It was not until later that he learned that only about a third of Calithorpe's army were real Spartans, and the rest were pure Asian. On both sides of the Sparta army were teams of small mercenaries, such as Soces and Passion. After the army meeting, most of them joined Calithorpe's team, and so did a few other leaders. Only the Devers camp was not interested. The Devers also felt helpless. This time, the Devers army formed up quickly, because they basically followed the order when they left the camp. The outermost column was the heavy infantry column, divided into 4 rows, and the first column lined up backwards. The innermost column was the light infantry column, divided into 2 rows, so that the light and heavy infantry columns were the same length, about half a mile in front and back. When the enemy attacked from the outside of the left flank, the marching column of soldiers could immediately turn right, with the heavy infantry in front and the light infantry in the back, quickly forming a regular battle formation. The supply camp was inside the light infantry column, on the left side of the huge central open space. The Devers and his guards were in between the light infantry and the supply camp. After about an hour, all the battalions finished forming up, and the bronze bugle sounded again. They could finally set off. The marching speed was not fast, mainly because of the supply camp. Tents, food, medicine, supplies, and other supplies that could not be carried by humans had to be carried by oxen and horses. Horses could not carry carriages that were too heavy, or the harness would squeeze their necks and airways, causing them to suffocate. Oxen were stronger than horses, but they had less endurance and were not very reliable. The Devers saw mercies in the supply camp, moving back and forth, dealing with unexpected situations, and calling for help from the soldiers from time to time. The Devers were secretly glad that they had listened to Mercy's suggestion and sent him a platoon to help the supply camp. Finally, the Devers' eyes fell on Kristoya, who was among the women. Although they all wore the same clothes, her figure and temperament stood out like a crane among a flock of chickens, and it was easy to recognize her. Kristoya seemed to sense something and turned her head to look in their direction. The Devers hurriedly looked away. "At this marching speed, we can't walk more than 10 miles in an hour," he said. "It's good enough that there are no Persia invasions." Just as Felicius finished speaking, there was a commotion behind them. What happened? The Devers' heart tightened, and he quickly asked. The assists immediately sent a messenger to the rear to check. After a while, the messenger rushed back on horseback. "It's the Persia general, Mithridate. He brought about 30 cavalrymen and is not far from the right flank of the army, loudly urging them to surrender." Psychological warfare. The Devers' eyebrows twitched. "Mithridate is the general of Cyrus the Younger, but his tactics are useless. We have already been tricked by the Persia once, and only fools will fall for it again," Felicius said calmly. The Devers nodded and said, "Monitor Mithridate and continue to find out." At the same time, he asked the assists to send another messenger, so that they could take turns to send back information. More than 20 soldiers abandoned their weapons and ran towards the Persia. They surrendered to Mithridate. The Devers' heart skipped a beat. Obviously, Felicius had overestimated the intelligence of the mercenaries. Moreover, Hieronymus's troops had been arguing over the election of a leader yesterday. Now that Mithridate had easily used lies to tear apart the disunited Hieronymus's troops, would it cause a snowball effect? The Devers began to worry. Mithridate went to the rear of the army and shouted to Clino's troops. About 10 more soldiers abandoned their weapons and ran towards the Persia. Damn it! The Devers' worries were coming true. Felicius was also nervous. It seemed that Mithridate was going to circle around the huge formation of the mercenaries and continuously break the morale of the soldiers. Moreover, he would soon be in front of the Devers' troops. "If only we could chase him away," the assist said hatefully. But he also knew that it was impossible. Mithridate was a light cavalry that could come and go like the wind, and the mercenaries had no cavalry at all. "Just shoot him with a javelin." Matones pulled out the javelin from his back and shouted to the guards. "How? By the time you take a javelin out, the Persia will be long gone. Moreover, a javelin is not as far as the Persia's horse bows." The assists retorted. A thought flashed through the Devers' mind. He asked the messenger urgently, when Mithridate shouted, "How far away was he from our formation?" "About 100 meters away." "When the surrendered soldiers ran over, did the Persia retreat?" "No." He briefly explained his plan, and Felicius looked at him in surprise. "Will it work?" the Devers urged. Felicius thought about it carefully and said hesitantly. "It should work, but it might not work. No plan can guarantee success, but if you don't try, you won't even have a chance." The Devers summoned Hilo's guards and explained his plan in detail. Out of trust in the Devers, they agreed to this risky plan without hesitation. Unexpectedly, the Devers added, "I'll go with you this time." "No. Devers, you're the leader, you can't take the risk." Felicius immediately objected. "It's only 100 meters back and forth, and we'll be back in the blink of an eye. What danger would there be? Besides, I'm a favored, and I have the protection of Hades." If I die, doesn't that mean that this favorite isn't reliable? The Devers smiled and pointed at Helos, you're my good brothers. Now, I'll be joining the assault as a member of Team Xylos. Xylos and the others swallowed back their words of dissuasion. Alright, let us brothers live and die together. Matones shouted excitedly. Yes, let the others see the bravery of warrior Thessaly. Olivers, who had been silent all this while, also shouted excitedly. At this moment, a messenger rushed over. Mithridate, go to Timosen's side and announce. Only 3 soldiers have surrendered to the Persia. This was Krilka's talent in commanding troops. Even after his death, his soldiers were still influenced. Mithridate will be here soon. There's no time to waste. Felicius, stay here for me. The Devers said anxiously. All right, Felicius. Agreed helplessly. Assists, go and inform the platoon jarls immediately. Tell them to get ready, understood. Assists said excitedly. Helos team, follow me to the front. Roar. Everyone shouted in unison, causing the other soldiers to look back curiously. Inspector, Mithridate has circled to the Devers troops. After listening to Tormod's report, Lysips couldn't help but look behind him. Even the troops under Creano and Timosen, who were prestigious leaders, had defected. Could this inexperienced young man stabilize his own troops? Kurlisthorpe's was filled with worry. Tormod, go find Timosen and ask him to send the Cretan archers to attack Mithridat. He finally made a decision. Yes. Tormod immediately turned his horse around and rushed back. Young man, you must hold on. The Devers and Helos team, who had changed into normal helmets, stood at the front of the line. The javelins behind them were hidden below their shoulders. Like the other soldiers, they faced west, full of vigilance, nervously watching the rear of the troops. Suddenly, someone squeezed to his side. Before the Devers could see who it was, they heard Assists say, Leader, I have already passed your orders to all the platoon leaders. I am your herald, please let me fight with you. Assists requested solemnly. The Devers nodded. Leader, they're here. Helos reminded in a low voice. The sound of hooves came from behind, gradually becoming clearer. Soon, 30 light cavalrymen appeared in front of them. The leader was wearing a shiny fish-scale armor that covered his knees. It had to be Mithridate. The Devers' eyes widened, and they gripped their bronze shields tightly. Damn cowards, Matones cursed under his breath. Mithridate reined in his horse 200 meters diagonally in front of the Devers and shouted, Warriors of Greece, I am Mithridate, a good friend of Cyrus the Younger. Every time he shouted, his cavalrymen would repeat in unison in Greek. And I am also a good friend of Menon's. I have always been friendly to you Greeks, especially you, Menon's soldiers. I have been a guest in your barracks many times. Please believe me when I say that Crocus was punished for breaking the agreement, but you were not. The peace agreement is still valid for you. Come to our side. I swear by the god my family worships, the war god Bahram. I have no ill intentions towards you, and we will send you safely back to Asia Minor. At the same time, Governor Tissaphones is preparing to hire you again because Asia Minor has not been pacified yet, and he needs your help. For this, he has prepared a generous reward. Don't think that we will be fooled, Persia with a sweet mouth. The assist spat. At this moment, the Devers whispered, Ready, go. The Helo squad immediately began to shout, Is it true that you will let us go home? Will you really not hurt us? How much is Tissaphones going to pay us to hire us? After a moment of commotion, they shouted in unison, We surrender. Surrender. With that, they threw down their shields and spears and ran toward Mithridate. We surrender too. Another squad of heavy infantry close to the Helo squad also threw down their weapons and followed closely behind. Soon, they mixed with the Helo squad. General, look. There are a lot of people surrendering this time too. A cavalryman said happily to Mithridate. Of course. After all, Menon and Aureus have the best relationship. I think we can continue to shout here. Mithridate said proudly. Such a great result as soon as he shouted had greatly boosted his confidence. As they ran, the Devers kept an eye on the movements of Mithridate's cavalry. At this moment, 2 Persia cavalrymen ran toward them, making his heart tighten. Run to the right. Run to the right. They shouted in fluent Greek as they gestured for their horses to turn around and lead the way, motioning for them to follow. Ignore them. Hurry up. The Devers whispered urgently. The Greek soldiers did not listen to the command and suddenly sped up in their direction, causing Mithridate to be puzzled. At this moment, the cavalryman beside him shouted in panic, "Not good. They have javelins on their backs." The reason he could see clearly was that he was now close to 30 meters away from the Greek soldiers. "Get ready!" Xylos shouted. The members of the squad quickly pulled out the javelins on their backs and strode forward. "Damn it!" Mithridate hurriedly pulled on the reins and clamped his horse's belly, trying to turn it around and retreat. But it was too late. After throwing the javelins with all their might, Matones and his men even fell due to the strong inertia. Amidst the screams of the Persia cavalry, 10 javelins flew toward Mithridate. He did not have time to dodge and was immediately hit by the javelins. His horse was also pierced through the neck and fell with him. Just as the Persia cavalry panicked, Helos' squad quickly got up and threw a second round of javelins. 2 more cavalrymen fell. Antonios, who was closely watching the front, shouted excitedly, "They did it! They did it!" The soldiers cheered. "Go and help the Devers leader," Capys shouted calmly. Just as the 2 squads were about to retreat, Mithridate, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly moved. He struggled to free his right leg, which was pinned down by his horse. His thick armor clearly protected his vital parts. Now, he was only 20 meters away, and the fleeing Persia cavalry was watching from afar. The situation was urgent. There was no time for the Devers to think. Kill him. The Devers were the first to rush forward. The soldiers caught up with him without hesitation and picked up the javelins and spears on the ground. Matones threw another Persia cavalryman who wanted to come to the rescue and shot him off his horse. The rest of the cavalrymen were so frightened that they ran again. Mithridate swayed and raised his dusty face. He looked up at the Devers and smiled bitterly, revealing his bloodied mouth. "You can't escape. Let's go. Let's go." Helos pulled him back. With him leading the way, the soldiers immediately retreated. The Persia cavalry raised their bows and rushed over again. A few of them lifted Mithridate's body while the rest chased after the Greek soldiers. This time, they were smarter. They split into 2 groups and circled around the Devers. "Be careful of the arrows." Helos shouted and waved for the soldiers to disperse. The inexperienced Devers in the middle hesitated for a moment, and someone pounced on him from behind. Then, he groaned in pain. "Olivers." The Devers recognized him from his face that was contorted in pain, but he didn't have time to think. Matones and Georges quickly pulled the 2 of them and ran forward in a curve. Whoosh! Whoosh! More than 10 arrows flew toward them again, and 2 more screams sounded. By then, the reinforcements had arrived. The light infantry in front threw javelins at the Persia cavalry, then raised their shields and continued to charge forward. The heavy infantry that came later raised their shields and formed a shield wall to block the arrows. The Persia cavalry, which numbered only about 20, didn't dare to fight. They quickly escaped with Mithridate's body. The Devers finally had a chance to check on Olivers. Olivers saw the Devers and broke free from Georges' support. "Leader. I. Before he could finish, the Devers gave him a strong hug. "My good brother, thank you." Hearing this, Oliver's gloomy face broke into a smile. His entire body relaxed, and then the pain hit him. "Ouch," he cried. The Devers thought they had touched his wound and quickly let go. "Hey, Olivers, you're lucky you got an arrow in your butt. If you got an arrow in your front, I don't know how you'd scream." Matones mocked. "Damned Martones, you're the only brave one. Try taking an arrow next time." Olivers retorted as he touched the arrow on his butt. The noise returned to Helos' team. This time, besides Olivers, there was another soldier who was shot in the thigh and another in the back. However, because of his thick breastplate, he only suffered a flesh wound. "Georges, take Olivers and the others to Herpes. Ask him to treat them properly." After Devers finished speaking, he patted Olivers on the shoulder. "Receive treatment well and come back soon to fight with us. Yes, leader. Oliver's replied loudly. What an excellent surprise attack. I didn't expect you to really succeed. We were all worried about you just now. That's right. You killed Mithridat, which can be considered as part of the revenge for Menon and the others. The entire mercenary army should thank you. Previously, Timothen and the others said that we were crazy and chose a leader randomly. Let's see what they have to say this time. Felicius, Antonius, and Capus came over together to congratulate the Devers, while Amyntas gave him a military salute. The clever assists brought the horses over and let the Devers mount them. The soldiers consciously made way for him, cheering for victory, and welcomed him back to the formation. What did you say? The Devers killed Mithridat? After hearing the messenger's words, Timothen had a look of disbelief. This is a time of war. Spreading false information will be punished. The Devers killed Mithridat. Xenophon exclaimed. He came up with a bold plan and actually succeeded. That's great. Hieronymus let out a long sigh and said hatefully, let's see who still wants to escape this time. The Persia's dead Mithridat will definitely take it out on those deserters. Calithorpes listened carefully to Tormod's account. Although he did not like the young man very much, he had to admit that he had done a pretty good job this time. It could even be said that he had saved the entire army. This was because he knew very well that mercenaries with lax military discipline and management were not afraid of enemy attacks. The fiercer the enemy's attack, the more united the mercenaries would be. On the contrary, Mithridat's method, over time, would disintegrate the soldiers' fighting spirit and cause the entire team to collapse. Thinking of this, he smiled and said loudly to Tormod, please tell the Devers leader for me, thank him for his efforts for the army. Also, remind him that the enemy's attack will probably come soon. What? Mithridat is dead? Aureus could not believe his ears. Yes, General, his body is outside the tent, the guard said. Aureus hurried out of the tent, followed closely by a trusted aide sent by Althazus and Tsaphnis. Mithridat's body had been simply handled, but it was still a horrible sight. There were 4 or 5 wounds on his body, and there was a fist-sized bloody hole in his neck that was still oozing blood. Aureus bent down and was about to take a closer look when Althazus could not help but shout at the Persia cavalry who had fled back, who did it? Who did it? It's Menon's soldiers, they. The Persia cavalry stammered as they described the whole process. A bunch of idiots. You were defeated by that useless subordinate of Menon. You did not protect Mithridat well. Each of you will receive 30 lashes and be punished to be servants in the supply camp, Althazus roared angrily. General, have mercy. General, have mercy. The Persia cavalry cowed out and begged for mercy. Although Aureus felt pity for these cavalry who were proficient in Greek, he had no intention of stopping Althazus. He instructed the guards to take the cavalry away, then said, bring a few of the Greeks who escaped here. I want to question them in detail. What else is there to ask? Kill them all. Then lead the army to attack the Greek barbarians. Althazus shouted impatiently. After Clycus and the others were captured by us, the mercenaries must have chosen a new leader. We must first find out who they are before we can take the next step, Aureus advised patiently. If you want to ask, ask. I'll go avenge Mithridat first. Althazus stormed off. Aureus shrugged helplessly at Tsaphnis' trusted aide. In name, he was the commander of the army after the death of Cyrus the Younger. In reality, Mithridat and Althazus each controlled an army, and the two of them were good friends. They fought against Aureus openly and secretly, which often hindered Aureus. Now that Mithridat was dead in battle, Aureus was actually secretly happy. Compared to the more tactful Mithridat, the impulsive Althazus was much easier to deal with. Although Althazus was impulsive, he wasn't stupid when it came to war. He knew that the Persia infantry couldn't fight against the Greek heavy infantry, so he only chose 200 cavalry archers and 200 archers. He hurriedly led them in the direction of the Greek army. Since Althazus' army was either light cavalry or archers, they were very mobile. In the afternoon, the huge formation of the Greeks entered his field of vision. Order the troops to spread out in a goose formation and quickly advance. Althazus' eyes were bloodthirsty as he gave the order excitedly. The Persia army was facing Creon's rear guard. They had already expected the Persia army to come again. Seeing that there weren't many enemies, they thought that they were going to shout like last time. So, although they were on guard, they didn't take it too seriously. However, the Persia army quickly spread out and closed in. In the blink of an eye, they were less than 100 meters away. Criano had a bad feeling and shouted, "Prepare to defend." As soon as he said that, the Persia's arrows had already arrived. Most of them hit the soldiers' round shields like raindrops. Because the Greek soldiers were in a tight formation, and the light and heavy infantry were close together, some people were instantly injured, mainly the light infantry. "Spread out. Heavy infantry, charge." Criano anxiously passed the order. Arrows came again, and someone screamed and fell. At this time, the army was a little chaotic, especially the supply camp behind him. The guards and servants hurriedly pulled the neighing cows and horses to the north, away from the rear guard to avoid being caught in the crossfire. 3 heavy infantry platoons held round shields and rushed forward against the rain of arrows. The heavy infantry could not catch up to the lightly armed archers, not to mention the faster cavalry. The charge of the heavily armed infantry could not last long either. When they stopped to rest, the Persia's archers would start firing again. The Greek heavy infantry hid behind their round shields, which greatly reduced the chances of getting injured. But it was not to say that they were not injured at all. Their arms and thighs were not protected, and their thick linen armor could prevent arrows from piercing through, but it could not prevent some flesh wounds. If they could not get close to the enemy, they would not be able to unleash their full potential. They could only stand there and take the arrows. Criano did not dare to send light infantry, because the range of the javelins was not as far as the archers, and their protection was not as strong as the heavy infantry, which would increase the number of casualties. At this moment, Timosson sent 200 Cretan archers as reinforcements. Criano, who had high hopes for them, was soon disappointed. The archers of Crete, who were famous for their archery in the Greek city-states, did not have the range of the archers of the Persia, who dominated the Mediterranean Sea. Instead, in order to shorten the range, they left the protection of the heavy infantry and caused more than a dozen casualties. At this moment, the entire mercenary team stopped moving. The leaders were all thinking of a solution. The Devers were also anxiously listening to the reports from the messengers on the left. At this moment, Tormid rode over. "Leader Devers, Callissippus wants you to send a team to take a detour, avoid the enemy's detection, and attack them from behind." The Devers thought for a while and understood Callissippus's plan. He looked at Felicius, who nodded at him. "Assists, quickly inform Capys to come over." The Devers ordered. "Yes, sir." Felicius thought that the Devers would discuss with him who to send, but he did not expect him to make the decision immediately, and to send the most suitable person. It seemed that Felicius's request for guidance was not just for show. This young leader was really a quick learner. When Capys set off with the heavy infantry platoon, Hieronymus also sent out heavy infantry platoon. They tried to circle behind the Persia, then cooperate with Criano to surround and annihilate them. However, the experienced Altazes was already prepared. The 2 wings of the goose formation were made up of Persian cavalry archers that were spread out. At the same time, they were also used as scouts. Very quickly, they discovered the abnormality and quickly retreated, causing the mercenaries' plan to fail. When the steady Capys saw that his plan had failed, he immediately retreated. On the other hand, the leader of the Hieronymus army was Xenophon, who had taken the initiative to fight. Xenophon was unwilling to give up and continued to pursue the Persians. As a result, not only did he fail to injure a single Persian, he even injured a dozen of them. If it weren't for the fact that the Altazes army had run out of arrows, Xenophon's squadron would have suffered far more losses. If Artazes had not of arrows, Xenophon's platoon would have suffered. Without Artazes bothering them, the Greek army sped up and finally arrived at the villages that the guide had mentioned before sunset. Although most of the villagers had escaped, it still lifted the spirits of the exhausted soldiers. The Devers no longer had the mood to stop the soldiers from robbing. He only suggested that Mircea try to capture as many Persia slaves as possible, promising them freedom in exchange for their sincere help. Then, they rushed to the commander's tent. Before they entered the tent, they heard Criano complaining, "These Persia are like flies. We can't hit them or chase them away. We don't have enough cavalry." There's nothing we can do about them. The Devers and Felicius walked into the tent. Everyone nodded at them. Compared to yesterday's estrangement, they were much more proactive today. Obviously, the Devers' performance had won everyone's approval. However, they were worried about Artazis's attack and did not have the mood to express their enthusiasm. What should we do if the Persia attack us the same way tomorrow? Criano asked worriedly. He had suffered the most casualties today. What's more worrying is that if we can't quickly find a way to repel the Persia will definitely think that this method of attack is the most effective against us. Not only will they continue to use this method, but the next time they come, it won't just be a few hundred, but thousands of cavalry archers and archers. I think that will be a disaster for us. Xenophon said with a heavy heart. He had suffered a lot today. The other leaders also had grave expressions. They had won the battle against the king of Persia easily, and Tsaphnis's patience had made them believe in their strength. However, today, a small Persia army made up of archers and cavalry archers had caused the heavy infantry they were so proud of to suffer. They suddenly realized the weakness of their army. We need to have the same range as the Persia, or a longer range. Charlesup said word by word. Rhode Island's catapults. Xenophon suddenly shouted. The Devers' eyebrows twitched. He had heard from Antonius that the Rhode Islanders of the Greek city-states were good at catapults. They could throw stones as far as 400 to 500 meters, and their accuracy was extremely high within 100 meters. Therefore, the city-states in the Mediterranean liked to hire Rhode Island's catapults as an important auxiliary force in their armies. The reason why the Devers were familiar with the name Rhode Island was not only because of the catapults, but also because one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, the Colossus of the sun god of Rhode Island, was built on this island. However, it seemed to have been built after Alexander the Great. The Devers thought, in fact, in terms of military, the Greek city-states have many unique and elite troops, such as the Cretan archers, Thessaly cavalry, Rhode Island's catapults, Sparta's heavy infantry, Athens' navy. If Greece was unified and these troops were united, they would definitely be able to dominate the Mediterranean. It was a pity that the freedom-loving Greeks had always been in a state of disunity. The last country, Athens, who had tried to do so, had already been defeated. As for the current Greek hegemon, Sparta, even without looking at the ending of history, just based on its extremely conservative political system, it was impossible. As the Devers sighed in their hearts, Tommaso said regretfully, "It's a pity that we don't have Rhode Island's catapults." "But we have Rhode Islanders," Xenophon said excitedly. "Everyone, catapults are a skill that the Rhode Islanders have practiced since they were young. They make a living from it, just like the Cretans make a living from archery. When we recruited mercenaries in Aeolia, many Rhode Islanders joined us. It was only because of the generosity of little Cyrus, who prepared a large number of weapons and equipment, that they abandoned their catapults and picked up round shields and spears that they could only afford with a large sum of money. Now it's time for them to pick up their catapults again. Xenophon is right. We should immediately gather them and form a catapult to fight against the Persia's archers," Criano said immediately. Everyone expressed their agreement. Chrysippus nodded and said, "Then let's do it immediately. We have a lot of sheep, we can slaughter some of them and use their intestines to make catapults. In addition, we also need cavalry. Otherwise, when the Persia retreats, we won't be able to catch up with them. I suggest that the battalions gather the extra pack horses and select soldiers who are good at riding to form a cavalry team," Xanthopara said. Agreed. Agreed. In the face of a crisis, the leaders all united and quickly came to an agreement. The entire army immediately moved into action. Soon, more than 300 Rhode Islanders who were good at catapults were organized. More than 50 pack horses were also gathered. Most of the selected cavalry came from the Devers camp. After all, most of the soldiers in their camp were Thessaly's men. When Xenophon recommended Lysias from Athens to be the leader of the cavalry team, the Devers expressed his objection. He felt that Ledes from Thessaly's camp, recommended by Felicius, was more suitable. Since most of the cavalry were Thessaly's men, the leaders finally expressed their agreement. On this day, the Persia were not idle either. After Altaz's successful attack, he returned to the camp and proudly showed Aureus his victory. He suggested that if Aureus put all the cavalry and archers under his command, he would definitely defeat the Greeks in one fell swoop. Aureus first congratulated him, then began to find reasons to brush Althazus off. After all, Cyrus the Younger's army had been defeated in the previous battle with the king of Persia. After he regrouped, there were only about 7,000 soldiers left. If he did as Althazus said, Aureus would only have about 3,000 soldiers left. As the nominal commander of this army, how could he command the entire army when he did not have as many soldiers as he did? Moreover, a Persia army without archers would not be a Persia army. Therefore, the cautious and petty Aureus did not agree to this kind of gambling strategy. Althazus was furious when he saw that Aureus did not agree. He thought that Aureus was jealous of him and did not want him to succeed. Therefore, in a fit of anger, he ran straight to Tisiphnes' camp. As long as you have enough cavalry and archers, you can defeat the Greeks? Tisiphnes asked doubtfully. Sir Governor, because of Cyrus the Younger, I have been in contact with the Greek mercenaries many times and understand the situation of their army. Most of their soldiers are heavy infantry and are clumsy. As long as we do not engage them in close combat, they will not be able to exert any strength. They have very few archers and are no match for us at all. Therefore, I only brought 400 cavalry and archers to attack them. We did not lose a single soldier and caused about 500 casualties to the Greeks. This is obviously an exaggeration. If not for the fact that we ran out of arrows, the Greeks would have suffered even more casualties. Althazus said respectfully, therefore, I wanted to increase the number of cavalry and archers and increase the long-range attacks on the Greeks to increase their casualties. I hope to defeat them as soon as possible and get rid of these Greek barbarians for my lord and the king. Then, he changed the topic. But Aureus rejected my proposal, so I could only come to the governor. Tisiphnes did not answer directly. Instead, he said with a pained expression, I am saddened and shocked by Mithridates' death. At the same time, his death might give confidence to the Greeks who have lost their leader. Tisiphnes' expression turned serious. I heard that the inspector of Sparta, Chrysops, has become the new leader of this army, right? Yes, Lord Governor. That's what the fleeing Greek soldiers said, Artazus said. We can't let him take over the Greek army and gain prestige. Tisiphnes' voice was cold and firm. We must keep attacking them, make them run for their lives, cry for their deaths, and howl for their hunger. Althazus, since your method is so effective, continue to use this method to attack the Greeks. I'll give you 2,000 archers and 500 cavalry archers. In addition, Aureus, Tisiphnes turned to Thistle and said, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip there. Since Aureus doesn't dare to fight the Greeks, hand over the soldiers to someone more capable. Otherwise, I don't mind discussing with him what he did during Cyrus the Younger's rebellion. Thistle smiled nonchalantly. Don't be so angry, Lord Governor. I believe that Aureus is a wise man. He better be. A cold glint flashed in Tisiphnes' eyes. Thank you for your trust, Lord Governor. I'll bring you news of victory. Artazus said excitedly. When you win, you will be my adjutant, Tisiphnes promised. Seeing Artazus happily follow Thistle out of the tent, Orontes asked worriedly, can this Artazus really succeed? Since he has already won a perfect victory, why can't he have a second one? If he can get rid of the Greeks in one go, I'm willing to bet on it. Tisiphnes said firmly. I didn't expect Sparta's censor to be in this mercenary army. It seems that Cyrus the Younger's rebellion was supported by Sparta. Orontes said angrily. As the son-in-law of King Artaxerxes, he was naturally wary of anyone who might be Cyrus the Younger's accomplice. The Greeks hate us. They have always hated us for decades. Back then, I opposed funding Sparta to fight against Athens. Unfortunately, His Majesty Darius was deceived by Cyrus the Younger. He removed me from my position and used Cyrus the Younger to support Sparta. Tisiphnes said, still brooding. What happened in the end? Sparta supported Cyrus the Younger's rebellion in order to benefit from it. They should have let Sparta and Athens continue to fight instead of helping Sparta win. That's in Persia's interest. You're right, Tisiphnes. Once this is over, I'll definitely suggest to the king to reconsider our relationship with Sparta. Yes, that's why I want to get rid of these Greeks quickly. Althazus will bring us good news. He definitely will. At dusk, the leaders once again gathered in the main tent for the military conference. The stone throwers have a catapult each. After a day of intensive training, they're adept at using it. They can now fight the enemy. Clino reported to everyone. As his troops were the rear guard, they suffered the most losses in yesterday's battle. Therefore, under his strong request, the newly built company was temporarily under his command. Then, the Devers also reported the cavalry should have no problem fighting the enemy. Since most of the cavalry came from his barracks and he was in the flank, the cavalry was temporarily under his command. The Devers' report was short and concise. After watching the cavalry's training for a day, he had a general understanding of the cavalry's attack methods in this era: charging, thrusting, throwing javelins, and shooting arrows. Since they didn't have stirrups, they didn't dare to run at full speed or fight with all their might. Otherwise, they would easily fall off their horses. The newly built cavalry was only equipped with one weapon, a spear. Therefore, their best attack method was to chase after the fleeing enemy. At this time, Cherysop said, "Everyone, today I took a guide out of the camp to scout the route and the surrounding terrain of tomorrow's march. That's too dangerous. Right now, Persia's cavalry is wandering around our camp. If we run into them, we'll be in trouble." Timothy shouted. "I'm prepared for that. At the same time, with the blessing of Zeus, I didn't run into the Persia." Cherysop nodded at Timothy and expressed his gratitude for his concern. "Instead, I made an important discovery." "What discovery?" Clino asked anxiously. "I found a few tall mountains about 4 miles ahead. There's only one canyon that we can pass through. Otherwise, we'll have to take a long detour," Cherysop said as he gestured with a stick on the grass. "This canyon can accommodate about 20 people side by side." "You mean, you're afraid that the Persia will attack us when we pass through the canyon?" Xanthoparis asked worriedly. "That's indeed a problem. But it can be solved. If we set off through the canyon before daybreak, the Persia will definitely not expect that," Xenophon said, suddenly having an idea. "That's a good idea. The Persia are afraid of the dark, especially their cavalry. They can't see clearly in the dark, and it's easy for them to fall off their horses. That's why when Cyrus the Younger was here and marched with the Persia, they always waited until daybreak before leaving the camp. The day before yesterday, Mithridat only caught up with us after daybreak. If it were the same tomorrow, we would have passed through the canyon long ago." Clino agreed, and the others followed suit. They then looked at Cherysop, who had the final say. "You mean?" Xanthoparis asked thoughtfully, "Once we pass through the canyon, we'll spread out our formation and fight the pursuing Persia. Also, the canyon isn't wide. It'll slow down their retreat and make it easier for us to catch up to them. The more Persia there are in pursuit, the slower their retreat will be, and the more we'll be able to kill them," Timothy said excitedly. "But the Persia aren't fools. Seeing that we're prepared, why would they take the risk to pass through the canyon?" Xenophon's question stunned everyone. "That's why we won't attack near the mouth of the valley. Whenever the Persians catch up to us, that's when we'll attack," Kellisthorpe said confidently. "We'll lure them into chasing us." "That's right. Anyway, the Persia won't dare to fight us head-on. We also have the catapults and cavalry. We'll definitely be able to give the Persia a surprise. At that time, the entire army will attack together and drive them to the entrance of the canyon. The narrowness of the entrance will slow down their retreat, and it'll be beneficial for us to catch up to them." Everyone chimed in one after another and quickly perfected the plan. At this moment, someone suddenly said, "Why don't we set up an ambush at the canyon and seal it off after the enemy passes through?" Everyone was stunned and turned around abruptly. It was the Devers who had been sitting in the corner and listening to them attentively. "You want to wipe them all out?" Kellisthorpe looked at the Devers and tried his best to suppress the shock in his heart as he spoke slowly. The Devers stretched out his left hand and clenched it into a fist. He waved it forcefully. "Of course. We just need to defeat them. After they escape and recuperate, they'll still come and attack us. Only by surrounding and annihilating them can we give the Persia the greatest deterrent." The Greeks adored strength, and were fond of frontal assaults, which was aggravated by the fact that their armies were composed chiefly of heavy infantry. Even Sparta, who was the best at fighting, was the same. The Battle of Marathon, the Battle of Plataea. Leaving aside the fact that the Greeks won these major battles head-on, even the countless smaller battles were rarely seen. Outflanking, ambushing, 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 and annihilating. These military terms that even the most ordinary people of the later generations were familiar with. They seemed simple, but in the military history of the Greek city-states in this era, where heavy infantry was the main fighting force, these terms were almost a blank slate. Of course, similar battles would occasionally occur, but very few people would pay attention to them and summarize them. Hundreds of years later, Carthage's commander, Hannibal, killed half of the men in Rome, forcing Rome, the hegemon of the Mediterranean, to learn from their enemies. Finally, the classical Western military tactics reached a new level. Devers, whose soul came from the later generations, was certainly not limited by the limitations of this era. Although his military experience was still very young, his military thinking was 2,000 years ahead. At this moment, he was thinking of a sentence that the ancestors of the later generations often said: "It is better to break one than to injure 10 fingers." Calithopes calmly looked at this young man with a tender face, but he was shocked by his spirit and vision. He admitted that Devers's proposal was very tempting and feasible, but he still asked cautiously, "There is a dense forest not far from here in the valley, but if you have too many soldiers lying in ambush, it is easy to be discovered by the Persia cavalry. If you have too few soldiers, what if the Persia come in with too many soldiers? How can you stop them from retreating? Besides, what if the Persia don't come tomorrow? You know, they didn't come today." Devers had already thought about this. He replied seriously, "There is no perfect plan in the world. Any military action has risks, so we have to consider all possibilities as much as possible. First of all, I want to ask you, Calithorpes, how far is this forest from the mouth of the valley?" "About 3 miles, Calithorpes blurted out, as if the terrain was imprinted in his mind. This made Devers admire him very much. Surveying the terrain was a necessary skill for a qualified commander, and he still had to learn it well. At the same time, Calithorpes's words relieved his biggest worry about this plan. He analyzed confidently, "According to what we said before, the whole army will set off before dawn, so when the hidden troops arrive in the forest, the enemy's cavalry should still be asleep. We only need to ambush 300 or 400 soldiers, and the possibility of being discovered is very small. Secondly, if there are a lot of Persia pursuing us, the troops responsible for the ambush don't have to kill them all. They just need to open a gap at the interception point, let the Persia escape, and then intercept them. The Persia are focused on escaping, and it is impossible for them to have time to organize a resistance. In this way, although we can't kill all the enemies, the results will not be too bad." Sun Tzu, the military strategist who was the first to theorize ancient warfare and raise it to a strategic level, should have lived in the same era. An inexplicable sense of pride rose in Devers's heart, and this made him feel more at ease. As for the Persia, there is no need to worry. After noon, if the enemy still hasn't appeared, the ambush troops can take the initiative to withdraw. They don't have supplies, so they will move faster. Our main force will be at the mouth of the valley, so there will be no big problem." Devers' careful thinking finally conquered the leaders present, and they all agreed with Devers's suggestion: add an ambush troop. Calithorpes, who had always disliked Devers because of his young age, could not help but cherish his talent. The way the people of Sparta cherished the younger generation was different. "Devers, are you willing to lead this ambush troop?" Devers was stunned. In Calithorpes' eyes, he saw trust and expectation. He carefully thought about it, and in spite of Felicius's obstruction, he faced the complicated gazes of the people and nodded heavily. "I can." The next day, before dawn, the Greeks were urged to wake up by the bugle. They packed their luggage, packed their equipment, and set off with sleepy eyes. When they reached the mouth of the valley, there was only a glimmer of light in the sky. Devers led 3 heavy infantry platoons and 1 light shield platoon to separate from the main force. The leaders all gave their blessings. "Zeus will be with you." These were Calithorpes' words. "May Ares give you strength." These were Timosen's words. "May Athens give you luck." These were Xenophon's words. In order to fight with Persia with all their strength, the whole army was united. "Take care, leader. Come back safely." Felicius said solemnly. Don't worry, Felicius, we will take care of the leader. Antonio interrupted. You take care too. Devers said, and gave Felicius a strong hug. Then, under the respectful gazes of the soldiers and officers who stayed behind, he led the troops along the foot of the mountain and hurried to the forest on the left. In fact, Altazis moved earlier than the day before because his troops had grown larger. There were about 4,500 archers and 1,500 cavalry archers. This boosted his confidence and made him eager to defeat the Greek army as soon as possible so that he could get the position of adjutant promised by Tissaphones as soon as possible. The scouts reported that the Greeks had already broken camp and passed through the valley. They were about 20 miles away from the Persia army. He took it for granted that the Greeks were moving so fast to avoid his attack. But when he thought of the vow he had made in Tissaphonis, he could not help but feel a little anxious. He could not let them get far, he had to defeat them today. Thus, he urged his troops to speed up. When they passed through the valley, he did not stop because the scouts told him that the Greeks were about 5 to 6 miles away from the exit of the valley. The Persia have entered the valley, Leader Devers. Assists ran back into the forest and reported to the Devers. How many people are there? Antonius asked. Their troops are very long. I'm afraid there are at least a few thousand of them. Assists said, panting heavily. We've really caught a big fish. Amintas whistled softly. Then immediately execute the second plan we discussed last night. Although the Devers were nervous, they controlled their facial expressions well. Reporting, the Persia are out of the canyon. They're chasing us. Very good. How many are there? About 6 to 7,000. I think they're all archers and cavalry archers. Those damned Persia. They must be thinking of defeating us with their bows and arrows. That's great. The more they come, the more we can kill. Can the Devers hold them off? That's why our attack must be fast and fierce. Caristhorpe said firmly, everyone, please return to your commanding positions immediately and spread out into formation. We'll press forward. Roar. The leaders rubbed their palms together and began to move. Once Altazis exited the canyon, he eagerly spread out into battle formation. Just like the day before yesterday, the archers were in the middle and the cavalry on both sides. Just as they were 2 miles out of the canyon, a scout came back and reported, the Greeks are coming towards us. Although Altazis was excited, he was, after all, experienced in battle. This kind of harassment tactic required space to maneuver, and he did not want to be confined to the canyon entrance. Therefore, he immediately ordered the entire team to move to the left. Cavalry archers and archers were considered highly mobile troops, but when a team of 7,000 was already in battle formation, it would take time to change their formation, and the Greeks did not give him the time. Not long after Altazis gave the order, the Greeks appeared in his field of vision. He immediately tensed up. He knew very well that changing the formation when the enemy was advancing was undoubtedly courting death. He ordered them to return to battle formation again, and his mind quickly calculated. In a while, after shooting 2 rounds of arrows and disrupting the enemy's advance, he would immediately move quickly to the left, away from contact with the Greeks, and look for another opportunity. However, his expression quickly changed, because the Greeks' battle formation was very long, far longer than his 2 flanks, and as they advanced, they continued to extend to the 2 flanks. Altazis understood the traditional Greek phalanx formation. They would often stack their formation very thickly, usually 7 or 8 rows or more, and use the powerful impact to crush the enemy. Right now, the enemy's formation was probably only 2 or 3 rows. Why would they dare to do this? Artazis immediately understood, because his side was full of light cavalry and archers, the Greeks did not need to rely on numbers to crush them. They could still win. The Greeks were trying to surround him. I was too careless. Altazis was a little flustered, and his expression kept changing. He wanted to retreat immediately, but he felt that the formation was already in place. If he returned with his tail between his legs, not only would his morale be affected, but he would also be delayed. He had promised that he would at least let him shoot a round of arrows. He thought to himself, 7,000 arrows can disrupt their formation, maybe even cause confusion. Even if they can't, there will still be time to retreat. Thinking about this, Altazis decided to take a risk. He quickly summoned his generals and reminded them to remember the order of retreat. When everything had been arranged, he felt much more at ease, and as he watched the Greeks approach, he decided that when the distance between the two sides was about 100 meters, he would give the order to fire. "Come, Greek barbarians, die." He smiled evilly. However, when they were about 200 meters away, the sound of a bronze horn sounded from the opposite side, and the Greeks actually stopped advancing. He was anxious, but he did not want his troops to advance. Immediately changing from an attack to a retreat could easily cause chaos, and Altazis only wanted to retreat smoothly. It was better for him to continue waiting for the Greeks to attack. He now felt that having a large number of troops had its drawbacks. Then, he was shocked to see countless arms stretch out from the back of the Greek heavy infantry and start to circle above their heads. Stone throwers. Altazis was shocked. He remembered that there were no stone throwers in the Greek mercenary army. How did they suddenly appear? At this moment, there was no time for him to think carefully. Countless fist-sized rocks smashed down like hailstones. In the middle of the Persian army, these Persian archers who were waiting to shoot their arrows were instantly hit by this attack. Without the protection of armor, they were smashed until their heads were bleeding, and some of them even fainted. The middle of the Persia army was instantly in chaos. The stone throwers fired very quickly, and in an instant, the enemy formation threw out another wave of flying stones, covering the sky. Altazis was so anxious that his eyes were red, and he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Retreat! Retreat!" Just as the trumpeter was about to blow the horn, a loud bronze horn sounded from the other side. The Greek heavy infantry that had been standing quietly roared, "Ares!" They started to take large strides towards the Persia army. The entire line of the Greeks was like a surging tide, fearless of the reefs and shoals in front of them. They swore to engulf the land. It was a powerful momentum that was enough to crush the morale of the Persia army, which was not strong to begin with. They even opened up a path in the middle of the Greek army, and dozens of cavalry surged out. They took the lead and charged towards the enemy Persia army. The Persia army completely collapsed. They did not listen to their general's orders at all. They even carried the general and ran back. The previously arranged order of retreat could not be carried out at all. The cavalry, archers, right wing, left wing, and middle swarmed towards the mouth of the canyon. They only had one thought in their mind: get away from those terrifying Greeks. Defeated. Defeated. Defeated without even firing a single arrow. Altazis had participated in the Battle of Cunasac. As a teammate, he cheered for the Greeks when they easily defeated the army of the king of Persia. But now, when he personally faced the charge of the Greeks, he finally realized how terrifying the Greek heavy infantry was. At that moment, his mind was blank. He could only hug the neck of his horse tightly, and he was surrounded by his attendants as they rushed towards the mouth of the canyon. Because he was at the back of the middle team and was closest to the mouth of the canyon, he and his attendants were almost at the front of the Persia army. The mouth of the canyon was right in front of them. The wide space suddenly narrowed, and the steep and continuous mountains caused the air to only flow at the mouth of the canyon. Altazis, who had just entered the mouth of the canyon, was almost unable to open his eyes due to the strong mountain wind. Go! He clamped his horse's abdomen. He knew very well that the faster they rushed through the canyon, the fewer people they would lose. The path in the canyon was not a straight line, but a curved shape. For the Persia cavalry, who had been on the battlefield all year round, this was not a problem. They controlled their war horses very well. Even though there was a turn in front of them, they did not slow down their horses too much. Just as they quickly turned around the foot of the mountain, a wall made of stones and wood suddenly appeared in front of them. It was half the height of a person. Altazis and his attendants could not rein in their horses in time and crashed straight into the wall. Screams of pain could be heard everywhere. Altazis was flung away, and the last thing he saw was the rapidly enlarging mountain wall in front of him. The defeated soldiers of Persia rushed into the canyon like a mountain torrent, filling up the canyon and pushing forward. The remaining cavalrymen at the front stopped in shock, but the soldiers at the back were still running forward. Therefore, an even more tragic scene happened. The soldiers at the front were pushed down. Before they could get up, they were trampled by the soldiers at the back. as they struggled, they tripped over the advancing soldiers. The defeated soldiers at the back were still rushing forward in a frenzy in order to escape from the slaughter of the Greeks. People kept falling, being trampled, falling, and trampled in the canyon. Behind the stone wall, the Persia soldiers were piled up in layers, all the way to the mouth of the canyon. Some of the soldiers had been trampled into minced meat, while others were still struggling and wailing in the stream of blood. It was like hell on earth. Raise the shield wall. Prepare the javelins. Seeing the Persia soldiers crowded in front of the stone wall, the Devers were a little nervous, but their minds were still clear, and they gave the order clearly. The Persia soldiers who struggled to climb over the stone wall were first shot by the javelins of the light shield-bearers led by Epiphanes. Then, the Greek heavy infantrymen formed a shield wall to block their way. The first 4 rows of soldiers stuck close to each other, providing support to the first row of soldiers. Their spears could also reach in front of the first row of soldiers. Together, they formed a spear wall that blocked the way and easily stabbed the fleeing and disorganized Persia soldiers. The Devers asked the soldiers to carry stones and would to build a simple stone wall. Their original intention was to prevent the charge of the Persia cavalry. Once the horses started galloping, the heavy infantrymen might not be able to stop them no matter how many rows they formed, and they would suffer heavy losses. Therefore, the roadblock was used to slow down the Persia cavalry. However, the effect of the stone wall was far beyond imagination. It blocked the canyon with the piles of corpses, preventing the defeated soldiers from gathering their strength to attack the defensive line of the Devers organization. When the leaders rushed to meet up with the Devers, they could not help but feel their scalps go numb when they saw the tragic scene in the canyon. They could not help but look at the Devers in awe. Just as Xenophon said, "Devers. You are indeed Hades, God's chosen." The Devers also could not calm down. He kept telling himself in his heart, "This is war. This is war. What should we do with these Persia people?" He saw the soldiers collecting the weapons and armor of the surrendered soldiers. He suddenly felt a little soft-hearted and asked Chrysippus. Chrysippus' answer was unusually cold. After collecting their weapons and armor, cut off the tendons of their hands and feet, stabbed their thighs, and then put them back for Tissaphnus to worry about. The Devers fell silent. Of course, he understood Chrysippus' intention. The mercenaries had no extra food and no extra manpower to watch over them, and Tissaphnus had to allocate manpower to take care of these injured Persia people. Naturally, there were fewer soldiers attacking them. "Devers, you did well." Chrysippus looked around and said, "I think the Persia people will be scared out of their wits when they see this scene." When the Devers led his troops out of the canyon, the soldiers along the way gave them the loudest cheers. They knew that it was this young leader who led a small number of people to block the path of the large number of Persia people, allowing the mercenaries to achieve a perfect victory. The young Devers used his actions to win the recognition of the entire army. In the afternoon, Tissaphnus's army arrived at the canyon. When Tissaphnus saw the tragic scene in the canyon and the wounded soldiers lying on the ground, he angrily threw his helmet to the ground and then sent a small group of his trusted troops to deal with the aftermath. The other troops were forbidden to enter the canyon, but they went around the mountain and took other paths. Aureus, who had been following Tissaphnus, remained silent. He did not see Altaz's body, but he was sure that it was among the countless corpses. In the past 3 days, the 2 generals who had fought with him for power had died in battle one after another. At this moment, he did not feel the slightest bit of joy. Instead, he felt a sense of coldness. In this battle, the Persia suffered more than 3,000 casualties and more than 3,000 wounded. Not a single one escaped. The Greek mercenaries suffered negligible casualties. Perhaps Callisopes was right. The people of Persia were scared out of their wits and did not appear again for a few days. This allowed the Greek mercenaries to loot and march their way to Larissa, a city by the Tigris River, with relative ease. This was a magnificent city. The lower half of the city wall was made of stone, while the upper half was made of mud bricks. The wall was about 30 meters high, 8 meters wide, and about 10 miles in circumference. The Greek mercenaries had no interest in attacking such a towering city wall. Moreover, compared to the cities they had encountered on the banks of the Tigris River, there were few pedestrians, and most of the fields and cottages outside the city were abandoned. It seemed a little desolate. Larissa, it said that its former name was Kara. It was a big city during the Assyrian period, but it was later taken by the Medes. The great king Cyrus defeated the Medes, but he could not break through the city. In the end, the sun god Mithras used dark clouds to cover the light of Kara, making it as dark as night. The residents of Kara were terrified, thinking that the gods had abandoned them, so they abandoned the city and fled. That was how King Cyrus seized the city. Marigi said. Ever since the Devers learned from Callisopes the importance of understanding the terrain for a commander, he had Marigi by his side as a guide. As the adjutant of Hieronymus, Xenophon was busy with many things. It was no longer possible for him to come and chat with the Devers like before. As a businessman, Marigi was not only familiar with the surrounding terrain, but he was also very familiar with the history of the Mesopotamia, which added a lot of fun to the Devers' tense and tiring march. Hey, Persia has the sun god, and we have Apollo. Who's more powerful? Martones, who was among the guards, suddenly said. Marigi, who was next to the Devers, glanced behind him and said disdainfully, Mithras is the master of nature, ensuring that the vegetation is abundant, the land is fertile, and the people live and work in peace and contentment. That's why he's worshipped by all. A mere god can't compare to him. What did you say? How dare you insult Apollo? Martones wanted to beat Marigi up angrily, but he was stopped by Helos. Marigi was so frightened that he hid behind the Devers, but the Devers snapped at him, Martones's question didn't offend you, but you've insulted the god that we, the Greeks, worship. If you don't apologize immediately, I won't stop them from taking revenge on you. This Persia man's unintentional sense of superiority was giving him a headache. It was time to teach him a lesson. Marigi turned around and saw the anger in the soldier's eyes. He knew that if it wasn't for the Devers, he would have been torn into pieces. As a businessman, it was in his nature to be adaptable. He quickly bowed and apologized sincerely, even slapping himself. Seeing that Marigi was forgiven, the Devers asked the question that had been bothering him, why does the city look so desolate? Marigi covered his blushing face with one hand and said vaguely, because the residents here are mainly Medes. He stopped talking after that. The Devers thought about it carefully and came to a realization, the Persia court doesn't care about this area because it's the core area of Medes and Assur. They're afraid that they'll reignite their old flame, so they've even taken measures to suppress them. Am I right? The Devers saw Marigi looking at him in shock, and he knew that he had guessed the main point. He could not help but say proudly, let me guess what methods they've used. For example, they often transfer the people here to join the army? Impose higher taxes? Chief Devers, if you're really a god's chosen one, you're indeed different from your men who are all brawn and no brains. Marigi looked at the Devers on the horse in admiration. Because he had been taken advantage of earlier, he said in a low voice, if you're a Persia and a Persia official, you'll probably do well too. The Devers smiled and said, although Persia is a big country, I don't like it. Because you're a Greek? The Devers did not answer. He looked at Larissa not far away and was lost in thought. Was he a Greek? Apart from his body, his soul, and his mind, he still thought of himself as a Chinese from the bottom of his heart. The Greek tradition and culture could not assimilate a 21st century person, not even have any influence on him. It was only the reality of helplessness and sincere friendship that made him identify with this group. Although he usually said we're Greeks, it was all to fool these Greeks, boost their morale, and highlight his position as a leader. In short, for survival. Therefore, if Persia was superior to Greece and extended an olive branch to him, he would not hesitate to join them. But he did not think much of Persia, because most of the Greek city-states' political systems were more like 21st century countries, and even Athens was more democratic than modern society. This had a natural affinity for modern people who advocated freedom. The next day, they marched to Mespera. This is the former capital of the Assyrian kingdom, Nineveh. It is said that the wife of the last Medes king, Medea, had taken refuge in this city after we, Persia, seized the Medes kingdom. The great king Cyrus led his army to besiege this city, but because it was the last castle of the Medes, they could not take it down for a long time. Bahram, the war god of the gods, saw that the Persia had suffered too many casualties, so he let out an earth-shattering thunder that shook the whole city, and only then was the city conquered. Marigi still played the role of guide and narrator. Haha, the gods of the Persia are not bad. They even helped in the battle, Matonis mocked from behind. Having learned his lesson yesterday, Marigi ignored him. The Devers looked at the city that was also located on the bank of the Tigris River. The walls of this former capital of the Assyrian kingdom were about 17 meters high. Kara was already a majestic city, but it seemed to be only a third of the size of Nineveh. One could imagine how powerful and prosperous the Assyrian kingdom was when it conquered the western kingdoms. At this time, the capital was already in ruins. The wild grass and countless thorns on the city walls swayed in the wind, as if telling of its current desolation. Will Persia do it too? Assists asked curiously. What about Greece? Marigi immediately turned around and glared at him, not to be outdone. Devers glanced at the two of them and said half-jokingly, if you live long enough, you might be able to see it in 50 years. Is this an oracle? Assists asked excitedly. Marigi obviously did not believe it. Devers smiled and did not answer. If his butterfly wings were too weak to change the course of history, a few decades later, he could not remember the exact time, Alexander of Macedonia conquered the Greek mainland and then destroyed Persia. Because the Greeks did not consider the Macedonians of the north as their own, in a sense, he conquered the two most powerful forces in the Mediterranean at that time in one fell swoop. For the next 2 days, the Greek mercenaries marched briskly all the way. Until the third day, when Tisiphnes' army appeared. Now, the Greek mercenaries' 50-man light cavalry team was basically sent out by Devers as scouts. After all, the Persia cavalry was strong individually. In a one-on-one fight, the Greek cavalry was no match for them. Therefore, they formed groups of 5 and did not dare to stray too far from the main force. They only moved within a radius of 2 to 3 miles. When they saw the Persia troops from afar, they immediately reported back. The Persia are here, prepare for defense. Relay Rhysipus's order, prepare for defense. The messengers quickly roamed around the huge square formation, conveying the order. The large hollow square formation used by the Greek mercenaries protected the supply camp in the center, so it was impossible for them to change their formation before they met the enemy. They only gathered the supply camp in the center, and the soldiers held shields and spears, raised their vigilance, and slowed down their marching speed to maintain the integrity of the formation. Soon, the Persia appeared right at the back of the formation. From the fluttering flag, the soldiers knew that Tisiphnes was here. The Greek mercenaries had easily defeated him during the Battle of Cunasac, so they did not take it too seriously. Then, another army appeared on the left flank of Tisiphnes. As the formation advanced, the hearts of the Greeks tightened. This was another army of no less than 10,000 men. The emblem on the flag was very familiar to everyone. The arrival of the Armenian governor, Orontes, was also within the expectations of the leaders. Then, another army appeared on Tisabani's right flank. There were no less than 10,000 of them, and their flags were very familiar to everyone. Oh, I remember. That's the army we met on the road. It's said to be led by the Persia king's brother. Assist shouted. This army that was supposed to be marching in the opposite direction from us actually appeared here. I'm afraid it's been following us. Tisiphnes has been hostile towards us for a long time. Felicia said solemnly. Divers nodded stiffly, his hands gripping the reins tightly. Tisiphnes' army also included the remnants of Cyrus the Younger's army led by Aureus. The 4 armies gathered together and spread out in the shape of a goose, slowly approaching the Greek army. The seemingly endless and dense crowd was the largest the Greek mercenaries had seen since the Battle of Curosac. Last time, they had Cyrus the Younger to rely on, and the mercenaries were only responsible for the right flank. Now, they had to face the entire Persia army. Everyone could not help but feel nervous. Despite their nervousness, the Greeks knew that only a bloody battle could save them. Clino had been watching the distance of the enemy's advance. Seeing that they were about to enter the range of the catapults, he immediately ordered, "Catapults, get ready." The catapults in the rearguard immediately began to swing their catapults. The distance was more than 300 meters, so the accuracy and strength of the flying stones would be a little lacking. However, there were so many Persians, and they were so densely packed. Almost every stone that fell would cause a cry. The Persian formation in the middle was thrown into chaos, and their advance almost stopped. "Governor, the enemy's attack is too fierce. Should we retreat temporarily and let the two armies advance first?" An adjutant next to him suggested to Disiphnes. Disiphnes' expression was also ugly, but he refused without hesitation. Although he was appointed by the king as the overall person in charge of the plan to expel the Greeks, Orontes was only assisting, and the king's brother, Sidyrus, was only helping out in friendship. But one of them was the same rank as him and the son-in-law of the king, and the other was the king's brother. If he did not do his best, why would he expect them to do their best to help? Moreover, they were close to the king. If he went back and told Artaxerxes about his performance in private, the good impression he had built in the king's heart would be destroyed. Disiphnes glared at his adjutant and immediately ordered, "Hurry up and continue to advance." This time, he had gathered nearly 50,000 troops. He had plenty of people. Since the Greeks wanted to compete with him in long-range firepower, he would compete and see who could shoot more accurately. Let's see who could endure it. In any case, he did not intend to fight the Greeks in close combat. After the battle at Kolaysak, the Greeks' heavy infantry charge and easily defeated the Polish left wing had happened right beside him. It was too much of a shock to him. The Persia screamed and ran all the way. Disiphnes even sent his own soldiers to supervise the battle and cut down the deserters one by one to warn the rest of the army. Under such circumstances, the two wings of the Polish army quickly surrounded the mercenaries. As the Persia had too many soldiers and the mercenaries were in a square formation, the Persia army stretched out their lines and almost surrounded the entire mercenary army. The Devers had already dismounted and led the war horse to the supply camp in the center of the phalanx. Facing the approaching enemy, he was not as nervous as he was at the beginning. "Raise the shield wall." Assists and two of his messengers passed on the Devers' orders to the entire left wing. Four rows of heavy infantry began to move closer and closer. Shields stacked on top of each other, and soon, a long copper wall was erected. The round shield of the Greek heavy infantry was one of the best among the infantry of the Mediterranean countries. The round shield had a diameter of 1 meter, a wooden core, and was wrapped in copper. Furthermore, it was not held by the hand, but by the forearm through the two grips on the back of the round shield. This saved energy and made it difficult for arrows to penetrate it. The archers behind the heavy infantry also quickly moved closer to the shield wall to reduce the damage of the enemy's arrows. Due to the destruction of Altaz's 6,000 men, the Cretan archers in the mercenary army not only switched to the recurved bows of the Persia, but also selected heavy infantry and light shield bearers who were good with bows to join the ranks of the archers. The number of archers in the mercenary army now reached 500. They were scattered in the rear and flanks. When the Persia army was within 100 meters, both sides released their arrows at almost the same time. Bang! 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 A series of bowstrings sounded, and countless arrows flew into the sky like a large dark cloud, covering the blue sky and the scorching sun. The arrows were so dense that many of them even collided in the air. When most of the dark cloud landed on the mercenary army, there was a series of clang. Clang! Clang! There were crisp sounds, and occasionally one or two screams. When a small part of the dark cloud landed on the side of the Persia army, screams could be heard again and again. Both sides exchanged arrows. The Persia army even pushed the front line to 50 meters away and stopped advancing. This was because the Persia army knew very well that if they advanced any further, the Greek light shield bearers would enter the battle. The archer battle lasted for a while. Other than the long square shield wall, which was relatively clean, the surroundings of the mercenaries were densely packed with arrows. The Greek archers, whose quivers were empty, did not have to worry at all. They casually plucked a stalk of arrow grass from the ground and returned fire. Now, Tisiphnes was in a dilemma. For this attack, he had specially prepared many large shields, but the proportion of the light infantry he led was too large. He could not even protect half of them. Furthermore, there were too many soldiers, which resulted in the formation being too tight. Almost every flying stone and arrow from the mercenaries had the ability to kill. The soldiers could barely maintain their morale under his high pressure, but the cavalry's horses were injured. They screamed, jumped, and ran around, injuring some soldiers and messing up the formation. By now, most of the cavalry had retreated to the rear. Tisaphenes looked at the thinning formation on his side and the groans that filled his ears. Then he saw that the Greek shield wall was not as tight as it had been at first. No matter how well the Greek heavy infantry protected themselves, they could not be completely safe from arrows at close range. Should he continue? He hesitated. He had paid the price but did not get any obvious results. If he retreated like this, not only would it affect the morale, but it would also cause dissatisfaction and disdain from the other generals. But if he continued to fight, the casualties would definitely increase. Before the Greeks collapsed, his troops would probably be in chaos. At this moment, a messenger rushed over. "Sir Governor, Sir Satur said that he has suffered too many casualties. Should we attack immediately or retreat?" Tisaphenes let out a long sigh and replied without hesitation, "Retreat." The struggling Greek soldiers could not believe their eyes when they saw the Persia retreat like the tide. After waiting for a while, the Persia did not appear again, so they began to cheer. In this battle, the Polish army had suffered more than 4,000 casualties, and the mercenaries had also suffered more than 900 casualties. However, most of them were injured, and most of them were injured by arrows. After the battle, the soldiers were physically and mentally exhausted. They hurriedly cleaned up the battlefield and walked north for a while. Before noon, they began to set up camp and rest. In the big tent, the Devers and the team officers held an emergency meeting to discuss how to treat the injured. This was because in this battle, the Devers had suffered 19 casualties and 185 were injured. This was completely beyond the medical camp's ability to bear, and they had to mobilize the entire camp to treat the injured. Amyntas did not think much of it and said, "There's no need to make it so troublesome. We came out to fight, and we have long been prepared to die in battle. Isn't it just an arrow wound? Just treat it casually and it'll be fine. We've always been like this before." Devers looked around and felt that Amyntas was not the only one who had such thoughts. Therefore, he said earnestly, "Everyone, we are far away from our families and homes to go to war. Do you think that we will only unite together in battle? In fact, we see our comrades as our family, and the military camp is our home. How can we watch our comrades struggle and be indifferent? If so, when we are injured, who will be willing to help us?" "Everyone," the Devers said firmly, "please remember, the past is the past. Now, as long as we, the Devers, are in the military camp, we must establish a belief. That is, we will never let go of an enemy, and we will never abandon a comrade. We will live and die together." "Well said." Felicius could not help but praise loudly. The other team officials also applauded enthusiastically. The Devers' words had moved them, and the whole camp sprang into action. First, they cleared a large empty space in the middle of the camp for the medical camp. The Devers divided the injured into 3 categories: light, medium, and heavy. They then divided the soldiers to help into 4 groups. The hard-working ones were in charge of cleaning the medical camp, cleaning up the blood and dirt, and chasing away flies, mosquitoes, and flying insects. The strong ones were in charge of carrying and supporting the injured. The skillful ones assisted the doctors and nurses in removing the arrows, debridement, and bandaging. The last group, which had been carpenters in their hometowns, was in charge of cutting branches and making stretchers. The heavily injured were sent directly to Herpes, as only he could treat them. After removing the arrows, debridement, and bandaging, most of the lightly injured could return to the company. The rest of the injured stayed in the medical camp for observation, and depending on the situation, whether they should be sutured and treated further. Under the command of the Devers, the entire treatment operation was carried out in an orderly and efficient manner. By the afternoon, all the Devers had received treatment. At this time, the words spoken by the Devers in the big tent reached the ears of the soldiers under the influence of Antonios and the others. The Devers initially rose to power by virtue of the title of God's chosen. It was an instinctive action of the soldiers to seek help from God when they were at their wits' end. After that, the Devers killed Mithridat and Altazis, and gradually won over the soldiers' recognition of his leadership through his courage and achievements. This time, his touching words and practical actions finally won over the hearts of the soldiers in the camp. Everyone gave him another nickname, the Merciful One. They even started to affectionately call the young leader our Devers. The large-scale treatment operation also alarmed the other camps. First, a lone soldier came to the medical camp to support the injured, asking for help. The Devers agreed. But soon, the news spread, and more wounded people came, but the medical camp was obviously short of manpower, and if they were to help them, they would take up the resources of their own camp. The soldiers in Dave's camp were somewhat dissatisfied, and they began to quarrel with the outsiders. At this time, Criano and Timison rushed over after receiving the news. After a quick tour of the medical camp, the two leaders, including Timison, who had never been on good terms with the Devers, looked at the Devers with more respect. This was because they also believed that such a unique and efficient clinic was obviously not something an ordinary person could do. Previously, they had scoffed at the rumors that the Devers were God's chosen. The Devers agreed to treat their injured soldiers without hesitation. But because there were too many injured soldiers, as the two rearguard troops, they had suffered the most, with more than 500 injured, they needed to send more people to help. At the same time, they also needed more resources, such as linen, pots, wood, tents, and so on. They even agreed to send doctors to learn and help. Of course, the Devers had his own selfish motives for being so generous. He was confident that the medical knowledge he had learned in his previous life would be enough to attract the doctors to stay and expand his medical camp. Criano and Timison left gratefully. After that, the other leaders also rushed over. The Devers made the same promise and the same request. On the way back, while Chellisthorpe's adjutant praised the Devers' ability and generosity, Chellisthorpe's was thinking about something. This made the adjutant feel strange. Chellisthorpe said frankly, "I admit that I was biased against him before. The Devers are indeed excellent talents. Especially the medical camp he founded. It's very helpful in battles. Sparta needs it for the upcoming war." War? What war? The adjutant asked in shock. The war between Persia and Sparta, Chellisthorpe said solemnly. Our friendly friend Cyrus is dead, and we are involved in a rebellion against the new king of Persia. The ruler of Asia Minor has now been replaced by Tissaphones, who has a conflict with Sparta. You should know that the agreement we signed with Persia has some objections to Asia Minor. The new king of Persia is likely to launch an attack. All signs are not in our favor. The adjutant was silent after hearing this. The war between Sparta and Athens lasted for more than 20 years. In the end, Sparta won, but they also suffered great losses. Now, they were facing Persia, which was even more powerful than the Athens Games. Even though he was a brave and fearless Sparta, he still felt great pressure. Chellisthorpe glanced at him and changed the topic. Do you think the Devers will join us? Of course. We are Sparta, the ruler of Greece. The adjutant said proudly. Helps was focused on treating the patients and had no time to manage the medical camp or maintain order. Moreover, he was not a person who was good at management. He preferred to delve into medical skills. Therefore, after everything was running smoothly, the Devers had no choice but to let the guard captain, Helos, stay behind and temporarily take charge of the medical camp. However, as the Devers' trusted aide, Helos was steady and intelligent. The Devers intended to train him to be a powerful helper. It was a waste of his talent to be in charge of a small medical camp. They could only find a suitable position in the future. By the time the Devers returned to his tent, it was already close to dusk. Finally free, he began to review the day's battle, analyze the problems he had in commanding the battle, and find a better way to deal with it. At the same time, he compared it with the military knowledge he had learned in his previous life. This was the homework he had to do before going to bed every day, and it was also the method he had come up with to quickly improve his military command ability. Some people had been engaged in war all their lives and remained mediocre generals, while others could turn war into an art at a young age. The most important thing was their attitude towards war. The last battle had shown the Devers the limitations of the terrain and space on infantry in the era of cold weapons. Trampling incidents caused by fear could cause great damage to a compact formation. Today, he understood the powerlessness of an archer against a fully armed heavy infantry. What if they threw javelins at heavy infantry? The Devers thought the lethality would definitely be stronger than bows and arrows. I once asked Martones to throw a javelin at an abandoned armor, and it could completely penetrate heavy armor at close range. As for copper shields, it could also pierce a hole. so why didn't Saphnis do the same? The answer was obvious. He did not have strong javelin soldiers, but the Greek mercenaries had nearly 3,000 light shield soldiers, most of whom were Thracians. They were the best light shield soldiers in the entire Mediterranean Sea, and their javelin skills were first-rate. He also thought of the javelins used by the Roman soldiers later on. The javelins had a very thin front, and when they hit a shield, they would bend and become a burden to the enemy's movements. They would have to throw the shield away, effectively reducing the enemy's defense. He even imagined what would happen if Saphnis also had heavy infantry. Devers, after much contemplation, concluded that the Greeks had no choice but to surrender. Even during the Battle of Cannae in his previous life, Hannibal was outnumbered. He dared to creatively use a thin, curved line to face the Roman army. The most important prerequisite was that his cavalry was much stronger than the Roman cavalry. Only then could he defeat the flanks and complete the encirclement. At this time, the Persian cavalry was 10 times stronger than the Greeks. Divers wrote down his experiences on the papyrus in Chinese characters as he continued to think. This time, he thought about what the Persia would do from Saphnis' point of view. At this moment, someone came in. "Leader Devers, someone is looking for you outside." "Olivers, it's you. Are your wounds all healed?" When the Devers saw that it was Oliver standing in front of him, he was so surprised that he didn't notice the strange look on his face. "It's okay, Herpes asked me to come back," Olivers reluctantly explained. In fact, he had asked to leave. Herpes saw that he was fine, and there were too many wounded soldiers in the medical camp today, so he let him go. "You just recovered, you should rest more. Why are you standing guard?" "Where's Helos?" Devers asked with concern. As soon as the words left his mouth, he remembered that he had left Helos in the medical camp. Olivers hurriedly went out and brought the visitor in. The visitor was wearing an elegant Hilton with a Hegemon cloak over her head. The loose linen clothes couldn't hide her graceful figure. "Christoia," Devers blurted out. The visitor stretched out her snow-white and slender hands and lifted the Hegemon, revealing a beautiful face. She gracefully bowed and said, "Leader Devers." Olivers winked and left. Devers suddenly remembered that when he was reincarnated, it was Olivers who said that Christoia was as beautiful as Aphrodite. Christoia saw that the Devers were distracted and said, "Leader Devers, you don't welcome me? Your arrival made me so happy that I forgot what to say, and your beauty made my brain lose its ability to think." Devers had a 19-year-old body and a 35-year-old mind. There was a hint of provocation in his casual praise. "Leader Devers, you really know how to talk." Christoia smiled sweetly and said, "In the past few days, I heard everyone in the supply camp praising your achievements. Mithridat and Artazus, as far as I know, were outstanding generals under Cyrus the Younger, but they were both defeated by you. It's enough to dispel anyone's doubts about your ability. Is it too late for me to congratulate you? A word from you is worth 1,000 words from others." Devers laughed. "You didn't come just to congratulate me, did you? I have a request." Christoia looked at Devers. "You said that if I have any request, I can come to you." "Of course. Of course. Please say it." "I want to go to your medical camp," Christoia said seriously. "What?" Devers thought they had heard wrong. "There are people in the medical camp who are not good to you." "Mercies is very good to me." Christoia paused and deliberated over her words. "But everyone is busy with marching and fighting, and I'm the only one with nothing to do. I've been to the medical camp several times. I think I can do what those slaves do, and I can do it better than them." "Are you sure you want to go to the medical camp? There, you will see terrible wounds and scarlet blood every day. You will touch the dirty and smelly bodies of the soldiers, comfort the patients who have gone mad from the pain, and you may even be harassed by them." Devers wanted to persuade Christoia to give up on his idea, but she looked determined. "I'm not afraid. In fact, you don't know much about the wounded soldiers in your camp. Not only did they not bully them, but they have always been grateful to them." Christoia closed her eyes slightly, as if recalling the scene she had observed at that time. Devers looked at her and felt like he was facing a modern woman who was trying to do something meaningful to prove her existence. "Okay, I agree." "Really?" Kristoya's eyes widened in disbelief. The Greek city-states were actually very conservative with their women. They were under the control of their fathers before marriage, their husbands after marriage, and their sons when they were old. They basically had no freedom of their own, except for civilian women and slaves, of course. Kristoya lacked a sense of security. She was afraid that she would be abandoned by the mercenaries if she had nothing to do, and she envied the respect that the female slaves in the medical camp received. Through her contact with Devers, she found that this young leader was different from the others, so she tried to make a request. She did not expect to get an answer so quickly. In fact, for Devers, he did not know much about traditional Greek customs. On the contrary, he had long been accustomed to the concept of equality between men and women in modern society. The majority of the people in the hospital were women. At first, he only objected because he was worried that Kristoya's beauty would attract trouble. Really? Devers said seriously. Kristoya walked toward him with a face full of excitement, and he could not help but stretch out his back and pull her into his arms. At that moment, it was as if the heavens had touched the earth. Olivers, why aren't you standing guard? Why are you lying beside the tent and eavesdropping? This is a violation of military rules, and you'll be kicked out of the camp. Georges, who had come to change shifts, shouted anxiously. Shoo! Olivers made a shushing gesture and whispered mysteriously, "Come and listen, the battle inside is fierce." Battle? Georges was a little confused. Olivers pulled him over, and then he heard blood-curdling moans coming from inside the tent, as well as whispers that made his face blush and his heart race. On the second day of the march, Davos was riding on his horse. His mind was filled with the memories of last night's fun with Kristoya. Not only was Kristoya beautiful, her figure was indeed as sexy as her appearance. Her smooth, snow-white skin and undulating curves made him unable to let go of her. Coupled with her extremely flexible body, he indulged in it, trying his best to vent the 19 years of accumulated desire in his young and strong body. It lingered until late at night. If it wasn't for Oliver's covering up for him outside, he was afraid that his good deed would have been broken into, so he also let Oliver's off the crime of eavesdropping outside. When the passion was over, Kristoya lay in his arms and shyly expressed her willingness to be with him. Devers felt that the barrier between him and the world seemed to have shrunk a lot. This concern also made him think about what to do in the future. Devers came from a modern society and was an adult. He knew that passion could not last. Kristoya was born into nobility and had enjoyed a luxurious life as Cyrus the Younger's concubine. But now he was just a mercenary, an ordinary civilian in the Greek society. He was not even a citizen. He had no fixed residence and drifted around. It was okay for a short period of time, but it was hard to guarantee that Kristoya would not dislike him in the long run. Of course, he buried this thought in his heart. Now was not the time to think about it, because the most important thing at the moment was to return to Greece safely and alive. The appearance of the Persia ruined his good mood. This time, Tisaverni changed its strategy. Instead of attacking, it was harassing. The Persia followed the mercenaries closely, keeping a safe distance. From time to time, a group of archers would rush up, shoot a round of arrows, and then immediately retreat. It did not cause much damage to the mercenaries, but it kept their nerves in a constant state of tension, affecting the marching speed and morale. The leaders could do nothing about it. The only thing they could do was to mix the catapults, archers, and heavy infantry so that when faced with the fast archers of the Persia, they would not dare to be too arrogant. At the same time, the Greek mercenaries encountered other difficulties. As they got closer to the Dukia Mountains, the plains gradually turned into hills, and the terrain became rugged. The Greek army could no longer maintain a complete formation, especially when crossing the river and trekking through the narrow mountain roads. The entire formation was completely broken. The Persia cavalry took advantage of the situation and used their bows and arrows to cause more confusion among the mercenaries. The chiefs, after some discussion, were obliged to separate from the vanguard the small band of mercenaries who had joined Challisthorpe's, for hitherto the Persia's attacks had mainly come from the rear and the flanks, and to form 4 or 5 companies of about 200 men each, to be stationed in the flanks and inside the rear guard. Once there was a big gap in the formation, or when it was compressed because of the narrow terrain, they rushed out and formed a new rear guard, blocking the charge of the Persia cavalry and providing a barrier for the archers and stone throwers who arrived later. In this way, as the mercenaries marched, they tried all kinds of ways to deal with the Persia cavalry. This situation lasted for 4 or 5 days. When a continuous mountain ridge appeared in front of them, the whole army breathed a sigh of relief, because they all knew that the cavalry could not go up the mountain. They trudged through the rugged mountain road, crossed the first mountain ridge, and came to the foot of the second mountain ridge. The team stopped to rest because they were tired. Most of the soldiers took off their armors, wiped their sweat, and sat down to rest. The guards of the supply camp also had to check the damage of the pack animals and carriages. The whole army gathered in the narrow area between the two mountains, ready to rest for a while, recover their strength, and then continue marching. The attack came suddenly. Countless arrows and flying stones whistled through the air, catching the mercenaries by surprise. The soldiers screamed, the women screamed, and the pack animals ran around. The whole team was in a mess. The first to react were Callisops and his 800 Sparta warriors. Because these Sparta warriors did not throw away their weapons and armor like the other soldiers after they went down the mountain, and because of their regular rigorous training, they were physically strong. When Callisops found out that the attack came from the second mountain ridge, he immediately ordered, "Sparta, advance." The Sparta warriors immediately followed him, raised their shields and rushed to the top of the mountain. The Persia light infantry shot fast, wave after wave of arrows slanted down the mountain. After the initial chaos, the mercenaries also reacted quickly. After all, they were veterans of war. They quickly grabbed the round shields beside them and hid themselves under them. Only the people of the supply camp, besides the guards, were mostly either slaves or women who had been plundered. They had no combat experience, and under the influence of fear, the majority of them did not run away, but instead screamed and ran. Because of this, under the dense rain of arrows, there were many injuries. At this time, Devers was burning with anxiety. In order to be careful of the impact, he did not go to find Kristoya. Now that the situation was urgent, he did not know if she was safe. Assists, informed the team officers to form a shield wall and move towards the supply camp and the medical camp, he shouted. Yes, leader. In fact, there was no need for him to give the order. Felicius, Capus, and Antonios had already led the troops to raise the round shields above their heads, forming a shield formation and moving towards the center. Olivers and Matones immediately raised their shields and rushed forward to protect Devers. Devers shouted, "Marigi! Marigi, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Marigi shouted behind him. "Protect him, don't let him get hurt," Devers ordered. Although Matones looked down on this Persia man, he had always carried out Devers's orders meticulously. At this time, he was already the acting captain of the guards. Under his orders, Georges and the others rushed forward to protect Marigi. Marigi stared at the back of Devers without saying a word, his eyes full of gratitude. Devers did not have time to look at Marigi's situation. He half knelt and tried to look in the direction of the supply camp, which was in chaos. He anxiously rushed to the center, and when he saw that the medical camp had also set up a shield formation, he breathed a sigh of relief. In order to avoid suspicion, he first shouted, "Herpes! Herpes! I'm here!" Herpes's voice came from under the shield formation. "We are all fine." Hearing this, Devers completely relaxed. At this time, Helos came over and briefly explained the situation to him. The reason why the doctors and female slaves in the medical camp were safe had something to do with Kristoya. When the first wave of arrows rained down, she immediately called for them to hide under the cart, and Helos then commanded more than 100 wounded soldiers to form a shield formation to protect the safety of most people. Helos praised Kristoya's quick and calm response in the face of danger, and this gave Devers a deeper understanding of this woman. Perhaps this was why she was the only one among Cyrus's concubines who had escaped from the Persia's raid. The supply camp was much worse off. Merces was not injured under the protection of the guards, but many slaves and women were hit by arrows, and several of the pack beasts were killed. Faced with Mercy's sad face, Devers, who had already gotten used to life and death, did not send anyone to protect the non-combatants who had already scattered in all directions. Fortunately, the Persia's attack did not last long, because the troops led by Charisops were about to reach the top of the mountain. Of course, the Persia would not fight the mercenaries head-on, and they quickly retreated. Chrysops left the Sparta soldiers at the top of the mountain as a precautionary measure. After going down the mountain, Chrysops gathered the leaders to discuss a response. He said, "The Persia are all light infantry, and we can't catch up with them. Although they have retreated, it is likely that they will continue to attack us with bows and arrows on the third and fourth mountain. Our troops are too large, and it will be difficult to avoid them." Although it was a discussion, he had actually thought of a countermeasure on the way back down the mountain. "I have carefully surveyed the top of the mountain just now. These mountains are not high, and they do not occupy a large area. We can send a team to the back from the right side of the next mountain, and then I will lead my soldiers to the front as the vanguard. If the Persia want to occupy the high ground and continue to attack us, we will cut off their retreat." "That's a good idea, but I don't think the Persia have the guts to stay and attack us," Xanthoparis said regretfully. "Yeah, the cowardly Persia are like rabbits," Timocin cursed. The casualties of the soldiers made him angry but helpless. "Let me lead the soldiers around the mountain," Xenophon volunteered. Hieronymus's expression changed. He remembered how Xenophon's reckless attack had caused most of the soldiers to be injured. "I think Xenophon can do it." The Devers immediately agreed. "We don't have time to waste. We have to act now, or we might have to spend the night in the mountains," Creano said anxiously as he looked up at the sky. Thus, Xenophon's request for battle was quickly approved, and the leaders went back to reorganize their troops. The Devers fell behind, deep in thought. Seeing this, Charlesoup stopped in his tracks and turned back to ask, "What are you thinking, Chief Devers?" The Devers was surprised to see the usually taciturn Charlesoups take the initiative to ask them a question. "I'm thinking, luckily the Persia didn't build a defensive camp on the mountain, or we would have suffered great losses." "You think too highly of Tsaphnis. Don't think that the Persia cavalry and archers move fast, but their overall marching speed is much slower than ours. The Persia nobles led by Tsaphnis are not as hardy as us Greeks. When they march to war, they have to bring luxurious tents, beautiful concubines, dancers, and a large number of slaves. Every day, they have to wait for the sun to rise before they start marching, or else it would be too cold. At dusk, they have to set up camp far away from the enemy because it would be too dark. Under their influence, how could the Persia soldiers not be affected?" "I reckon that the Persia soldiers who attacked us just arrived," Charlesoups analyzed seriously. The Devers understood. He had thought that the mercenaries were already overstaffed, but the Persia were even worse. He thought for a moment and said, "If the Persia divided the light infantry into a few more teams and hid them in the forest, behind, flanks, and in front of our army, then attacked in turn, would it be more effective?" Calithorpes frowned and asked, "You mean, just like what happened just now, the Persia on the mountain in front of us launched an attack. When we drove them away and thought it was safe, the Persia attacked us from behind, and then, not only did this cause our army to suffer more losses, but it also forced us to run back and forth and disperse our forces. We had to be very careful with every step we took, which greatly slowed down our marching speed." Charlesthorpes looked at him in surprise. "You're always thinking about these things." It was rare for Devers to see such an obvious expression on Charlesthorpes' face. He said with some embarrassment, "It's because I lack experience. I have to learn more and think more." Charlesthorpes regained his deadpan expression. "This is indeed a good idea, but not just anyone can use it, because to complete such a tactic, the soldiers' courage, training, and the ability of the generals are all relatively high. Do you think this Persian army can do it?" Devers shook his head. Charlesthorpes gave him a deep look and said, "If you have any ideas in the future, let's discuss them together." With that, he strode away. A single attack by the Persia caused more than 1,000 casualties among the mercenaries, more than half of whom were non-combatants. The Devers camp suffered more than 150 casualties, and most of the pack animals were wounded. Therefore, nearly half of the soldiers had to go to the supply camp to help carry supplies and help the wounded. The majority of the mercenaries were affected and moved more slowly than before, but the vanguard troops progressed smoothly. As Xenophon quickly led the troops around the mountain, the Persia were very worried. They were afraid of being attacked from both the front and the back, so they did not dare to block the way in front. The mercenaries passed through the mountain area relatively smoothly. At dusk, the soldiers found the Persia villages in front of him. What happened next was the same as before. The mercenaries looted the villages and set up camp. Fortunately, they also found a large number of supplies collected by these villages to provide to the army of Tissaphones. After the soldiers enjoyed a sumptuous meal, their morale was boosted. The medical camp of the Devers became busy again until late at night. After the passion, Kristoya's body went limp as she lay on top of the Devers. The Devers' hands stroked her smooth and elastic skin back and forth. The two were still immersed in the fierce battle. After a long time, the Devers said, "Help said that you learned very quickly in the medical camp and did a good job helping him manage the wounded soldiers and female slaves. The wounded soldiers are very obedient to you. He even gave you the nickname Persephone of the human world." "Yes." Kristoya snorted softly, raised her head slightly, and smiled slyly. "Then wouldn't I become your mistress?" Diver's gaze swept past her beautiful smile, her long, slender neck, and her snow-white skin that was partially exposed under the lining. Suddenly, the desire in his heart rose again, and he could not hold it in anymore. He pressed her under his body again and said in a hurry, "I just like mistress." Kristoya pretended to be surprised and smiled. "You're blaspheming the gods." "I'm not afraid." The Devers pressed closer to her. Kristoya trembled all over and hugged the arms of the Devers tightly. "Devers." "Yes." "Do you know why the wounded soldiers listen to me?" "I don't know." In fact, the Devers knew. "I asked Helos to tell them, I'm your woman. Now that you have a high prestige among the mercenaries, they will have some scruples. I also asked Helps to give the last treatment to a wounded soldier who tried to violate me. His screams didn't stop until the night. I thought this would also give them a good warning." "Devers. Do you think I—" Kristoya leaned on the Devers weakly and murmured. "You've done very well. You're more outstanding than I thought." The Devers sniffed her black hair and said, "Helos can't stay in the medical camp all the time. Helps is focused on improving his medical skills. I want you to manage the medical camp." "What did you say? You want me to manage the medical camp?" There was a hint of surprise in Kristoya's eyes. "Didn't you say before that your father was busy with politics in Miletus, and you have been helping him manage the slaves on the farm? These past few days, your performance in the medical camp also shows that you are fully capable of managing this small team." The Devers was used to the tradition of equality between men and women in his previous life. He would not be like the Greeks of this era who firmly bound women to the home. He did not mind women showing up in public and even performing better than him. Of course, Helps is still the medical officer in name. After all, he has to consider other people's opinions, but in reality, you are in charge of the management. "Wait a moment, I will talk to Helps." "Devers." Kristoya hugged him tightly and said excitedly, "It's great that I am following you." "Don't get excited. You still have a mission. Try to get the doctors from other camps who came to help in the medical camp to stay voluntarily, and the wounded soldiers as well." The Devers patted her back and said, "Yes, leader." Kristoya was naked, and she bowed with a charming smile. She was indescribably sexy and seductive. If it wasn't for the fact that Devers was already exhausted, he would definitely do it again. Seeing the Devers' eyes that were about to spit fire, Kristoya quickly put on heat and said, "Devers, I can understand that you want to expand the medical camp because the medical camp is really understaffed. But why do you want to persuade the wounded soldiers to stay?" Of course, the Devers could not say that he felt a strong sense of insecurity coming to this strange world. Therefore, the more soldiers he commanded, the more he could dispel the anxiety in his heart. Facing Kristoya's curious gaze, he revealed a trace of his true intentions. "The road home is still long, and I don't know how many difficulties there will be. Instead of being commanded by others, it is better to command the soldiers themselves. It is safer this way, and they can better use their abilities." "What's wrong?" Devers sensed the change in her expression. "Back to Greece." "What do you want to do?" Kristoya asked softly. "Oh. I haven't thought about it," Devers said. In fact, he had been thinking about it, but he did not have a good idea. "But one thing is for sure, no matter where I go, I will take you with me." Kristoya put her face on Devers' broad shoulders and rubbed his rough skin. she said firmly, wherever you go, I will follow you. After that, she thought of something and emphasized, but you better not go back to Asia Minor. Why? Devers was a little surprised. Because it may be a battlefield. Kristoya's words surprised Devers. I heard from little Cyrus. Kristoya subconsciously glanced at Devers again. Seeing his expression did not change, she said, the conflict between Sparta and Tissaphnus is very deep, and Sparta was involved in the Persia rebellion. Now that Tissaphnus has returned to Asia Minor, he will certainly not let go of this opportunity to punish Sparta. Because Sparta is now the leader of the Greek city-states, it will inevitably replace Athens as the protector of the Greek city-states in Asia Minor. However, in order to get the support of Persia, Sparta reached an agreement, in which Sparta agreed to hand over the Greek city-states in Asia Minor to Persia. After the war with Athens ended, Sparta has been dragging out this agreement, and, for some reason, Cyrus did not urge Sparta. So, now that the new king has ascended the throne, Tissaphnus has returned to Asia Minor, and will definitely represent the king of Persia to urge Sparta to fulfill the original agreement. Devers did not expect that there was such a secret between Sparta and Persia. Although he was surprised by Sparta's shamelessness, it was understandable. If Sparta had agreed, the Greek overlord would have given up the land of its compatriots to the enemy of the Greeks. This was simply betrayal and treason. There was no doubt that it would greatly damage the prestige that it had established after the victory in the War of Peloponnesus, and there might even be city-states that would rise up to resist its hegemony due to dissatisfaction. If they didn't agree, it would be a violation of the agreement, and war would probably break out. Devers rubbed his chin and fell into deep thought. Did Calithorpes take the initiative to talk to me in order to win me over? Suddenly, he remembered something. Kristoya, if I don't go to Asia Minor, will you go back to Miletus? Didn't I say that I would always follow you? Kristoya said, looking slightly gloomy. Besides, if I go back now, it will bring disaster to my family. Devers immediately understood what she meant. As the concubine of Cyrus the Younger, she could be regarded as an important family member of the rebels. Her return would undoubtedly attract the attention of the authorities in Persia to her family in Miletus. Thinking of this, Devers comforted her and said, "Don't worry, one day, I will let you go home in glory." Kristoya looked at the serious expression on Devers's face, and the haze on her face gradually disappeared. "I believe in you." She put Hema on top of her head and said, "Since you asked me to manage the medical camp, then I will start exercising my rights. I want to give freedom to those female slaves, so that they will work harder to take care of the wounded. This is your right. But I have to tell Mercis first." 3 days later, the army broke camp and marched. In the afternoon, Tissaphnus arrived with his army. After the leaders received the news from the scouts, they quickly led their troops to the nearest village and began to set up camp. Because at this time many of the mercenaries could not fight, the wounded, the soldiers who carried the wounded, and the soldiers who helped carry the wounded and the weapons of the wounded soldiers. The large reduction in combat soldiers made it impossible for the mercenaries to march and fight at the same time as before. When Tissaphnus' army arrived at the village, the mercenaries found that the flags representing Orontes and Sakasti were gone. The generals guessed that Tissaphnus did not appear before because he had gone to see the 2 royal nobles off. At the same time, they began to worry about their future journey. They did not have to worry about the brothers of the king of Persia, but Orontes was the governor of Armenia. He was likely to intercept the mercenaries on the way to Emiria. The Persia army withstood the attacks of the mercenaries' stone throwers. When they reached the mercenaries' camp, they also began to fire arrows. The 2 sides began their daily long-range attacks. However, in this mode of attack, the Persia army was already at a disadvantage. Now that the mercenaries had the protection of the camp, the advantage was even more obvious. The leaders did not understand why the shrewd Tissaphnus would be so rash. The battle only lasted 10 minutes before Tissaphnus retreated with his army. Because there were many cavalry in the Persia army, the Poles' camp was 10 miles away from the mercenaries' camp for fear of being attacked at night and causing chaos. After a discussion, the leaders decided to let the soldiers rest at dusk and march before dawn. If the Persia army caught up, they would set up camp. This would ensure the safety of the troops and not delay the march. In fact, the leaders' arrangement seemed to be a little redundant. For 3 days, the Persia army did not appear. It was not until the morning of the fourth day that the scouts in front reported that the road ahead was narrow and there were several mountains on the side of the road. There were traces of the Persia on the lower mountains. The previous lesson made the leaders extremely cautious. Like before, I will lead a team to go around the right side of the mountain and drive them away, Xenophon said. Because of the previous success, his face was full of confidence. At this moment, the scouts in the rear came back to report that Tisiphnes' main force had been found. This news immediately made the leaders nervous. Because the mercenaries' combat power was not as good as before, and there were too many injured, the mercenaries did not dare to fight with all their strength. Moreover, the entire army was in a hilly area, and the terrain was narrow, which was not conducive for the troops to spread out. Coupled with the fact that the people were too densely packed, the casualties from long-range attacks would increase greatly. Obviously, this time, Tisiphnes had carefully planned to give the mercenaries a big blow. The situation was urgent. Callisops had no time to discuss with the other leaders. With a serious expression, he said to Xenophon, "You must use the fastest speed to drive away the Persia occupying the mountain to ensure that we pass smoothly. As long as you take the mountain, you will be able to hold the mountain road, and Tisiphnes will not dare to pursue us again. I need some light infantry." Xenophon immediately put forward his own request. "I can't give you archers and stone throwers. Only they can fight against Tisiphnes," Callisops stated in advance. "I have 500 light shield soldiers under me that I can send to you," the Devers said first. At this time, they could not conserve their strength. They had to work together to get through this. Xenophon was very grateful to the Devers, because the Devers had publicly expressed their support for him many times. "I'll give you 800 Thrace light shield bearers." Timosson looked at Yali and said loudly. Timoson's former leader, Krilkis, had used the money given to him by Cyrus the Younger to recruit mercenaries from Chersonese. He had attacked the Thracian forces near the Hellespont for more than a year, so he had recruited many Thracians. Among the Greek mercenaries, his camp's light shield soldiers were the largest. After Xenophon expressed his gratitude again, he took another 200 heavy infantry soldiers, totaling 1,500 men, and quickly set off. The leaders also ordered the entire army to be on high alert, and to speed up the march towards the mountain road. When Xenophon led his army to the foot of the mountain, he found that the Persia had occupied a mountain. He was about to give the order to attack when the Devers' first light shield soldier, Epthenes, gave his opinion. He pointed to the mountain and said, "Look, Xenophon, the mountain next to the Persia. If we attack the Persia directly, they may retreat to the higher mountain. This will not only delay us, but it will also make it more difficult for us to attack. It is better to occupy the higher mountain first, and then throw javelins and stones at the Persia from above. We can easily repel them." The Persia were originally prepared to defend against the attack of the mercenaries. But they gradually realized that the mercenaries were running towards the mountain next to them. They were shocked and realized that they had made a mistake. Then, they gathered their troops and rushed towards the mountain next to them. At this time, Tisiphnes's army was approaching the mountain pass, and the mercenaries were in formation near the mountain pass. The supply camp and the wounded were concentrated in the rear, very close to the mountain occupied by the Persia. If the Persia fired arrows at full force on the mountain, they could barely hit the edge of the mercenaries' formation. But at this moment, these Persia and Xenophon's troops were rushing towards the top of the mountain from two directions at the same time. "Raise the shield formation. Stone throwers, get ready. Archers, get ready." The leaders looked solemn as they loudly gave orders to their troops. In front of the mercenaries' formation, the Persia approached like a tide and slowly spread out their formation. "Quick! Quick! Brothers, hold on, you are in a race for your survival. If you put in more effort at this moment, we can march more easily in the future and avoid a lot of troublesome battles." Xenophon cheered them on as he led the troops up the mountain. When they reached the mountainside, the soldiers felt obvious muscle soreness, shortness of breath, and slowing down. But when they saw the Persia on the side of the mountain doing the same thing, a sense of urgency made them not dare to relax. Although the Persia were closer to the top of the mountain, the side they were on was steep, unlike the gentle slope at the back of the mountain, where the mercenaries were walking. In the mountain race between the two armies, the Greeks had the last laugh. They were the first to reach the top of the mountain, and regardless of fatigue, they immediately threw javelins and stones at the Persia who were climbing. The Persia turned and fled. They even abandoned their original position and ran all the way to the foot of the mountain. Saphnis's long-range attacks continued. Although the casualties of his troops were increasing, he still did not give the order to retreat. This put a lot of pressure on the mercenaries. Just as they were struggling to hold on, the scouts came to report that Xenophon had sent a message that they had occupied the mountain and driven away the Persia. Retreat. Colosops breathed a sigh of relief. Thus, the mercenaries began to retreat in an orderly manner. Persia's army pressed on. When all the mercenaries retreated into the mountain path, the Persia soldiers who were still following them entered the attack range of Xenophon's troops. They were hit by stones and javelins falling from the top of the mountain, and only then did the horn of retreat sound. The mercenaries walked down the mountain path and entered a plain. There were quite a few villages here. The mercenaries began to set up camp, treat the wounded, and replenish a large amount of supplies. This was because the guides had said that the Dukaia Mountains were just ahead. For this reason, the leaders called for an important meeting. We Greeks rebelled against Persia, and the Dacians rebelled against Persia. According to the guides, the Persia had sent an army of about 100,000 men to attack Dukaia, but had suffered a great defeat. Since we have enmity with Persia, then we should be able to get along well with the Dukaias. Moreover, we are only passing through Armenia, so we won't violate the Dukaias in any way. As long as we send an envoy to express our desire for peace, I believe that they will definitely accept it. Xenophon spoke with fervor and assurance. After this period of tempering, he had become more confident. Get along well with each other? That's easy for you to say. Timocin snorted disdainfully. He somewhat disliked Xenophon's flamboyance. Regardless of whether it was the Devers or Xenophon, they were both young and capable. Their sharpness was too conspicuous, causing some old mercenaries like Creano and Timocin to feel jealous and dissatisfied. An army of tens of thousands entering their territory, and one that has defeated the Persia many times, would the Dukaias not be nervous? Would they not be afraid? I don't believe it. Oh, you said that you were only passing through Dukaia, but if you were to launch an attack while passing through the villages and settlements, the price would be too great. Would the Dukaias dare to take this risk? You must know that the Dukaias are ferocious and barbaric. Even Persia, which has a vast territory, is afraid of them. How would they agree to our request, which comes from thousands of miles away? Just as Timocin finished speaking, Creano continued, a few days ago, my soldiers captured a few Persia Dukaia slaves. After inquiring, I found out that the Dukaias is just a name that the Persia people use for the mountain people who live in this mountainous region. In fact, there are many tribes and different races in the Dukaia Mountains. They often fight and kill each other for the sake of the tribe's interests. Some tribes are even mortal enemies. The problem now was, even if we could get the agreement of one tribe, after crossing a few mountains, we might be attacked by another tribe. If we had to negotiate with them one tribe at a time, we would starve if it dragged on for too long. You must know that the Dukaia Mountains is an area with barren land and a lack of food. Looks like we can only force our way through. Hieronymus, who rarely spoke, said in an unyielding tone at this moment, after we enter Dukaia, we will not take the initiative to invade others. However, if someone dares to invade us, then we must teach them a lesson. When the time comes, we don't know who will be the one to see who will be the one to teach who a lesson. Xanthoparis said helplessly, previously, the Persia people occupied the mountain ridges and caused us a lot of trouble, and that was only a few mountains. After entering Dukaia, there are mountains everywhere. Most of us are heavy infantry, and we also have a lot of supplies. It will be difficult for us to march, let alone fight. The Dukaia's people are familiar with the terrain, and climbing mountains is an ability they have practiced since childhood, while we can only rely on guides. The mountain roads are narrow, and I'm afraid our team can only form a long line. The Dukaias can attack us from any place, and we can't do anything to them. Xanthoparis' words made everyone fall into silence. Xenophon took the opportunity to say, so, we still have to negotiate with the Dukaias? No one paid any attention to him. They all looked at Calithopes. Calosops looked at the Devers in the corner, who had not spoken, and asked, Devers leader, what do you think? The Devers smiled and said slowly, after listening to everyone's words just now, there are actually two opinions. One is to negotiate with the Dukayas. The advantage is that it is safe, but the disadvantage is that it will take too much time, and the Dukayas may not agree. The second is to force our way through. The advantage is that it saves time, but the disadvantage is that there will be many casualties. So, why don't we combine these two opinions into one solution? Into one solution? Everyone looked at each other, and even Kellosops was dumbfounded. Felicius, who was next to him, saw their expressions and was secretly amused. In fact, last night, the Devers camp's officers had discussed this matter. When the Devers said his solution, everyone was amazed at his strange idea, but they also had to admit that the possibility of this solution being realized was very high. Now that he was facing the leaders, a sense of superiority inevitably arose in his heart. Everyone asked in unison, "How do we change?" "Find a tribe, cooperate with them, and let them open the way for us." The Devers' words were astonishing. Everyone was stunned. Xenophon was the first to react. "Devers, you mean, let the Dukayas fight the Dukayas? Is this possible?" "Benefits, as long as there are benefits, everything is possible," the Devers said with certainty. During the 3 days that the mercenaries camped, the Persia cavalry appeared many times, attacking individual soldiers who had separated from the army, taking away livestock, and attempting to set fire to the village. After the leaders discussed, they believed that Tsaphnis was doing his best to prevent the mercenaries from entering Dukaya, and did not hesitate to burn down the territory and people of the king of Persia. In order to prevent him from doing even more insane things, the army could only enter Dukaya in advance. So, on the morning of the 4th day, the mercenaries broke camp and marched north. "Governor, are we really going to let the Greeks go just like that?" the adjutant asked unwillingly. "Let them go?" Tsaphnis glared at him fiercely. "This is the king's order. I have followed his orders and successfully driven the Greek barbarians into Dykia. Do you think they will have an easy time after this?" Tsaphnis pointed to the vast mountains in front of him and said fiercely, "The steep and narrow mountain roads, the forest infested with snakes and insects, and the ferocious Dykia people will devour their courage. Even if they manage to get past Dykia, there is still the army of Orontes waiting for them in front. Even if Orontes can't stop them, they will still encounter the Colubians, the Chaldeanians, the Maronians. Let these barbarians fight amongst themselves. I want to see how many Greek barbarians will be able to return to Greece in the end." He sneered and said, "We don't have to waste all our time and energy here. There are still important things to do in Asia Minor. Retreat. Go back." He simply shouted and turned his horse around. He inadvertently saw the expressionless face of Aureus not far away and was slightly stunned. He subconsciously looked back at the rolling mountains again. It turned out that capturing the leader of the Greek mercenaries was already a great achievement. When everything was going well, he had a new idea, which resulted in the deaths of Mithridat and Altazis, and more than 10,000 casualties, which greatly reduced his achievements. Next, he hoped that the Greeks would be wiped out in the mountains as he thought it would be to vent his hatred, but, would it really be as he wished? The mercenaries arrived at the edge of the Dykia mountains the next day and began to set up camp. The next action would depend on whether Marigi's envoy to the Dykia tribe would be successful. The Devers and other leaders sent Marigi to the mountain pass together, accompanied by dozens of soldiers led by Helos. They drove a few carts full of armor, shields, and spears that the mercenaries had looted from the dead Persia soldiers. These were the weapons and equipment that the Dykia people lacked. In addition, there were more than a dozen Dykia people, mainly slaves that the Devers had previously seized from the Persia villages. "Marigi, everything depends on you." Devers gave him a strong hug and then whispered in his ear, "If things go wrong, escape as soon as possible. Helos will help you escape. It doesn't matter if we can't negotiate, we can still barge in. Your safety is the most important thing." Maligi stared blankly for a moment. He looked at the other leaders behind the Devers, and immediately said in a loud voice, "Don't worry, with these weapons and those Dykia people, our negotiation is already half successful. I've made many deals with this tribe's leader, Kong Maluo, so I know him quite well. He has always been very ambitious and has tried his best to strengthen his tribe, monopolizing the trade route between the mountains of Armenia, Dugia, and Media. Therefore, he has fought with the surrounding tribes. I believe that our proposal will make him very interested. I hope so. Ma Song stepped forward and said stiffly, you better hurry up. Don't forget, we can only wait for you here for one day. Mariki glanced at him and said nothing more. The Devers also ignored Ma Song and stepped forward to give Helos a stronger hug. Helos strongly requested to go, but his repeated attempts to persuade him to no avail. The Devers knew that his choice was right. Only by having his most powerful confidant as a follower could Mariki completely believe that no matter what happens, the Devers would not easily give up on them. The Devers kept their gratitude in their hearts and said to Helos, come back safely, brother. Helos took a step back and solemnly saluted. Divers watched as they walked into the forest until they were completely obscured by the dense foliage. It feels really strange. We were driven here by the Persia people, but we still have to rely on a Persia to help us get out of danger, Criano said in a strange tone. Don't think so much, Criano. We are now all hoping that this Persia person can succeed, aren't we? Xantaparis said lightly. Perhaps this is the arrangement of the gods. They are happy to see such a wonderful collision of fate. Xenophon's eyes were full of expectation. And now, we can only wait patiently. Apart from waiting, we also have to prepare for battle, Calosops reminded everyone. After saying that, he turned around and returned to the camp. On this day, the mercenary leaders prohibited all soldiers from going out to prevent these mercenaries, who were fond of plundering and idling, from clashing with the mountain people of Dukya, which would affect their plans. At the same time, the entire army was on high alert to guard against attacks from Dukya or Persia. But nothing happened on this day. Only a few Dukya mountain people wearing short fur coats with red patterns on their faces wandered around the camp with short axes in their hands and bows on their backs. The soldiers looked on one after another and commented. Compared to the relaxed soldiers, the leaders had been nervously worried about whether the plan would be accepted by the Dukya people, especially the Devers, who did not sleep well the whole night. It was not until the next morning that assists broke into the big tent and shook him awake. Mariki is back. The Devers was so excited that he was no longer sleepy. Leader, Camillus, the leader of the Dukya tribe, listened to my suggestion and is willing to form an alliance with us. Mariki's excited shout came from behind the assists. That's great. The Devers jumped up and put his hands on Mariki's shoulders. He said happily, you have saved the entire mercenary army. All the Greek soldiers have to thank you. A smile appeared on Mariki's face. Then, he showed an awkward expression. Helos and the others could not come back because Camillus wanted to entertain them well. The Devers was stunned. He could hear the strangeness in Mariki's voice. He asked with an ugly expression, hostage? Mariki hurriedly explained, yes, for safety, because Camillus wanted to personally discuss the alliance with the leaders. The Devers' expression softened a little, and he hurriedly asked, when? Where? Originally, he wanted you to go to the stronghold to negotiate, but I refused. I argued strongly and was threatened several times by him with a knife. Finally, after repeated arguments, it was decided to be at the foot of the mountain in front of us. The time is this afternoon. Mariki emphasized the difficulty of his negotiation. This afternoon, at the foot of the mountain in front. The Devers pondered, and then said with a frown, it seems that Camillus is eager to form an alliance. Yes, leader. Mariki looked proud. Then what are you waiting for? Come with me to find Calosops and the others. After saying that, the doctor strode out. In the afternoon, Calosops, Clino, and the Devers led 50 Sparta warriors to the foot of the mountain under the leadership of Mariki. In order to prevent a repeat of the mistakes of Clycus and the other leaders, the rest of the mercenary leaders led the army to the mountain pass a mile away from the foot of the mountain. It's there. Mariki pointed to the front. On the grass not far away, there was a tree stump larger than the round shield of a Greek soldier. The cross-section was polished smooth and flat, and it was half the height of a person. There were several wooden stumps around it, and beside the wooden stumps was a curved path that extended up into the depths of the mountain. This leader of Dukaya is a conscientious person. As the initiator of this plan, the Devers had to show confidence in it, so he was the first to walk over, push aside the dust and fallen leaves on the wooden stumps, and sat down. Calosops also sat down calmly. Clino looked around, and then slowly sat down. Marigi stood directly next to the Devers. It was already late autumn at this time. When the army was marching in the Tigris River basin, the weather was still warm. When they reached the Dukaya Mountains, the weather turned cold, and the grass began to wither. The mountain wind blew, and the leaves kept falling, covering the ground with a thick layer. Kelessops looked up at the bare branches and said worriedly, "We must pass through this mountain area as soon as possible. Otherwise, when winter comes, the mountains will be even colder, and the soldiers don't have thick clothes to keep them warm." Kelessops' words reminded the Devers that, to be honest, he had never thought in this direction. The eyes of Caristhorpe and the rest immediately focused on the man in the middle. Compared to the burly men around him, he was slightly thinner, but he was wearing a brighter short-sleeved leather robe to make up for the shortcomings of his physique. In addition, he was wearing a yellowish-brown Persia robe, which covered the bare legs of the Dukaya mountain people. When his pair of light brown, radiant eyes locked onto Kelesthorpe and the others, he raised his right hand and heard the old man Dukaya shout, "Dukaya Axikant tribe's great leader greets the guests who have come from afar." The mountain people hit their wooden shields with short axes and said, "Ola Ola." The high-pitched, beast-like roar made the Devers' eardrums uncomfortable. Because the old man was speaking in Dukaya, the mercenary leaders were a little confused. Marigi immediately translated for them in a low voice, and soon they calmed down. Even the Devers curiously admired this primitive way of hospitality. With the consent of the leaders, Marigi also shouted loudly in Dukaya, "The Sparta prosecutor, Caristhorpe, sends his friendly greetings to the great leader of Camelot." As soon as his voice fell, the 50 silent Sparta warriors behind him roared in unison, "Hey! Hey!" Along with the two roars, the spears were stabbed into the ground in unison, and the round shields opened and closed. Immediately, silence was restored. Compared to the noise of the other side, the Sparta warriors were low-key and reserved, but they gave people an invisible pressure. Camelot's expression changed slightly, and his eyes were fixed on the 50 tall and straight soldiers. Each of the round shields held in their hands had a big symbol in the center. He muttered, "Sparta." For hundreds of years, the reputation of the Sparta warriors had spread throughout the Mediterranean, and even the people in this remote mountainous area had heard of them. He raised his right hand, and the mountain people's roars gradually stopped. "Welcome. Please sit." He spoke in perfect Persia. As the Sparta censor, Caristhorpe, who often dealt with Persia, certainly understood. He also replied in Persia, "Please sit." The negotiation officially began. Contrary to the Devers' expectations, the seemingly barbaric Dukaya people were actually quite shrewd in their negotiations, especially Comoros. Their request was simply to use the Greek mercenaries as coolies and thugs. Their reasoning was quite sufficient. "If our tribe becomes the ally of the Greek mercenaries, we will offend the powerful Persia. At the same time, we will be isolated and ostracized by the other tribes of Dukaya. We must offer enough benefits to make the warriors of the entire tribe agree to sign the covenant." The ability of the Greek negotiators was also not weak. Chrysippus was sent by Sparta to be the liaison with Little Cyrus, so his diplomatic ability was unquestionable. Devers, as the main person in charge of the city's high-tech development zone in his previous life, had participated in many business negotiations, and there was also Marigi, a businessman who was familiar with Dukaya. Before they came, the mercenaries had already discussed the bottom line that they had to adhere to. That was, the Greek mercenaries had to decide their route and not be manipulated by others. They deliberately showed that they did not value the alliance very much. When the negotiations were in a stalemate, Creano said several times that it did not matter if the alliance could not be formed. The soldiers could break in by force. In this way, the leaders of the Zokant tribe felt a headache. After all, they were the first stumbling block on the mercenaries' way to Armenia. There were clearly benefits to be reaped, but they chose to confront the Greeks, who had defeated Persia. Of course, they could also choose not to fight head-on, and the mercenaries would not be able to do anything to them. However, they could not move their stronghold away, and their houses and supplies might not be preserved. More importantly, it would deal a blow to Camillus' prestige. At the same time, it would increase the covetous hearts of the surrounding tribes towards the Zokant tribe. After a few confrontations, they finally reached an agreement. First, the Greek mercenaries and the Zokant tribe of Dukaya would become allies. Both sides would be friendly and would not invade each other. Second, the Greek mercenaries would decide their own route of march. The tribes near the route would be attacked by the mercenaries and the Zokan tribe together. The mercenaries would get 60% of the resources and wealth obtained, while the Zokan tribe would get 40%. The captured enemies would be handed over to the Zokan tribe to deal with. Without the consent of the Zokan tribe, the mercenaries were not allowed to kill or loot. Third, the battle would be coordinated by Colossops and Camillus. If there were disagreements that could not be resolved, the battle would be cancelled. This was originally added by Colossops because he was afraid that Camillus would disregard the mercenaries' lives for the sake of the tribe and adopt some tactics that were disadvantageous to the mercenaries. In fact, this was never implemented in the end. After tasting the sweetness for the first time, Camillus was afraid that the mercenaries would cancel the attack plan. Therefore, if the mercenaries had any objections, he would take the initiative to negotiate with Colossops. Fourth, if the Zokan tribe had a special target that needed to be attacked, and it was not near the mercenaries' route of march, they could hire the Greeks to attack. However, they needed to discuss with the leaders and obtain the consent of the mercenaries. This was mainly a request of Camillus. As for Colossops, Devers. After discussion, they believed that if the cooperation between the two sides went smoothly, as long as the target was close, the mercenaries could accept the hiring. After all, since Cyrus the Younger died in battle, the soldiers no longer had any salary. The covenant will be implemented today, and it will end when the Greek mercenaries leave Dugia. The last procedure to achieve the covenant was the sacrifice. Colossops was already prepared for this. He ordered the slaughter of 3 white lambs that had been brought, and the fresh blood was placed on the tree stump. The Zokan tribe also slaughtered a deer. Then, both sides inserted wooden strips around the stump and lit a fire. Then, both sides read aloud the terms of the covenant written on 2 pieces of animal skin in the Persia language. There was no priest in the mercenary army, so Colossops had to do it on his behalf. On the other hand, the strangely dressed wizard in Dugia carried it out. When the sacrifice was completed, both sides began to discuss the next step. Suddenly, a gust of mountain wind blew, rolling up the fallen leaves on the ground and blowing out the torches around the stump. The expressions of everyone present changed. The Greeks, including the silent Sparta warriors, respectfully shouted the name of the god Zeus. The Dugia people, on the other hand, knelt down and worshipped the mountain god they revered. Obviously, everyone believed that the god had appeared and approved of this alliance. Therefore, the attitudes of both sides became much more positive. Camillus even sent one of his sons to serve as a guide for the mercenaries. 20 days later, the mercenaries left the Dugia mountains and entered the plains. In these 20 days, the mercenaries cooperated with the Zokan tribe and broke through 4 mountain strongholds. They also defeated a joint attack by the Dugia tribe. The casualties in the battle were not small, but they seized a lot of supplies. During the long march through the mountains, the supplies were maintained. The harvest of the Zokan tribe was even greater. Apart from the stubborn ones, most of the captured mountain people were forced to join the Zokan tribe. They did not know to what extent the population of the Zokan tribe had expanded, but it was obvious that Camillus was satisfied. This could be seen from the fact that he sincerely gave Colossops a good white wolf skin when they parted. After a few days of marching through the plains, the mercenaries found some villages one afternoon. Therefore, the mercenaries happily stopped advancing and began to drive away the villagers, plunder the supplies, and set up camp in the villages. They could finally have a good night's sleep and no longer have to worry about the pain of being bitten by snakes and insects. The next morning, the mercenaries marched to the Kentrit River, which was the border river between Emeria and Dugia. The river was about 60 meters wide. The troops followed the guide's instructions to the place where there was a pontoon bridge and found that the pontoon bridge had been burned. The leaders looked at the charred traces of the bridge piles on the shore and their hearts sank. The Persia people were nearby. Colossops immediately ordered Led's cavalry squad to investigate the surrounding area. After entering the mountains, the cavalry squad had lost a lot of horses, and there were only 5 or 6 intact horses left. At the same time, he ordered the soldiers to go into the river to explore the depth of the water. After receiving the order, several soldiers who were good at swimming took off their armor and walked into the river. When they reached the middle of the river, the water had already reached their chest level. At this moment, someone shouted, "The Persia people!" "Everyone, get into formation," the officers shouted. The soldiers in the river hurriedly retreated, and were almost washed away by the current. There are many large and round rocks at the bottom of the river. It's very slippery, the soldiers reported to the leaders after they reached the shore. It seems that with the Persia on the other side, it will be very difficult for us to cross the river. Timothy said helplessly, and the other leaders agreed. They stared at the other side of the river. The Persia had stopped advancing and were sticking close to the riverbank. Their formation was about a mile long, and there seemed to be no less than 20,000 people. It's Aranta's army, Criano said in surprise. Xenophon said with some regret, it seems that he got ahead of us. Xanthoparis pointed at the other side of the river in surprise and shouted, look, he even recruited a lot of Chaldans. Chaldans? The Devers did not know about this, and turned to look at Felicius in confusion. The Chaldans are a tribe that lives in Armenia. I heard that they are brave and aggressive, and the Persia like to recruit them as heavy infantry, Felicius explained as he pointed at the other side of the river, look, there. Following the direction of his finger, the Devers saw some Chaldans in the middle of the Persia army. They were wearing leather helmets and robes, holding a long shield in one hand and a spear in the other. It seems that Arantas is trying his best to stop us. Unfortunately, the Chaldans are no match for us, Timothy said unwillingly. But with this river, it's hard to say, Xanthoparis said with a slightly pessimistic tone. Let the soldiers set up camp and rest first. Send someone to scout this river to see if there is a better place to cross it on foot, Callisthorpe said calmly. The order was passed down, and the troops retreated less than a mile away from the Kentrit River to set up camp. Not long after, Let's brought back a piece of news. There were no traces of the Persia on the riverbank, but they found some Dukai spying on them in the forest not far away. This made the leaders frown. Go and get Izam, Callisthorpe said. Izam was the son of Kalmoro, the great leader of the Zokant tribe, who had been sent as a guide. In the 20 days he had spent with the Greeks, the energetic young man had developed a strong curiosity about distant Greece. He did not want to return to the secluded stronghold, but wanted to go out and explore. With the consent of Camillo, the mercenaries accepted him. When Wizam received the news, he was stunned at first, but he immediately swore that those Dukaya people were definitely not sent by the Zokant tribe. He even volunteered to go and investigate. After getting the approval of the leaders, Leds took him there. At the end of half an hour he returned to report that they belonged to the tribes which had united in the mountains to attack the Greek mercenaries, and that he had seen some of them. After Wizam left, Xenophon heaved a sigh of relief and said, I knew it. Camillo worked very well with us before. How could he start plotting against us as soon as he split up? Criano snorted. Don't be too gullible when it comes to the words of this Dukoi. How do you know that Camillo's son is not lying? We have all seen what kind of person Camillo is. Every time after a battle, he would argue with us for a long time about the ownership of the spoils of war. He would not even let go of a jar. Such a greedy person, now that we are going to fight with the Persia, how could he let go of such a good opportunity to take advantage of us? Moreover, the alliance is no longer effective now. There are no restrictions on him. Timosong interrupted. His son is in our hands. Xenophon reminded. I heard that he has more than 10 sons. It is not a big deal for one to die. Besides, who knows if Camillo had already planned to let him be a spy? Criano retorted. The Devers who were sitting in the corner saw that the atmosphere in the tent was not right. Xenophon was a very active and energetic person. As he became more familiar with the affairs of the mercenaries, he became more active. In the eyes of some of the leaders, he was too flamboyant and would find opportunities to knock him down from time to time. The Devers had advised him to restrain himself. His reply was, I did not do anything wrong. Hades did not send me here to please someone, but to contribute my strength to save the lives of more than 10,000 Greek brothers. In comparison, the younger Devers were more mature. After becoming a leader, other than working hard to win respect and prestige for himself when it was time to perform, he was usually very introverted. When discussing matters, he would listen attentively. This was because he knew that these leaders had been on the battlefield for many years and had rich experience. They were worth learning and thinking about. We all know that Camillo is an ambitious and smart person. A smart person knows what to do at the right time. The most important thing for the Zokant tribe to do now is to quickly annex and digest the 4 tribes and integrate them into his tribe. Only then can they truly become his strength. So as soon as we left the mountainous area, he hurriedly separated from us. I don't think he will provoke us when the internal situation is still unstable. He knows how strong we are, especially when there are many enemies around him, the Devers said gently. Xenophon had a good relationship with him, so he had to help him out of his predicament, whether it was in public or in private. In that case, the Dukaya mountain people who came to spy on us are like that kid said, people from the tribes that we defeated. They did not attack the Zokant tribe, but dared to provoke the powerful us, Cristiano said mockingly. Like you said before, they are here to see if there are any benefits to be gained, the Devers replied cleverly. Kelesop said, it doesn't matter if they are from the Zokant tribe or not. On the plains, as long as we are on guard, we do not fear anyone. The important thing now is to find a way to cross the river, break through the blockade of Orontes, and enter Armenia. Otherwise, the longer we delay, the more difficult it will be. The leaders were all silent. A day had passed, but there was no discovery. On the second day, there was still no good news, but there was a lot of bad news. There were more and more Dukaya mountain people in the nearby mountains, and Leds roughly estimated there to be more than 1,000 people. The Persia soldiers on the opposite side also seemed to be increasing, but the supplies seemed to be decreasing rapidly. The soldiers who went out to collect firewood were also attacked by the Dukaya people from time to time. The grim situation not only made the soldiers feel anxious, but even the leaders began to feel impatient. While the leaders were discussing, Celephon suggested to let Yzam return to the tribe and look for his father, Camoro, to see if he could help the mercenaries drive away the Dukaya people. This was ridiculed by Timicin, and both sides even quarreled. On the morning of the 3rd day, Xenophon brought 2 young warriors and entered the tent with his head held high. It turned out that the 2 warriors had found a place where they could easily cross the river. Hearing this news, the previous conflicts among the leaders disappeared, and they all became excited. But in order not to attract the attention of the Persia people on the other side, Kelesopes changed into an ordinary soldier's uniform and walked with the soldiers to the place where they could cross the river. The place to cross the river is about 8 miles upstream from our camp. The river is about 85 meters wide, and the deepest part of the river reaches our waist. The bottom of the river is made of stone sand, so it's not too slippery, but it's also quite hard. This side of the river is flat, while the other side has more rocks. Cheresopes explained the situation of the exploration in a concise manner. Looks like this is a very good place to cross the river. Let's gather the entire army and quickly cross the river, Timicin said excitedly. But we have to consider that Orontes' troops will intercept us on the other side of the river. If we forcefully cross the river, our casualties will increase, Xanthoparis said cautiously. The Persia will never think that we will cross the river so easily. As long as we rush to the other side of the river as fast as possible, we will definitely be able to give them a surprise attack, Timicin said confidently. Don't forget, we still have the Dukayas behind us. What about our supply camp? Moreover, the Persia have more troops than us, and they also have the Kaldan. As long as they can withstand our attacks for a period of time, we will be in trouble. Who knows how long the sand in the river can support the soldiers? Xanthoparis said with slight worry. Timicin immediately asked in reply, then what good idea do you have? Xanthoparis said, so we have to discuss how to cross the river smoothly and minimize our losses. I thought you had a good idea? Timicin glanced at him. I have a suggestion, Xenophon interrupted. We can divide a portion of the soldiers to protect the supply camp. When the main army is preparing to cross the river, this portion of the soldiers will lead the supply camp to the original pontoon bridge and pretend to cross the river. The Persia will definitely think that we are going to cross the river again from here and attack them from the rear. They will divide their troops to defend, and when the main army defeats the enemy on the other side, this portion of the soldiers will protect the supply camp and return to the place where the main army is fighting to cross the river. This way, the troops will be divided, and the supply camp will be protected. What do you think? Xenophon said with some satisfaction. It had to be said that Xenophon's plan was not bad. Everyone fell into deep thought. After a while, Cristiano asked, the supply camp is very large. How many soldiers are you going to send to protect it? If there are too many of them, it will affect the time we have to defeat the Persia. Moreover, if you make the supply camp and the soldiers march back and forth, not only will it easily cause them to be exhausted, it will also make them vulnerable to the attacks of the Dukaya people. Have you considered this aspect? Xenophon was speechless for a moment. He wriggled and said, casualties are inevitable in war. As long as we can minimize the losses. At this moment, Devers said, inspired by Xenophon, I've also come up with an idea. As soon as he opened his mouth, everyone's gazes focused on him. This was because it had been proven many times that this youngest leader never spoke lightly, and his words always solved the problem. We will not cross the river for the time being during the day. Devers glanced at the leaders and saw that although they were slightly surprised, they continued to listen quietly. At night, after the Persia people have entered the camp to sleep, we can first send a unit to cross the river and find a place to hide. When our main forces fight with the Persia tomorrow, they can suddenly attack the rear of the Persia army. This will disrupt the Persia's formation, and thus attack from the front and rear. Not only will they be able to defeat the Persia, they may even annihilate a part of them, thereby weakening the strength of the Persia. This will allow us to enter Armenia and reach Yokstar Sea more smoothly. Everyone's eyes lit up. Devers's suggestion was indeed original and different from the rest. In fact, it was still the leader's thinking that was trapped in the military tradition of frontal assault advocated by the Greeks for hundreds of years. And Devers's plan to cross the river was inspired by the strategy adopted by the Great Red Army in his previous life, which was a combination of smuggling of small units and frontal assault of large units when they liberated Hainan. Devers, the soldiers do not have the experience of crossing the river at night. How many people do you want to send to cross the river first? If they riot out of fear when crossing the river, they can easily drown and even alert the Persia, causing our operation to fail. Then, the Persia will know the crossing point that we have painstakingly found. Krianos' tone was much better than when he was talking to Xenophon. The problem he was worried about was also an important reason why the mercenaries did not dare to cross the river at night. Also, how will the troops hide after reaching the shore? When will we attack the rear of the Persia army? I'm afraid we have to consider all of these, Timothy reminded. Devers said without hesitation, for a unit, these problems are not problems at all. He then looked at Charles Thorpe. Charles Thorpe nodded in agreement. That night, 700 Sparta soldiers successfully sneaked across the Kentert River. The next morning, the mercenaries began to set up camp. The Persia saw this and quickly gathered on the other side of the river. The mercenaries slaughtered 3 lambs, and the leaders sacrificed them to Oceanus, the god of the ocean and rivers. The whole army sang piously. Orjontas had a premonition that the Greeks might cross the river, so he ordered the army to prepare immediately. After the worship, the mercenaries began to march downstream along the river bank. After a few miles, they stopped and rested for a while. Then, they turned and marched upstream. The handsome Armenian governor, who was deeply favored by the king of Persia, did not know where the Greeks were going. He thought that they did not dare to cross the river with the Persia army on the other side, so they were looking for a way out. Seeing them running around like headless chickens, he could not help but feel proud. The Persia army continued to march on the other side of the river. The mercenaries finally arrived at the crossing point marked by Charles Thorpe and immediately stopped moving. Then, according to the previous plan, with the end of the left wing as the axis, the whole army quickly rotated towards the river bank. Before Orjontas could understand, the mercenaries had already spread out in formation towards the Kentert River. The whole army was divided into 3 parts. The first part was for the 7,000 soldiers who were preparing to cross the river and fight the Persia army. They were standing on the bank in a narrow horizontal and thick column formation, because the river crossing was not long. The second part was for the supply camp, which was closely behind them, and the third part was for the 3,000 soldiers, who were behind the supply camp, with their backs to the river bank to prevent the attack of the Dacians. Just as the Persia army slowly adjusted their formation, the mercenaries blew the bugle to attack, and the 7,000 soldiers stepped into the Kentert River without hesitation. Orjontas' expression changed. He finally understood. The Greeks were preparing to cross the river from here, without worrying about the long-range attacks of the mercenaries. Orjontas hurriedly shouted, "Quick! Let the infantry block the way! Archers! Archers, release the arrows!" As he shouted, he hoped that the Kentrit River would slow down the advance of the mercenaries, and that the arrows would cause chaos among the Greeks, causing them to panic and drown. After a moment of panic, Xianxia regained his composure. After all, he had personally tested the depth of the river. Maybe this is my chance to make a great contribution, he thought excitedly. The Devers followed the soldiers in front of them at the rear of the right wing of the army, stepping on the harder river sand and striding forward. When they reached the middle of the river, they found that the water only reached their crotch, just as Kurlathorpe's had said. This relieved the uneasy soldiers, and they quickened their pace. The Persia army was already some distance away from the river bank, and the dense rocks along the bank affected their speed. The catapults at the back of the mercenaries used their long range to disrupt the Persia army's formation. Therefore, before the chaotic Persia army could reach the bank, and before the archers could fire 2 rounds of arrows, the mercenaries had already reached the bank. Xianxia, a great Persian noble who spent most of his time in his tent drinking wine and playing with dancers, had never done a detailed investigation and understanding of the battlefield. When he saw the mercenaries crossing the river so easily and approaching him like hungry wolves, he completely panicked. Fortunately, his adjutant was calmer, and urged the infantry to quickly surround them. After the first few rows of the mercenaries rushed ashore, they had to slow down because of the rugged reefs on the shore. This gave the Persian army some time to catch their breath. Finally, they surrounded the mercenaries like a tidal wave and gradually surrounded them tightly. The mercenaries were never afraid of close combat. They used the round shield in their left hand to protect themselves and their teammates, and raised their spears high in their right hand to stab the enemy in front of them. The soldiers in the back also stretched their spears forward to protect their teammates in the front, and at the same time, to deter the enemy. Although the soldiers at the back of the formation could not participate in the battle, they did not just stand by and watch. They tried their best to push the soldiers in front of them forward, hoping to use their strength to push back the enemy's formation, or even break it. The valiant Chaldan soldiers faced the mercenaries' ferocious charge head-on. They waved their spears and fought back without showing any signs of weakness. Meanwhile, the Persians had more soldiers and higher ground to offset part of the impact of the Greek heavy infantry. The archers and cavalry at the back of the Persia army did not dare to show weakness. They desperately shot a round of arrows to counter the long-range attacks of the Greek catapults and archers. The two sides engaged in a bloody battle on the north bank of the Kentrit River. If the mercenaries won, they would descend upon the soil of Armenia and ravage it, which Xianxia and his Armenians did not wish to see. If the mercenaries lost, they would be destroyed. Therefore, both sides were doing their best. The mercenaries standing in the middle of the river faced the greatest dilemma. On the one hand, the biting water was sapping their strength, and on the other hand, most of the Persia's arrows were falling on them. This allowed them to use their shields to protect themselves while also preventing themselves from being washed away by the river. Devers saw with their own eyes that a soldier had slipped and fallen. The soldiers around him rushed forward to save him, but he was hit by an arrow and fell into the water. It was not a serious injury, but because he was wearing heavy armor, it was difficult for him to get up. Why aren't the Sparta soldiers here yet? Devers were anxiously looking forward to it. Xianxia, who was standing on top of a large rock, calmed down because of the balance of the battle. He saw the mercenaries struggling to be washed downstream by the Kentrit River from time to time, and he began to feel hopeful again. Of course, he couldn't see, nor would he see, the soldiers under him falling one after another. Suddenly, a loud noise came from the right flank of the army. What's Atukas doing? Xianxia looked to the right in anger and saw a shocking scene. The light infantry and cavalry archers at the rear of the right flank were fleeing in panic. Behind these defeated soldiers, there were hundreds of fully armed Greek soldiers forming a thin infantry line, driving the defeated soldiers towards the middle. Greeks! It's the Greeks! Quick! Quick! Xianxia panicked once more and began to shout indiscriminately. The adjutant hurriedly led the governor's personal guards forward to stop the defeated soldiers and prevent them from charging through the middle formation. However, the Greek soldiers were not like ordinary Greek heavy infantry at all. They ran quickly and chased after the defeated soldiers behind them. With a swing of their shields, they knocked out one soldier, and with a swing of their spears, they knocked out another soldier. They were simply efficient killing machines. The Persia soldiers ran for their lives like demons from hell. The personal guards could not stop them at all. In an instant, they were swept to the left and the formation of the Persia soldiers on the right and middle was completely shattered. The mercenaries who were stopped at the riverbank easily broke through the line of the panicking Khardan soldiers and began a massacre. It had to be said that the Sparta soldiers, who had been trained since they were young, had strong tactical skills. According to their rough plan, they began to consciously drive the defeated soldiers to the riverbank. Except for a few sober Persia soldiers, most of the soldiers did not know which direction to go and only followed the flow of people. When they saw the wide Kent River in front of them, they all burst into tears of despair. After the personal guards escorted Orontes to a safe place, Orontes could not help but cry when he saw that only a few hundred soldiers followed him out of the originally mighty army of more than 20,000. He knew that with his strength, he could no longer stop the Greek mercenaries from setting foot on Armenia's territory. The mercenary leaders were excited. Faced with a large number of Polish soldiers who had surrendered, they quickly made a decision. They released the soldiers of other races, such as the Khardan soldiers, and expressed the goodwill of the Greek mercenaries to them. As for the Persia soldiers, the leaders and the Devers had no choice but to slaughter them. The Greek heavy infantry ignored the pleas of the thousands of unarmed Persia soldiers and used shields and spears to drive them into the Kent River. They stabbed them randomly and used stones and arrows to cause chaos in the river. Those who fell into the water would pull down the people around them in order to survive. They were like crabs in a jar, pulling at each other's legs, and no one could escape. Not long after, the Devers saw that the river was densely packed with floating corpses. He sighed inwardly and shifted his gaze to the other side. There was no trace of the Dukayas. Obviously, they were too frightened to come out after seeing the defeat of the Polish army. The mercenaries' rear guard and supply camp were also able to easily cross the Kent River. Then, under the leadership of the leaders, the whole army occupied the empty camp of Orontes. The fleeing Persia left behind a large number of supplies. So, after the whole army made sacrifices to Zeus and Oceanus, they began to celebrate their victory. Because everyone knew that after defeating Orontes, no one in Armenia could stop them from advancing forward. They were even more confident that they could return to Greece. Epilogue of the first volume. After finishing the first volume, the Devers' adventure in Persia temporarily came to an end. In fact, the content I wrote was only a very small part of Xenophon's The Long March. The mercenaries also experienced a lot of difficulties and setbacks, but there was no need to waste ink on this because it was not the focus of the book. Also, I'm not boasting, but I don't like to write too much when I write. In fact, the author's writing style is poor. He doesn't know how to pile up flowery words, laugh. The Devers was reborn in this era and adapted to it. Through his own wisdom and hard work, he became the leader of the mercenaries and gradually mastered military skills. He won the hearts of the troops and gained a firm foothold. He had already achieved the goal of this volume. Next, he should fight for his ideals, and not endlessly fight and kill on the way back to his hometown. For me, it was a relief because this volume restricted my imagination and thinking too much. After all, the idea of this volume could not deviate too much from the time, characters, events, and other clues in The Long March. On the basis of retaining about 20% of the story in the original book, I made 80% of the innovations. The following story took place in a region that was unfamiliar to readers and unfamiliar to scholars. The history of this region could only be found in Herodotus' history, Thucydides' history of the War of Peloponnesus, and other works left behind by scholars of that era. Combined with historical evidence such as ruins, inscriptions, and artifacts excavated by later generations, scholars had a general understanding of the region's history during that period. However, there was no detailed record of its history, so the recorded history of the various city-states was intermittent. Not only were the political systems and diplomatic relations of the various city-states vague, but the characters, events, and time of occurrence were also not very specific. Based on the collected information, there was even less information about it in our country. Combined with my own inference, and coupled with my imagination, I conceived a story that I felt was more reasonable. As the Devers moved forward, I unveiled its mysterious veil. I hope you will be satisfied. The Devers still had a long journey ahead of them. This was just the beginning. Let us accompany him, encourage him, and experience his legendary journey together. In 657 BC, Prince Bezan of the Greek city-state of Megara, next to Athens and to its southwest, was preparing to lead his people to build a colony on the coast of Asia Minor. He asked Delphi for an oracle to help him choose a suitable location to build the city, but he received a vague answer: build the city opposite the blind man. Bezan didn't understand the oracle at first, but when his ship arrived at the city of Charceton on the east side of the Bosporus Strait, he suddenly understood. Charceton's geographical location was so bad that he couldn't see the Golden Horn Bay on the other side. It was obvious that only a blind man would build a city there. Thus, he built a colony on the other side of Charceton and named it Byzantium. Since Megara wasn't a strong city-state, the number of immigrants it could provide was limited. After a few hundred years of development, Byzantium was still a small city, but its position gradually became more important. After the rise of Athens, food mainly came from the city-states in the Yoke Galaxy. Therefore, Byzantium, which had already conquered Charceton, was the hub city that guarded the sea passage between the Yoke Galaxy and the Aegean Sea. Naturally, it became the focus of Athens' attention. After that, Byzantium joined the Delian League and became an ally of Athens. After the Peloponnesian War, the Spartans, who were the victors of the Peloponnesian War, saw the geographical location of the Byzantine Empire. Not only did they establish a puppet regime in the Byzantine Empire, but they also stationed troops in the city and controlled the Bosporus Strait. One day in the early spring of 399 BC, Berko's ship sailed into the port of Byzantium. Standing at the bow of the ship, he saw more than 100 warships densely packed at the port. He temporarily heaved a sigh of relief: I should be able to make it in time. Just as he was following the instructions of the port manager and directing the crew to slowly sail the ship to the designated port, the people who were busy at the port suddenly screamed. In the chaos, many people jumped onto the ships in panic, untied the ropes, and were about to sail away from the port. Without coordination, the ships collided with each other, and it was a mess. Some ships were even knocked over, and the crew panicked and fell into the water. Berkos hurriedly ordered the ship to row back. Fortunately, he hadn't entered the port yet, and he escaped the disaster. He anchored the ship outside the port unwillingly and observed the situation. Many people had the same idea as him. After a while, hundreds of ships of various sizes were anchored outside the port, floating up and down with the waves. Looking at the previously bustling port, in the blink of an eye, it had become empty, leaving behind a mess. Berkos was puzzled, so he asked the neighboring ship loudly, "Hey, what's going on?" "It's those damn mercenaries. The mercenaries from Persia are going to attack Byzantium." "Mercenaries attacking the Byzantine Empire?" Berkos' heart skipped a beat. "Why?" "I don't know. They heard that Sparta lied to them and told them that they would be given food as long as they arrived at Byzantium. However, when they arrived at Byzantium, they didn't fulfill their promise and even tricked them out of the city and closed the gate. Therefore, these mercenaries were furious. Sigh, in this world, there are soldiers with spears and shields roaming the streets like bandits. The unlucky ones are us ordinary citizens." An old man who looked like the captain of the ship said, "Brother, you are not a Byzantine, right? Where are you from?" Berkos hesitated for a second and said, "Turii." "Turii. Oh, I know that city. Is it in Greece?" "I haven't been there, but I have been to Tarentum. It is a good place, so rich." "I say, your place is the best. Right now, Asia Minor is in chaos, and wars can break out everywhere." Berkos didn't want to listen to the old man's rambling, so he asked, "Who is in charge of Byzantium now?" "General Krinder of Sparta," the old man complained. "Sparta only know how to kill people, but they don't know how to manage a city. It has only been a few years since they conquered Byzantium. Look, they are much worse than before." Sigh. Berkos suddenly thought of something and asked, "Old man, what's your name? You have been a captain for many years, right? You should be familiar with all the ship owners here." "Byzantium's Pisilas. When Pericles of Athens became the chief general, I started running ships. At that time, he even led the Athens fleet to Yoke Galaxy to buy wheat, and I met him before. I am familiar with all the ship owners and ship owners here. I watched a lot of them grow up." The old man bragged about his past and asked casually, "What? You want to use ships?" Maybe," Berkos said vaguely. "What are you transporting?" The old man didn't avoid the topic and continued to ask, food? Wood? Stone? Olive oil? Burkos was a little helpless against this old man's questioning. He thought for a while and said, maybe people. The old man's eyes opened wide, and he immediately thought of something. Could it be those mercenaries? No wonder you asked me if I know all the ship owners here. Great. That was great. Quickly get them out of here, and our Byzantium will be peaceful for a while. Burkos didn't admit nor deny. At this moment, a signal came from the port, everything is safe, and the ships are allowed to enter the port. Hey, brother! If you want to use a ship, you can come to the port. Tell any Byzantine at the port, find old Pistolas, and they will bring you to me. As the ships entered the port, the old man was still at the back of the ship, and he left a message for Burkos. Okay. Burkos answered. He was thinking, should I visit the Byzantine commander of Sparta, Crinder first? There were a few Thracian villages not far away from the city of Byzantium, and the military camps of the Greek mercenaries were everywhere. It was already dusk, and most of the soldiers were resting. Only one big tent was lit by candlelight. Devers was thinking hard in the tent, and he didn't even notice Kristoya coming in. Dear, what are you thinking about? Kristoya reached out her snow-white arms and hugged Devers from behind and asked softly. Devers sniffed her hair and sighed. He said, today, we arranged the soldiers to put on a show. We made the angry Sparta pretend that they are going to attack Byzantium, and we forced them to give us some supplies. However, this can't solve the problem. Mirza sneaked into the city and got some information. Sparta's general, Tiburon, was appointed as the governor of Asia Minor of Sparta. He has arrived at Ephesus and started to recruit soldiers. It seems like your judgment is correct. Sparta is going to start a war with Persia. Sparta's commander Crinder trapped us here, and he wants us to help him eliminate the Thracians nearby. I'm afraid he wants us to help him fight against Persia. Didn't Caristhorpes think highly of you? When he went back to report on his work, he even asked Anisus to take care of you. Unfortunately, you ignored Anisus's attempts to rope you in. Now, he's on good terms with Xenophon. Kristoya caressed his face and teased. Xenophon is good at this, but I'm not interested in Sparta. Diver scratched his head in annoyance. If we keep fighting with Sparta, I'm afraid we won't even have a place to bury ourselves before we die. It's a pity that we're fish out of the sea now. We can only wait to be slaughtered. Kristoya kissed him gently on the cheek. Dear, don't be so depressed. I met someone on my way here. He might be able to solve your problem. Who? Davos was shocked when he heard this. The Devers looked over and saw a middle-aged man walk into the tent. He was of medium build and had a kind and amiable face. The middle-aged man was also looking at the Devers. Although he had heard some rumors about this mercenary leader, he was still surprised by his young age when he met him in person. However, the Devers now looked a little different from when he fought at the Kentert River half a year ago. Not only did he have a circle of stubble on his chin and a scar on his face, but the hardships and bloody battles along the way had also made him more experienced and murderous. His eyes were sharper and more threatening. Turii citizen Buckos greets the Devers. The middle-aged man stepped forward and saluted the Devers. Turii? The Devers was a little confused. He had never majored in history in his previous life, so he knew nothing about this city. The uneducated memory of this body was also of no help. At this time, Kristoya saw his confusion and explained softly, Turii is located in the west of the Taranto Bay in Great Greece. It is the youngest Greek city in southern Italy. After Sybaris was destroyed by Crotone twice, the people of Sybaris who lost their homes sought help from Athens. At that time, Pericles was the chief general of Athens. He responded to the request of the people of Sybaris and decided to build a new Greek city on the old site of Sybaris. So he called on all the cities in Greece, including Miletus, to migrate there. This is how Turii came about. Madam, you are absolutely right. I respect your profound knowledge. Although Buckos was surprised that a woman would appear in such an important meeting place, he still behaved politely. Sybaris. Sybaris. The Devers felt that the name was a little familiar. He repeated it a few times and suddenly remembered. Oh, is it the Cyberus where the citizens lived a luxurious life and even used the war horse to train to dance but was defeated by Crotone with music? Yes. Buckos looked at Devers's excited expression and couldn't help but wonder if his ability was as magical as the rumors said. The reason divers remembered this story was because Cyberus's extravagant lifestyle had led to their downfall. It had become a fable in the West in his previous life, and this story was also related to the famous ancient Greek mathematician Pythagoras. Italy. Devers pondered for a while and suddenly became interested. Why are you looking for me? Buckos became nervous. At first, he was full of confidence. But the successive rejections from the leaders made him a little worried. Devers was his last hope. Tourists are being invaded by the indigenous people, so we want to hire you and your soldiers to help us defeat these indigenous people. Devers and Kristoya looked at each other. Buckos continued, of course, we will pay you handsomely. How much can you pay? Devers leaned forward and asked with interest. Buckos felt hopeful and immediately perked up. 1 Dalit gold coin per month for a soldier. Divers said nothing. Instead, he sat back down. Oh, I remembered wrong. It should be 1.5. Ah, no. No. It should be 2. 2 Dalit gold coins. Buckos saw that Devers remained expressionless, and his voice trembled. What happened to tourists that made you so anxious? Devers suddenly smiled. Buckos thought to himself, oh no, I underestimated this young man. At the same time, I was anxious to see if the hire would succeed. I gave myself away under the young man's silent seduction. Buckos, if you want me to cooperate with tourists, then you better tell me the truth. Devers said in a tone that did not allow for refusal. Buckos, on the other hand, heard a glimmer of hope, so he adjusted his mood and said with a heavy heart, the Lucanians, the indigenous people of Italy, have invaded the territory of Tolage. After a discussion at the Tolage General Assembly, they unanimously decided to send troops to repel the Lucanians. So, we sent 10,000 heavy infantry and 1,000 cavalry, but we suffered a crushing defeat. The ferocious Lucanians slaughtered our soldiers wantonly. They cut their bodies into pieces and piled them outside the city. Less than 300 citizens managed to return to the city. When I set off, the natives had not yet attacked the city, but they had already occupied the city of Amendola, north of Turis. This caused considerable panic among the Turis citizens. Now, they pin all their hopes on me. So. As he spoke, Buckos's tears rolled down his face. Devers, who had seen too many tragedies in the past year, had a heart of stone. He was familiar with Buckos' sadness and asked in surprise, so many soldiers. Are they all Turis citizens? Yes, Turis is one of the most prosperous cities in Greece. Buckos wiped his tears and said proudly. 11,000 soldiers actually failed. Are the Lucanians very powerful? Devers continued to ask curiously. No. Actually, there are only 8,000 Lucanians. Buckos was afraid that Devers would be frightened, so he could only say, it's just that. It's just that the interior of Turis. The main thing is that they did not have a good commander. They advanced too rashly and fell into an ambush. Oh, I see. Devers rubbed the stubble on his chin and asked again, why didn't you ask for help from the other cities? We, the southern Greek city-states, have a defensive alliance, but for some reason, the natives have begun to invade the territories of the other city-states. Tarentum, Locri, and Crotone do not have extra forces to support us. Syracuse is also facing the attack of Carthage. I even asked for help from Sparta, but Sparta seems to be at odds with Persia. They rejected my request, but agreed to help me hire soldiers in Greece. Buckos said helplessly. Greece is not lacking in soldiers now. Why did you ask for us? Devers asked again. Buckos immediately said in a flattering tone, I had already recruited some soldiers in Ephesus, but I heard about you guys. I wanted to safely retreat from the hinterland of Persia. Your bravery and strength had already been proven. If I could hire you guys who are experienced in battles, then defeating the Lucanians wouldn't be a problem. Therefore, when I heard from the merchant ships anchored in Ephesus that they saw you guys in Chrysopolis, I immediately rushed over. I didn't expect you guys to be in Byzantine again. Bucko's flattery didn't affect Devers's thinking. He nodded and continued to ask, are the Lucanians strong? What types of soldiers do they have? How are their equipment? What are their combat strengths? One question after another smashed into Bucko's brain like iron nails. At first, Bucko's was able to deal with them easily, but later on, it became very difficult. This was because Devers had already asked some complicated questions. For example, how big is the territory of the Lucanians? How many cities are there? What do they do for a living? What is the political system like? How is their relationship with the outside world? Bucko's tried his best to answer Devers's questions. At the same time, he was surprised that a mercenary leader could ask such complicated questions. After he felt that Devers was different from the others, his confidence increased. Only people who wanted to go would think about the details of the situation. I have a general idea of the situation. After Devers finished speaking, Bucko's let out a long sigh. This was a few times more difficult than answering questions from citizens in a citizens' meeting. I think Timison, Xantaparis, and Clino all turned you down, didn't they? Devers said. Bucko's looked at him in surprise again. My military camp is at the back. You have to go through them to get to my place. From what I know, Timison wants to go back to Ioria, his hometown. Xantaparis and Clino, on the other hand, received a high salary from Seth, the leader of a tribe in Thrace, and they are prepared to work for him. And Xenophon is with Anakoshan right now. I'm your only chance, isn't I? The Devers laughed. My answer is to accept Turii's employment. Even though Bucko's was mentally prepared, he still couldn't help but be surprised. Don't be too happy yet. This is only my personal opinion. I still need to convince my subordinates and soldiers. After more than a year of fighting in Persia, many of them are tired of war and are eager to return home. The Devers poured cold water on Bucko's enthusiasm and said, I will try my best to convince them. Of course, the higher the salary, the more they will be convinced. 2 Derek gold coins per month for one soldier. Bucko said decisively. The Devers calculated in his mind and asked, how many people do you need? Of course, the more the better. Bucko's blurted out without hesitation. Heh, how arrogant. If I were to bring 5,000 people with me, the monthly salary and provisions would be a huge figure. Can Tulii afford it? I told you that Turii is one of the most prosperous cities in Greece. Even if you bring 10,000 people with you, Tulii can easily support you for a year on his own. Bucko said confidently. Okay, I hope so. The Devers expressed his optimism and asked, also, how are we going to Turii? How many ships do you have? I have already negotiated with the owners of the ships in Byzantine. As long as you pay, you can have as many ships as you want. Then, will the people of Sparta agree to let us leave for Turii? The Devers asked the question that he was most concerned about. I have already received the authorization from the Senate of Sparta. At the same time, the head of the Byzantine Empire, Creed, is having a headache over your existence. He is happy to see you leave, Bucko's answered confidently. Therefore, the Devers agreed without hesitation. It seems like you have arranged everything. Then, I will tell you the number of soldiers I want to bring tomorrow morning and discuss a more detailed employment agreement with you. Okay, I will come back tomorrow morning. I hope you have good news. Although there were some twists and turns in the beginning, the negotiation was successful in the end. Bucko's left in a happy mood. Dear, are you really going to Turii? Kristoya, who had been listening quietly, asked. Yes. Devers turned around, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Kristoya, maybe this is a good opportunity. A chance for us to turn from fish in the water into fishermen casting nets. Matoni sat on the ground, feeling both excited and curious. Ever since he became a platoon leader, he had never participated in the discussion and formulation of any decision in the military camp. This time, Harold Assists was the one who urgently informed the platoon leaders to attend the meeting. Could it be that there was an important decision to be made? He looked around and saw Olivers talking and laughing with the people around him. This kid was now a platoon leader and had the same status as him. Every time Matoni saw Olivers, he would be annoyed. Therefore, he shouted, Olivers, there is a military meeting here, not your tent. Please be quiet. Oliver's turned around and laughed, so it's the brave Matonis. Have the two soldiers who violated the military rules and robbed the citizens of Byzantine been punished? When Matonis heard this, although he was filled with anger, he did not dare to shout anymore. Ever since they entered Armenia, Devers had become an important leader in the mercenary army. His military talent was recognized by the leaders and soldiers, and he also won over the hearts of his subordinates. Therefore, he started to reform and reorganize the mercenary army. During the expedition in Armenia, the mercenary army had many small conflicts with the local natives, and many of them were killed and injured, including the officers. Also, Armenia, Farsha, Turkey, and other places were mostly mountainous, and it wasn't easy for a large army to spread out. Therefore, according to the actual situation, Devers first merged the army of 1,400-man teams into 7 companies of 200 men. Each company had 4 teams of 50 men. This way, not only was it convenient to command, but it was also more flexible in mountain battles. Because a single team was strong enough to repel a small group of enemies, and a regiment had the ability to take on independent combat missions. Because it had 4 teams, it could use 2 teams to fight head-on, another team to circle around the flanks, and the last team to act as a reserve. After this reorganization, the efficiency of his army greatly increased. Some soldiers even said proudly in private, "Our Devers are not only blessed by Hades, but they are also enlightened by Athens." Then, Devers took advantage of the death and injury of the officers to promote his trusted subordinates. For example, Helos was promoted to a company captain, and Matonis, Olivers, and Georges were promoted to team captains. This allowed him to have more control over his troops. Then, he started to implement the second step of the reform plan. He created a military law to strictly control the soldiers. To the mercenaries who were free and undisciplined, this was a death sentence. But the situation was special at that time. A considerable part of the conflict with the local natives was caused by the soldiers' wanton theft and robbery. Therefore, enforcing military discipline was the best way to reduce the conflict. But Devers not only enforced military discipline, but also made some rules for marching, camping, scouting, and other military aspects. For example, Devers used to be surprised at how simple the mercenaries built their camps. Sometimes, there was no protection at all. Therefore, when camping, the camp must dig trenches, set up deer abatis, and build earthen ramparts. In the beginning, the soldiers were unwilling to do it. They were already tired after marching and fighting, and they still had to do such hard work. Wasn't it tiring? But after 2 night raids by the natives, the soldiers in the other camps were defeated. There were casualties, and there were losses. Only the Devers troops were safe under the protection of the trenches and earthen walls. Only then did the soldiers start to accept this rule in their hearts. Of course, the Devers only made some simple rules. He didn't dare to take them too seriously. For example, running away during a battle was a felony that was punishable by beheading in his previous world. But if he did that, the soldiers in the camp would definitely rebel. Therefore, he only used some lighter punishments, flogging, he didn't dare to flog too much, fasting, and so on. To the Greeks who valued honor, it was extremely embarrassing to be stripped naked and spanked in front of their comrades. Unless it was a special situation, they would try their best to abide by the rules. Of course, many soldiers couldn't stand the rules and ran to other camps. In addition to the casualties, the number of soldiers in the Devers' camp should have been greatly reduced. One had to know that when the entire Greek mercenary army returned to Byzantium, it was reduced from the original 13,000 purely soldiers to 9,000. This was already half the number in history, and the Devers played a big role in this. But the number of soldiers under his command was still about the same as when he first took over, about 1,400 soldiers. There were 4 reasons why the number of soldiers didn't decrease. First, the Devers tried to be as fair as possible in managing the army. No matter if it was a commander or an ordinary soldier, they were all treated equally. The loot from every battle and raid was also distributed by Marigi to the soldiers according to their contributions. The Devers came empty-handed. Second, his troops were the strongest and had the fewest casualties, especially after the military reform. To the soldiers who wanted to go home alive, the Devers were a strong source of support. Third, the Devers medical camp healed a large number of injured soldiers, and half of them chose to stay. Fourth, the Devers were charismatic. He was a God-favored military genius, and he was mysterious. However, he was kind to his soldiers, and he even used his war horse to carry the wounded soldiers. The soldiers were happy to accept his command, and they affectionately called him our Devers. Now, the Devers led the mercenaries for more than half a year, and they started to get used to the military laws that were simple to the Devers, but they were very strict on the soldiers. Therefore, Matonis knew that his soldiers violated the laws that the Devers set before they came to Byzantium, and they would definitely be punished. This was hard for him to accept since he was protective of his soldiers. At this moment, he didn't have time to think too much. The Devers opened the tent and walked into the hall with Marigi. Diver's main tent could not accommodate more than 40 people, so he asked Maltius, the captain of the guards, to lead 30 members. The number of guards had also increased, to surround an open space in front of the tent to prevent strangers from entering and snooping, and to light torches around it. The Devers scanned through everyone's faces. Captain of the 1st Heavy Infantry Company, calm and generous Capus, captain of the 2nd Heavy Infantry Company, Antonius, who was good at spotting enemies and seizing opportunities, captain of the 3rd Heavy Infantry Company, brave Amintas, captain of the 4th Heavy Infantry Company, Alexis, who was good at thinking and planning, captain of the 5th Heavy Infantry Company, his loyal subordinate Helos, captain of the 1st Light Shield Company, Epigenes, who was good at tactics, captain of the 2nd Light Shield Company, Xpit, who worshipped the Devers because of his devotion to God, also included Mirzas, medical officer helps, herald assists, and cavalry captain Leds. Even though he didn't have many horses left, the Devers still kept this organization and soldiers. After all, they had a lot of experience in cavalry battles. There were also 28 team leaders, all of whom were experienced in combat and had their own talents. In addition, there were 1,400 veterans who had been fighting for more than a year. These were all the people he needed to establish himself in this world. Tonight, he had to convince them to continue following him to fight in a foreign land that was thousands of miles away after a long year of fighting. He wasn't very confident about this. Thinking about this, he lightly coughed and said, "Brothers, the farce you put on in the Byzantine Empire today was great." Klinger immediately showed his sympathy for our situation and was willing to provide us with some food. "This is all thanks to you guys." Everyone laughed. Olivers even said loudly, "Leader, this isn't a farce. It's a comedy. You didn't see how those Byzantines fainted in fear." Everyone laughed again. Only Martones had a guilty conscience, so he lowered his head and snickered. "Yeah, a comedy." The Devers sighed and said, "But how long can this comedy last? We are trapped here, we can't go anywhere, we don't dare to go." According to reliable sources, Sparta was ready to go to war with Persia. Sparta's general, Tiburon, had already arrived at Ephesus to recruit soldiers. How could he let go of a group of veterans with rich experience fighting against Persia? "It won't be long before we fight on Persia's soil again." "Is this true? I'm tired of fighting with Persia. I don't want to go back." "How could this be? I'm ready to buy a piece of land in Crete and find a wife." The crowd immediately became restless, and they began to discuss among themselves. Devers did not answer them. Instead, he revealed another shocking piece of news. Moreover, the kind-hearted Klinger is about to step down. He will be replaced by Aristarchus of Sparta. Someone exclaimed, "Ah." Devers glanced in that direction and said coldly, "Some of you know him, and some of you don't. Let me tell you, this Sparta was famous in the previous war with Athens. Not because he fought bravely, but because the Devers' expression was solemn, and he emphasized each word. He sold the defeated Greeks into slavery twice. His words were like pouring a can of cold water into a pot of boiling oil. The crowd immediately exploded. "Is he going to sell us? If he dares to do this, I will fight him. We are free people, not enemies of Sparta. They have no reason to do this, and this is against the Greek tradition. Sparta has always been arrogant and domineering. Now that it's the overlord of Greece, it has the final say in everything it does." Devers looked at the panicking crowd, and his voice was full of emotion. He said, "We are free Greeks, we live hard in order to survive. However, in the eyes of the Sparta people and the citizens of the city, we are landless peasants, thieves, and robbers who threaten the stability of the city. Therefore, Anaxis can lie to us at will, referring to the fact that this Spartan naval officer tricked them into going to Byzantium, saying that he would pay them, but he broke the contract as soon as he arrived. Cleander can also lie to us at will, such as tricking us out of the city, closing the gate, not giving us food, and facing the large number of Thracians. Sparta is so powerful, do we dare to resist? We can either be sold into slavery, without food or warm clothes, and one day, we will die of exhaustion in the farms or mines, and our bodies will be thrown into the wilderness. Or we can follow Sparta into battle, and we will be covered in wounds every day until we die in some unknown wilderness. Of course, there is a chance that we will be lucky enough to return home safely, but so what? As a landless free person, we will be considered a foreigner in any city. We will not be able to enjoy the rights of any city, and we will be despised until we die in obscurity. Everyone listened quietly. It was so quiet that they could hear someone sobbing. At this time, the Devers also had tears in their eyes. Is this the result that we want after fighting for a year in Persia and struggling to return home? Can't we even have the right to live a peaceful and happy life? Is there no place in this world for poor free people like us to live peacefully? The Devers' roars and questions came from the bottom of their hearts, and every officer in the room woke up. They clenched their fists and gritted their teeth, and their eyes were filled with anger and pain. Hilo stood up, stretched out his trembling hands, and said, "Leader of the Devers. Our commander. The gods favored of Hades. Please tell us, what should we do? What should we do to get out of our predicament? Yes, leader of the Devers, we need your oracle." Hilo's words reminded many of them. Capys, Antonius, and the others excitedly begged the Devers. When everyone's eyes were focused on the Devers' face, his expression became extremely solemn. "Last night, a person entered my dream. His body was emitting a golden light, and I couldn't see his face clearly. He pulled me up from the bed, through the window, and flew into the sky. I looked down in fear, and the Mediterranean Sea appeared clearly in front of me like a painting. The Peloponnesus Peninsula was like a hammer plunging into the sea, and Italy to the west was like a leather boot. Further to the west, I also saw the Pillar of Hercules was like a door that separated the Mediterranean Sea from the ocean. The Mediterranean coast of Egypt was like a long green carpet that extended all the way to Africa." The Devers' dreamy narration attracted everyone. They compared it with their own geographical knowledge and realized that the Mediterranean Sea looked like this. This made them believe in the Devers' words. At this time, the person emitting the golden light said something to me. "What did he say?" everyone asked in unison. "He said, 'Devers, your mission and that of your soldiers is in the west of the Mediterranean Sea.' After saying that, he pushed me down from the air, and I woke up in shock," the Devers said with lingering fear, as if he was still in a dream. "West of the Mediterranean Sea? Where is that? Is it in Sicily? It could be Italy. It could also be Iberia. Why can't it be Nubia? Who is the person emitting the golden light? Is it Hades? How could Hades have the golden light? It should be Athena of Athens." Just as everyone was speculating, the Devers sighed. Ever since he became the leader, he deliberately avoided using his identity as a god's chosen and used his own ability to win the trust of his subordinates. But this time it was a matter of great importance. He had to rely on the Greek gods again. He deliberately said the oracle vaguely. Because the oracle was ambiguous in the first place. For example, in the past, there was a kingdom of Lydia in Asia Minor that wanted to go to war with Persia. They specially went to Delphi and spent a lot of money to ask for the oracle of Apollo. The oracle said that a large country would be destroyed. The Lydians happily went back to war, but in the end, the Lydia kingdom was destroyed. The explanation of the priest of Apollo was, in Asia Minor, the Lydia kingdom was also a large country. Note, Thurii. At first, I didn't know what the west of the Mediterranean meant. But today, when the Turi people came to find me, I knew that the dream had come true. Divers gave a brief introduction of Bucos' story, a little excited. "The tourists want to hire us to fight the natives?" Capys asked. "Yes, I heard that the whole of Magna Graecia is threatened by the natives. Turis is just one of the cities that suffered the most," the Devers explained. While everyone was still thinking about whether to accept the invitation, Antonio stood up and said, "But Persia is far away from us, and Turis is also far away from us. Going to Turis to fight is no different from fighting in Persia. The Devers secretly gave Antonios a look of admiration. He seemed to be asking questions, but in fact, it was so that the Devers could explain. Further, the Devers said seriously, "We will follow Sparta to fight against Persia. If we win, Sparta will benefit, and we will only get a meager salary. If we lose, we will fall in a foreign land, and even our souls will not be able to return to hell." But going to Magna Graecia is different. The Devers looked around and said excitedly, "First of all, I just said that tourists pay us $2 a month, which is a lot more than what Cyrus the Younger gave us. Second, the people in Magna Graecia are Greeks like us, and we will help them fight in the land of the same race. We will not lack support, and we will receive care and attention. Third, Magna Graecia is different from the barren mainland Greece. There are many rivers, the land is fertile, and every city is very rich. Does anyone know how many people there were in Athens during Pericles' time?" The Devers asked, but his eyes were on Alexis, because this heavy infantry platoon leader from Megara had studied in Athens for 2 years when he was young. As expected, he did not disappoint the Devers. After thinking for a while, he said, "About 300,000 people." "Yes, 300,000 people, a shocking number. But do you know? A few decades ago, Syracuse in Greece also had 300,000 people. And Thurii, Crotone, Locri, Tarentum, Liguim, Agrigento, and so on, were all great cities like Syracuse. This was what the Devers learned from Christoia. Therefore, we are not going to a remote and backward area, but a bustling city. There are many opportunities waiting for us there." Devers praised the prosperity of Greece. "Leader Devers, what do you mean by opportunity? Defeat the Lucarians? Will they be rewarded handsomely, or something else?" The quick-witted Epicthenes sensed the hidden meaning in his words and asked. "Good question. This is also the last benefit of going to Thurii that I was going to talk about. It's also the biggest benefit." Devers raised a finger and said energetically, "The messenger said, due to the invasion of the Lucanians and the Bruttians, some small towns in Greece, especially in southern Italy, have been captured by the natives. What does this mean for us?" The Devers clenched his finger into a fist and waved it in the air. "It means that when we gain a foothold in Greece and take back a small town, we will have the opportunity to become the master of that town. We will no longer be the landless free people who are looked down upon by others. We will be citizens of a city with land. We will no longer be mercenaries who can't decide our own fate. We will be the masters of the city. I think this is the mission that the dreamer told me. No matter what your decision is, I have decided to go to Greece and fulfill my mission." The hall fell into a strange silence. Only the sound of rapid breathing could be heard. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the Devers' raised fists. Their eyes were filled with extreme desire. For thousands of years, the Greeks of various cities had been fighting each other for the small and barren land of Greece. Wasn't it for the land? The Greeks became a seafaring people because they had a large population but little land. Mercenaries had to travel for a living because they had no roots. Now that the hope of owning land was placed in front of them, how could they not be overjoyed? They were afraid that the flame of hope would be extinguished. In this moment of silence, Spitz said weakly, "But there are a lot of powerful natives there. Even the people of Greece can't stop them. We're not trash like those in Greece. The Lucanians are definitely not stronger than the Dukias and the Chaldans. If you're afraid, don't go." Amyntas shouted in disdain. "Who said I'm not going? Leader Devers, since this is the mission that Hades has given you, I will help you complete it even if I have to give up my life." Spit opened his palms and bowed to the Devers with great sincerity. "Devers, I am your shield. How can you go to Thurii without me?" Helos raised his right fist and stood up. "And I, Amyntas, am your spear. It's not enough to have a shield without a spear." Another fist was raised. "Leader, please let me continue to help you with military affairs. Only then will you have more time to think about how to win the war." Felicia stood up. "Leader, you can't go to Thurii without me as the vanguard." Antonio stood up. "Leader, let me continue to be in charge of the middle road for you." Capys also stood up. "And I, Alexis, will always be your backup at critical moments." Another fist was raised. How can you go to Turiai without us light shield soldiers who can fight and throw? Epicthenes stood up with a smile. Devers, don't forget, you still lack an important supply officer. A chubby fist was raised. My respected teacher, I still want to continue learning medical theories from you. So, wherever you go, I will follow. Herpes stood up solemnly. I am your herald, you can't leave me behind. Assists hurriedly stood up. The Devers watched as more than 40 fists were raised into the sky like a small forest, ready to receive the baptism of the coming storm. He couldn't help but feel his blood boil. He waved his right hand forward and said, "Brothers, follow me. Let's go to the west and find our Elysium." After receiving a warm response from the team officers, the Devers negotiated with them to keep the real purpose of going to Turiai a secret. Otherwise, there would be a lot of obstacles. They immediately swore to the god of the underworld. Then, the Devers asked them to use all kinds of methods to persuade the soldiers to go to Turiai. They also asked them to secretly go to other camps and secretly persuade the soldiers to join them. These experienced soldiers had fought together before, so the Devers didn't want to give them up. Then, the Devers brought Marigi back to the tent. Before he could say anything, Marigi said, "I am willing to go to Turiai with you." The Devers turned around and smiled. "You are very smart. Isn't that why you asked me to listen in?" Marigi said angrily. "If I don't agree, what will you do? Kill me?" The Devers shook his head and said, "I will only tie your hands and feet, throw you into the cabin, and let you out when we reach Turiai. Devers, I have always thought of you as a cultured, knowledgeable, and trustworthy Greek. I didn't expect you to be a robber like them." Marigi said through gritted teeth. "This is what a slave says to a master who saved his life." The Devers pretended to be surprised. "Slave?" Marigi was shocked, as if he had misunderstood the Devers. "Who do you think you are in the eyes of Timison and Clino? Think about what will happen if I leave you, your wife, and your daughter here." Devers sneered. "You said you would send me to Asia Minor." Marigi said angrily. "Asia Minor is going to war, didn't you hear that? I can go to a remote mountain in Asia Minor and live a secluded life." Marigi was still stubborn. "That's a waste of your talent, Marigi. I've always thought that Cyrus the Younger only let you be his personal merchant, and that's a waste of your talent. Of course, in Persia, your birth limits your chances of success. But if you follow me, you won't be restricted by anything. I'll give you a vast world to showcase your talent." Devers promised him. "Follow you? You're going to fight with the Aborigines and become the king of a small village?" Marigi curled his lips. "Marigi, there's a saying in the East, 30 years to the East, 30 years to the West. The founding king of Persia, Cyrus, was just the leader of a small tribe in Persia. He was bullied by the Medes. Who would have thought that he would build a powerful empire after a few decades? I'm just a leader of a mercenary army. But I might have a glorious day after a few decades." Devers said confidently. "You. How can you be compared to Cyrus the Younger?" Marigi said disdainfully, but his voice was much softer. He did not dare to look at Devers's burning gaze. He hesitated for a while and said with a trembling voice, "Do I have a choice?" Devers laughed. "What do you think? If you really succeed, what will you ask me to do?" Marigi raised his head and looked at Devers. Devers thought for a moment and raised 2 fingers. He said in a serious tone, "You have 2 choices. The first is to make you the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and you'll be in charge of diplomatic affairs with all the city-states. The second is to create a new Minister of Commerce, and you'll be in charge of all business affairs." Marigi hesitated for a while and finally made up his mind. "The last negotiation with Zokant scared me enough. I choose the second one." "Okay, I'll keep it for you," Devers promised. The next day, Buckos was very excited when he learned that all the officers of the Devers barracks were going to Turiai. Devers left Marigi to discuss the employment agreement with Buckos while he left to focus on persuading the soldiers to accept Turiai's offer. In fact, most of the mercenaries were destitute and had nothing to worry about. That was why they chose to live on the edge of a knife. After a long period of war, they could no longer adapt to a peaceful life. Their longing for home in Persia and the huge difference in the treatment they received when they returned to the Greek city-states made them attracted by the Devers' charm and Turiai's generous salary. Only about 300 of them chose to stay. The rest of the soldiers were willing to follow the Devers to Greece. At the same time, the officers' persuasion in the other barracks was fruitful. As they were about to return home, the officers had neither the desire nor the ability to control the soldiers, so soldiers from the other barracks joined them one after another. By evening, the total number of Devers' soldiers had reached more than 2,000, and even General Hieronymus was among them. The heated negotiations also settled down. The main content of the employment agreement was as follows: 1. The Turiai hired the Devers leader to lead a total of 2,133 soldiers. The salary was 2 Dalit gold coins per soldier per month, which must be paid in full at the end of each month. They would also be provided with a free station and 1 gen of wheat flour per person per day. If there was any delay, the salary and the provisions would be doubled the following month. This was a lesson learned from Cyrus the Younger. Due to his early death, the mercenaries did not receive a single cent and had to pay with their lives. It took them a year to return from Persia. Therefore, the Devers learned their lesson. If the mercenaries defeated the Lucanians early, Turiai would no longer hire them. Wouldn't it be troublesome? Therefore, he set a deadline. Whether the mission was completed or not, the mercenaries had to be paid within the deadline. 2. The mercenaries were only responsible for defending Turiai and repelling the Lucanians' attacks on Turiai territories. If there were any other requirements, they would be discussed later. This was because the Devers were afraid that the Turiai would propose some additional difficult tasks, such as attacking the Lucanians' territories. This would greatly deplete the Devers' forces. 3. After arriving in Turiai, the mercenaries were not allowed to violate the Turiai laws. If they did, they would be punished according to the Turiai laws. 4. Without the permission of Turiai, the mercenaries were not allowed to enter the city of Turiai. 5. In battle, the mercenaries' spoils belonged to the mercenaries. The agreement was signed on April 1 of the second year of the 95th Olympia, that is, 399 BC, and would last until April 1 of the third year. When the time came, the agreement would be renewed according to the wishes of both parties. Bucos and the Devers swore an oath to the gods in the name of the Turiai Council and signed their names on the 2 parchments. Under the guidance of Christoia, the Devers had a basic grasp of Greek. Bucco stuffed the parchments into his robes and asked casually, "Chief Devers, there's something I don't quite understand. You're going to bring the slaves and women to Turiai. Not only do you have to buy food for them with your own money, but you also have to protect them from the Lucanians. They're obviously a burden. It's better to sell them here. Why do you have to bring them?" There were nearly 500 slaves and women. To prevent Buccos from getting suspicious, the Devers answered seriously, "Most of the mercenaries are single men. Their families don't have the money to buy slaves to help them work, nor do they have the money to marry. Therefore, they treat the slaves and women they looted from Persia as their precious property. If I don't bring them, I'm afraid the soldiers won't follow us to Turiai. Actually, there's no need for that. They'll all be rich in a year," Buccos joked. He was in a good mood after the agreement was signed. "But they have to be alive," the Devers replied. "All right." Bucco shrugged helplessly and said, "I'm just worried that they'll affect your battle. Since the agreement has been signed, we'll set off next year. I've already arranged for a ship. I'm going to the city now to prepare food and water according to the number of people in your team." "Christoia allowed us to enter the city?" "Oh, I almost forgot." Bucco slapped his forehead. "Christoia allowed you to enter the city, but he wants you to enter empty-handed." "Empty-handed?" The Devers' heart skipped a beat. "That means you have to give up your shields, spears, and swords," Buccos comforted them. "But it doesn't matter. When we reach Turiai, we'll equip you with new weapons." "No, it does matter. It's very important." The Devers' expression was solemn as he said word by word, "We will never give up our weapons." Leaving aside the fact that Crolcus and the others had been tricked back then, there had been many incidents on the way back where the natives had welcomed them with smiles on their faces, only to turn against them in the blink of an eye. If this was Christoia's scheme, and the mercenaries entered the city empty-handed, wouldn't they be stuck in the neck? The Devers would never allow their lives to be in the hands of others. Their weapons were their trump card. But if you don't give up your weapons, Kristoya won't let you enter the city, and we won't be able to set off. Bucko said anxiously. The Devers thought for a moment and compromised. I can get the soldiers to wrap their spears and swords with cloth, but we will never give up our weapons, he reiterated. Seeing the Devers' unyielding attitude, Bucko's had no choice but to compromise. Alright, I'll discuss it with Kristoya. In the end, Krinder agreed to the mercenaries' request to bring weapons into the city. The Devers didn't ask the soldiers to wrap their weapons in cloth. The key to opening the city gate was the half-piece of Taliant silver that Bucko's gave to Krinder. After the Devers learned the truth, they couldn't help but exclaim, even the simple Sparta people are accepting bribes. On the morning of the second day, the leaders, commanders, and soldiers of the mercenary camps all came to see off the mercenaries who were about to leave. As comrades who fought together for a year, not only the soldiers but also the commanders all gave their sincere blessings. Even Timison, who didn't like the Devers in the beginning, gave the Devers a big hug and said, if I were a few years younger, I would go to Greece with you as well. You are not old now, the Devers laughed. Timison pointed at his chest and said, I am old here, and I just want to go home. Anyway, I hope you can come back alive. Also. Timison took a deep breath and said in a low voice, thank you for the great help you gave us. If it weren't for you, more of us would have died. This is the result of all of our hard work. It is my honor to fight with you. The Devers said humbly. It should be my honor. May Zeus bless you on your journey. Timison said sincerely. You too. I hope we can meet again. The Devers waved at him and said goodbye. After Timison, Krinder, and Xanthoparis led their soldiers and retreated for a few hundred meters, the gate of Byzantine opened, and the Devers led the mercenaries into the city. Xanthoparis sighed and said, time flies, and it is finally time to say goodbye. It feels like it was yesterday when the Devers' elected leader came up to the stage and gave a speech. Xanthoparis' words made the other leaders sad. After fighting side by side for more than half a year, they finally had to go their separate ways. They quietly looked at the city from afar until the gate closed. At this time, head minister Tormid asked, do you guys think that the Devers are the gods' favorites of Hades? If not, then he is a very capable leader. But such a powerful leader, and so young, have you seen him before? Timison asked. He would rather admit that the Devers were gods chosen than admit that the Devers were stronger than them. Chrysono, Xanthi, and Paris shook their heads. I think when Chrysippus finds out that the Devers have gone to Greece, he'll probably be very regretful. You've all seen it for yourselves. Calithorpes clearly wanted the Devers to be guests of Sparta, and before he left, he asked Anachissis to take care of him. Unfortunately, Anachissis has underestimated this young man, and the Devers would rather go to Greece than Sparta, Creano said gloatingly. No one likes Sparta. They're too domineering. Timosin's words resonated with everyone. But why did Hieronymus choose to go to Greece? Tormid asked. It's because of that guy from Athens. Timison raised his eyebrows. The soldiers in Sinopol elected a new leader, and Hieronymus lost his position. Instead, that talkative Seraphin took the position. Maybe he wants to leave this place and go to Greece to prove himself. It's good not to be the leader. At least we don't have so much to worry about. But soon, we will be able to go home easily. Xanthi and Paris said, and the others also sighed. Perhaps they realized that the gathering was about to end. The four of them saluted solemnly. Then, they turned their horses around and galloped back to their own camps. The fully armored Sparta soldiers stood on both sides of the street. Under their watchful eyes, the Devers walked toward the port. The mercenaries tried their best not to look at the Sparta soldiers and the Byzantine citizens behind them. Instead, they looked straight ahead and walked forward in a calm manner. Damn mercenaries! CK off. A Byzantine citizen suddenly roared and threw a rotten date at the Devers in the front. This instantly broke the silence. Get out of Byzantine! Bandits! Thieves! God will punish you. You will die a horrible death. The Byzantine citizens cursed and threw things at the mercenaries who were walking in the middle of the street. Although the Devers predicted this and warned the mercenaries, they still felt a sense of danger. At this moment, he sensed danger. He covered his head with one hand and shouted anxiously, "Assists, take your messengers and tell every officer to strictly control their soldiers. Don't let them leave the team." The Devers' order came at the right time. Some of the new mercenaries got angry. If it weren't for the fully armored Sparta soldiers on the side of the street, they would have charged forward and started fighting with the Byzantine citizens. The commanders ran up and down to stop them from making mistakes. The Devers also ordered, "Everyone, run." Krinder stood on the roof of his mansion and looked down at the mercenaries. He was surprised to see that these undisciplined mercenaries were able to control themselves and didn't get into conflicts with the citizens of Byzantine. His plan to confiscate the weapons of these mercenaries failed, and he couldn't help but feel surprised. "Who is the leader of this group of mercenaries?" he asked casually. "I think he is called Devers." The adjutant thought about it and answered. "Devers?" Krinder felt like this name was familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had heard it before. "The mercenaries he is leading are not bad." "Sir, should we stop them?" "Forget it." Krinder waved his hand. The reason why he came up with this plan after accepting the bribes from the Turkey merchants was that once a conflict broke out, he would be able to take away the weapons of the mercenaries and shut their mouths. The mercenaries endured the humiliation, suppressed their anger, and sped up. They wished that they could get to the port in a few steps. After the mercenaries and slave women got on the ships, everything was arranged, and the fleet of 57 merchant ships left the port of Byzantine. The soldiers started to curse. Even the good-tempered assists couldn't help but shout, "Byzantines, one day, I will return this humiliation." Devers didn't care about how the soldiers vented their anger. He quietly stood at the back of the ship and watched as the city of Byzantine disappeared into the horizon. After the fleet entered the Sea of Marmara, they turned around and headed south. However, they were stopped by more than a dozen Sparta battleships on the way. Berkos had no choice but to move his ship over and personally board the Spartan flagship to ask the Spartans to let them pass. After a while, he asked his subordinates to carry a big box onto the battleship. After about an hour, he and his subordinates returned to the ship. He let out a long breath and ordered, "We can go now." "What is going on?" Devers asked curiously. "The Spartans are now in control of this strait. Any large fleet that passes through here will be inspected by them, especially since I hired you guys from the Byzantine Empire," Berkos said as he took the cup of water from his subordinate. "Why?" Devers was even more curious. Ever since Sparta defeated Athens and controlled the Aegean Sea, there was a rule that states that if they want to hire soldiers in Sparta's territory, they must get permission from Sparta. Byzantine is now occupied by Sparta, so it belongs to Sparta's territory as well. In the past, in Greater Greece, only Dionysius of Syracuse was allowed by Sparta to hire soldiers in Sparta for a long time, or even in Sparta itself. Dionysius? A tyrant and dictator of Syracuse. Berkos said in disgust. It was obvious that he didn't have a good impression of Dionysius. However, the Devers remembered this name. "Fortunately, this is a special situation. I managed to convince the Elder Council of Sparta to issue a permit to hire soldiers." Berkos sipped some water and sighed. "Even so, I still had to spend half of Taranto to clear the channel." Sigh. "Why are the generals of Sparta so greedy now?" He looked at the Devers and said, "I hope your performance on the battlefield will prove that my investment was worth it." "You will see," Devers said seriously. At this time, someone on the opposite battleship shouted, "Devers! Devers!" Note, at this chapter, the story of the Devers in Persia finally came to an end. Did he have any contact with the mercenary leaders like Timizon and Clino, as well as the governor of Persia, Tissaphernes, and Orontes? Devers looked up at the three-decker warship beside him and saw someone waving at him from the side of the ship. "Hi, Xenophon, I thought I wouldn't have the chance to say goodbye to you." Devers, I accepted Anacostus' request and rushed to Byzantium. I was about to gather our mercenaries and rush to Asia Minor, but I didn't expect that you were already going to Greece. Stay, let's continue fighting side by side. Xenophon sincerely requested Devers. Devers thought to himself that it was a close call, then shrugged and said seriously, "Unfortunately, I have already signed an agreement with Turiai and swore to Hades." That is too bad. Xenophon, who respected the gods, showed a regretful expression. We can't fight together anymore. It seems that Sparta is going to war with Persia. I can only wish you the protection of Zeus in the upcoming battle. Devers said this from the bottom of his heart. I wish you the same. Xenophon said sincerely. I originally wanted to invite you to Athens to meet my teacher Socrates. He will definitely be very interested in your novel views. And one of his students, my good friend Plato, has a similar view to yours. You two will definitely become good friends. Unfortunately, one day, I will go to Athens. I believe you will have finished writing the story of our battle in Persia by then. Don't forget to give me a copy. Devers only knew that Xenophon later wrote The Long March, but he didn't remember Xenophon's life experience. After all, he wasn't a historian in his previous life. Don't worry, I will make an extra copy for you. Xenophon smiled. Devers vaguely remembered that Socrates was convicted by the authorities in Athens and poisoned to death. He didn't know the exact time, but he remembered that Socrates could have chosen to be expelled from Athens, but he insisted on staying and wanted to use his death to awaken the numb citizens of Athens. Therefore, Devers gave up on the decision to remind Xenophon. He just waved and said, "Goodbye." Goodbye. Who knew that with this wave of his hand, the world had changed, and his good friend had become his enemy? The affairs of the world are hard to predict, it makes one sigh. As the fleet moved forward, Sparta's warships gradually disappeared into the blue sky. Seeing that the Devers were still standing at the stern, Buckos couldn't help but walk over and say, "Still thinking about your friend from Athens? Xenophon is a talented and capable man." Devers felt a sense of loss. After all, Xenophon was the first historical figure to link this world to his previous life. The Athens Olympic Games relied on one batch of talented people after another to achieve its glory. Bucco said with deep emotion, "Even we are basking in the glory of Athens, which is why Thurii has been so prosperous since it was founded." Oh, is that so? Bucco's words successfully aroused the Devers' interest. At that time, the leaders in charge of building Thurii were two very capable people from Athens, Lamborn and Siroclitus, and the famous scholar from Athens, Protagoras, who made laws for Thurii. Athens also invited the famous Greek engineer Hippodamos to design the city for Thurii and was in charge of its construction. At the same time, there were also two distinguished guests from Athens who moved to Thurii. One was the scholar Herodotus who wrote history, and the other was the famous rhetorician Tixias. There was even the Sparta Chrysidas who commanded the battles for Thurii. Thus, Thurii was able to maintain peace with Crotone in the south, fight with Tarentum for the plains of Saris in the north, defend against the invasion of the Lucanians and Briti in the west, and strengthen trade with Greece in the east. As a result, we became a powerful nation in Greece in one fell swoop. Bucos recalled the past and was exultant. The Devers listened carefully. Then, Bucco's proud expression became gloomy. Unfortunately, Athens lost to Sparta. Now, Sparta is the overlord of Greece. Will it have a big impact on Thurii? The Devers asked anxiously. Bucos did not want to say more and only replied, "You will know when you get to Thurii." The Devers comforted him with a smile, "Don't worry, Sparta's position as the overlord will not last for long." The Devers' shocking words immediately attracted Bucco's attention. Why? Because the Sparta people have begun to accept bribes. The Devers said in a half-joking, half-serious tone, "The unique system that Likugu created for Sparta was originally intended to train the citizens of Sparta into fierce warriors, so that they could suppress the Helots, who outnumbered Sparta, internally, and dominate Greece. For this reason, all the citizens of Sparta maintained a simple and plain life to ensure basic equality. Otherwise, the citizens of Sparta would raise objections. Why do I have to undergo cruel training from a young age and only be able to leave the barracks when I'm 30? Therefore, they closed the country, banned commerce, banned the use of more portable currency, banned debates, banned plays, banned poetry, banned the writing and sale of books other than military. Everyone said that the Sparta warriors were terrifying because the Sparta people had no other interests. Fighting and killing were their only interests. Now that Sparta has become the overlord of Greece, strategic locations need to be guarded, and their fleets need to patrol. When the Sparta people go out of the country, they will stay for half a year or even a year. Of course, they will come into contact with things that they have never come into contact with before. It's not easy to cultivate a simple and plain life, but it's too easy to destroy it. Once the fighting spirit of the Sparta people to dominate Greece is completely eroded, how long can Sparta's hegemony last? Buckos had never heard anyone use such simple and vivid words to analyze the political system of Sparta. It was like a sharp dagger piercing the fragile core of the Sparta system. It sounded very reasonable. He looked at the Devers in a daze. This young man made him feel a little bit of awe. He suddenly remembered the rumor that the Devers were God's favorites. He opened his mouth and found that his throat was a little dry. He coughed a few times and could not help but ask, if that's the case, then who will be the opponent of Sparta in Greece? The Devers shrugged and said, I'm not a god. How would I know? As he said this, he raised his head and looked at the seagulls soaring in the blue sky. Thebes, Macedonia. A long list of names flashed through his mind. For some reason, a sense of pride rose in his heart. After passing through the blockade of Sparta's warships, Buckos was afraid that another accident would occur, so he ordered the fleet to travel day and night. After a few days, they arrived at the island of Olympia and went ashore to replenish their food and fresh water. They then sailed through the Cyclades and went around the Attica peninsula of Athens. As there was no time to stay ashore, the Devers could only regretfully look to the west at the famous Athens that was out of sight in his previous life. After that, the fleet passed by Argos and carefully went around the peninsula of Peloponnesus until they reached the island of Zakynthos. They only went ashore to rest for the night. The next day, they continued to sail north until they reached the island of Kokira. Only then did they turn west and enter the Gulf of Taranto, named after the powerful Greek state of Tarentum. This was a calm harbor. The moist sea breeze did not cause any ripples, and the azure sea water was as calm as a piece of smooth and translucent blue silk. Countless ships shuttled back and forth like silver shuttles, weaving a beautiful picture on this huge piece of blue silk. When the mercenaries saw this beautiful scene, their bodies and minds, which were originally exhausted from the long voyage, suddenly became excited and began to laugh loudly. Buckos's fleet, which was not small, also attracted the attention of some people. Several three-tiered warships with the pattern of man riding a dolphin painted on their sails came over to welcome them. It's nothing. It's a Tarentum patrol ship, Buckos said to the Devers. The leading ship of the fleet had already gone forward to meet them. Have we entered the waters controlled by Tarentum? The Devers asked curiously. Not yet. This is just an agreement between the several city-states in this gulf. They keep in touch with each other just in case, Buckos explained. The warships of Tarentum turned around and left, and the fleet continued forward. About an hour later, Buckos pointed to the front and said, Thurii is in front. Buckos seemed to have noticed the Devers' confusion, so he explained, the city of Thurii is about 20 miles from the mouth of the Kreti River. Oh, the Devers replied and asked, why are there so many ships trading when the Thurii are at war with the Lucanians? The Lucanians don't have ships, so they can't cut off the Thurii's maritime trade. The more the war, the more supplies they need. These merchant ships are all here to earn money. As the two were talking, the fleet stopped moving forward. The pilot ship moved forward alone and soon merged with the white sails. About an hour later, the pilot ship returned and approached Buckos's ship. Then, a man boarded. Buckos, you're finally back. I thought the Lucarians were so scared that you migrated to Greece. The man walked forward with a smile. Even you, the most cowardly of all, didn't leave, so how could I? Buckos joked and gave him a hug. Is everything going well? Is Thurii all right? The two asked at the same time and laughed at the same time. Seeing how relaxed you look, the city of Thurii should still be safe. You know, the barbaric Lucarians don't have great skills. They can't build siege weapons or build ships. They only destroyed the villages and farms outside the city. Fortunately, the wheat harvest was long finished in autumn. During the winter, the Lucanians outside the city had a plague and had to retreat to the northern mountains, leaving only a small number of soldiers in Amendola. Wait, you're talking about the plague? Buckos was horrified. The Lucanians killed thousands of Thurii citizens and piled their corpses outside the city. Zeus was furious and punished the Lucanians, but our Thurii people were not harmed at all. The man said with anger and pride. Buckos quickly praised Zeus. The man continued, now that the weather is getting warmer, they're starting to head south again. Fortunately, Tarentum sent reinforcements. As the initiators of the Great Hellenic Defense Alliance, they should have sent reinforcements long ago. You can't blame them. They just repelled the attack of the Masapi, and they sent 1,500 heavy infantry and 50 cavalry. Moreover, the leader is Archita. Which Ikeda? And which Ikeda? Of course, it's the son of Tarentum's former consul, Hestiaves, the genius that people of Tarentum talk about. Speaking of geniuses, I also have one here. Berkos pulled the Devers over and said to Polixus, let me introduce you to the Thessaly Devers, the commander of the Greek mercenaries in the Persia expedition. Berkos said seriously. Then, pointing to the newcomer, he said, Devers, this is my friend Polixus, the general elected by the tourists this year. I salute you, General Polixus. The Devers bowed slightly. Welcome. Polixus nodded slightly, then turned to Buckos. What did you just say? Expedition to Persia? Buckos saw that Polixus was being perfunctory, so he greatly publicized the deeds of the Devers. Polixus immediately looked at the Devers with a passionate gaze. It's hard to imagine. Devers, you actually did such an amazing thing at such a young age. In the hinterland of Persia, you led your soldiers back while surrounded by tens of thousands of enemies. This is really, wow. The Devers said sincerely, this is the result of the hard work of our brothers. Many of them died on the way home. I invited the Devers to come to Turis because I hope that they can use their rich battle experience to help us repel the Lucarians. Berkos took the opportunity to explain in advance the team of Devers that he hired with a high salary. You came at the right time. We were just discussing the counterattack against the Lucarians. Polixus said to Berkos, I came to tell you that the General Executive Committee has agreed to your fleet to disembark at the simple pier at the mouth of the river. The Devers will lead the mercenaries to camp in the old city of Sybaris. What? They want us to camp in the old city of Sybaris? Berkos' expression changed. He immediately pulled Polixus to the side and scolded in a low voice, Are you crazy? Don't forget that when the tourists built their city, they had an agreement with Crotone. The old city of Sybaris cannot be touched. Otherwise, why didn't the tourists build their city on the old city of Sybaris? It's clearly in a better location and has a better port. Every tourist knows what you're saying. But this is the result of Cunigurada's insistence, and the other generals have also agreed. The soldiers you hired have been camping in Sybaris for almost a month. Polixus shrugged to show that this matter had nothing to do with him. It's Cunigurada again. He expelled the people of Athens, and now he wants to provoke Clotho. Does he want tourists to be destroyed? Berkos said angrily. It's not as serious as you say. It's been decades, and the tourists have always followed this agreement. The weeds in Sybaris are taller than people. Now that Turis is in the midst of war, they are only temporarily camping. Besides, Crotone doesn't have time to care about this. They are fighting fiercely with the British people. Otherwise, where would the mercenaries camp? The mercenaries that came last time and this time add up to about 4,000 to 5,000 people. The camp they built must occupy a large area. Now, other than the wasteland around Turis, it's all farmland and villages. Didn't you say that the farmland and villages outside the city have been destroyed? Berkos asked. After the Lucaria's people retreated, everyone returned to their villages and started rebuilding. Otherwise, if they were all gathered in the city, there would be problems sooner or later. As for those fields, the farmers have already sown the wheat seeds. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any harvest this year. What if the Lucaria's people come? Berkos asked worriedly. That's why we are discussing how to repel them. Berkos stared at Polixus speechlessly for a while. Finally, he said, it seems that the generals are very united now. They're also very courageous. I've already forgotten how pathetic they were last year. Polixus looked embarrassed and couldn't say anything. As a channel had been cleared in advance, Berkos's fleet entered the estuary smoothly. It was just that it was a little troublesome to disembark because there was only a simple dock. Berkos, the Devers, Felicius, Assists, and the guards disembarked first. Standing on the soft ground, they were not used to being tossed about at sea for a long time. Felicius bent down and reached out to grab a handful of soil. He twirled it between his fingers, ignoring the stench, and brought it to the tip of his nose to sniff it. He had an intoxicated look on his face, as if what he was holding was not soil but a delicacy. Then, he reached out to the Devers and said excitedly, "It's black." The Devers, of course, understood what he meant. Before Burkos could turn his gaze, he exclaimed, "This is really a fertile land." Burkos said proudly, "Of course. The Sabari Plain has several rivers, including the Krati River. Not only is it rich in water, but the land is also fertile and flat. It's also very large. It's the best land in this area. Otherwise, Sabaris wouldn't be able to live such a luxurious life." The group left the riverbank and walked for a short distance. Then, they saw a dilapidated wall amidst the weeds. This was the old site of Sabari City. Diver stopped in front of a large rock. Although it was covered in moss and green, the smooth surface of the rock had delicate veins and a dark red color, proving that it was a good piece of marble. As far as the eye could see, there were quite a lot of such rocks here, hidden under the weeds, half buried in the soil. After all, Greece and Italy mostly produced white marble. Only Africa was rich in red marble, so it was naturally expensive. Although the Devers didn't know the price, they rarely saw such stones in the cities they had passed. It was obviously not easy to obtain. "What a good stone. Why didn't the tourists use it when they built the city?" he asked Burkos in a seemingly casual manner. Burkos hesitated for a moment, but he still decided to tell the truth. After all, this was an open secret, and he did not want this matter to affect the trust between the two of them. When Tilii was built, Athens and Crotone had an agreement. Crotone and Tilii will maintain peace, but Tilii will not be allowed to build a city on Sybaris. At the same time, Sybaris will remain the same. What a domineering Crotone! Did they use the ruins to show everyone how powerful Clotho is? The Devers asked curiously. Maybe. But it also reminds the tourists to never make the same mistake as Sybaris. Burkos said, trying to act tough. The tourists are quite tolerant, the tourist joked. Diver said jokingly. Seeing Burkos' expression turn ugly, he had to ask, "Isn't it a violation of the agreement for us to camp here?" Burkos pretended to be relaxed and said, "The situation is urgent. I believe the Crotone will understand." "I hope the Crotone think the same," the Devers replied. Burkos did not say anything else. He had experienced the Devers' shrewdness before, and he believed that the Devers had already seen the crux of the matter. The group continued to move forward. The broken walls and rocks gradually decreased, and the ground became flatter. Felicius, who was walking in front, stopped and turned around. "Chief, I think we should use this as the center and build a camp." The Devers stood on a big rock and looked around. The mercenary camp that they had arrived at earlier was about 200 meters to the north, the Krati River to the south, the sea to the east, and the farmland to the west. He jumped down and used the tip of his right foot to poke the soil. Underneath the thin layer of soil was something hard. It should be the stone bricks that were laid in Sybaris back then. This should be the center of Sybaris. The Devers nodded and said, "Okay." Felicius turned around and walked back to inform the soldiers who were still disembarking at the dock. At this moment, dozens of people came out of the mercenary camp and ran over. "Hey, where did you guys come from?" the leader of the group shouted. Burkos recognized him and stepped forward. "Dracos, this is the leader of the Devers from Thessaly invited by tourists. Like you, their mercenaries will also be fighting against the Lucarians." "Oh?" When Drax saw how young the Devers were, he could not help but feel strange and contemptuous. Then, he saw assists leading the guards to mark the ground and measure it. His expression changed slightly. "What are they doing?" "We will camp here. From now on, our two armies will be neighbors," Devers said with a smile. "Are you going to camp here?" Dracos' eyes widened, and his voice grew louder. "It's more convenient to camp here, and we can communicate with each other." The Devers saw the change in his expression, but he didn't care. "Who's going to cooperate with you? Don't drag us down. You can't camp here. You have to retreat at least 300 meters to the south before you can camp," Drax ordered in a tough tone. 300 meters to the south, then our camp will be near the river. The Devers reminded him. I don't care. Think of a way yourself. We have to leave this place immediately. Drax said in a tough manner. Dracos, this is tourist land. You don't have any right to make such a decision. Buckos shouted at him. But you tourists marked the ruins of Cyberus as our mercenary camp. That means I have the right. Who asked us to be here first? Draco said arrogantly. Buckos wanted to speak again, but the Devers held him back. I understand. It seems like we have to rely on our strength to decide who's in charge here. The Devers sneered. Hey, young man, you're a sensible man. What's wrong? Do you want to fight? Drax laughed in disdain. The Devers called the assists over and whispered, Quick, call the troops over. Tell them that there's a good opportunity to exercise here. Understood. The assists ran back excitedly. Marcius, what are you waiting for? Follow me. The Devers said and dashed forward. Back then, Marcius was also a warrior on par with Martones in the Xylos squad. When he became the captain of the guards, he had to manage the guards on a daily basis. Thus, his aggressive nature had been curbed a lot. It was rare for him to encounter a good opportunity, and he had long been eager to get into action. He led the 30 guards and charged forward like wolves and tigers. Draco saw the Devers charging at him and threw a punch at them. The Devers was prepared. He lowered his body and didn't slow down. He got close to the right side of Draco's. Draco's didn't have time to retract his right fist and was about to lean to the side. The Devers' left fist hit his waist like lightning. He bent over in pain. The Devers' right hook hit his chin. His strong body jumped up and fell backward. Behind him, Burkos saw that in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, Dracos fell to the ground and could not get up. He was so shocked that cold sweat broke out on his back. Usually, divers would talk cheerfully and wittily with him, giving Buckos the impression that this young man had used his wisdom to conquer this group of mercenaries. Buckos did not expect that his lethality would be so astonishing. Under the leadership of Maltius, the other guards were like tigers pouncing on their prey. Their attacks were ruthless and accurate, and they had a tacit understanding of each other, defending and attacking together. Although the other party had 10 more people, they were scattered like sand. They were always surrounded by 2 or 3 people, and soon they were all beaten down. On the other hand, Maltius' side had basically no losses. Burkos wanted to say something, but he heard the rumbling of footsteps behind him. Devers, we're here. Martones was running at the front. The Devers saw many people rushing out from the other side's camp, but they were not as fast as them. So he said, we'll send as many people as they send. We'll take turns and beat them up. But don't kill them. Roar. The soldiers roared excitedly. They couldn't wait for the other side to come up. A battle royale involving hundreds of people soon began, and the outcome was quickly decided. The outcome was obvious. The soldiers of the other side's camp saw their teammates lying on the ground. They kept moaning and were so scared that they didn't dare to come over. Seeing this, Burkos was glad that he made the right decision to hire the Devers army. At the same time, he said worriedly, don't you think this is too much? How are you going to fight with Dracos and the others in the future? Divers rubbed his knuckles and comforted him, you don't understand the matters between mercenaries. After this fight, I believe that not only will there be no more friction, but they will also understand who has the right to call the shots here. These words gave Burkos a deeper understanding of the Devers. Martones, if it wasn't for the 2 Derrick gold coins a month, I really wouldn't want to join your army. Septimus, a mercenary who joined the Divers Legion in the Byzantine Empire, complained to division leader Martones as he dug the trenches. After more than 10 days on the boat, we finally arrived at Talii, but they didn't let us rest. Instead, they asked us to dig the trenches and build the campsite. Martones stared at him, if you don't want to do it, you can quit. I don't want to be spanked. Septimus thought of something, and the more he thought about it, the more he said with lingering fear, no wonder people said that your camp is very strict. Getting spanked so easily is unbearable. We are mercenaries, not Sparta's army. Septimus looked left and right. He wanted to say something, but when he saw Martones' expression, he immediately shut his mouth. If Matones was angered, he would really use his fists to beat someone up. Of course, his shielding of his own people was famous throughout the army. Crip sullenly raised his tools and dug into the ground. Matones couldn't be bothered with him anymore. He picked up a wooden basket filled with soil, climbed up the wooden ladder, and poured the soil onto the wall that he was going to build in the trench. He observed his team's progress and found that it wasn't bad. But when he looked at Oliver's team, he immediately became anxious. He stood by the trench and shouted, "Brothers, let's work harder. We'll be the first to finish and get the reward promised by the leader. If anyone doesn't take it seriously and drags us down, I won't let him off, understand?" Roar. The veterans howled, while the new soldiers responded weakly, "Leader, when we build the camp this time, not only do we have to dig trenches, build walls, and build watchtowers, we also have to build wooden palisades on top of the walls, build walkways behind the palisades, dig pits in front of the trench, and bury sharp wooden stakes. The requirements for this camp are too complicated. And the workload is much higher than before. The soldiers are complaining. Is it really necessary?" Assists asked in confusion. Devers kept an eye on the progress of the camp and answered with certainty, "Of course it's necessary." Bucko said that there were at least 10,000 Lucanian warriors who attacked the Turris last year. Unlike the Turris, we don't have tall and thick walls to protect us. If we don't build a fortified camp, how can we defend against the Lucanians? When we're surrounded by the Lucanians, will the Turris come to our rescue? Assist shook his head. So, building such a complicated camp is tiring, but with it, the soldiers can rest and sleep in peace, and the enemy can't do anything to us. And it's not like they're building it in a day. They can finish it in a few days. Seeing that Assists understood, Devers continued, "Didn't I ask you to gather the soldiers who have done carpentry before and form an engineering battalion? Let them lead the soldiers and try to build wooden fences, sentry towers, and walkways. With this experience, we can do the same when we build camps in the future." Assist said from the bottom of his heart, "Leader, you are so thoughtful." Devers smiled. This was just an effective method that the Rome army had summed up through hundreds of years of war in history. He directly borrowed it and strongly promoted it. He hoped that the military tradition of the Rhone Legion, which was to build a fortified camp no matter where they went, would become a habit for his army. "Leader, Felicius is back." Assist saw Felicius rushing over from the north. Devers hurried over and asked, "How's the situation?" Bucko's is right. There's a small river about 10 miles to the north, and there's a forest on the other side of the river. Is it easy to cross the river? The river is very shallow, but we found Lucarian spies. According to the guide, they might be from the city of Amandalera. This news made Devers think for a while. He said decisively, "Bucko said that the only Lucanian army left in the north of Turris doesn't have many people. I'll give you 500 soldiers and 100 strong slaves. Lead them to the forest and let some of them chop wood. The rest will be responsible for keeping watch. If possible, go north to investigate the situation around Amandalera." "Okay." On a big rock 100 meters away from the Devers camp, Draco's and the other two leaders stopped and looked around. What are these guys trying to do? Do they need to make a camp so complicated? How is this building a camp? This is obviously building a city. Do the Turris allow them to do this? One of the leaders said sarcastically. "Adrianx, you have to admit that if such a complicated camp is built, it will be very difficult for the Lucarians to attack it. On the contrary, look at our camp. It's much simpler in comparison. I heard from the Turris that the Lucarians are gathering their forces in Laos. Once they attack south, I'm afraid we will be the first to suffer. Shouldn't we consider refortifying our camp?" Another leader suggested. "Sesta, it's not like you don't know what our soldiers are like. They are very proactive when they ask you for money, but once you ask them to work, they all slack off." Adrianx said helplessly. "Yes, that's what I'm curious about." Sesta pointed at the soldiers who were working hard in the distance and said curiously, "They don't look like mercenaries at all. Even some of the city's militias aren't as good as them. It's a bit like Sparta's style. But judging from their accents, Thessaly, Rhodes, Thrace, Crete, Chersones, Chaos. They have accents from all over the world, just like us." She thought. But why is there such a big difference? Don't overthink it. Although we fought with them, they didn't mean us any harm. They even volunteered to help us treat the wounded. We just don't provoke them in the future. Besides, it's a good thing that they are strong. With them by our side, we can be at ease. After saying that, Xianxia jumped off the rock and said, "Let's go. Don't stand here for too long. They might think we are up to something again." Xianxia could feel how scary this mercenary army was. He couldn't help but want to stay as far away from them as possible. "I think we should still give it a try. Let the soldiers refortify the camp's defenses." Sesta also jumped off the rock. "All right, let's go back and discuss it with the soldiers." Xianxia shrugged helplessly. After taking a few steps, he remembered something and turned around to shout, "Dracos, let's go." Dracos grimaced. His swollen chin hurt when he moved it. He took a deep look at the Devers camp and followed the two. Soon after returning to the camp, the wounded who had been treated also came back, and from them the mercenaries, who were mainly from Ionia and Asia Minor, for Berkos had recruited them in Miletus, learned that the ones who had fought with them were the Greek mercenaries who had accompanied Cyrus the Younger on his expedition to Persia. After the Devers arrived at the Yoke Galaxy, when the merchant ships of the Yoke Galaxy went to Greece, Asia Minor, and Ionia to trade, the merchants and sailors in the taverns and inns would exaggerate the Greek mercenaries' experience of fighting in Persia. As a result, while the Devers were still marching along the coast of the Yoke Galaxy, their reputation had already spread throughout Ionia. After the mercenaries learned about their plight, they envied their experience and regarded them as heroes. After all, there had never been a Greek army that had traveled so far into the hinterland of Persia. Now that they learned that the people who had beaten them up were part of the Persia Expeditionary Army, the mercenaries' resentment disappeared. They even sighed from the bottom of their hearts. No wonder they fought so fiercely. It turned out that they were Greek mercenaries who had returned from the Persia expedition. And now, they are right beside us. At the same time, Berkos was being questioned by the tourist generals in the city hall. The political system of Turris was similar to that of Athens. Usually, the administration of the city adopted a system of 10 generals in charge. After all, it was established under the leadership of Athens. However, unlike Athens, where the generals were elected by the citizens of Turris, the main immigrants came from the 10 regions of Turris, namely Arcadia, Achaia, Boeotia, Ionia, Athens, Doria, and so on. Therefore, the citizens of these 10 regions elected a general each year, and the chief general had always been a descendant of Athens. However, after the end of the Peloponnesus War and the defeat of Athens, in order to prevent the retaliation of Sparta and the city-states that had joined the Sparta alliance in Greater Greece, such as Tarentum, Crotone, and Syracuse, the city-states that had joined the Arcadian alliance were expelled. At the urging of Cunigarata, all the descendants of Athens and Turris were expelled. At this point, there were only 9 generals left in Turris, and the chief general was elected by the council from among the 9 generals elected by the community. Cunigarata had been the chief general for 4 consecutive years. It was only after the invasion of the Lucanians last year and the crushing defeat of Turris that the citizens' assembly gave most of the votes to Felix, who they believed had the most military talent. Although he had lost his chief general position, Cunigarata was still elected as one of the 9 generals. After all, his reputation among the Arcadians was too high. Now, he was holding the employment agreement signed by Berkos and asked, "Berkos, as the person in charge of recruiting soldiers, you should know the price of mercenaries in the entire Greek region." "How much is it?" "About half a Dalit gold coin a month," Berkos answered truthfully. "Very well, it's roughly the same as what I know. I noticed that in these 2 employment agreements, the first one is indeed half a darik a month, but in the second agreement, Cunigarata faced the other generals and said loudly, the same 2,000 mercenaries, but you're paying them 2 darik a month." Hearing this, the generals gasped in surprise. Before Berkos could explain, Cunigarata held up the sheepskin scroll with the agreement written on it and continued, "Not only that, but you also signed a half-year employment contract with them. According to the rules, regardless of whether the war ends or not, they have to be paid 2 darik gold coins every month. Think about it, if the Lucanians delay their attack, according to this agreement, these mercenaries will not have to put in any effort for the next 6 months and will receive nearly 25,000 gold coins for free. Oh my god, this is too much. As the crowd gasped again, another general, Neonesis, said angrily, "Last year, in order to prepare military supplies for the Turris army to attack the Lucanians, the treasury took out 300 talents silver. In the end, in order to compensate the families of the citizens who died in the war, another 50 talents silver was taken out. At the same time, in order to defend against the Lucanians, we took out another 150 talents silver to make weapons, repair the walls, and recruit civilian soldiers. This year, in order to buy food for the reinforcements and mercenaries of Tarantum, as well as to repair the destroyed villages, farmlands, and other facilities, we've spent 120 talents silver. It's still not enough. The war hasn't even started, and the treasury is almost empty. Before this, we even discussed whether we should impose a special war tax on the citizens. This is all the wealth that the Turris have accumulated over the years and the hard-earned taxes of the citizens. As the general in charge of the city's finance, I cannot tolerate such an absurd agreement. I will refuse to pay them." "That's right, we don't recognize this employment agreement." Most of the generals objected. At this moment, Chief General Felix said, "Cunigarata, the Lucanians are gathering their troops in Laos. This news has been confirmed, and we all know about it. Therefore, there is no possibility that the Lucanians will not attack for half a year. This is because gathering an army will consume a lot of food. With the food production capacity of the Lucanians, it is impossible for them to last half a year. If they cancel the gathering after gathering, it will only weaken the prestige of the great leader of the tribal alliance. Unless there are special circumstances, the Lucanians will attack very soon. And at this critical time, we need more soldiers to help us defend against the Lucanians. Felix, you can't rule out the possibility of accidents. For example, everyone thought that the Lucanians would attack the city after their victory, but they were forced to retreat because of the plague." Cunigarata retorted, "Whether the enemy attacks or not isn't the key point. The key point is that no matter what the situation is, the mercenaries will always be the ones to benefit, while the tourists will always be at a disadvantage. That's the problem. I don't think the person you recommended, Buckos, has done his best in this mission. Look at the treatment he gave the mercenaries, not only the salary, but also this. Look at this. The mercenaries led by the Devers are only responsible for defending against the tourists and repelling the Lucanians' attacks on the tourists. If there are other tasks, both parties must discuss and decide." Cunigarata read the terms of the employment agreement out loud, then sneered at Buckos, "Are you sure you're only recruiting mercenaries and not Sparta warriors? We're the ones paying, we're the masters. Now, these mercenaries have become our honored guests, and we have to seek their approval for everything. I seriously suspect that Buckos has made a private deal with these mercenaries. I request that the finance officer be sent to investigate this matter." "That's enough, Cunigarata." Felix finally couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "Even though I recommended Buckos, the decision was made by the generals. Don't forget that you were the second to agree. This means that his ability has been recognized by everyone. In such a short period of time, he's been running around tirelessly and quickly recruited over 4,000 soldiers for the tourists, solving the tourist shortage of soldiers. The citizens feel at ease, and the safety of the city is guaranteed. He should be rewarded by the city and thanked by the citizens, but he has to accept your humiliation. Is this how the tourist should treat a citizen who has contributed to the city? If that's the case, which citizen will be willing to work for the tourists in the future?" Felix's words caused the city hall to fall into a momentary silence. Buckos seized the opportunity and said, "I didn't expect the city's finances to be so poor. However, the reason why I signed this agreement and recruited these soldiers was because of the urgency of the situation, and also because they are worth it. Even though they aren't Sparta warriors, they aren't any weaker than Sparta warriors." This sentence immediately attracted everyone's attention. Neancis obviously didn't believe it. He said mockingly, "Everyone knows that the people of Sparta are trained to be warriors from a young age. That's why they're so scary when they grow up. Is there a second city in this world that has a similar system? Oh, right, there's also the undead guards of Persia mentioned in Herodotus' history. Are they Persia?" Buckos looked at Neancis coldly. "These soldiers really are related to the people of Persia." "Oh?" Felix asked with interest. "What's the origin of this mercenary army?" Seeing that the gazes of the generals were focused on him, Bucos glanced at Polixus, who had been silent all this time, and said unhurriedly, after receiving the mission from the generals, I set out on the same day. As a result, when I was passing through the Adriatic Sea, I encountered 2 pirate ships and was almost captured by them. Fortunately, Poseidon blessed me and caused a strong gale to blow up. I risked the risk of capsizing the ship and escaped. I sailed all the way to Crete before going ashore to rest and repair the ship. Originally, I wanted to recruit some archers there. The locals told me that it's okay to recruit a few people, but if you need a lot of people, you have to get permission from Sparta, because Crete is now part of the Sparta alliance. He also told me that most of the mercenaries are now gathered in Asia Minor. He suggested that I go there, but it's best if I get permission from Sparta. After careful consideration, I decided to go to Sparta. I pretended to be a Turi emissary and finally arrived in Sparta after several attempts. I told the Sparta elders about the calamity that the Turians suffered and asked for reinforcements. The elders of Sparta expressed sympathy for the Turians, but they didn't send any reinforcements. Instead, they gave me a recruitment permit. Smart. When Burkos said this, Ferris couldn't help but praise him loudly. The other generals also let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that Sparta didn't care too much about the Turians providing help to Athens. Fortunately, we took measures in time, so Sparta could treat us with this kind of attitude. Cunagurata said, and the other generals agreed. It didn't matter whether Sparta changed its attitude because of the Turians' expulsion of the descendants of Athens, or whether they didn't care about the Turians at all. These generals who supported and approved of the expulsion of the descendants of Athens needed this false approval to dispel the guilt in their hearts. Burkos glanced at the generals and continued, when I arrived in Miletus and recruited Drax, Cesta, and other mercenaries, I heard a lot of news about young Cyrus leading the Greek mercenaries to attack Persia in an attempt to usurp the throne. The generals nodded. Even though Turia was thousands of miles away from Asia Minor, they still knew about this news. Not to mention the frequent trade between the east and west of the Mediterranean, even though the first batch of mercenaries could only be stationed outside the city, there were constantly small merchants and even prostitutes going to the barracks to do business, thus spreading news and stories to the city. The Greek mercenaries defeated the army of Persia. Although young Cyrus died in battle, on the way back to Greece, they defeated the Persia governor of Asia Minor, Tisaphnes, and Armenia governor Orontes. It is said that they even killed several famous Persia generals. They traveled thousands of miles and constantly fought with the local indigenous people. Among them, there were many mountain tribes that gave the Persia a headache. Generals, don't you think that the Greek mercenaries have a lot of combat experience? Don't they have amazing combat power? Can they be compared to Sparta? Don't tell me that the mercenaries you hired are. Some of the generals couldn't help but exclaim, the Greek mercenaries that went to Persia? Yes, generals. Burkos saw the expressions of surprise and excitement on everyone's face, and finally dropped the stone in his heart. The reason why we lost the battle with the Lucanians last time was not only because of Asakolodoiax's carelessness, but also because the citizens have been living in peace for a long time and lack combat experience. In fact, when the Turians repelled the Lucanians' invasion and took the initiative to invade the Lucanians' territory, it wasn't Asakolodoiax's idea alone. The entire Turian citizens, including the generals, were pushing for this. This strong desire to take revenge on the Lucanians led the entire army to underestimate the enemy in the enemy's territory, and as a result, they were almost wiped out. At this time, Burkos went against his conscience and pushed the blame to Asakolodoiax. This was also the scapegoat that the Turian citizens found after the disastrous defeat. When he saw the generals nodding in agreement, he couldn't help but feel disdain, but he still said seriously, I thought that if we could hire such an army, then not only would the danger facing the Turians be resolved, we would also be able to deal a huge blow to the Lucanians. Thus, I arranged for my men to be stationed in taverns and inns, so that I could inquire about the whereabouts and movements of the Greek expeditionary army. Not long after, I learned that they had arrived at the city of Heraclea, on the coast of the Aegean Sea. However, at the same time, I learned another piece of bad news. Sparta and Persia are about to go to war, and Sparta's general, Tiburon, was even appointed as the governor of Asia Minor and rushed to Miletus to recruit troops. I was afraid that the Greek expeditionary army would be recruited by Sparta, so I took a fast ship to Heraclea that very night and found them in Byzantium. However, most of the mercenaries were already tired of fighting and weren't willing to leave their hometowns and fight in the distant and unfamiliar Turi. Only the group led by leader Davers was tempted by the high pay I offered. After I agreed to some of their demands, they finally agreed to the mercenary group. Just as I led them out of Byzantium, we were intercepted by Sparta's fleet. It turned out that Sparta's governor of Asia Minor, Tiburon, had sent an emissary to recruit the entire Greek expeditionary army to fight for him. The Devers unit was the best of the expeditionary army, and several Persia generals had actually died at their hands. However, because I had signed the contract of employment in my hands, and had the permission to recruit Sparta's emissary, as well as paid half a talent to Sparta's emissary, I was able to get the fleet to let them pass. Ladies and gentlemen, after Burkos accepted the mission we gave him, he went through many hardships and dangers, and even his life was in danger. However, he didn't feel fear, nor did he give up. Instead, he used his intelligence and tenacity to complete the recruitment. It should be said that he completed a recruitment mission that was beyond our expectations. Not only did he attract strong reinforcements for Turkestan, he also allowed us to understand Sparta's attitude towards Turkestan. We should thank him. All Turkestan citizens should thank him. Ferris said excitedly, and was the first to applaud. The other generals also followed suit, and the applause lasted for quite a while. Burkos didn't know what to say at this time. Cunagurata stepped forward and said with a sincere expression, "Burkos, you are Turkestan's hero. Please forgive me for what I said just now, I shouldn't have suspected you like that. It's just that Turkestan's financial problems have been giving us a headache recently. Are you willing to accept my apology?" Burkos nodded in acceptance. Then, Neonices also expressed his apologies. Another general, Ansitanos, said, "Shouldn't we pay a visit to the leader of the Greek mercenaries in Persia to show that Turkestan welcomes them?" Ansitanos, I know that you want to learn more about Persia from them, so that you can complete the sequel to your teacher Herodotus' great history. Cunagurata said in a serious tone, but now is not a good time. I admit that the force that Burkos mentioned is really powerful, but they are mercenaries after all, foreigners. And we represent Turkestan. Everyone should know that soldiers who are used to bloody killings, while intimidating the enemy, may also threaten themselves. Such examples are not rare. We can't pamper them and let them have unnecessary fantasies. Also, if we pay too much attention to them, what will the other mercenary group think? What will the reinforcements from Tarantula think? That's right. They are just free people, we paid them to fight for us. Neonices shouted. Cunagurata took the opportunity to continue and said, Neonices is right. No matter how strong the mercenaries are, they are still mercenaries. We are the ones who pay, we are the employers. Everyone, don't get this relationship reversed. Although there were some differences with Cunagurata's governing philosophy, Felix had to nod and say, Cunagurata is right. We will treat them as mercenaries, there is no need to pay too much attention to them. At this time, Neonices said, since we have strong reinforcements, and the Lucanians are about to attack, shouldn't we discuss how to deal with them again? Cunagurata immediately said, the villages and farms outside the city have been renovated, and the wheat seeds have been sown. We must defeat the Lucanians before they destroy the citizens' property again. The reason why Aeschylodoax failed was because he led his army to attack Laos. Because he was unfamiliar with the terrain, he was ambushed by the enemy on the mountain path, resulting in a crushing defeat. If it was on the plains of Turin, how could the poorly equipped and loosely organized Lucanian Highlanders be a match for the Greek heavy infantry? Even if they were outnumbered, it wouldn't be a problem, Cunagurata retorted. Felix, we can't afford to drag this war on. If we hide in the city and let the enemy trample on our farmlands and burn down our villages, fishing grounds, and mines, we have to hold a citizens' meeting every month to discuss whether to levy war taxes in order to pay the mercenaries' salaries and food. I don't think the citizens will agree to this. Neonices also stepped forward and said. Of course the citizens won't agree. Felix, the citizens elected you as their chief general because they believe that you have the ability to quickly turn the situation around, drive the Lucanians away, and ensure the safety of Turin. Just like you did when you first came to power, you immediately sent Burkos out to recruit soldiers and sent messengers to Tarentum to ask for reinforcements. Now that reinforcements have arrived, you can no longer hesitate and watch as the citizens' properties are destroyed and the Turin's national treasury collapses. You have to make a decision as soon as possible and live up to the expectations of the citizens. Polixus, who had been silent all this while, also spoke. Borkos didn't expect Polixus to join in the urging of Felix. Just as he was getting anxious, Cunegorata saw him retreating to a corner and thought of something. He asked the guards to escort Borkos out of the city hall with the excuse that this is an important military meeting that involves the secrets of the state, and those who are not involved should leave. Borkos stood on the steps of the city hall in a daze for a while. From a rational point of view, he felt that he should trust Felix's judgment. After all, compared to the other generals who had lived for a long time and did not have any battle experience, Felix, who was over 60 years old, had participated in the war against Tarentum when he was young. He had served as a platoon leader and then a captain of the heavy infantry, so he had more combat experience. However, from a sentimental point of view, he also hoped to defeat the terrifying Lucanians as quickly as possible. Every Tulii wanted these bandits to stay away from their land, and Divers's troops also gave him confidence. Under the influence of this contradictory mentality, he subconsciously walked towards the port. After walking for a while, he stopped. Although the generals in the city hall had accepted the agreement he had signed, he was afraid that he would be criticized for having frequent contact with the Devers team. He sighed and turned around to go home. Of course, the Devers didn't know about the dispute that had taken place in the Turii city hall. Even though he was surprised that Borkos, who had promised him that he would rush over after reporting the situation to the Turii generals, did not show up, his main focus was on the construction of the camp. In the past few days, all the soldiers worked hard together, and the Turii camp began to take shape. At this time, Borkos sent 4 horses over, saying that he could borrow them for his use. The Devers had already noticed that Borkos and the Turii officials were deliberately distancing themselves from each other, but they didn't take it to heart. After all, when they passed by many Greek cities along the coast of the Yoke Galaxy, they treated the mercenaries the same way. This was the mercenaries' helplessness. He asked Borkos' subordinates to convey his gratitude to Borkos, then asked Felicius to stay in the camp and handle military affairs. He brought assists, leads, and a trusted slave of Borkos to act as a guide to ride around Turii to understand the terrain. The flat and fertile plain of Sabari, called the Turi Plain by some of the Turi people, is already in the spring of April, and the grass is green and the birds are in the air. Divers and his men were in a good mood as they galloped on their horses. What they saw were green farmlands and canals, as well as hard-working slaves and farmers. The wide dirt road was muddy due to the frequent spring rain, and from time to time, they could see the slaves of the caravan pushing the wagons that were stuck in the mud with all their might. A thought flashed through the Devers' mind. This was a common sight in the Greek cities of the Yoke Galaxy. The Greeks, who were good at business, didn't have much interest in building roads that could facilitate the flow of trade. Their energy seemed to be invested in maritime trade and ships. However, the people of Rome, who rose up after them, created the most complicated and advanced Mediterranean road network of this era. After traveling along the Crete River for about 20 kilometers to the west, they saw a large city standing on the north bank of the river. At this time, the guide said, "That's Turii." When choosing the location to build the city, the people of Athens found that the confluence of the Crete River and the Cosini River was a good place to build a city. Because the river here is wide and the water is gentle, they can build a dock and accommodate enough merchant ships. When they were preparing to build the city, they found a large natural fountain here. The locals called it the Turi, so they called the city Turii. What an interesting story. The Devers replied perfunctorily and looked up. Because there were too many ships in the Crete River, they couldn't even see the other side clearly. It's better to rebuild it in the old city of Sybaris. Wouldn't it be better to build a port directly by the sea? Assist said, puzzled. The Devers had already understood this from Buckos, so he didn't want to say more. He pointed to the front and said, "Let's go around the city." Because Turii was built at the confluence of the two rivers, it was divided into 3 parts by the river, the south, the north, and the delta at the confluence of the 2 rivers. The main part of the city was in the north. Devers and his group walked along the moat outside the walls of Turii for about a kilometer and finally reached the bank of the Cosini River. In their eyes, the walls of Turii were built with large blocks of rock, and the gaps between the rocks were tightly connected. The walls were at least 10 meters high, and there was a 5-meter wide moat 20 meters outside the walls. It was connected to the Krati River, so it must be very deep. All of this was enough to give any besiegers a headache. The 3 or 4 patrolling teams of sentries on the walls made them feel the approaching of war. The young assists even jokingly waved at the sentries. As they walked along the north bank of the Kosini River, they soon saw the pontoon bridge over the river. The Devers noticed that the delta between the two rivers was not flat, but hilly. According to the guide, the uneven and undulating hills actually prevented the river from swelling in spring, turning the land between the two rivers into a swamp. After walking for about 20 kilometers, the terrain gradually rose, and the ground began to change from pure mud to sand. Fortunately, the riverbank was still relatively flat. Daves and the others continued walking for a few more miles. The upper reaches of the Kosini River turned from the north to the northwest, while a river rushed down from the north and joined the Kosini River here. This is the Tino River, a tributary of the Kosini River. It's a river that the Turii hate, the guide said. Why? The assists asked curiously. Because there are many hot springs upstream, the guide gave an irrelevant answer. Hot springs? The Devers became interested when they heard that. They quickened their pace, but when they reached the place, they were all dumbfounded. The Tino River had become a small river a few meters wide. On the south bank of the river, there were indeed small hot pools, but countless small streams flowed out from the cracks in the rocks at the foot of the mountain, turning this area of rock and grass into a swamp. In spring, because the snow on the mountains melts, it turns into small streams and hot springs, and finally flows into the Tinuo River. If it's a rainy season, the Tinuo River will surge and overflow the riverbank, flowing back into the hot spring swamp on the south bank, and the north bank, the guide pointed ahead. The big riverbank. The group descended the gentle slope and walked into the riverbank. It was much easier to walk here than before. The ground was soft, and the road surface was flat, almost level with the river. You just said that the tourists hate this hot spring swamp. Why? The assist still could not forget the previous question. The guide glanced at him and said, "This swamp has hot springs, and the water temperature is very suitable all year round. Therefore, there are a lot of mosquitoes, and they bite very badly. The tourists are almost unwilling to come here." The assist widened his eyes and looked at the opposite bank. The mist greatly obstructed his vision, adding a bit of mystery to the swamp. The Devers did not say a word. He stared at the river bank, the Tino River, and the hot spring swamp on the other side, thinking about something. After walking for about half a mile, they reached the end of the river bank. They had to dismount and walk up the gentle slope because the mud was too slippery for them to ride. After going up the gentle slope and leaving the river bank, it was a completely uphill road. There were fewer and fewer farmlands, but the trees were more and more dense, until there was no trace of human buildings. At this time, the Devers and the others had reached an open area on the hillside, but the guide refused to go forward. Beyond the ridge in front is the Lucaria's camp. It's too dangerous. The Devers and the others tried their best to persuade the guide to take them to a distance to have a look. Standing on the top of the hill, against the cold mountain wind, they looked forward. There was a higher hill in front of them. It should have been a green scene, but a large number of trees had been cut down, and a large area was cleared. Countless tents were densely packed on it, and from a distance, the Lucaria looked as small as ants. Wow, there are quite a lot of people. The assists, who had seen thousands of Persia's army, could not help but say. The Devers did not say anything. After carefully observing for a while, he pointed to somewhere in front and asked, "What is that place?" The pale guide looked around blankly and asked, "Where?" "On the right side of the hill, it seems like. There are Lucanian troops coming out from there from time to time." The Devers pulled the guide over and pointed to the front again. The guide's eyes widened. After confirming it carefully, he said, "Oh, that's the Valley Pass. There's a passable mountain path that leads to the Lucanian territory." "How long is the trail?" the Devers continued to ask. "I haven't been there. I heard that it's more than 40 li. It doesn't sound too far, but the mountain road is hard to walk. It might take 1 or 2 days to walk." Oh. That's right, the tourist army was ambushed and defeated on this mountain path. The guide said with a fearful expression. The Devers gazed at the unbroken chain of mountains behind the hill, lost in thought. The tourists should build a fortress here. The Lucanians won't be able to break in so easily, Led said. The tourists originally had a camp here, but nothing major had happened for decades. Coupled with the poor conditions here, not many citizens were willing to be stationed here. I didn't expect the Lucanians to suddenly launch a large-scale attack. In the end, the guide said dejectedly. If the tourists could defend this place, we would have nothing to do with it, the Devers said faintly. From the fact that the mountains are almost undeveloped, it's obvious that the tourists don't care about this place at all. It would be strange if they could defend it, the Devers said faintly. This was a common problem of the Greeks, a nation that loved to sail and trade. They had no interest in the mountains at all. Under the constant urging of the guide, the group embarked on their return journey. Seeing that the Devers and the others were relaxed, the slave, who was regarded as Bucco's confidant, heard from his master that the people around him were experienced warriors, so he could not help but ask, Chief Devers, do you think we can defeat these Lucanians? We won't know until we fight, the Devers said faintly. This time, they went east along the right edge of the Sabari plain. This side was also surrounded by endless forests. Cheerful streams accompanied them all the way east, and finally converged into a river. When the Devers rode along the south bank of the river and saw the soldiers chopping down trees on the other side, he remembered that this was the river that Felicius mentioned. The guide called it the Sabari River. Seeing that it was already dusk, the Devers gave up on the plan to continue exploring north. He dismounted and crossed the river. Together with the soldiers, they flattened the tree trunks and carried the logs back to camp. After dinner, after listening to the reports from Felicius and the other team officers, and confirming that the mercenaries were operating well, the Devers sent them away. He calmed down and used a branch to sketch out the terrain that they had scouted during the day on the ground. After repeatedly revising it until he was satisfied, he stared at it for a long time and firmly remembered the combination of the pattern and the scene. Of course, this was only a sketch. Next, he would need to send scouts to further improve it. For example, the approximate area of the Sabari plain, the width and depth of the Kreti River, the area of the river bank, and so on. Intelligence work was the most important in a war, and terrain reconnaissance was the most important of all intelligence work. More than half a year of fighting had taught Devers a lot. Combined with the knowledge from his previous life, he had always believed that being a famous general required 99% perspiration and 1% talent. There had never been a general who could control the troops and win the war by sitting high up in the court. Therefore, he had been working tirelessly to become a famous general. The next day, under the guide, the Devers and the group continued exploring north. After crossing the Sabari River, there was about 10 miles of land between the forest and the bay. The land in between was even flatter, and it was still a part of the Sabari plain. The Turii did not plant wheat here, but instead planted olive trees and opened up vineyards. According to the guide, the wine produced here was famous throughout Greater Greece. This made the Devers think of the luxurious wine baths of the ancient Sabari people in his previous life. It was probably from the wine here. However, at this time, the vineyards were overgrown with weeds and no one took care of them. That's because from time to time, the Lucarians from Amendalara wander around the area. The people are afraid and don't dare to come here. The guide explained. The Turii should send troops to protect their citizens. Assist said disdainfully. After the last failure, the Turii might not have enough troops. Protecting the city of Turii is their priority, Devers said. Chief Devers is right. The guide took the opportunity to escape from the awkward situation. Didn't you say that there aren't many Lucanians in Amendalara? We can provide protection for the Turii here, but of course, we have to pay some protection fees, Assist said jokingly. Yasi, in the future, you will also have to lead an army to fight alone. You have to remember one thing, don't scatter your troops easily. Devers said seriously, our main task now is to help the Turii defeat the Lucanians' army. Let's ignore everything else for now. As long as we win, Amendalara won't be a problem at all. Assists and Leads listened attentively and kept nodding. The group continued to move forward until a river blocked their way. This is the Saraceno River, the border river between Turiai and Amendolara, the guide said. So, it's Amendolara's territory after this? Devers pointed in front of them. Yes, we might encounter the Lucanians at any time. Let's go back now, the guide said with a fearful expression. Devers, on the other hand, was obviously interested. Can we walk across this river? Before the guide could answer, Assists, who could no longer hold back, had already leaped into the river. The river was more than 10 meters wide, and they reached the other side in an instant. The water is only up to our thighs, Assist stood in front of the horse and gestured. Leads, Felicius left 100 soldiers at the logging site as a precaution. Go get them, we'll cross the river and have a look, Devers immediately ordered. Yes. Leads ran back excitedly. The guide could only wait helplessly. 10 minutes later, Leads hurried over with more than 100 fully armed soldiers. The soldiers were panting, but they were also excited. Seeing them, Devers was even bolder. Let's cross the river. After crossing the Saraceno River, the Devers clearly felt that the terrain was rising. The mountains and the coast were parallel to the north, but the distance between them had shortened a lot. The narrow space increased the Devers' safety, but he didn't let his guard down. He let Assists and Leads serve as scouts on the left wing of the team, paying close attention to the situation in the mountains to prevent the enemy from making a detour and cutting off their retreat. For the rest of the journey, the Devers didn't see a coast with a soft beach. Instead, they saw steep cliffs and rugged reefs. The sea beat rhythmically on the coast, and the sound was quite shocking. It seemed that Amendolar couldn't have a port. The Devers thought, feeling a sense of loss rising from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, the guide shouted, "Look, that's Amendolar." Following the direction of his finger, a city in the distance appeared and disappeared. The Devers' spirits rose. He squeezed his horse's abdomen and rushed forward for a while. The soldiers behind him quickly caught up. Now he could see clearly that Amendolar was actually a mountain city, which didn't conform to the Greek tradition. It was built on a mountain and didn't look low. It faced the east, overlooking the Taranto Bay. The morning mist in the mountains surrounded it, making it look indistinct. In order to see it more clearly, the Devers continued forward. The guide followed nervously because they were less than a mile away from the city of Amendolar. Although they hadn't seen the Lucanians before, it didn't mean that the Lucanians wouldn't come out to welcome them when they reached their doorstep. At this time, another river blocked the way. The river was less than 10 meters wide, and the bottom could be seen clearly in the clear water. There was no problem at all walking. This is the Cisno River. Not far to the north, there's another river called the Barano River. Amendolar is between the two rivers. Let's stop here. We can't cross the river anymore, the guide begged. The Devers couldn't help but sigh. The Apennine Peninsula was so rich in water. No wonder the citizens of Greece lived a better life than the natives. The snow in the Apennines melted and eventually formed rivers. The rivers washed the soil and stones from the mountains to the lowlands. Year after year, how could the land not be fertile? Compared to the sand and stones of Greece, the difference was like heaven and earth. It was just that the plains were too small. During the war, the mountain city was generally easy to defend and difficult to attack, but it needed to solve two problems: food and water. Since Amendolar is surrounded by rivers, water should not be a problem. The Devers pondered as they observed the nearby city of Amendolar. The city did not look big. It was at least 100 meters from the ground, but the slope was gentle, and there was a stone wall surrounding the city. The guide saw that the Devers did not cross the river, nor did they walk away. They just stood by the river and kept looking at Amendolara. He could not help but feel anxious and wanted to urge them again. Devers asked, "What is the relationship between Amendola and Turiai? Is it a city built by immigrants from Turiai?" This guide wasn't an ordinary slave. As a slave, he had been accompanying Burkos to study and play with him since he was young. When he grew up, he even followed Burkos to the north and south to do business. As an important assistant of Burkos, he could be considered to have seen a lot of things. The reason why Burkos sent him as a guide was because he felt guilty for going against his promise. Thus, he pondered for a moment before answering Diver's question. It said that Amendolara was built by the natives of this region a long time ago. Later on, the Gobaris occupied it. After Crotone destroyed Gobares, they didn't conquer it. After Tulii was established, it took the initiative to form an alliance with Tulii and even resisted the attack of Tarentum from the north together with Tulii. Alliance? Looking at the small city of Amendolar and then thinking about the size of the city of Turii, it was obvious that the two were not of the same size. It would be difficult for them to talk on equal terms. It was probably just an alliance in name but a vassal in reality. However, it was fine as long as it was not a colony city of Turii. The Devers secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He had been in this era for more than half a year, and he had deliberately learned a lot about the actual situation of the Greek city-states. He had completely reversed the concept that a city-state was just a city in his previous life. After the Greeks built a city, they would try their best to expand outwards. They would build villages and towns, and bring the surrounding land under their control. When the land was beyond the direct control of the city due to distance, they would build a colony city or attack another city. On one hand, they could maintain the momentum of expansion, and on the other hand, they could provide protection around the main city. In the beginning, these colony cities listened to the orders of the mother city. After all, the citizens of the colony city had migrated from the mother city, and even the consul might be appointed by the mother city. As time passed, the Greeks' love for independence and freedom came into play. Coupled with the fact that the Greek city-state was a closed political management model, it naturally refused to be unified. Hence, they became independent one after another. However, due to the proximity of geography and blood, as long as the mother city maintained the advantage of strength and did not bully these neighbors too much, they would form a natural alliance with the mother city. However, if the colony city and the mother city were separated by the ocean or too far away, after a few decades, due to the estrangement of the relationship, it was very likely that the colony city and the mother city would become two different city-states. It was even possible that they would become enemies with each other, like Corinth and Kokira. Obviously, Amendoara was a colony city of Sybaris, and to the Turii, it was just a subsidiary, so the land here did not belong to the Turii. The Devers thought to himself and asked, how did the Lucanians attack the city? I'm not too sure about that. It seems like only a few of the Amendolar citizens escaped. At that time, Tulii was grieving over the defeat of his army and the death of countless citizens. He was also busy defending against the Lucanians and did not respond to the Amendolar citizens' cries for help. No one knows where they went after that. After that, we don't know where they went. The guide said carelessly, but the Devers kept it in mind. At this time, the assist shouted, "Chief, someone is coming out of the city." Vespa, the chief of the Lucanians in Amendoara, had been a little annoyed recently because the city of Grimentum had sent an envoy, asking him to lead his tribe to participate in the Lucanian Tribal Alliance's second attack on the Turii. Vespa's tribe originally lived in the upper reaches of the Agri River, southeast of Grimentum. There were many tribes living there, and Vespa's tribe was one of the larger ones. They lived by grazing and simple farming. For decades, they lived in peace with the surrounding tribes. But 2 years ago, after the marriage alliance between Grimentum and Picosis, the already powerful Grimentum became even more powerful. They no longer cared about the checks and balances of Potentia, which was equally powerful in the northwest, and began to expand without restraint, attacking and annexing the settlements and strongholds of the surrounding small tribes. Under the pressure of the Grimentum's army, Vespa's tribe was unwilling to be annexed, so they could only flee to the southeast and hide in the forest at the junction of the western mountains of Amendolara and Heraclea. Suffering from hunger and disease, many of his tribesmen died, including Vespa's 2 sons. Just when Vespa was about to surrender to the Grimentum in order to survive, he heard a piece of news. Since the expansion of the Grimentum, its population and military power had increased greatly, but at the same time, it brought about a problem: food. Originally, the Lucanians did not produce much food, so they relied more on grazing, and grazing also depended on the weather. The winter of the previous year was much colder than the previous year, and a large number of livestock froze to death, making food a big problem for the Grimentum to maintain its hegemony in southern Lucania. So, last winter, the Grimentum joined forces with Picosis and led an army to fight against Nudum, who recognized the Grimentum's position as the leader. Laos met up with the troops in the tribal city and prepared to attack the Turii. Wasiba began to think. He wanted to fish in troubled waters while the two sides were fighting, so that his tribe could escape the danger of being destroyed. So, he mobilized the whole tribe to build rafts, stock up on food, and prepare to plunder east. Just then, he heard a piece of good news. The Turii sent an army of 10,000 to attack Laos, but they were all wiped out. Vespa was overjoyed, thinking that the opportunity had come. He immediately ordered the whole tribe to build rafts, go downstream, cross the dangerous shoals, and finally enter the territory of Amandora. Note: Grumentum Picassus Pixis Nudum Narelum Laos originally, he only planned to loot between Amandora and Turii when the opportunity arose. However, the scouts reported that the people of Amandora were carrying a lot of supplies and were preparing to leave the city. How could Vespa and his tribesmen let go of such a good opportunity? They immediately chased after them, slaughtered them, and took the opportunity to occupy Amandora. To Vespa, this was a blessing from the god of Mount Asanu. The tribe won easily. Not only did they seize a lot of supplies, but they also occupied a city, a mountain city that the Lucanians liked to live in. At the same time, they also had a large number of slaves. However, he soon realized that it was quite difficult for his tribe to occupy a city with only 1,000 warriors. First, he had to allocate a few hundred warriors to watch over the thousands of captives, and then he had to guard against the Turii taking back Amandora. The most troublesome thing was the Grumentum. After all, Vespa's tribe was unwilling to accept the annexation of the Grumentum. Now that the Lucanians had won a bloody battle with the Turii, they had effortlessly obtained the victory that should have belonged to the Grumentum. How could the vengeful leader of the Grumentum, Asapyrus, spare them? However, how could Vespa, who had tasted the hardships of being a vagabond, give up on Amandora and escape back to the mountains? How could he and his clansmen give up on the comfort that they had obtained with great difficulty? Just as he was hesitating, a few days later, a piece of good news arrived. The Lucanians who were preparing to besiege the city of Turii were forced to retreat due to the outbreak of plague. Vespa was overjoyed and repeatedly praised the god of Mount Asanu. In the following months, the Turii did not send troops to recapture Amandora because their strength had been greatly reduced. It was rare for Vespa to lead his tribesmen to live a peaceful life for a period of time. In the spring of this year, an envoy from the Grumentum crossed the mountains and came to Amandora with an order from Asapyrus. He was forcefully ordered to join the Lucanians and prepare for the second attack on the Turii. Vespa agreed, but he sneered in his heart because the messenger did not mention anything about the ownership of Amandala city after the war. He finally understood that if he wanted to keep the city of Amandara, he could only hope that the Lucanian alliance and the tourists would both suffer heavy losses. Only then would his tribe have a chance to survive and have time to slowly use and integrate the power of Amandara to restore the vitality of his tribe. Therefore, when he learned that mercenaries were constantly coming to Turii territory, he did not feel worried. Instead, he was happy. He restrained his clansmen from leaving the city as little as possible so as not to provoke the tourists. Instead, he allowed the Greeks to focus on preparing for war. Today our spies reported that a Greek army of about 100 men had invaded the territory of Amendola. He was a little surprised. This was the first time since the war last year that the Greek army had appeared in Amendola. Were they here to attack the city? Why are there only 100 people? Could it be the vanguard? Did the tourists disregard the threat of the Lucanian alliance's army and want to solve their worries first? Based on his careful observation over the past few months, this did not seem to be the way the Turii people would do it. With many questions in his mind, Vespa stepped onto the city wall and looked down the mountain. There were more than 100 Greek soldiers standing alone beside the Cislino River. They did not move for a long time, and there was no movement behind them either. They were here to investigate the situation. Vespa was certain. So, he decided to show his strength to dispel the Greeks' illusions. He asked his son Bagul to lead 1,000 soldiers out of the city, leaving only 100 soldiers to guard the captives in the city. Bagul led the Lucanian soldiers out of the city in a menacing manner. The assists could not help but shout, "Chief, look at their weapons." Armor, shields, and spears, all of them were the attire of the Greek heavy infantry. No wonder the assists was surprised. He thought that Amendola had been taken back by a Greek army. The Devers looked carefully and smiled. The Lucanians must have stolen the weapons of the citizens of Amendola and equipped themselves. Unfortunately, they are just like the real heavy infantry. They are still far from the real heavy infantry. Indeed, the Greek heavy infantry formation was tight. Before the battle began, they advanced slowly and could basically maintain a straight line. Looking at the Lucanian soldiers on the opposite side, their formation was not only loose but also uneven. When the guide saw the Lucanian soldiers leaving the city, he was extremely nervous. Seeing that the Devers were still in the mood to joke, he almost cursed out loud. At this moment, the Devers said, "Retreat, go back." The guide felt as if he had been pardoned and turned his horse to run. The soldiers turned back in unison and began to jog. The Devers reined in his horse until the soldiers left him behind. Only then did he, assists, and leads turn their horses and move slowly. This made the guide feel a little awkward. The Greeks retreated slowly, and the Lucanians chased slowly. Both sides maintained a certain distance. It was not until the Devers and the others crossed the Saraceno River that the Lucanians stopped at the north bank. A thousand people. The Devers asked thoughtfully, "Yasi, do you think the Lucanians and Amendola want to fight us or not?" "Of course not. You can tell from their pursuit," the assist said without hesitation. "I heard from Buccos that there are not many Lucanians in Amendola." "How many are there exactly?" the Devers asked the guide. "There is such a saying in Turii, but no one seems to know how many Lucanians there are in Amendola." The guide was a little confused. The Devers smiled mysteriously and changed the topic. "What is north of Amendola?" Back in Turii land, the guide was much more relaxed. 20 miles north is the Sini River, and further north is the Agri River. On the other side is the city of Heraclea. There is the Ceres Plain, which is also a fertile land. A few decades ago, Turii and Tarentum fought over that land. "Who won?" the assists asked curiously. "We Turii won twice, but Tarentum is a powerful city-state in Greece. They kept sending troops over, and the war lasted for a long time. In the end, both sides signed an agreement and jointly built the city of Heraclea," the guide said with a little pride. "Oh, I didn't expect Turii to be so powerful in the past," the assist said casually. "That's because Turii had General Cleandridas. He was from Sparta," the guide said respectfully. Then, he thought of something and curled his lips unwillingly. Even though Turii lost to the Lucanians, it was because they ambushed the Turii. If it was a head-on battle, they wouldn't be a match for the Turii. The assists wanted to argue, but the Devers stopped him. "Let's hurry to the south of Turii while it's still early." The guide did not understand why the young mercenary leader was running around tirelessly all day long. It was understandable if there were Lucanians in the west and north, but there were no enemies in the south. However, this also made him feel at ease. These mercenaries were too bold, causing him to tremble with fear. He was afraid that an accident would happen. The Devers and the group crossed the pontoon bridge not far from the west of Turii and arrived at the delta between the two rivers. Here, they saw one after another carrying carts moving back and forth on a road leading to the west. The guide told them that the carts were transporting copper ores and stones to Turii. Due to the recent war, the city was in urgent need of stones and bronze wares. "There are Turii copper and stone mines in the west?" The Devers blinked as they looked at the uneven dirt road that passed through the hilly terrain. "Yes. The Cosini River is in the way, so the Lucanians won't be able to cross." The guide, who was usually talkative, did not want to say more. He ended the conversation in a hurry and brought them to the pontoon bridge over the Creti River. The Creti River was at least 50 meters long, and because it was spring, the current was strong, so the pontoon bridge swung back and forth. The Devers were worried that the horses would startle and fall into the water, so they had to walk with their horses. After crossing the Creti River, they stepped onto land that was still part of the Sabari Plain. It was a green and flat corridor between the mountains and the coast, and it was obviously much wider than the corridor by the sea in Amendola. Here, they could see more Turii working in the fields. It was obvious that this was the only safe place for the Turii. About 10 miles to the south, the corridor suddenly narrowed because there was a large stretch of beach on the side of the sea. The guide stopped his horse and said, "In front of us is the territory of Castellan. Do you still want to see it?" Note, Castellan Castiglione is Castellan a big city? The assists asked curiously. The guide shook his head and said, "It's a small city built by the people of Sabaris. It's independent now." Upon hearing this, the Devers looked to the south and sighed. Back then, Sabari's sphere of influence extended as far north as Amandara and as far south as Castellan. Such a powerful city was destroyed by Crotone, which was weaker than it. As the saying went, life in hardship, death in ease. After a long time, the Devers said, "Let's go back." After the guide left, the Devers asked the assists and leads, "Have you seen what a hound looks like when it encounters a bear?" The two shook their heads. There were no bears in Greece. They only learned that there were such strong land animals in the world when they arrived at Dukia Mountain. The fur on its body will stand up, and it will show its sharp teeth. It will roar at the bear and pounce. It knows that it can't defeat the bear, so it just wants to show the bear that it's not to be trifled with. The Devers had seen it in an online video in his previous life, so it was meaningful to say it out loud. The assists were young, after all. Combining what he had seen today, he quickly responded, "Chief, are you talking about the Lucanians of Amandara?" "The Lucanians of Amandara are trying to scare us away, but they have exposed their thoughts and strength instead. I estimate that there are only about 1,000 warriors in the city," the Devers said confidently. Leds finally understood. He said excitedly, "Chief. Chief, are you going to lead us to attack Amandara?" The assist's eyes widened. After all, they had attended a secret military conference before they came to Greece. They knew the real purpose of the mercenaries. "Brothers, before we carry out any plan, we must keep it to ourselves. Don't say a word. Otherwise, if the soldiers find out and accidentally spread the news, the Turians will stop us, the Lucanians will strengthen their defenses, and other forces will ruin our plan because they will not want a foreign group to take root here." "That's right," Soren said. "Do you understand?" The Devers warned solemnly. "Understood." The two of them nodded repeatedly. "I've decided to cover my mouth when I sleep," Assists joked. Looking at the excited faces of the two, Devers said seriously, "Now I have a mission for you too. Leads. Here. Lead your men to monitor the Lucania camp in the west and Amendola city in the north. Report to me once a day. At the same time, try your best to understand the defenses of Amendola. The more detailed, the better, but don't let the Lucanians in the city notice." "Can you do that?" "Yes." Leads gave a powerful military salute. "Assists." "Yes." "Secretly look for the citizens of Amendola who escaped. Once you find them, try your best to bring them to our camp. Don't let the tourists know." "Understood." Buckos listened carefully to the guide's description of the 2 days he spent with the Devers. He was surprised by how seriously the Devers investigated the surroundings of tourists. From what he remembered, even Creandridas of Sparta, whom the tourists regarded as a famous general, did not investigate personally like the Devers, or even face the enemy alone. He could not help but ask, "Morris, what do you think of the Devers?" Morris thought for a moment and said, "Master, the leader of the Devers is very kind." As an Egyptian slave, even though Burkos regarded him as a confidant, in the eyes of the other citizens of Turi, it was obvious that they despised him. However, he did not feel any of this from Divers. On the contrary, Divers spoke to him as an equal from beginning to end, never bossing him around. Buckos nodded. He thought so too. Although the Devers were mercenaries, they were very cultured people. "What else?" he asked again. "Well, he's always thinking about questions. I can't see through him when he asks questions. He's a little mysterious," Morris continued. Strange, Buckos had the same feeling before. He thought he was overthinking. After all, the Devers were not even 20 years old. Could this be the aura of a blessed? He could not help but laugh. He did not really believe this rumor that had been circulating among the mercenaries. "And he's very brave. He doesn't seem to be afraid of the Lucanians at all," Morris said. "He's someone who has seen great battles. Besides, charging at the front in battle and defending the rear when retreating is the performance of a famous general. That's what Chris Andridas did in the past. But the Devers are only 19 years old," Bucko said with a sigh. He thought of Archita, who he had visited with Felice in the morning. This young noble from Tarentum was also very young. When he first saw him, he was lying on the ground trying to calculate something. The rumor that he was the most talented member of the Pythagorean school of thought might be true. Not only did this young noble from across the bay not put on any airs, but he was also gentle and polite. He even sincerely expressed that he was willing to do his best to help the tourists defeat the Lucanians. This promise of Architas was very precious. Before he came to Talii, he had already led troops on several expeditions to repel the ferocious Masapi who had invaded Tarentum's territory. Although he was not very talkative, it could be seen that the Tarentum soldiers treated this young commander with sincere respect. It was very similar to the mercenaries' attitude towards the Devers. These were two young men with extraordinary talents. Why didn't Turris have them? Thinking of Chrysandrida's son, Asilodoax, Bucco suddenly thought while feeling disappointed. Could he discuss with Felice to let the Devers become citizens of Turris? A few days later, the mercenary camp was built, and the soldiers could finally rest well. Adrian and Sesta also took the opportunity to visit the Devers. The Devers received them very warmly, and both sides had a pleasant conversation. The little conflict that had happened previously had long been forgotten. Just as the Devers said, the two mercenaries were in the same boat. Only by working together and cooperating fully could they complete the mission and live to get paid. In fact, long before the leaders of both sides met, the soldiers of both sides had already begun to get close. On one hand, Adrianx's mercenaries were full of curiosity about the rumored Greek expeditionary army. On the other hand, both sides were mostly from the Ionian region, and could be considered as fellow countrymen. Especially in this unfamiliar place, they felt more at home. So in the end, it became Adrianx's soldiers and the Devers' soldiers building the camp together, and at the same time listening to the stories of the expeditionary army. The leaders of both sides did not stop them. Instead, they were happy to see it happen. The Devers also reached an agreement with Adrianx's group to build a tunnel to connect the camps of both sides, and if one side was in trouble, the other side should provide help. In fact, both sides understood that compared to the experienced expeditionary army, there were more opportunities for problems to arise with the recruits under Adriante's command. However, Divers didn't hesitate to agree. As a result, when he sent the two leaders out of the camp, Adriantes and Sesta repeatedly bowed to him with gratitude and a little bit of respect. "Look, that is our leader, the Devers favored." A soldier pointed at the Devers not far away and said proudly. "He is the Devers? So young?" Another soldier from Adrianx's camp was a little confused. "So what if he is young? Several generals of Persia have died in his hands. When he charges, he is like a lion. Even Sparta is afraid of him. Can't you see how respectful your leader is to the Devers?" The soldier said proudly. At this time, another soldier interrupted, "And the leader of the Devers is very good to us soldiers. Even if you are seriously injured, he will not abandon you. I was once shot by a Persia arrow, and my whole body was burning. I thought I was going to die, but the leader of the Devers saved me from hell." As he spoke, he even lifted his shirt to show the wound, as if it was not a scar but a medal. At night, Christoia came to the Devers' tent and heard about what had happened during the day. With her understanding of the Devers, she asked, "You want to take over those mercenaries?" "I really want to help them," the Devers said seriously. "Really?" Christoia smiled coquettishly, her full breasts pressing against the Devers' strong chest. She raised her head, revealing her sexy red lips. "Really?" The Devers lowered his head and suddenly pressed his lips against hers, sucking hard. This kiss ignited the flames of desire on both sides. The Devers reached out and picked up Christoia. At this time, Marcius's voice came from outside the tent. "Chief, Merces and Marigi want to see you." The Devers cursed in a low voice and was about to say, "I won't see them." Christoia laughed and punched him. It must be something important to make Merces and Marigi, two people who have some conflicts, come to see you together. The Devers knew that she was right. He put down Christoia helplessly and kissed her twice unwillingly. Christoia pushed him away. Merces and Marigi entered the tent one after the other. They didn't care at all when they saw Christoia in the tent. The intimate relationship between the Devers and Christoia was already an open secret in the army. Then, they explained their purpose of coming to the Devers. It turned out that while the soldiers were building the camp, Merces and the others hadn't been idle. No, it should be said that the tourists hadn't been idle. Although the tourists forbade mercenaries from entering the city, the Greeks were known for being good at business. As soon as they heard that mercenaries were coming, merchants and peddlers ran to the old city of Sybaris to see if there were any business opportunities. Besides the food provided by the tourists, the mercenaries naturally needed other daily necessities. So, the two sides hit it off. At the beginning, the trade was only one way. The tourists were the sellers, and the mercenaries were the buyers. However, he soon discovered that the tourist merchants were very interested in certain things in the supply camp. When the mercenaries were on their way back, they didn't just rob women and slaves. They also robbed a lot of gold, silver, and some works of art. For example, strange spicewood carvings, exquisite gold statues, exotic ivory carvings, and so on. They were going to bring them home in the future. They could be used as decorations, souvenirs, and evidence to brag about. Although they lost a lot of them because of the constant battles along the way, they still kept some. For the Turii merchants who were thousands of miles away from Persia, these objects from the hinterland of Persia and some unknown races were very exotic and novel to them. They immediately realized that these things were very valuable and expressed their desire to buy them. Mircea was not a fool. Of course, he would not sell it cheaply. Moreover, some of the items did not belong to him. They were left by the soldiers in the supply camp. He thought about it and decided to look for Marigi first. This was because only Marigi, who was also from Persia, could explain their origins, cultural meaning, and value. Marigi gave him a suggestion. Why not set up a market, managed by the mercenaries, and trade with the Greeks? They might even be able to collect taxes. Collect taxes on the land of another country? Mircea felt that this idea was too crazy, but he could not resist the temptation of money. So, he decided to look for the Devers with Marigi. Set up a market? The Devers felt that this was a good idea. Not only could it satisfy the needs of the mercenaries, but it could also be a place to expand the mercenaries' influence. They could also understand the market of Greece and train the mercenaries' business team. At the same time, they could gather intelligence, search for talents, and so on. From the perspective of the leader of the mercenaries, the Devers, who had the goal of taking root in Greece, naturally thought more comprehensively and deeply than Mircea and the others. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this idea was wonderful. He immediately nodded and said, "We can set up a market. Tomorrow, I will ask the soldiers to set up a market between the east side of the camp and the coast. Marigi will be in charge of the construction of the market, but we don't have much time. Don't build it too complicated, as long as it can be used. After it is completed, you will be in charge of its management and operation, Marigi." When the Devers said this, Marigi looked excited. The Devers reminded him, "My request is that the market can be simple and crude, but it must be orderly and ensure that transactions are fair. It must also be clean and expand the reputation of the market as much as possible to attract more merchants from other cities to trade here. As for collecting taxes, don't even think about it. I don't want to make the tourists unhappy. However, you can think of other ways, such as getting slaves to help move goods, providing cheap water, and so on. You can even collect shop fees when the market is prosperous in the future." Marigi nodded and praised sincerely, "Leader, I didn't expect your wisdom in business to be so amazing." The Devers smiled. These ideas were already common in the industrial era. However, ever since he gave Marigi a promise, this guy got into the zone very quickly. Did he really want to be a commercial officer? The Devers turned to the slightly depressed Mircea. "As for the transactions between us and the Greeks, I will leave it to you, Mircea." All right. Mircea was happy again. Don't touch the things that the soldiers have left in the supply camp, unless they are willing to sell it. You have to sign an agreement with them. Other than a small handling fee, you have to negotiate with the owner, but it's best that it doesn't exceed 1/50th of the goods sold. Return the rest to the owner. Don't hide or embezzle. Marigi, you are in charge of supervising." The Devers sternly instructed Mircea. "Devers, you are too biased. 1/50th is too little, it should be at least 1/20th. It's not easy for us to sell things. We have to stand under the sun for half a day, how much effort does it take?" Mircea grumbled. 1/20th is too much, it should not exceed 1/35. It's settled then. The Devers couldn't be bothered to continue arguing with him. Instead of earning money from the soldiers, you might as well think of a way to increase your trade projects and expand your source of income. Hearing this, Mercies fell into deep thought. Very soon, a smile appeared on his fat face. The women in the supply camp come from some races in Persia and Armenia, and many of them have learned the massage techniques of the medical camp. It is definitely a new experience for the men of Greece. We can set a high price. Mercy's excited voice was interrupted by Kristoya's coughing. Discussing sex business in front of a woman, this guy. The Devers didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I can give you an idea. The medical skills of our medical camp's doctors are very high. Also, there aren't any major injuries in the military camp, and we have nothing to do anyway. Why don't we let them open a clinic in the market and collect money to treat patients? You can discuss the details with Kristoya. Originally, there were 8 doctors in the medical camp. When they left Byzantium, 2 of them left, while the other 6 doctors led by help stayed in the medical camp under the strong attraction of the so-called mystical medical knowledge from Hades that the Devers taught them from time to time. It was actually the basic medical knowledge from the modern world. Hearing Kristoya's name, Mercies, whose eyes were originally shining, had a bitter expression on his face. Kristoya didn't make things difficult for Mercies. This fatty looked easy to bully, but Kristoya knew how important he was to the Devers, so she seriously discussed with him about opening a clinic and how to distribute the fees. However, she made a request. She hoped that Mercies wouldn't force the women in the supply camp to be prostitutes. Mercies felt wronged and said, most of the women in the supply camp were kidnapped by the soldiers on their way back to Greece. A small portion of them are slaves in the supply camp, and they need to take care of the beasts of burden and manage the goods. Only about a dozen of them are real prostitutes, and they are used to using this method to earn money. I'm afraid it's not just these prostitutes, Marigi interrupted. Shut up, Persia. I never mistreated your wife and children when they were in the supply camp. Mercies said angrily. Mercies, did you really just let these *cheese receive guests? Kristoya asked seriously, blushing. Mercies knew that he could not hide this from them. He had to say, there are also some women. The soldiers who robbed them died in battle, so they lost their pillar of support. They are not willing to do dirty and tiring work. Influenced by those *cheese, they think this is easy money. After all, our food is distributed to the soldiers first. They are also trying to survive, then why don't you let them go? Kristoya asked. If I let them go, where can they go? They are already hundreds, thousands of miles away from their hometown. They can't go back. Instead of being captured by the cities and tribes along the way and becoming slaves, it is better for them to stay in our camp. At least they can live a better life. Mercy said, pretending to be compassionate. This is the sin of the soldiers. Divers let out a long sigh and put his arm around the sad Kristoya. Mercis, you don't have to force them. How about this, we provide them with free food, and when we find a place to settle in Greece, we will marry them to the soldiers. Our soldiers will not plunder anymore, because we will no longer be mercenaries. Divers sighed and hugged the sad Kristoya in his arms. Leader, you are so kind. Mercies hurriedly praised and quickly left. He did not want to face Kristoya's reproachful gaze again. As time passed, the news from the west became more and more worrying. The Lucanian camp in the mountain pass to the west grew larger day by day, and the Turii working on the Sabari plain north of the Krati River became fewer and fewer. Until 10 days later, when Lucanian spies appeared on the outskirts of Turii, causing panic among the people in the city. The generals in the city hall knew that the Lucanians were about to attack, and they had to be prepared. Bucos, then, with a mission in mind, took a boat to the rudimentary quay at the mouth of the Krati. The Greeks had the bad habit of never walking where they could go by boat. Once ashore, Bucos found that this place was obviously more populated than other places on the Sabari plain. People were walking in 2s and 3s on a wide, compacted dirt road that led to a large enclosure. What is that? Bucos asked Morith. It's the market built by the mercenaries that I told you about last time. When Morris first told him about it, he didn't think much of it. At this moment, his interest was piqued. Since he had to pass through this market to get to the mercenary camp, it wouldn't take him much time to go in and take a look. Before he even reached the entrance of the market, he could already hear the clamor of the people inside. Two beautiful women in gorgeous clothes stood at the door. They were slim and graceful, and it was obvious that they were not Greeks. However, their Greek was pleasant to the ears. "Honorable guests, welcome. Is this your first time here?" Morris couldn't help but nod. "If you're here to sell something, there's a wooden house behind the door. It's our market management office. You can ask the person in charge to choose a stall for you, but there's a small fee." "How much is the fee?" Buckos asked anxiously. 1 opal a day. The price was very cheap, but these mercenaries were actually using the land of Turin to make money. Buckos was a little angry. "But the stalls are all full now. You can only come back tomorrow." This shabby place was actually so popular. Buckos was shocked. He asked tentatively, "If I pay more, can you squeeze out a stall for me?" "Honorable guests, we don't charge you to make money. We do it to maintain the order of this market. The help we've provided you has already far exceeded the value of 1 opal. We only hope that the stall owners can make good use of their stalls and earn far more than 1 opal every day." If a modern person heard this, they would find it very familiar, but Buckos and Morris were completely dumbfounded. The woman continued, "If you're here to buy something, there's a wooden sign hanging on the door of the market management office. On it is written the small requirements that we have for every customer in the market. We hope you can comply with them. If you encounter fraud or any disputes while buying or selling, you can seek help from the market management office. They will enthusiastically help you solve them." Buckos and Morris were well-traveled and knowledgeable, but at this moment, they were a little confused by the woman's words. In the Greek city-states they had been to, they had never heard of a market that was so considerate of merchants and customers. With a strong sense of curiosity, they went to the market management office. It was a simple wooden house. There was a large window facing the direction of the market. A few people were sitting by the window, politely answering the questions of the customers who came to inquire. "Hello. Is there any problem that you need us to solve?" A dark-skinned, thin Egyptian politely asked Morris, who was looking into the room through the window. Morris was about to reply perfunctorily, but someone in the room shouted, "Lord Buckos, welcome." A middle-aged man with brown hair, a long beard, and a golden hooked nose opened the door and warmly welcomed Morris. "You are?" Buckos looked at him and felt that he was a little familiar. "A commercial officer under the leader of the Devers. My name is Marigi." Marigi was not modest at all as he gave himself the official position that the Devers had promised him. Buckos didn't pay attention to what he said. He first corrected him, "No. Please don't call me Lord. I'm just an ordinary citizen of Turii." Then, he asked curiously, "Are you from Persia?" "Yes." Marigi not only didn't hide it, but also seemed a little proud. "You have people of all races here," Buckos said with a sigh. He then pointed at the things placed on the window and asked curiously, "What are these weighing devices for?" If a customer feels that the quantity of the things he bought is not enough, such as olive oil, sea fish, and so on, he can bring them here to be weighed. Once it is found to be true, the management will find the buyer and punish him. If it is serious, his stall will be cancelled and he will not be allowed to enter the market again. Not bad. That's a good idea. Has such a thing happened before? Buckos said calmly. Although he felt that mercenaries had no right to punish anyone in Turii land, he felt that it was better to talk to their leader about such matters. Only once. After the punishment, nothing similar happened again. Marigi looked at him and said carefully, "Why do you write on this board that spitting and littering are not allowed, and buyers must keep their stalls clean and tidy? Why do you emphasize these? All the markets I've been to don't have such a requirement, including Agora in Athens." This was what Buckos was most interested in. This rule was suggested by the leader of the Devers. He said, "The market is a place with a lot of people, but it's also a place where trash and dirty water run rampant. Too much trash will not only stink, but it will also attract a lot of flies and mosquitoes, which will affect the mood of people buying and selling things. Most importantly, it will lead to epidemics." Marigi said cautiously. "It's that serious?" Buckos was a little shocked. The leader is the blessed of Hades. Of course, his words can't be ignored. Not only do we remind our customers, but we also have 10 slaves who clean the whole market continuously. I can say that although our market is simple, it's cleaner than any market in any city. I put in so much sweat and effort, that's why I'm charging such a small fee, Marigi explained calmly. End of chapter 78. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.